Hey, what's up, everyone? Hope you're all doing absolutely amazing, feeling on top of the world, staying happy, and keeping that good old health in check. Now, before we jump into today's mind-blowing, can't-miss video, let me ask you this. Have you ever wondered what it would be like if Naruto, yes, the guy who never gives up on his dreams and somehow manages to throw a party with a bowl of ramen in his hand, actually mastered all the elements in the ninja world? I know, it sounds like the kind of thing you daydream about while you're sitting in class or waiting for your ramen to cook. Well, buckle up because we're about into a world where Naruto Uchiha not only knows the power of chakra, but can control fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and get this, everything in between. That's right, it's about to get real intense, like I'll catch you with a Rasengan while controlling a storm level of intense. So grab your snacks, sit back, and prepare for an epic ride. Let's go. Naruto Uchiha, the prophet of the cursed eyes, 7 years after the attack of Kyuubi, a tiny shadow ran through the empty streets, turning at random intervals, panting sharply from the constant and exhausting activity. The only way to really know that there was a presence moving through the streets was thanks to the lights that cast a shadow as the presence passed by them. The final shadow stopped in an isolated alley, trying to capture its fleeting breath. The outline of the shadow took a few moments to catching her breath as she enjoyed the silence that permeated the vicinity. As the minutes passed, so did the position of the moonlight under the glow of Celeste's body. The shadowed silhouette instantly dissipated, revealing who the shadow was. It was replaced by a boy no older than 7 years old, whose jet black hair seemed to glow in the moonlight. Even though his eyes were half closed due to exhaustion and mental fatigue, his sky blue eyes still shone brightly in the darkness of the night. His face was covered in dirt and small cuts that dried with blood thanks to running all over the town all night. His most prominent facial features were 3 dark whisker birthmarks on each of his cheeks. His skin was quite well tanned, probably because of his constant movement. He wore a white shirt that had multiple stains and tears. His cream-colored pants had holes in the knees and thighs that showed their deplorable state. His white shoes had holes inside. As the soles dangled, the tired crow's breathing became ragged as he heard the trampling of numerous pairs of feet and loud voices approaching his position. The demon is gone. This way today is the day that we finally get rid of that plague. Yes, now we can finish what our beloved Yondaime started. That last exclamation really got the blood pumping in the frenzied crowd as images of Lokage Yondaime entered their minds, influenced by the alcohol. The boy could feel the stampede getting closer as he watched the clatter of the smallest and loosest objects. Naruto slowly backed away to the farthest, darkest corner of the alley and curled up into a ball. Naruto closed his eyes and prayed to anyone who would listen to spare him from the torture of the fox hunts that always happened on his birthday. The things that happened to him ranged from being stabbed in the eye to being hit with any number of blunt objects last year. No, however, it was by far the worst of all the fox hunts. The mafia discovered that when he was set on fire, his skin would regenerate before the fire killed him. So he needed to lie there like a human bonfire for 2 hours. They continued the treatment until Naruto begged them for death. But then, as usual, the Ambu intervened, chased the crowd away, and took him to the hospital, only for him to lie in bed and heal himself. As the doctors refused to heal him, he's still wondering why he never fell unconscious. Naruto was shaken from his thoughts when a high-pitched screech alerted the bloodthirsty crowd to his location. Naruto looked up to see that the crowd had already positioned themselves in the only way in or out of the alley. Naruto's facial expression curled into one of disgust as he smelled the alcohol that reeked of fox hunters. There was a pink-haired woman at the head of the crowd, giving him the most disgusting look he had ever seen. No, he could understand why she hated him so much. He had never done anything wrong. He was like the matron of the orphanage again. "You finally get cornered, damn demon," the pink-haired woman shrieked, causing Naruto to cover his ears with his hands. The crowd was so intoxicated they didn't even wince when the pink-haired Rin leader spoke in an abnormal decibel. What was saying something, considering it loud? What was her shriek? "I'm not a demon," Naruto yelled at her, defiantly arguing the woman's false claim. Naruto backed away little by little until his back hit the cold stone wall. This time, he had nowhere left to go. He knew he couldn't count on the help of the Hambu that was supposed to be watching over me. "You killed our loved one's monster," the woman yelled at the cornered boy as his anger continued to grow his eyes only. Looked red as reminders of everything he had lost burst into his mind, causing his anger to grow exponentially. Now, he finally had the chance to cleanse himself of the demonic plague. I am not a demon lady, my name is Naruto Namake's Uzumaki, and I have never killed any of your loved ones, exclaimed Naruto honestly. Because he was only 7 years old, he couldn't kill anyone, even if he wanted. He hadn't even met these people outside of these fox hunts. So he never met their families. The only people who would talk to him were some of the Ambu, the Ichiraku, and the old man. Why did the villagers hate him so much? It just didn't make sense to him. It was so when two men wearing chunning bulletproof vests stepped out of the crowd and stood in front of the pink-haired lady. Both had shaggy black hair with matching soulless gray eyes that only added to their evil facade, or at least they looked that way to Renate. Both wore smug smirks that promised unbearable amounts of pain for the demon. In front of the two hidden leaf shinobi, it was now that Naruto realized that these two were actually twins, something he overlooked in his previous state of panic. It doesn't matter who you are, demon, because soon you will be nothing more than a pile of ashes, his aunts roared smugly. And in unison, if the situation hadn't been so dire for Naruto, he would have sweated at the ridiculousness of the two thugs. In front of him, Naruto let out one last sigh of exhaustion as he finally gave up on his attempt to explain himself. Naruto closed his eyes and bit his tongue, as there was no way he was going to give them the satisfaction of hearing his screams of pain. The sadists, the twins, burst into a fit of laughter as they noticed the pitiful actions of the demon. We're already giving up. We're a little demon. The one on the left mocked his victim as he smiled maliciously. Both men motioned with their hands for the great fireball jutsu to fulfill its promise of death. They then noticed that a man had moved between them and was also looking at the demon Renate. They both looked curiously with their gray eyes at the mysterious man. The man was tall and thin, with a short beard, mustache, and sideburns that pointed upwards. He wore a golden cross pendant around his neck that dangled and rested on his chest. On his head, he wore a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large white plume on top. He wore a long black coat that was left open and blew in the wind, and he wore no shirt underneath the collar, and sleeves of the coat sported a flower pattern on the red fabric sewn onto the coat. His light purple pants, they were held in place by a decorated belt, and tucked into their large boots was a large ornate sword strapped to their back. Vertically, the blade was at least 7 feet long from tip of the hilt to tip of the blade. The hilt of the blade was a golden cross with golden bars extending to the left and right. The handle of the blade was wrapped with white ribbon and had a blue bead as a pommel on the hilt. The long blade was midnight black with a very prominent sheen that ran along the bottom. Overall, the blade in its entirety looked like a large black cross. The most notable feature of the man was not the sword on his back, but the golden yellow eyes that made them look like those of a hawk. The man released his very long sword slowly and without moving his gaze. Naruto had not seen any of this thanks to having his eyes closed. The twin on the right looked at the magnificent black sword and whistled in gratitude as he looked at it. That is one impressive sword, friend. I can't wait to see that demon. It was then that the man's furious, hate-infused monologue was literally cut short by the unknown sword wielder. The unknown swordsman, with a singular fluid movement, severed the Chunin's leaf in the stomach. His torso and legs fell to the ground with separate blows. At the moment of contact, basking in a bath of blood were the man's intestines that were emptied from where his stomach once was. The brother of the hour corpse screamed in shock and anger in part same. When the sudden actions finally calmed down, bastard, why would you do that instead of killing that demon? That was the last word the man would utter as the mysterious man pulled out the midnight black sword and separated the second twin's head from his shoulders. The head fell to the ground and rolled to the front of the crowd, looking at the people there with the same shocked and angry expression, telling them that he never saw the attack coming. The people at the front of the group took a step back in fear, except the pink-haired gang leader. The crowd stared in shock at the head staring back at them, each with lingering fear in their eyes. Some of the weaker-willed members turned a sickly shade of green and quickly made their way out of the alley to empty the contents of their stomachs. Thanks to the grisly scene and the effects of the alcohol, the pink-haired leader moved her mouth to speak, but stopped when she felt cold steel press against her neck. A law was passed 7 years ago in this town that forbade anyone to speak of a certain event. The punishment for breaking said law Is death a death? I cry will be glad to grant you, the man's voice echoed throughout the silent alley. But despite his calm tone, every person could feel the threat behind those words, as if he agreed with his master's words. The black sword known as Yoru flashed. No one in the crowd said a word or even moved a muscle, as fear paralyzed them. As everyone looked fearfully at the sword, all the poor excuses for humans were rooted in place. As each person saw their death in the reflection of the sword, it may have only been a few, but due to the thick tension, it felt like hours of unbearable silence. Finally, when the hawk-eyed man lowered his sword, they let out a sigh. They were consciously holding in with that one-word command. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, trying to get out of the alley, suddenly too thin, fearing for his meager livelihood. The swordsman watched impassively as the rats moved away. He approached the two corpses and moved their bodies out of Naruto's line of sight to avoid traumatizing the young man. He turned and saw the black-haired boy still against the wall, shaking. He reached out. He placed a comforting hand on Naruto's head, but Naruto flinched in response. The man's stoic expression broke for the first time since he had entered the village. Since this boy he knew was so terrified, it was his first time in the Hidden Leaf Village since his Minato Namikaze was nominated as Okage, and here his son was being treated like this. He could only ask why. When he met the boy's father, besides, if he remembered correctly, today was Naruto's birthday, and his sisters Naomi and Nami. This also brought more questions to the legendary swordsman's mind. It's very well, young man. I won't hurt you at all. I promise. Meow's voice was soft and calm. Naruto felt that this man Meow's hand rustled through his black hair, and he let his eyes slowly open so he could look at the man with the eyes of a hawk. Naruto continued to look into the taller man's eyes, searching for anger, disgust, or just emptiness. He always saw when he looked at most people. He had always looked when he couldn't find it, no matter how deep he looked. The boy broke free of the man's hand so he could look at him unhindered. Excuse me, sir, but what is your name? Naruto asked in the most polite tone he could muster, afraid that if he spoke incorrectly, he would be assaulted by the Espadachim. Meow. He smiled softly at the polite black-haired boy and cleared his throat so he could be heard clearly. My name is Meow Dracula, young Naruto, and I am actually a friend of your family. Upon hearing the mention, his sharp eyes could see the young Namikaze Uzumaki tense at the mention of his family. Isn't it your birthday? If so, why aren't you at home celebrating with them? Meow. He questioned Naruto in the same soft tone of voice, not wanting to disturb the scared boy. Naruto shifted in place as his eyes found the path. It was the most interesting of places right now. Well, since it's our birthday, they took Naomi and Narumi to eat and get ready for the party. Then Minato told me to go to my room, which I did, but after a few hours I left, and then I headed to the forest. Then the villagers found me. Naruto admitted in a soft but still bitter tone. Naruto personally wondered why he didn't dare to call Minato his father, but shrugged it off as something would pass without much further thought. He was only 7 years old. After all, those things were beyond his scope of comprehension. That doesn't sound like the Minato. And the one I know, Kusina, was ecstatic when she found out she was having triplets. That didn't change. When I help Minato fight the Kyuubi, when I visit them, I'll ask them about Naruto, without telling them I know where he is. Let's hope their negligence didn't cost them a child. Meow. She remembered the correction Naruto's subconscious on how he addressed Minato. If you fail my exam, I will train the boy until the academy years are over and send him back to the village. Meow. He hadn't trained or even named an apprentice, someone he could train and teach some of his skills to pass on to the next generation. Naruto, follow me. I'll take you to a place where you're safe from those people. Meow. He struggled to get the word out, as they were really nothing more than monsters blinded by hatred towards what they were using as a scapegoat. Naruto moved a little closer to Meow as the old man and boy walked through the shinobi district. This was where most of the fox hunters lived, as they were Chunin and Genin. For the most part, Naruto hoped that Meow was strong enough to deal with the people who seemed to live just to hate him. That tension soon faded as the pair entered the clan district, where they were mostly neutral to his presence, neutral to him, except the two of the most arrogant of the Konoha clans, the Yuga and the Uchiha, two of the four noble clans. That's why he got nervous again when they entered the Uchiha compound, where all the red-eyed humans were looking in his direction. Meow. He simply ignored them unless they started looking at Naruto. Then he launched his killing intent at them. Meow, Dracula's keen eye noticed their tense demeanor and high state of alertness, but decided to think about it later. Naruto smiled softly When he saw the family home in the center from the complex, Meow walked over and knocked on the front door softly as he and Naruto stood. In a like silence, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard before the thin sliding door opened to reveal a teenager in front of him. The teenager had deep black eyes that matched his hair that he wore in a ponytail. His bangs were short. He was wearing a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back with bandages around his ankles and black sandals. His eyes, the teenager's black eyes, opened wide as he saw who was standing in front of him. This was Itachi Uchiha, the eldest son of Fugaku and Mecha Uchiha. Was shocked because firstly, there was a swordsman even more famous than the seven swordsmen of the mist in front of him. Secondly, the person he was preparing to see was already here in front of him. Itachi, exclaimed Naruto happily as he lunged at the teenager's shins and held onto the teenager. Itachi looked at Naruto with a curious look before he agreed. With the contagious smile on Naruto's face after making Naruto let go of him, Itachi turned to look at Mei, silently beckoned them in. As the two walked past him, he glanced at two Uchiha talking as he looked in their direction with his Sharingan spinning in response. Itachi closed the door and walked into the living room where Naruto was sitting, and Meow waited until the young Uchiha had sat down next to an absolutely beaming Naruto before addressing him. "It's good to see you again, Itachi. I take it all as well with your training?" he asked Meow in an assertive voice, making Itachi stiffen a little as they watched him fidgeting uneasily. Itachi gathered the courage to look at his former sensei, whose eyes had always puzzled him. This was the man who had taught Itachi all the basics of what it meant to be a shinobi. He taught him to master basic techniques and also to control his emotions, however, that only applied to the negative emotions that always arose on the battlefield and caused an untimely death. "Oh, sensei, I have made sure to always keep my basics sharper than they were the day before, as well as control my emotions when the case requires it," Itachi replied in an even tone that bordered on monotony. Itachi let out a sigh that he didn't know he was holding once he saw his old sense nod in approval of his choices. Itachi then looked at the curious and who was trying to piece together what they were doing. "Talking, and what are you doing here, Naruto-kun?" asked Itachi to the young man curiously. Although he most likely already knew the answer at the mention of why was he here, Naruto visibly deflated on the two-person couch with a sad expression. "I was told to wait in my room for something not to do while they took Naomi and Nurum and got ready for the party. I left and tried to get to the forest before it got dark, except the fox hunters left early." Naruto started shaking in frustration and anger at how his so-called family treated him. Itachi frowned, already aware of the neglect Naruto had to deal with, and which he and his mother tried to fill by enveloping the boy in a hug. Naruto slowly began to calm down in the embrace of his surrogate brother Meow. He waited until Naruto was calmed down by the Uchiha at his side before attempting to speak to the boy. Now, although he normally would never tolerate such emotional outbursts, he could understand why Naruto was like this, but he couldn't understand how he felt. He lived in the kindest village in the world. He was the son of Lokage. He had two sisters who were minutes younger than him, and he was the jailer of the Cubans. Soul Yoko, this boy should be considered a saint, not a pest. If his parents wanted to lose their love, he wouldn't interfere. But that didn't mean he wouldn't help the boy. "Naruto, would you like to train under my guidance like Itachi once did?" he asked Meow as Naruto caught his gaze and waited patiently for the boy's response to his offer of learning. Naruto looked up in surprise. No one had ever offered him such a thing before in his short life. Even his so-called parents refused to train him, stating that Naomi and Narumi would need it more than him. His blue eyes quickly changed from a look of bewilderment to one of pure determination. Naruto clenched his hands and nodded at the sword chin. Meow. He allowed a small smile to spread across his face as he saw the fire in Naruto's eyes. "Very well, Naruto. I want you to go and write a letter to Minato and Kusina and tell them you're leaving. When you're done, give me the letter and I'll deliver it to them and put in your room." Naruto nodded in response, and Itachi told him that there was paper and a pen in his room that Naruto could use to write said letter. Naruto excused himself and left the room to go write the farewell letter. Itachi turned to look at Meow. Once Naruto left the room, Meow, "Zai, I also recommend that you notify Lord Tyr and my mother about Naruto's departure. They are one of the few that truly care. By Naruto, Itachi admitted rather sadly that a boy who had to carry such a burden would be rejected, while Naomi had the In and Nurum chakra, and the young Naruto carried the soul and consciousness of the chakra monster. They obtained the power, while Naruto received the hatred of the beast. Itachi only wondered when Naruto's expertly crafted mask of happiness would break on the impassive and distant boy he knew was beneath answer to those who turn away from those who care for him. I will remember it. However, I need to ask him what is going on in this village right now. First, Naruto is being hunted like he is a hunting animal, and all the Uchiha are very tense, almost anxious. If I had to describe it, I'm sure you know what is going on. Weasel Meow instantly noticed how Itachi's posture became much more tense than it was before. Meow, he raised his hand, indicating for Itachi to calm down before speaking. However, Itachi's rather volatile reaction only served to intrigue him more. It seems the village has rotted away a bit in his time away. My father has convinced the Uchiha to plan a rebellion. He has used the isolation we have put ourselves in and the animosity of the civilians to fuel his hatred. They wish to change the fact that Uchiha has never been an Okage. Father knows he cannot challenge Okage-sama in combat, so he's trying to get other clans involved in a civil war against the Okage. Itachi could only wonder how his clan could fall so far to the point of attempt to destroy the Leaf, his home. He personally decided that it would always be Itachi Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf before anything else. I am the Okage conduit of information for the workings of the coup, but still Okage and Lord are trying to negotiate with our leaders. Unfortunately, the Uchiha elders are too blinded by their blessed eyes to see that it would fail. We are still coming up with a plan in case the talks fail. Itachi informed his sense, and knowing that he would not reveal the secret of the S-class of the Uchiha rebellion. Even if I wanted to, I could never lie to the man. It just looked like his eyes could see through his Jinjutsu. Meow. He took all this information in and nodded in acceptance. If the Uchiha don't compromise, then I can only see one true solution to the problem. That would be clan extermination. If I know this council like I think I do, they will probably try to get a scapegoat, probably another Uchiha. I know you have the skills to do it. This is just a prediction, of course, but if it happens, I want you to come to this place after the procedures. Meow. He pulled out a piece of paper from his jacket and slowly handed it to the teen, still keeping a blank facial expression. Itachi took the piece of paper, wondering what he could read. He moved his eyes down and examined the paper, and what it said, raising an eyebrow. This is in the land of iron, isn't it? Itachi asked, not entirely sure about the location and its scope, as he had only read about the Earth a few times. It was a completely neutral country that did not allow any shinobi in its borders without extreme priority. It was also filled with warriors called samurai, who did not use chakra the same way shinobi used it to insulate their swords. And it is said that is where shinobi learned it from the wandering Ronin. Yes, it is. I plan on taking Naruto there to train without the bother of hunting parties. When they eventually notice his absence, the samurai will not allow any shinobi to be on Earth. I know their leader Mifune, and I'm sure he'll allow me to train Naruto there. That's why I want you to help in training the boy. Meow explained his plan for Naruto, and Itachi had to admit that Mai was actually pretty sharp despite how they treat Naruto. Once his disappearance would be noticed, they would definitely try to get him back. They couldn't even call him missing, because he was basically a civilian. Itachi looked up and nodded silently, stating that he would be there. Meanwhile, as the two, who soon they would become senseis, they were talking to each other. Naruto was sitting there staring at the empty paper in front of him. He had been in this position for a few minutes, just holding the pen. His thoughts were moving at a rate per second as he tried to write, but he couldn't. Why is this so hard? Just tell them you're moving on. It's not like they're going to find out until a few months from now. Do it, Naruto. Naruto yelled to himself in his mind. That was until he remembered what happened today on his birthday. Of all days, flashback. Naruto sat in his room thinking about the day ahead and whether he would be included in the festivities. He had learned that if he stayed in his room, he would usually avoid the trouble that always came his way. When he left his shrine, Naruto smiled, looking forward to seeing Yusen, Mikoto, and Itachi, as they were the only ones who would bring him presents and his own little cake. Naruto knew he might have given up and gone as far away as possible if it weren't for those three people, the only ones he could consider precious to him. Outside his room was one of his sisters, Narumi, who was standing there wanting to knock on her brother's door, but she couldn't. She had noticed that every time the family went out, they never took Naruto with them. when they were training in taijutsu, she could never find her older brother, even at dinner. It would just be her Naomi and her parents at the table, talking and being happy. She couldn't even remember the last time they talked to each other. It made her heart ache to think that there could be. She pushed her brother away. Without even knowing it, I hope it's not too late, Narumi hoped with all her heart. She was finally about to call out when she heard something one-chan Narumi turn around to see her sister running towards her with a huge smile on her face. As she literally bounced on the heels of her feet, Narumi smiled at Naomi's excitement. Always was she the most energetic among the three, or was she Narumi didn't know Naruto's personality, and that only made her heart hurt more. Hey Naomi-chan, what's wrong? Asked Narumi politely with a warm smile on her lips. Even though she already knew what she was going to say, it was obvious that she was excited for her birthday and all the new things she would receive from everyone. That also made Narumi wonder if Naruto ever received any gifts on their shared birthdays, because she never remembered him going with her. And Naomi, her thoughts were broken when she heard the sound of something breaking. Narumi saw her sister's pale face as they looked at one of his mother's favorite vases and pieces on the floor. It was then that Naruto's door opened and the black-haired boy came out and looked at his two sisters, but before he could ask the two about what happened, they heard stomping on the stairs in front of Naruto's room. Kusina had heard the sound of something breaking and quickly approached where he heard the noise. When he reached the top step, he immediately looked at the floor where he saw one of his favorite vases completely broken. His eyes widened. They then turned to the first person in sight, Naruto. What did you do? Kyuzin yelled at his son with eyes full of anger as he glared heatedly at Naruto. Naruto simply looked at the woman who was supposed to be his mother in shock at what she had just said. He was blaming the one who was clearly right at his doorstep when Noemi was right next to the table where the vase once was. It was the only thing Naruto could think to say, still completely shocked by the whole situation, that Naomi and Narumi stood there in silent shock for their own reasons, which were quite similar. Naomi was shocked because she thought that surely she would have been caught and held guilty of the accident, but instead, Naruto was getting into trouble. Narumi was shocked because her mother could so easily blame Naruto without even asking what happened. Both girls had one thing in common: neither of them had said anything in defense of their brother, leaving him to take the blame. Guilt. I don't want to hear your excuses, Naruto. You already know what it's like to go to your room. I don't want to see your face. Kusina yelled harshly at Naruto, and without even giving him the chance to defend himself, she turned to her daughters with a motherly smile. Come on, let's get you two ready for your party, Kusina said, before walking down the steps with obvious excitement. Due to the idea of shopping, this also left the three siblings standing there in awkward silence. Naomi gave Naruto a small smile, while Narumi gave her an apologetic look for not defending him. Naruto brought them both into his field of vision and gave them both a chilling look that made them shiver. Naruto walked back into the darkness of his room and closed the door, making the pictures hanging on the wall shake. Narumi stood there staring at the closed door and was about to go talk to her brother, but then her hand was caught in a strong grip. It was Noemi who started pulling her down the steps with a big smile. Come on, Ankin, it's time to get ready for the party, exclaimed Noemi in joy as she dragged her sister with her the sight of Narumi from. Naruto's door was fading, and she frowned as she had a terrible premonition about her brother. Naruto. Naruto was lying face down on his bed, screaming angrily into his pillow after his confrontation with his mother. It was always like this when it came to his sisters and himself being punished and them being rewarded. He wondered if this was what family was. It couldn't be what it took Naruto about 30 minutes to stop shaking in anger and frustration. Naruto wouldn't allow himself to shed a tear due to the treatment of his so-called family. Looking at the window, Naruto walked over to it and opened it. After taking one last look at his room, Naruto walked out the window and left for the village. Into the flashback with that memory fresh in his mind, any inhibitions he had when writing the letter were quickly crushed as the tip of the pen furiously scribbles along the paper. As the words continued to grow, Naruto felt a sense of relief run through his body. He tapped the pen one last time before sealing it into an envelope. Naruto let a satisfied smile cross his impassive face. Now that it was done, he looked at the envelope, and in that heated glow, his blue eyes glowed red for a moment. And in that moment, Naruto's red eyes gained a black tomo in each eye. Standing up, Naruto walked towards the living space where Itachi and Miao were engaged in a much quieter conversation. Walking straight towards Miao, Naruto dropped the envelope in his hand. Meow nodded, and Naruto moved to sit back down near Itachi, who started talking to the young man. As he left Meow, headed towards where he knew the Namek family compound was, Meow walked through the interior of the courtyard to the main house of the Namek family. Many flowers shone brightly in the moonlight, showing how well they were cared for. Unlike the sun, as he grew older, as he got closer, he could hear the sounds of people laughing and celebrating the two guardian princesses of Konoha, or well, that was what they were shouting at the top of their lungs. As he walked through the open front door, he was greeted by numerous shinobi and civilians all scattered around the Meow-decorated hallway. He was sure most of these people were here for the sole reason that their efforts would be noticed by the Okage. Politics had always displeased a man of honor. Looking around, he ignored the pack of children running past him, looking at the people dressed in ceremonial kimonos, drinking sake and joking around with each other. He wasn't able to spot Moton and Ruin, causing him to frown slightly. Hearing his friend's laughter from the crowd, Meow turned to his left where he saw a smaller, more intimate group of people. Minato and Kusina were sitting behind Naomi and Narumi, each with smiles. Although the swordsman's keen, I could tell that Narumi's was a bit more forced than genuine. It seemed like they were the light of data party that people were trying to turn to, but were currently walking away, probably because they were opening presents. Naomi was almost a replica of her mother in both appearance and behavior, to the point of being creepy. Naomi's hair was a vibrant shade of red and was straight as a line. Her red hair fell just above her shoulders. Her violet eyes sparkled with happiness like any 7-year-old would be in her position. She was dressed in an elegant red kimono that made her looking like the girl from a noble family. There were small gold accents to emphasize the bright shade of red she was wearing to the party. Narumi also looked just as elegant as her sister in what she was wearing to the party. The kimono that Narumi wore was a very light shade of blue that looked a lot like the sky on a clear day. Narumi had similar accents to her sister. The only difference was that they were silver. Narumi had long straight hair, just like her mother and sister, only hers was blonde and a little longer than Naomi's. His eyes were blue, not as blue as Naruto's. No, they were also like the sky. His eyes hid something that made Meow wonder, but she ignored it. The first person she had seen give him gifts was Kakashi, the last living student of Minato. He wore the traditional shinobi attire. Even at the party, he approached with a smile as he handed each girl 2 medium-sized boxes that were wrapped. Finally, the 2 girls opened them to reveal a couple sets of kyuna, and Shiru told them that they would eventually learn Shiruken Jutsu and how they would obviously need Shiruken to do. So both girls thanked him and moved their gifts to the side to make more room for the others, who they were going to get. 2 people approached the happy family next, and they were none other than the 2 loyal Sanin, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Each of them carried in their arms a scroll, which they handed to each of the children. Meow watched as the 2 children signed the ES Luigi contracts. Toad listened as Jiraiya explained that the elders of each clan discussed it and agreed to let the children sign both contracts. Naomi had no qualms about signing both contracts without question, while Narumi was a little more reserved about the whole matter. Meow turned around and went to walk up the steps to what was Naruto's door. When he opened the door, Meow's face remained stoic. However, on the inside, he was shocked by what he saw. Naruto's room was literally the definition of Spartan. The room was not decorated anywhere, not even painted. It was simply the wooden panels that made up the walls of the room. As he stepped into the room, the floorboards creaked under his weight, the sound of which echoed, showing how sparsely furnished the room was. There was a bed, a small one, but it was a simple mattress that had a pillow on top, but there were no sheets or blankets to cover it. He walked over to a small desk near the window. Meow. He placed the letter next to a dwindling candle that he assumed Naruto used as a light source. With a fleeting glance, Meow, he left the room and closed the door and was greeted by 2 people. The first was the last Okage of the Hidden Leaf and the god of shinobi Yusen Sarutobi, dressed in formal clothes. As was reasonable, the second person was Mikoto Uchiha, the matriarch of a Uchiha family, and one of the few people in the village who treated Naruto like a human being. Apparently, this was very convenient for the man hawk-eyed, since he wouldn't need to search for them among the crowds of people. Yusen gave Meow a warm smile that was almost grandfatherly. "Oh, if it isn't Meow, Kuin, I haven't seen you in years, my boy. How are you?" Meow gave the old Sarutobi a slight nod, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while since he had seen the man the last time they had seen each other. Meow had been asked to help on a high-priority mission during the war. Some people had suspected since he was a shinobi wandering, but when Minato gave her a vote of confidence, that suspicion was mostly removed. "I've been pretty well, thanks for asking." Meow, he replied in a respectful tone, and before Yuzin could respond, Mikoto stepped forward with a glare directed at Meow. "May I ask what it was you were doing inside Naruto's room?" Kuin, Meow asked Mikoto, her voice dripping with venom. For all she knew, he would treat Naruto the same way he did the villager. It was bad enough his family ignored him or scold him. He didn't need someone looking for him in his own room. Meow, he knew he needed to calm Moto down before his killing intent alerted everyone at the party to his location. If that was going to happen, then his and Naruto's departure from the village was that much more difficult. It's a lot easier to go with someone that no one is looking for. "Please calm down, Mikoto. Naruto is perfectly fine right now," Meow replied, hoping to calm the increasingly agitated woman. Meow held back a sigh of relief when he saw that Mikoto was calming down, but was still tense and waiting for an explanation. "Naruto is with Itachi right now at your house, Mikoto-san. If you two follow me, I will gladly explain why." Yusin and Mikoto looked at each other for a moment before turning around and nodding twice to Meow. Meow nodded as well, and the three shinobi walked down the stairs and out into the night. Just before Meow walked out the door, he felt a small tug on the hem of his coat. Slowly turning, the swordsman saw that it was Narumi who had tugged on his coat. Narumi cringed under the intense gaze of the man's hawk eyes, but he swallowed the lump in his throat. He took a deep breath and looked up at the much taller man. "Can you give this to Naruto, please?" Narumi's voice was shaky, as were her hands, as she opened them to reveal a small black box resting in her palms. She didn't even dare call Naruto her brother, because neither she nor anyone else had treated him like family. She didn't even know if he would accept her gift. After all, he had no reason to care about this family. Meow, he looked at the girl before looking at the box. It was clear she wanted to make peace with Naruto, but she wasn't going to pressure Naruto to accept or deny this olive branch. It would be Naruto's choice, and his alone. Meow, he nodded and took the box and put in his coat before walking out of the bustling house, leaving Narumi standing there staring into the darkness. Mikoto sat to Naruto's left with Itachi flanking Naruto on his right as he meow. She was just finishing remembering how she met Naruto before, as well as explaining her plan to Naruto. Mikoto and Iron Mikoto and Iron kept their killing intent under control as to not scare Naruto with it, but were furious with what they heard. Mikoto suddenly felt like using her extensive skills to trap a number of foolish civilians in a Jinjutsu. Yuzin was equally furious, but was also addressing his successor and his two students. Naruto was glad that someone was finally starting to train him to defend himself. That sounds like a great plan, Meow. But what will you do in case they find you before you get to Kuni? Asked Mikoto, worried for the boy who was her son and all. But blood. Meow. She spared a glance at Naruto, who didn't seem to be worried in the slightest, before looking back at the worried Uchiha and equally worried Itachi. Yusin was glad that Naruto had some sort of love within this rapidly rotting village that was once the gold standard for the shinobi. Mia leaned forward and focused back on Mikoto, who asked the original question. Finally, both Naruto and I believe that no one will find the note for at least a month or two, since we left it inside his room, which no one but him enters. This will give us more than enough time to enter the land of iron. Everyone nodded, as that was more than certain. However, in case the note is discovered before then, we will just have to avoid the leaf tracking teams, which it won't be too difficult since I know how they operate. Minato won't risk revealing the information that his own son is missing, because not only will it damage his reputation outside of Konoha, but Iwa and Kyumo will surely try to hunt Naruto down as well, and that's something he can't risk. Will be leaving soon, so I believe you two have gift for Naruto here. Yusin walked up first. He pulled out a scroll from his loose robes and handed it to the young man. Seeing the confusion on Naruto's face, he decided that he would clarify what is content. That Naruto-kun is a scroll that not only has the Kai Bunin Jutsu, but also a series of jutsu for each element. Meow-kun will teach you your element and the benefits of the Kai Bunin. I know you will make me proud. Yusin smiled as he saw the happiness flood Naruto's features. Naruto walked over and hugged the old shinobi with all he could, muttering thank you into his robes over and over again. After the warm moment between the boy and his surrogate grandfather, Mikoto pulled out a scroll of her own and handed it to Naruto With a motherly smile on her face, Naruk-kun, this scroll has a number of chakra control techniques and my personal notes for the substitution jutsu. While not as flashy as the other ninjutsu, the basics can be just as effective. Mikoto lectured Naruk quietly, as she knew what she was talking about. She was often called the goddess of substitution. She smiled as Naruk nodded enthusiastically. She then pulled out another scroll, which confused Naruk. This scroll is from Koen. It has all of his notes on Shunin Jutsu. He told me to tell you that he's sorry he had to miss your birthday, and he hopes his Otudo is as good as he is with Shunin. Naruto smiled a megawatt smile and mentally thanked Shursui before enclosing Mikoto in a warm hug, one that she was only too happy to return. They held the hug like that for a few moments, Naruto enjoying the warmth that Mikoto had around his person as Mikoto played with his black hair with a fondness. The small group of people, he also celebrated Naruto's birthday with a small cake, which made Naruto cry a little. Everyone had a good time as they talked and laughed, even the stoic Itachi Meow, who threw out a few smiles. During the proceedings with everything, it was the happiest Naruto had been in years, and he knew he wanted to preserve this as long as he had his precious people. All the hatred and ignorance around him no longer mattered. It was close to midnight when Meow and Naruto walked to the village gate wearing cloaks, white with a black stripe on the arms that disguised them. Meow. Suddenly, he pulled out a small black box and handed it to Naruto. Naruto was confused as he knew it was not from the man himself, so he did all he could and opened it. Inside the box was a small chain with a small ornament hanging from the metal chain that shone in the moonlight. The ornament was made up of two kunai that crossed each other at their tips. The kunai on the left was pure white, while the kunai on the right was jet black in color. Beneath the kunai was a red Uzumaki swirl that was connected to the loops of the kunai handles. The initials UN were etched into the Uzumaki swirl in black and white to match the kunai. Above, Naruto lifted the chain and watched as the ornament swirled in the air as he unfolded the note beneath it and read it silently. Naruto-kun, I know we haven't talked much, if ever, but I really want you to have this. We haven't treated you like you're from the family, and I want to correct it. I know you have no reason to accept this, but please keep it. Would mean a lot. Naren Yuzina. Case. Naruto looked at the note and then at the ornament that was spinning in the air from the chain as he held it between his fingers. It was at that moment that the two of them passed by a dumpster just outside the door. Naruto paused as he looked between the gift and the trash can. Meow. He paused too, knowing that this was something Naruto needed to do. Naruto's eyes widened. They transformed into the Sharingan, unknown to both him and Meow. As he looked at the gift and the trash for the last time, he had made his decision. Naruto Uchiha, the prophet of the cursed eyes. In the center of the village, hidden in the leaves, stood proud the tower of Low Cage in front of a mountain in which the faces of 4 legendary shinobi were carved. The first face was the face of Lokage Shodai, a Sir Senju, who with the work of the clans of the area joined during the time of the warring clans to create the village of the Hidden Leaves. The key between these clans was the Uchiha clan and its most powerful member, Madara Uchiha. These two powerful shinobi were opposites in almost every facet of the word, but it was those differences that created an eternal rivalry that extended to the two clans. All that tension came to a head in a final confrontation between Madara and Idama in a place now known as the Valley of the End that cost the life of the legendary Uchiha. Sometime after that battle that shook the shinobi world to its core foundations, Hashirama chose his successor to the position of Okage. Hashirama chose his brother Tobirama Senju to be his successor to the mantle of Okage. Tobirama had also grown up with Hashirama and Madara in the warrior clan period, and due to numerous conflicts and his own personality, he could never trust in Uchiha. It was this lack of trust that created many domestic problems between the Hidden Leaf and the Uchiha. In an effort to appease the Uchiha, Tobirama had founded a police force in Konoha and left it to them, to the Uchiha, to keep their power under control. Tobirama met his end during the First Shinobi World War, where he sacrificed himself fighting against the Kinkaku force of Kyomo. On that team that Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect and entrust the future was a young Hyuzen. Saratobi Hyuzen was Tobirama's most prized student and a ninja of extraordinary caliber. It was for these very reasons that Tobirama named Iron the Third Cage. Just before his death under Yuen's watchful eye, the Hidden Leaf was guided through 2 world wars, and his Okage grew in fame with the village itself As Hyuzen's skills continued to advance, he became known as the god of shinobi, a title that had not been used since the time of Hashirama Senju. The teaching skills of the Hyuin were world-class. Hyuzen taught three powerful shinobi how to be shinobi, and these three were Jiraiya Tsunade and Orochimaru, who later became known as the Sannin for their exceptional skills. Taking the losses of the Third World War, Hyuzen decided to atone for that mistake by resigning to the great disagreement of the village counselors. Hyuzen appointed Minato Namikaze, a student of his student Jiraiya, as the fourth Hokage due to his strong will of fire, a belief that Hyuzen held in high regard. Minato had come into his own in the war, eliminating dozens of shinobi and Hakur with only the Hyrin and Rasengan. The effects of the Hyrin earned the man the nickname Kiro and Senko, which was all the enemy saw before his life was lost. It was not just his power that earned him the title of Hokage, but also his infectious personality that drew people to his powerful presence. This man sat in the Hokage seat behind a desk in his office with his eyes closed in contemplative silence. Minato appeared to be a tall, light-skinned man who had bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. Minato had jaw-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. His daily attire consisted of a standard uniform. Cohen with two thin bands on each of her sleeves, a leaf green flak jacket, blue forehead protector, and blue sandals on her feet. She had also taken to wearing a long white oral over her leaf uniform that had an orange flame pattern around the base. Minato was lost in his thoughts, ignoring the growing mountain of paperwork piling up on his desk. It was the day he almost destroyed his entire family in a matter of moments. On that day, he learned what it meant to feel pain for something that was beyond his control. All he could do was send the best tracking units in the village to look for him. He couldn't even ask for help from other nations because of the implications it would have not only on Konoha but on Naruto as well. The strange thing was that the sky didn't show any sign of darkness. In fact, it was a bright sunny day, almost as if it was glad to illuminate what they saw. That was 5 years ago. Flashback. Minato and Kushina were speechless at what they had just been told, because if it was true, then it just put his whole world into its orbit. Minato stood looking at his sensei Jiraiya with a mix of disbelief and worry, but he just couldn't find his voice. Kushina, on the other hand, was livid. Her hair swayed like the nine tails of the Kyuubi. The reason was that her hair resonated with the tremendous amount of anger that was welling up inside her body. You can repeat that, Jiraiya. I'm not exactly sure I heard you correctly the first time, Jiraiya, breathed Ono, and with serious face, he repeated himself without stopping to believe what he was about to say. I said that the prophecy has changed now. It says that he with the vision will recreate the world as he sees fit, either with peace or with chaos. It was only a few days ago that he was summoned to Mount Yaksen by the two-toed elders. When he asked them why he was so suddenly taken away from his research, he was hit in the head by both Fukasaku and Shima. After that, they took him before the great elder, where he told them about the new prophecy. Sensei, you must be joking. We did all that because you assured us that Naomi-chan or Narumi-chan was the child of the prophecy. Now you're telling us that it could be Naruto. Minato was a little worried because he was aware of how little they interacted with their son, but they needed to make sure that Naomi was prepared for what was coming upon their young shoulders. Minato was also glad, as this would give him time to spend with his eldest son, and help him become a great shinobi, but also in a great man like Naruto from Jiraiya's first novel. I'm not kidding you, Minato. I think they're talking about Naruto and the prophecy. So with that in mind, is Naruto here right now? Jiraiya asked the two parents, because if he was then, they could start the training now that Jiraiya thought about it. He didn't remember spending time with his godson, and that really bothered him. There was no way he would be too pleased in the prophecy that he would ignore Naruto. Was there? I wish I knew how wrong I was before, instead of now a month after the three Namikaze's birthday. But it was too late. Kushina was about to reply, but that was cut short when the door to the room they were in slammed open, and an excited Naomi ran in, followed by a calmer Narumi. Tuchan Ka-chan, can we start training today? Please. Naomi almost begged her mother and father to ignore the toad sage, causing him to mutter about brats, and respectful Kushina looked at Minato, silently asking for an answer to the question that was asked of them. Minato nodded, as this would be a good way to train all of his children, and he really wanted to see what Naruto was capable of. Yes, we will all be training together today, as you will soon be starting the academy. We can't have the children of those other clans getting too far ahead. Will you really help? Yuri asked Kusina, ignoring Sid Naomi's excited shout in favor of staring at the Toad Sage, telling him that it was better than whether he said yes or else, as Jiraiya struggled to manage a coherent response. Narumi raised an eyebrow at the fact that Kusina used the word everyone, meaning that they were going to include his brother. He really hoped so. Because the last time he heard his brother's name was when that sore man was speaking on his birthday. Does that mean Naruto-kun is going to train with us this time? Narumi tried to hide the hopeful tone in his voice, but he really wanted to spend time with his older brother. Let a big smile cross his face as he saw Kusina and Minato nod. Naomi was thrilled to be able to train with Suni-san for some reason. When she didn't see Naruto in the role, she wanted to train with him, or at least talk to him. Whatever she was about to say was cut off when there was a puff of smoke from Jiraiya's arms revealing the Toad contract. Well, let's go see Naruto, so we can get to work and start making you three. Feared shinobi, exclaimed Iria in a childish tone, which caused 3 giggles from the girls and a nod from Minato, who had a loving smile on his face. The group of 5 each headed to Naruto's door with their own thoughts, each revolving around Naruto, and each with hopes about the meeting that was coming. When they got there, Minato was about to open the door when his hand froze. The moment he realized, I don't remember coming here before. That can't be something good. Pushing away his apprehension, Minato opened the door, and the 5 people entered the room. The group simply looked at the room with a mix of shock and disbelief, even though the room had very little to look at. Minato and Kusina looked around at the bare room that was barely fit for a human to live, and Jiraiya noticed the thick dust that seemed to settle in every corner of the room, telling him that no one had been in there in quite some time. Narumi and Naomi were comparing this room with his own and suddenly felt very guilty about how their brother had to live. It was then that everyone had exactly the same thought, although reluctantly. Naruto is not here. Minato was the first to come out of the trance everyone was in when he saw his son's room. His eyes saw an envelope on the dusty desk. Feeling curious to know what it could be, he sat in the chair and opened the letter, hoping to get answers. His eyes widened the more Naruto read his letter, the more he realized what a bad father he had been. Minato whispered as he read the last few paragraphs, although it could be heard easily through the silent room. Minato's voice drew everyone towards him, and each began to read the letter over his shoulder. Kusina brought a hand to her mouth to try and cover the horrified gasp that threatened to escape her mouth. Tears welled up her eyes as she continued to read, wishing she could stop. And as she continued to read, the more he whispered. He moved forward, wondering how she could call herself Mother. Jiraiya was so shocked that he dropped the Toad contract as he read the letter 3 times, just to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Naomi and Narumi were openly crying and silently saying their brother's name. It was then that the note began to tear at the corners as Minato unwittingly began to channel his wind chakra in anger. Naruto doesn't count all the beatings he would receive from the villagers in his birthday and what they would call him the demon child. Naruto told them how he would often end up in the hospital for weeks while he recovered, only to be visited by Yusin and Miyoto while they didn't show up. Even once he even told them how some of the beatings were ranging from having his nails ripped out to stabbing and beatings, and Naruto survived because the conscious had a small amount of chakra and would heal him while he was unconscious. Naruto then told how the Embu would watch over him like they did with all of the Okage children, would only stop the fox hunters when they were about to kill him, which left him on the threshold of the Shinigami's door. He told them that the only Hambu that would stop the beatings were Hazel and Nico. The only reason the room was not flooded with enough killing intent for the entire village to feel it was because of the presence of the children. Then came the last paragraph of the letter, which broke the hearts of each of the family members. He told them that Naruto had left on his own, to find a safe place to live, and he wasn't sure if he would ever return to the place he called a hellhole. How could this happen? How can I call myself mother? Asked Kusina, sobbing openly as she thought about what had happened. Minato quickly stood up and wrapped his wife in a hug as she sobbed into his chest. Minato also wondered how could he call himself a father when a father was supposed to protect his child, something that Narumi and Naomi didn't do. They hugged each other crying, while Jiraiya tried unsuccessfully to calm them down. It was official that this was the worst day of Inameke's Uzumaki's lives, but the sun was still shining because of Naruto's release into flashback. Minato was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door of Okage's office. Enter Minato, ordered watching as the door opened and his wife, his daughters, his student Sasuke, and Sakura entered the room. Kushina gave her husband a bright smile, one imitated by Naomi and Narumi. To a lesser degree, Kakashi gave his sense his usual smirk as he reached for his Uchiha book, which was written by Minato's sensei. Jiraiya mission report, Minato asked, even though it was an order, and he already knew the results of the mission, as it was nothing more than menial work. I don't see how to clear a training camp is a mission, Sasuke said out loud, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, though Minato ignored the arrogant Uchiha in favor of looking at Kushina and Kakashi. It actually seems that the only one who responded to Sasuke was Sakura, who said K Gwai, practically drooling over the Uchiha. Kushina and Kakashi nodded, telling their Okage that the mission had been successful and that there were no complications. Minato was about to reach for the mission folder in Nomi caught. She couldn't stand taking another rank 1 mission, and Sasuke's endless arrogance was literally driving her crazy too. San, could you please give us a rank C mission? I just can't stand these tasks anymore. Minato saw that each of the genin nodded in agreement with his daughter's words, aside from Sakura, who seemed unsure of the idea. Minato watched as Kushina and Kakashi nodded, believing they were ready for the slight improvement in their workload. Letting out a sigh, Minato grabbed the mission folder and glanced through it before pulling out a request and handing it to Kushina, who walked over to accept the details. Her mission is to escort a bridge builder from the land of waves back home and protect him while he builds the bridge that connects the island to the mainland. You will meet your client in 2 hours in front of the main gates. Goodbye. Naomi screamed in joy and quickly took Narumi by the hand, and with her Kushina following her, laughing at her daughters, Kakashi quickly left in a shunin the moment the word goodbye was said, leaving Sasuke walking with his fan girl on his heels. Minato let out a sigh and wondered if he had any normal shinobi at his service, as if at the right moment he heard screams of youth behind the doors. A figure wrapped in a gray cloak walked calmly down a path that led to the village hidden in the leaves. The figure wondered, why would there be a path that would lead to a village that was supposed to be hidden? As quickly as the question came, so did an answer, and that answer was arrogance. Over the years, Konoha has become incredibly powerful, with Yellow Flash God of Shinobi 2 of the Sannin, and Shinobi like Kakashi and Guy, who they became the most powerful village. Titles like this often led to exaggerated egos, and Kohen was no exception. Why do I come back to this place? Then images of some people flooded the figure's mind, along with iconic places like the monument and the Okage Tower, along with the shopping district. Well, I wish the village would stand despite its unpleasant characters. I look like what Madara did before he ran away from the village. I guess he and I are more alike than I thought, Naruto thought with an amused smile as his eyes glowed red under the hood he had covering his face from prying eyes. Naruto may not have felt love for his people, but Konoha was still his home, and he wouldn't let the likes of Kumo, IW, who try to destroy Itachi Sensei, must be messing with my mind more than I'd like. But is that a bad thing? Naruto asked himself. Since he left so many years ago, Naruto learned many things from Miao, Itachi, his favorite. Was that stoic appearance now? It was like second nature to Naruto, and he quite liked it that way. Now people couldn't read him properly aside from his senseis, seeing the great gates of Konoha pass by him as he walked. Naruto let his 3 Sharingan tomes fade away, leaving cold blue eyes hidden by the shadow of his hood. Naruto decided he would keep his blood a secret until he determined the time was right to reveal it. Naruto saw something that made Naruto wonder if Kami herself loved seeing how much she could make him miserable towards him. Was Team 7 with Naomi and Nar and talking amongst themselves, clearly excited about something. Naruto then recognized Itachi's younger brother being followed by a fangirl as he meditated, bringing up the rear, where Kakashi and his supposed mother. Naruto didn't even flinch as he walked alongside Sasuke, who was a few inches taller than him, thanks to a growth spurt due to Nuke's diet, or at least he tried to walk past him because at the last moment, the Uchiha bumped into Naruto's shoulder. Look where you're going, loser, Sasuke. As he turned around to face the back of the unknown figure, Sasuke's angry shout stopped the rest of Team 7, who now looked between the man in gray and Sasuke, wondering what they should do. Naruto kept walking. He had more important things to do than play with a spoiled brat. Hey, didn't you hear me? He demanded. Sasuke obviously wasn't ready to let the problem drop. Kakashi was about to step in to stop his new student from doing something stupid. Sasuke acted first, though he caught up to Naruto's retreating form. Sasuke planned to teach whoever was under that cloak that they don't disrespect in Uchiha. With that, he grabbed Naruto's shoulder, stopping his movement. "It seems you need to be taught a lesson, idiot," Sasuke said rather arrogantly, as he smirked at the back of Naruto's head. Years of abuse made Naruto really dislike any form of contact that Naruto didn't allow, and Sasuke was about to learn that the hard way, and instantly Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist and flipped him over his shoulder, pushing him into the ground. Without even looking back, Naruto continued walking away, leaving Sasuke furious on the dirt road. Managing to stand up, Sasuke looked at Naruto with black eyes full of hatred towards the person he had just met. "That's all. Nobody disrespects in Uchiha like that. We are the strongest clan in history. I will kill you." SAS broke down in anger and ran towards Naruto's back with his fist raised. Naruto, who heard the scream, did not react until that Sasuke was just a few steps away. It was then that Naruto turned around and nailed Sasuke in the chest with a powerful kick, sending him back to his team. Sasuke was saved by Kakashi, who caught him, saving him more pain from a crash landing that would surely take Team 7, was checking to see if Sasuke was okay. Naruto continued to walk away from her, carrying on as if the encounter never happened. "He was Itachi Sensei's brother. I'm not very impressed, but I guess he got her to agree. The hatred you got lucky. Uchiha normally would have killed you for that, but that would make getting into the village nearly impossible since he's one of the 2 Uchiha left." Deciding to save time and get to the meeting faster, Naruto disappeared in a massacre of crows, leaving only a black feather. Team 7 turned to look where the figure in gray was, only to see that it was no longer there, and all that was left was a black feather. Kusina and Kakashi looked with interest at the strangely familiar feather. Naomi and Narumi, they were wondering who he was, because from up there, he looked to be about that age. Tazuna was laughing at the gloomy Uchiha for getting kicked in the ass, while wondering if he could hire the gray figure. Sasuke thought he had scared him something. Sakura verbalizing silent groans from everyone else with the encounter with Naruto. Behind them, they went to Namin Kuni with a single thought. Who is it? Minato was arguing with his predecessor Yusen Sarutobi about the recent events that occurred in Kirigakure. Apparently, a woman named Miyuni had united the bloodline users into a rebel army to fight against Yagura. The Yonde Mizukage, who was exterminating the bloodline users, had come to Konoha for help 3 years ago, and after a long council meeting, Minato had to inform Mei that the Leaf could not help. Was the most recent news which worried the Kage and the former Kage. It seems that Mei was able to find most of the 7 Kiri ninja swordsmen. That was the last report they received. Both Yusen and Minato knew that if the rebels had won the war, then the Leaf had a potentially new enemy, which was something they did not need to see since IWA was not neutral to their presence yet. Having another potential relationship like Konoha did with IWA, with KIR, was something Konoha could not afford, even with Suna's help. If Konoha was going to go to war, they would have to face IWA. Then Kiri would definitely help, without mention what he would do. The proud Raikage, despite how strong he is, Konoha couldn't withstand a multi-front war with 2 villages with the possibility of a third. Any further discussion was interrupted by a massacre of crows that gathered in the center of the Okage's office. Huin and Minato's eyes widened, as they only knew one person who used crows, and that was Konoha's second most wanted criminal, Itachi Uchiha. Konoha must have become very lax. If I can get into the office. Just like that, a calm voice came out from under the gray cloak, coming out of the crows. Yusen and Minato were confused now, as it clearly wasn't Itachi, but this also tired them out, as they didn't notice the man until the crows suddenly swooped into the room. "Nico, although I appreciate what you've done for me before in life, it would be better for your health if you would remove the sword from my neck," Naruto said calmly. But the threat didn't go unnoticed by the shinobi in the room. His words were so quiet that it actually made the Ambu behind him that were actually echoing shudder slightly. Naruto was about to react when the sword moved us, but that was stopped when he saw his father suddenly stand up. Naruto could clearly see that he was not happy with what was happening in front of your eyes. "What is the meaning of this? Who has sent you here?" Minato demanded, his voice filled with the authority that made him feared as a powerful shinobi. He was not happy that someone could just so easily enter his village through the detection barrier and yet appear right before his eyes. Naruto didn't even flinch at the tone of the powerful shinobi in front of him. as he knew all he had to do was lower the hood of his cloak. Naruto's face showed nothing but cold indifference as he stared at the one who could be called the most powerful man in the world. I suppose you wouldn't recognize my voice. It's been 5 years since I've been here, and much longer since we've had any sort of conversation, Naruto mused as he reached out and pulled the hood off his head. Minato leaned back in his seat. As he saw Naruto's face, it was more hooded than he remembered from when he was younger. His black hair had grown longer and almost fell over his right eye. His eyes that were once warm when he looked at him now felt so small, and it really hurt his heart to know that it was his negligence that made his son like this. And Naruto, what are you doing here? Minato asked in shock as he saw his son, who he hadn't seen in 5 years. Minato always thought that if Naruto came back, it would be because he was forced, not because he came here of his own free. Well, Naruto could see that Yuzin was equally surprised, considering his sword was resting on the ground in front of his feet. Naruto couldn't see Nico's face, but there was a small tremor in the sword that only he could see. As much as he enjoyed watching Minato go through emotional turmoil, he was getting tired of being in the presence of that man. I returned to Konoha to become a shinobi, Naruto said simply as he moved Yugao's sword from the nape of his neck in action. That the peron-haired Ambu struggled against Naruto, kept an impassive look as he watched Minato's face turn hopeful. Naruto decided he would crush that hope right now before it grew any bigger. I chose Konoha because it was the most logical choice, since Kyumo would try to experiment on my body to see if I had a Keihenkai. Because of your actions, no doubt IWA would kill me the moment they found out about our relationship, even if it was only by blood. I don't know enough about Kiri to make an informed decision. Because of his stupid Suna war, he would simply return me to you because of the alliance and his own lack of power to hold me back. Don't think that I came here for any other reason than the most logical. Naruto finished his reasoning coldly, causing Minato's face to fall in sadness. Yuzin, seeing that the young Kage was in no condition to answer, decided to intervene in his name. Although I'm glad you're back, I'd like to know where you think you should be classified. Yuzin asked, trying to fish out information on the enigma known as Naruto Uzumaki. Namek Naruto smiled to himself at the man who was like a grandfather to him, but still wouldn't let anything out unless he deemed it necessary. Turning his head, Naruto kept an impassive look on his face, but Yuzin could see the slightest spark of warmth there, which widened the smile that was already on his face. I think it should be classified as a genin like everyone else my age, said Naruto simply as he looked at Yuzin, then at Minato, who had recovered himself. He could see the confusion on their faces, no doubt expecting him to try and boast. Naruto silently called them fools for such a thought. The information could lead to the death of any shinobi, and he was by no means an exception. I have not been trained in this village, so promoting me to anything else would create animosity between me and the other shinobi, or they'll see it as Minato giving me a promotion and not as me earning it. Naruto clarified his reasoning, managing to do so without admitting that he was related to the Namikaze. Minato was saddened that Naruto refused to call him father, but if half of what that letter said was true, he had no right to ask Naruto to do it. Getting Naruto to be a shinobi wouldn't be too hard, considering he was a son, and hopefully this could be the start to trying to build a relationship that can handle Naruto. But I need to ask you to engage in combat so I can see your capabilities. This is my only requirement, Minato stated firmly as he watched Naruto's hand reach behind his back, where he took note of the handle that was covered by a guard and the hand of a small amulet that hung from it. That is acceptable, said Naruto, simply standing there with his arms crossed over his chest and an impassive look. Naruto had already assumed that he would have to do something along those lines to get into the village, knowing that his opponent was most likely a Hunin revealed as crows and would show his prowess in Kenjutsu. Before that, do you know of any available apartments right now? Asked Naruto. Without ever leaving that calm, almost condescending tone of voice, Minato was about to protest the decision and declare that his son should live in the Namek compound. Naruto cut off the predictable response with a raised hand. Since I'm going to be a shinobi, I'm also considered adult and has no right to decide where I live. My question remains. Minato silently cursed those long-standing rules as he knew Naruto was right about that, and there was nothing he could do. I think there is an empty floor in a complex in the red light district, Minato said calmly, trying to see how Naruto would react to living in such a gloomy place Minato's side when Naruto didn't even raise an eyebrow at the information presented to him. And I think Nico can escort you to the building as Yun, and I have business to do. We need to discuss in private. Naruto reports to training camp 7 in 5 hours for your test. Naruto didn't even nod. He turned to Yugao and looked at her expectantly for a few moments before she realized he was ready to leave. The two shinobi left the room. Yugao and Naruto had been walking in what was an awkward silence for Yugao, as she had quite a few questions for Naruto. It had been years since she had last seen him as a child, and she knew that there he was completely different. She was only 14 during that time, so the Ambula had keeping an eye on. The village outcast wanted to know where he had gone for so long and how much he had changed. How are you? Naruto finally managed to say something and cursed herself for something so stupid it only got worse when she saw Naruto's eyebrow raise when she asked her question. Am I okay? Naruto replied, clearly not interested in putting too much effort into the conversation. Yugao almost expected those kinds of responses, and Naruto's interaction with the Okage, it was an indication. Taking a look at her old charge, Yugao decided to try again to get Naruto to strike up a conversation. Why did you leave? Naruto asked Yugao, more curious than anything. After all, he was Lokage's son. He could have had anything he wanted, and he would have gotten it. Yugao was glad to see that Naruto hadn't reacted negatively to her question. He actually kept walking with the same facial expression, which made her wonder if he was even listening to her. I left Konoha to learn to protect myself, Naruto replied, telling the truth, as that was his reason. It was true that Itachi and Yugao protected him when he was younger, but that was it. So now he could only rely on himself to protect himself. And to do that, he needed to get stronger, which he did. Naruto hadn't fooled himself into believing he was all-powerful. No, Naruto knew that he still had a lot more to grow. His eyes alone had a lot more potential than they let on. Naruto made sure to make use of this potential to further his ambitions. The two were now firmly in the red light district and seemed oblivious to their surroundings. Well, Yugao was because she was busy trying to figure out the new Naruto walking around with her. Naruto was well aware of the people around them in their daily lives, but chose to ignore them. Naruto knew Yugao wanted to learn more about him and decided to help her in what would seem to be a roundabout way. The Okage would definitely come to see my test. If anyone held a grudge, this would be the perfect time to act, no matter how foolish it was to do. So Yugao turned her head to look at Naruto to see what he meant by those words, but his face gave nothing away. What did he mean by that? Could he be planning to attack Yondaime-sama? No, he knows no one in this village would do that, not to mention Okage-sama's power is only rivaled by Lord Tier. Wait, he's telling me that I could keep an eye on Okage-sama, as well as watch their battle. Thanks, Naruto. That was then that the two shinobi arrived at the door of Naruto's apartment. Turning to look at Yugao with her door back, Naruto looked into the slanted eyes of the mask. Thank you, Yugao. Naruto thanked her before entering his new home. Yugao stood there in front of the door in shock, staring at nothing as she tried to come to terms with what had just happened. Not once during her time with the Okage did she say thank you, and this new Naruto doesn't seem to just say things for the sake of saying them. Yugao left in a loose shunin to return to her duty of protecting Okage, but there was a small smile on her facial features. Behind her, his mask, the time limit given for Naruto to take his exam, and still Naruto was sitting in the central training stand at the training camp. There were only a few hours left until nightfall, but Nada's body language only showed calm, even though his opponent seemed to be late. Naruto decided to check his time in Konoha, which was quite nice. No one bothered him inside his new apartment. Not even the Ambu, who were undoubtedly watching him. They remained calm on their way to the training camp. He didn't get any stares. He even got a few smiles, mostly from children, but there were a few from some of the adults. Naruto knew he was just on the receiving end of those smiles because they didn't know who he was. Naruto had shed his gray traveling cloak since he was now in the village. Underneath, he had a gray zip-up vest with a hood and short sleeves. The vest had an interesting design of 9 Magatama around the neckline, and they were crimson at the collar. Naruto was wearing black pants or with short boots that reached up to her ankles. The reason for that was because many times in battle Meow stepped on her toes, calling him an idiot for having such an obvious opening. Her hand were covered in black fingerless gloves to protect her hand, a common practice for swordsmen. It seems they are here, Naruto thought, as he could sense a chakra signature in the forest in front of him. He recognized the signature as Yugao's signature. He had gotten quite used to it, as she was the only person he had ever seen. Had a wide exposure. If Yugao is here, it's likely the Yandame and the old man are near her. No wonder she can't sense their signatures. They're not Osa's for a reason, Naruto concluded as he continued, sitting in a meditative position on top of the training stand. It was then that a second chakra signature ignited in the forest behind him for a moment. It was then that a fireball came from the same part of the forest that Naruto felt. The chakra coming out of the fireball engulfed the flames, quickly swept over Naruto's sitting position, and expanded slightly, swallowing the entire training stand. The ball of flames engulfed the cloud of smoke that emerged when the fireball came into contact with Naruto. Every pair of eyes in the facility were trained on the scorched stand, where there was no sign of Naruto or even a training stand. The real Naruto, who was sitting in the forest, stealthily made his way to a tree behind where his clone was sitting and saw a shinobi sitting there crouched down and focused on the field. "Yes, I'm still here," Naruto whispered softly, causing the shinobi in front of him to tense as he hadn't detected Naruto's presence. Before he could react, Naruto kicked him from his position and punched him into the open training field, where he fell shortly after. Naruto saw that his opponent was a tall man with dark spiky hair and was wearing red-framed sunglasses, which Naruto found useless considering the sun was going to set soon. The man was wearing the standard leasing outfit with a Lee's headband that was slightly tilted to the left. Naruto decided he would get straight to the point as he didn't feel like wasting any more time with this pointless test. Naruto reached behind him and pulled out his sword that was hidden by his cloak. Before the blade was a finely crafted katana with a handle wrapped in a black cloth that had diamonds cut into the cloth, showing the white handle underneath. The handle also had a handguard surrounding it on each side to prevent damage to his hands, that also allowed the amulet to be hooked so that it rested on the back of his hands as he gripped the handle of his sword. The blade was made of chakra conductive metal, where the top of the blade was jet black in color, the bottom of the blade was a snow white color, and where they had met was a shade of gray, much like a wolf's fur. This was the sword known as Twick, and it was a gift from both Mifune and Meow. Naruto watched with a face unfazed as the wind blew his hood down, revealing his cold blue eyes to the special Joun and Oba. It was then that he saw Oba release his own katana, which was completely black from blade to hilt. As he was intrigued by the black sword, Naruto moved to engage his opponent, knocking Tull down in a slashing motion, which was blocked by Aoba. Ahoba tried to push Naruto away, but found himself counterattacked as Naruto let his katana slide lower on the black blade and forced it upwards, planning his advantage. Naruto flipped Tweeg horizontally and went to stab AA, but the sunglasses the ninja was wearing were already out of reach. The son of Okage-sama is very skilled with his sword, perhaps. I shouldn't have challenged him with my own sword. Oba ran forward and again engaged the younger black-haired boy in another exchange of kenjutsu. The two blades clashed against each other over and over again, raining sparks from each point of contact. Both Aoba and Naruto knew that Naruto was getting the better of the exchange and was forcing Aoba to come back. When Aoba made a mistake by lunging too far with one of his sword strikes, Naruto scored a hit by slicing Aoba across the right arm, causing Aoba to hiss in pain. Aoba jumped back and looked at Naruto for a moment to see what appeared to be a bored look on his face, taking his actions as complacent. Ahoba looked down to examine his new wound and was pleased to see it was a light cut. It seems not know I'll be able to beat him in a kenjutsu duel, so why not add some ninjutsu in there? He hasn't even made a hand sign, yet Ahoba watched in disbelief that Naruto could do ninjutsu, but what he wasn't aware of was that Naruto just didn't want that information to be revealed. Meanwhile, in the forest, standing and watching the fight were Yuen and Minato, with Yugao hiding in a tree near them, also watching Naruto's performance. Each of the three Ace Kono shinobi were surprised by Naruto's skill. Naruto, especially Yugao, who specialized with a sword. Naruto-kun's skill with that katana is exceptional. Yusin commented with no small amount of pride for the young man in front of him. If he had to guess Naruto's skill, it was high-level chunning below Jounin. He wondered who could have taught him such skills. The only people he could think of would have been the samurai of Tetsukuni, of course. There was Kyumo, but they would definitely kill Naruto, and he asked to be trained by them since he was Minato's son. Yes, his sword skills are very well refined, although he has not shown any skill in ninjutsu or jinjutsu to go along with his kenjutsu. However, he is keeping Oba in a close combat scenario to prevent him from using Suninjutsu, while taking advantage of his advantage in the field of Kenjutsu. Minato concluded his analysis and could tell that it was at least a Chunin level of thinking. Minato was sure that Naruto could be Chunin if he wanted to, because he could also see that the way he carried himself was that of someone who had seen the battle. Minato wondered how much he had seen Yugao watch silently as Naruto skillfully countered each of his opponent's attacks and score more than his share of glancing blows. She realized that Naruto was holding back, as he was nothing more than a mask. It's incredible that he's doing all this with just the basic style of Kenjutsu. He hasn't used any techniques yet, and has a clear vent. Yugao thought, watching as Naruto kept Oba on the defensive. Yugao took note of have a duel with Naruto when she had some free time to see how skilled he was, because it was clear to her an experienced Shin sword that Naruto was holding back. Yes, Naruto-kun is very aware of combat. To prevent Aoba from using any advantage she may have over him would be excellent shunning, but he seems to be content with being a genin. I guess that doesn't matter since the Chunin exams are coming up in a few months. Yusin replied with a small smile, as he couldn't wait to see who he considered a grandson excel like he knew he would. Yusin knew that Naruto was hiding his abilities from them, even if it was for his own village. Deception was still a shinobi's most powerful weapon. Yes, and we're going to be the hosts of these exams. Minato confirmed Yuzin's statement with a nod as his thoughts turned to the Chunin exams. The blonde Kaj wondered how many teams would be sent to Konoha from the other villages. It would make sense for them to show off their shinobi to prove that they were stronger than the shinobi from the other villages. Noted that they had expanded the stadium they had already built to accommodate what they assumed would be one of the largest exams in history. Minato sighed softly as he imagined the paperwork he would have to do. There has to be some way to defeat the monster known as paperwork. Minato thought desperately, this boy is ridiculous. If this wasn't just a Mel, he would have been dead many times. I guess it wasn't wise to challenge him with a sword, since it's been a while since that I used my black sword. Planting his hand in the ground, Ahoba used his leg to sweep Naruto's legs out from under him. Naruto reacted late and was hit in the ankle, causing him to stumble in the air, which Aoba used to his advantage, hitting his torso with a fist. There was the space I needed. Now I can use my J. Ahoba held a hand sign after passing by a small chain of signs. Thousand Crows dispersal technique. Ahoba pointed with his finger, and hundreds of crows gathered around Naruto, squawking and flapping its wings, covering Naruto's vision with loose feathers. Naruto remained calm as he watched the crows closely as Aoba continued to blind his younger opponent. This will make my black blade strikes nearly impossible to see, let alone dodge, Aoba thought confidently as he tightened his grip on the black hilt of his black sword. Aoba paused momentarily as we watched Naruto remain motionless as he looked at his flock of crows. Why doesn't he try to escape, or at least scare away the crows? On now, that makes sense, they're not crows, but blackbirds. Naruto said clearly as he turned to where Aoba had last been. He couldn't see Aoba, but if he could, he would see the sallow face on his face. Naruto was curious as to why Oba was called crows, since only he and Itachi had signed a crow contract. Upon closer examination of these so-called crows, Naruto could see that they were actually smaller than a crow and had a colorful patch under their wings. Naruto could only assume that he used the word crow to instill more fear in the opponents, as crows were known to be scavengers. An interesting tactic. I'll show you, crows, he said. Naruto clearly making some hand signs with one hand, and crows began to emerge from his body and scare away the smaller blackbirds. That was the useful aspect of crows. The smaller summons were actually murders of crows and not one in singular, and required small amounts of chakra. To Naruto stood there calmly as his crows chased away the blackbirds, letting the black feathers fall around him, leaving him in a ring of black feathers. Naruto stared impassively, his eyes devoid of emotion, as Oba stared wide-eyed behind his sunglasses. No one had ever been able to see through that technique before. Naruto did exactly that, but he also deactivated it. I've had enough of this, Naruto said to himself as he began to channel his chakra through of twilight, but instead of glowing blue as it would take the usual form, it would take the chakra was gray with small flashes of red. He didn't want to give too much away, but he needed to get this over with before he was forced to reveal some of his tricks. Naruto readied his hand, and with a single movement of his hand, the chakra shot out the length of his sword and expanded horizontally. Ahoba, Minato, Yusin, and Yugao looked in surprise at the path of gray chakra, with the small red flashes that is the technique of the samurai kunai path separation from the material world. Naruto's technique went unnoticed by everyone else simply because he said it in a low whisper to keep it away from their ears. Not that Oba would have heard it anyway, since he was too busy trying to avoid the huge wave of chakra. Aoba's only option was to fall on his back, because he didn't even have time to fall on his hands and knees. That was what Naruto needed. Running forward, Naruto pointed at Aoba's neck with the same cold blank look in his cerulean eyes, subduing Naruto, said it wasn't even a demand, as he knew the shinobi wasn't foolish enough to say no now. He simply nodded, swallowing a lump in his throat, nodding in approval. Naruto withdrew his sword and strapped it back to his back, and looked up to see Minato, Yusen, and Yugao each standing on a tree stump. Looking at Naruto, those 3 trees weren't the only ones that were cut cleanly. The cut went through 10 trees in both directions, and at least 3 rows back to the forest. Naruto waited patiently as the observers moved forward, and Minato saw Oba off. Naruto could see the pride in Minato's eyes and wondered how the man could feel pride for someone he had thrown away like a piece of used paper. Naruto, what was that technique? Minato asked, hoping he could get Naruto to tell him something concrete. Naruto had shown nothing but crows and a skill with his katana, and he just needed to know more. Maybe all that time with Kusina and his daughters, he was starting to change his personality. Naruto let one of his eyebrows rise. He really expected Naruto to just give up his information. He may have kept it back out of curiosity, but he was still looking for information. Naruto's information. Naruto personally had no plans to share anything with this man, especially with this man. It was a chakra flow technique. Naruto said what everyone obviously saw this way. He could be vague and say that she answered the question. Yugao watched as Naruto spoke to Yusen before going to Minato and receiving his leaf headband, which was placed on a black cloth. She was shocked by the cutting force behind Naruto's attack and knew that he had his own style of kenjutsu. All of this only made her want to duel the young shinobi even more than before. She briefly contemplated the idea of asking Naruto about his style, but killed that idea, as this Naruto was much more cautious than her childhood years. But maybe if I could spend more time with him, then I could try to ask. Maybe I won't say goodbye now, Naruto said simply when he received no disagreement. Naruto's body faded away in a massacre of crows, each cawing loudly as they flew away. The 2 Kai and Uninu stood there in the field at dusk as a small wind blew across the field. Looking at the place, they stood roughly. Each went their own way, their duties for the day completed, and many different things in which to think. Some of these thoughts revolved around Naruto's return, and others did not. The only thing certain was that things were going to get exciting in the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto was lying in his new bed inside his new home and simply stared at the ceiling. His blue eyes still contained that cold glow, even though this new home was as empty as his old room. When he saw what the Namek cases, he felt much more at home. Naruto was resting with his hands crossed behind his head until resting on the bed, just in case one of those silly villages tried something against him. Naruto's eyes looked towards the door of his bedroom, but what he saw were all the doors of his new home. I need to brush up on my Fuinjutsu, Naruto reminded himself as he had slacked off on his training in that art. The first step of my plan is complete now. I have a village that protects me from the other villages. Now all I have to do is grow here in Konoha while keeping an eye out for internal threats. Then once I have the power I desire, I will begin to exterminate these threats to Konoha. Naruto said mentally before falling asleep. Itachi's influence was clearly showing in Naruto's thoughts. Information path. Ken Omai dance of the divine sword. Naruto's kenjutsu style created during his time in Tetsukuni under the tutelage of Miao Ki Mifune, who made the sword to fit the style. The style uses the samurai saber technique as inspiration. Naruto uses his own chakra to manipulate the effects of their attacks, like the form and spatial effects. Naruto Uchiha, the prophet of the cursed eyes. The commercial sector of Kanehakure no Wado was alive and bustling with people, each trying to find the best deals or a place to have lunch. It was a place that was alive until the dark of the night, with those searching for something. People would chat and exchange money for goods with happy smiles on their faces when they found the desired items, or a look of discouragement When their search was fruitless, the people were going through a time of economic prosperity thanks to the achievements of the Kaj of their village. The economy of Konoha was the classic case of a trickle-down effect. Minato Namikaze was a shinobi of extraordinary caliber, with an even greater legend stuck in his name. It was these achievements that brought the lesser shinobi villages to Konoha's doorsteps, creating an economic trade between the various parties. With these trade agreements, the influx of goods came in more products and the demand for Konoha products to bring to new markets. This gave people new conveniences to buy in hopes of impressing people or just living comfortably. However, one thing was certain, and that was that there were happy smiles on the faces of the civilians. The atmosphere surrounding the village, hidden in the leaves, could be called jovial. There was a pair of icy blue eyes that could see through all this happiness to see the true nature of the people around him. Beneath this facade of joy and celebration, Naruto could see what was truly lurking. There was greed and malice, just like Naruto was subjugated all those years ago when things weren't going so well. That was when the village was recovering and their hatred drew them towards the nine-tailed demon fox or his eyes. Naruto, even the children of that time who didn't know of the pain caused by the fox, ignored him and left him isolated. It was because of that blind hatred and abandonment that Naruto had lost all attachment to the people of the village, apart from a select few one-eye visible that watched impassively as he walked, and another hidden by the black hair that hung over the eye. Naruto watched these people go on with their meaningless lives. Naruto's figure has given him an air of professionalism as the adults gave him smiles as he walked by, which he ignored. The only time Naruto showed any kind of reaction was when a group of children, around 7 or 8 years old, stopped in front of him and gave him bright smiles and small greetings. That was the moment when Naruto nodded with the slightest of smiles on his lips. Those children had done nothing to contribute to his misery, and for that reason, he would recognize them, people who had not yet been corrupted by hatred. They had been protected from the world by their upbringing. Now Naruto didn't believe that meant they were protected. No, that just meant they hadn't yet seen the true evil. The world could dish out natural death, although sad, didn't fill a person with hatred. Only the actions of another can create such strong feelings in a human being. If someone were to lose a loved one or something thanks to the actions of another person or a group, their heart would no doubt bear hatred. Naruto simply channeled his hatred into bettering what he loved instead of the path of the Avenger. Naruto continued his walk through the shopping sector of the village in silence, heading to his original destination. Naruto, after about 20 more minutes of walking at a relaxed pace, he headed to the Uchiha district. Naruto looked around and imagined hundreds of Uchiha littering the streets, some nervous about his coup, and others living innocently. Naruto could only imagine what the ancient Uchiha clan was thinking when they thought they could get away with something like a riot. I can tell you what they were thinking. They thought their eyes made them a force of nature. It was that thought that made Itachi kill them all for their stupidity. The Uchiha would have first had to mobilize enough assets to defeat Minato, and as much as that Naruto wouldn't like to admit that it would just be a challenge, then they would have had to deal with Yuzin as well before they took over the Okage headquarters. Even if they managed to deal with those two Kage, then the Uchiha would have to fight with the other clans in the village to take over Konoha. That wouldn't be an easy task for another hidden village, let alone a clan. The way Itachi killed the Uchiha was the most peaceful way to solve the Uchiha uprising problem. If he hadn't done it, the village would have been involved in a civil war that would kill many civilians. The fools so easily blinded by power were not destined to wield power, and that included the former Uchiha clan. Naruto also lumped Minato into that group, as he allowed the civilians and the council to surround him, and the Ukage to surround him when they were meant to be simple advisors. Naruto found it amusing that all the Okage he respected were the Senju brothers Shama and Tobirama. Naruto respected their power. However, there was no way he liked the two legendary Senju. It was impossible for a Senju and an Uchiha to like each other. Respecting each other was another story. Naruto approached a large clan house. He knocked on the door and waited patiently for a response. Naruto allowed his attention to wander to the numerous empty buildings that towered over the area, casting shadows of the past onto the hollow ground. Naruto internally pondered how long it would take for the council to try and raise the Uchiha district just so they could make more money. No, that would not be the reason they would give, but in reality they would do it to try to erase the stain that the massacre left in the village. Perception is reality. The soft sound of light, The approaching footsteps brought Naruto out of his internal observations in the village. Naruto only had to wait a few more moments for the door to open. He knocked. The person who had opened the door was Mikoto Uchiha, one of the few people Naruto would say he cared about in the village. Mikoto had not changed much since she was a child. Naruto was gone. She still had long black hair and black eyes to Naruto. She seemed to have gotten shorter, but that was thanks to the growth she experienced during her time with Miao. Itachi Naruto's normally frozen blue eyes held a caring warmth as Mikoto gasped before hugging the younger girl Naruto, slowly wrapped his arms around the Uchiha woman. Returning the hug, Itachi had told her that he could forgive both her mother and her younger brother at the same time. At first, he just wanted to save Sasuke, but it seems that Kushina was able to convince her husband to keep his best friend Mikoto alive. Naruto was glad to see the woman who was his mother in every facet of the word during his childhood. Unlike Kushina, Naruto found himself being dragged into the house without a word being said. Not that he cared. Mikoto would bring him back soon. Naruto and Mikoto were sitting on a couch in what appeared to be the living room. The smile Mikoto was giving Naruto made his heart skip a beat. It would warm with happiness and joy to hang out with. Two stoic and serious men like Itachi Miao will often cool, if not freeze, one's emotions. Naruto was quick to return Mikoto's warm smile with a smaller but equally caring smile. "When did you come back?" Naruto asked Mikoto, barely able to contain her excitement at seeing her surrogate son. "I just got back yesterday, but I couldn't visit you because I had some business to attend to with the Okage," Naruto replied in an even tone, as thinking of Minato, it often drained him of any positive emotion he might have been feeling at the time. He planned to visit Mikoto if he had time, but yesterday he just wouldn't let himself. He thought about sending a Kage Bunin, but decided he wanted to talk to Mikoto in person. Using a clone to talk to Mikoto felt wrong, but that was just because of who she was. Naruto would have no problem sending a shadow clone to address Minato or the council. "It's okay. I'm glad you're finally back," Mikoto chirped happily, squeezing softly, holding Naruto's hand. She was actually more than glad. She was elated that Naruto had finally returned. Her relationship with Sasuke had deteriorated as time went on after the massacre. Sasuke was so determined to get stronger that he dismissed Mikoto's credentials, saying she was nothing more than a housewife. Apparently, Sasuke didn't know that Mikoto was on par with Kushina in terms of strength, and those two were quite capable jounin. "How was your training?" Mikoto asked excitedly. Naruto continued to tell her how he and Mike left the village that night and began their journey to the land of iron. Naruto told Mikoto how Naruto had taken his first life in the land of lightning when he and Miao came across a bandit settlement. Naruto told her how Miao said killing someone under his eye now was a better option than having him do it later and freezing something, which Mikoto agreed with. Naruto then remembered his time in Sunin and how he created his own sword style under the Mifune and Mukluk. Naruto then told Mikoto about how she had 3 natural affinities, which were fire, wind, and lightning. Naruto remembered how Itachi referred to those 3 affinities as the 3 affinities of destruction. Naruto told Mikoto how, while he was improving his wind style ninjutsu with Mia, he learned his fire styles with Itachi Mifune, and Mia helped those styles with his swordsmanship. Mikoto's smile grew wider, hearing Naruto's admission, getting over the initial surprise of Naruto having 3 affinities offered to help Naruto train his lightning affinity. This brought a small smile to Naruto's face, as he was just going to grab some scrolls to train, but learning from someone with more experience was always much better than reading it from a scroll. "Come on, Naren. Now you're going to show me how far you've come with the scroll." "Sure, Sway, and I gave you Miyoto," said happily as she dragged Naruto out of the house and into the large backyard behind the house. Naruto took a moment to admire the natural beauty that the trees and flowers seemed to give to the training area. There was even a small pond at the other end of the field for what Naruto assumed was water style ninjutsu. Naruto blinked away the days he found himself in by the nature that surrounded him. Naruto focused on me, who was standing in front of them. "Well then, show me how far you've come, Naruto." Naruto didn't visibly react to the rather obvious attempt a motorcycle from getting under her skin with that insulting suffix instead of showing agitation. Naruto placed his hand on one of the crimson magatama on his zippered vest. There was a small plume of smoke before Naruto was met with a handful of shuriken. Naruto threw the 5 black stars at Mikoto. Without waiting for the results, he held up a hand sign and vanished in a thin air. Mikoto easily avoided the spinning stars of death and looked to her left where Naruto had reappeared. She quickly threw more shuriken at Mikoto. Mikoto, not having her own ninja tools, could only avoid the projectiles instead of deflecting them. Mikoto caught a small flash of smoke out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to look at the smoke to see that it was already gone and Naruto was there. Mikoto reacted with a kick aimed at Naruto's chest, which Naruto couldn't avoid thanks to his attempt to get up before the kick was thrown at him. Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest, using his forearms to absorb the impact behind the kick. Naruto slid back from the force of the kick and began to shake off the tingling in his arms. Your Hutsu Shunshin was nearly perfect, but your replacement Hutsu could use some work now. Naruto-kun, show me your elemental. Mikoto's request was cut short, as both she and Naruto focused on the puff of smoke that erupted between the two. As the smoke cleared away, it revealed an Ambu crouching in front of Naruto. The Ambu was dressed in the standard Ambu attire with a bare mask. Naruto just knew he wasn't going to like it. What this man had to tell him: Namek-sama, Okage-sama requires your immediate presence. Bear's tone was calm, but insistent. Naruto frowned for a moment before it faded under an into glare that took over Naruto's face. He wondered if Minato had anything to do, yet Naruto looked at Mikoto to see her nodding her head and understanding that she had to leave for the moment. Naruto, not even bothering to acknowledge the Ambu, he made a hand signal and disappeared into a Shunin. The bare-masked Ambu quickly did the same into a hidden leaf Shunin to return to his duties. Mikoto sighed softly before heading back to his home. Naruto formed himself from a crow spear mat inside the Okage office, alerting the man who was his father of his presence. Naruto figured that just appearing into a Shunin would end badly for him, as it was unwise to scare a box once fully formed. Naruto found himself looking at a smiling Minato Namkus. Naruto just stared at the man with an impassive look as he raised his arms and crossed them over his chest. Naruto was irritated at having to leave one of his favorite people for one he had nothing positive to say about. Minato's smile faltered as he realized Naruto wasn't going to say a word until he was approached. I've received a request for reinforcement from Team 7. It seems their mission is to escort Tizuna, the bridge builder, to the land of the Alone. Has gotten worse along the way. Anime and Kuni were attacked by 3 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Zabu Momochi, the demon of the Hidden Mist, a former missing mien of Kirigakure, who wields the Kubikiri, but was reported to be wearing a Kiri headband without the cut through Kiri insignia. Accompanying Zabuza was Kushimaru Ku and a rare. We were under the impression that Kushimaru had run away from Kiri, but it seems that is not the case. There is also another, a boy about your age who has pointy teeth and blue hair. No, there is information about this boy. Minato relayed what Kusina and Kakashi had given him in an infirm. Normally, he would send another gening team to back up Team 7. However, the other teams are already doing missions in the fields. That is why I will send you to Namin no Kuni alone. Minato added to see if Naruto would show something similar to an outward reaction, but Naruto didn't even blink. Naruto continued looking at Minato with one cold eye visible and the other hidden by his black hair. I'm sure you know. Whereas Namin Kuni? Naruto just nodded slowly at his box's question. Minato waved Naruto off, who immediately said goodbye through a Shunshin. As he had everything he needed, Naruto walked through the streets of Namin Kuni and reminded him how he was forced to live as a child in Konoha. Most of the food the vendors displayed was rotten or about to rot. All the buildings seemed to be on their last leg, and a good, strong wind knocked down the buildings in each of the towns Naruto had passed through on the way. It looked a lot like this one. Naruto found a rather modest-looking POV and thought he might find what he was looking for there. Opening the doors, Naruto took note of the oppressive atmosphere that lingered in the POV that enveloped him. As he entered, Naruto quietly listened to the quiet conversations going on around the bar. Naruto continued to hear Kat's name in each of the conversations Naruto overheard. He went over all the information he had learned during his travels with Meow. Itachi Cat is the business tycoon and the shipping tycoon. He founded the cat company, and apparently he is occupying the land of Gred River along with Namin Kuni. Is it possible that he hired Shinokiri to eliminate Tizuna, whose bridge would break his monopoly. Yes. Apparently, Tizuna-san has hired some shinobi so that he can finish the bridge. That was the reason he had all those extra people with him. I'm glad he lives on the east end of the village. That way I'll be safe if they get caught in a shinobi battle. That last exclamation received a round of applause from the other patrons. Some of them didn't seem too happy with what the anonymous man said. This told Naruto that these people were probably bridge workers under Tizuna's direction. Naruto moved from his leaning spot near the entrance and walked out of the bar. Since he heard everything he needed, it only took Naruto about 10 minutes to reach the end of the small village. And that was only because he took his time. Naruto approached a rather modest two-story house and knocked on the door. It only took a few moments for someone to open the door and greet Naruto. The person who greeted Naruto was a woman with long navy blue hair and a pink shirt, and she looked at Naruto questioningly. "Hello, my name is Tsunami. May I ask why you are here and who you are?" Tsunami asked politely, while holding the door partially open, protecting part of her body. "Hello, my name is Naruto, and I am here as the team called for reinforcements." Naruto explained in his normal bored tone, but there was a politeness mixed in with the usual monotone. Naruto watched with bored blue eyes as he saw Tsunami's naturally guarded stance visibly relax, and her smile brighten. Tsunami stepped aside and let the door open for Naruto to enter the house. Naruto entered around the side with his hood over his head. He could hear the loud chatter of his sisters and mother on the other side room. With a more masculine voice laughing, he assumed it was the bridge builder Tizuna sense. "Kakashi wasn't that scruffy. They sent you alone. You're not older than the others." With Kakashi Senkyusen Tsunami, he said with no small surprise that only Naruto was the reinforcement force Konoha had sent. Naruto chose not to respond to Tsunami's statement, as it was clear the woman was ignorant of the shinobi world. In the shinobi world there were children younger than Naruto and stronger than Kakashi, who was a shinobi high ranking in their own right. However, that was not the woman's fault, as Nami no Kuni did not have any shinobi forces stationed within its borders. The only thing they had resembling an army was the daimyo's personal samurai guard. Naruto and Tsunami entered what appeared to be the dining room, where everyone who was sitting noticed the two. Tsunami took his seat again, and Naruto simply stood behind an empty seat with his hood hiding his face. Team 7 more Tizuna. They looked at Naruto in curiosity, no doubt wondering who Narumi was. She noticed the hilt of Chui and the amulet hanging from the hilt. Narumi's hands flew over her mouth as she gasped. At the same time, Naruto pulled the hood off his head. Kusina, Narumi, Naomi, and Kakashi had their eyes wide as they looked at Naruto's different yet familiar face. Sochi Kusina screamed in happiness as unshed tears gathered in her eyes, looking at her son, who she hadn't seen in CCO years. She stood up from her seat ready to hug her son, but was stopped by Naruto, who raised his hand. Naruto's cold gaze became even colder when he looked at his supposed family. His icy face made Sakura, Tizuna, and Sasuke shudder, while those he looked at froze in place. Kusina brought her hand over her heart, which suddenly began to grip in pain. It felt like she was being stabbed with a blade in the back of her son. It felt horrible. "Don't even bother trying to touch me, because react violently to any physical contact. Not allowed. Besides, I'm not your son." "Kusina, you lost that right a long time ago," Naruto said coldly as he looked at Kusina with eyes as cold as steel. Kusina felt like he was going to burst into tears at that very moment. Naomi and Narumi were not in a better state. Sakura, Tsunami, and Tizuna looked between Naruto and the others with obvious confusion on their respective faces. Sasuke was sitting there silently thinking about the confrontation with the swordsman without not caring in the slightest about the drama ahead of him. Kakashi looked at the females, the mad Uzumaki, and could see that they were close to their breaking point, and hoped he could say something to stop this tense confrontation. "Now, Naruto, I'm sure you don't mean that. After all, Kusina-sama is your mother, and Naomi and Narumi are your sisters." Kakashi explained in a lazy drawl as he looked up from his book and straight at the raven. He was also glad that his sensei's son had returned, but what I was saying was not something you tell your mother. Naruto's cold blue eyes looked at Huning with cold indifference. "Never mind. This is not the place to discuss personal matters. We are on a mission. However, don't tell me what I mean." Scarecrow Naruto warned the shinobi, reading obscenities with a cold tone that made the man shudder slightly. "I have already been informed of the mission, so tell me what your plan is." Naruto continued in a more neutral tone, overcoming the irritation that talking to Kusina. Naruto hadn't even bothered to sit at the table, which could be seen as rude, But no to Naruto, he didn't see it as unnecessary. Kakashi closed the book once he saw Kushina looking at him murderously with a nervous laugh. He turned to face Naruto. I'm going to work with Sasuke and Sakura on the tree walk, Kakashi said, just getting curious glances from the two Genin mentioned, wondering what Naruto meant he had to defend himself. When he heard Kakashi say that the girl with the red hair pink and the self-proclaimed great Uchiha had not yet mastered the simple tree walking exercise, what the Academy and Kakashi had been teaching the shinobi, using that word was an exaggeration at best. Naruto turned his cold, piercing gaze to his two sisters who had yet to say a word since he had arrived. Naomi and Narumi couldn't help but squirm under their brother's chilling gaze, and what was worse, he wasn't even looking at him. It was just a stare. Narumi, she initially thought that Naruto had forgiven them when he saw that she had her quirk, but that quickly changed when Naruto spoke to his mother. Naomi had hoped to speak to Naruto, but one look at her older brother had her stop dead in her tracks. Naruto turned his gaze to his superior, Hunin Kushina, which allowed his sisters to release the breath they didn't know they were holding. Kushina looked at Naruto with a sad expression for an uncomfortable amount of time. For everyone else besides the mother and son, Kushina, coming out of his gloomy trance, he looks at his daughters, then at his son, and smiles lightly. I'm going to teach Narumi-chan and Naomi-chan how to stay on the surface of the water. Even when it gets stormy, you're welcome to join us, Kushina offered hope, a hope shared by his two daughters who were looking at the same person with hope. Naruto looked at his family and wasn't surprised that they were ahead of the other two. However, they were still behind him. I have no need for that training. I will watch the house, Naruto said plainly, and turned to leave the room when someone voiced their opinion. Even if you're the son of Low Cage, you are still weak. That is why you act like you already know these things, just so you can suck up. Uchiha of Team 7 stated ignorantly as she looked at Naruto's back with a smile on her face. Naomi and Narumi were openly glaring at Uchiha for insulting her brother like he had just done. Sakura was looking between the two with concern because even though she was the #1 follower of Sasuke, Naruto was the son of Lokage, and something about Naruto made Sakura very nervous. Naruto slowly turned around to look at the Sasuke who was still smirking at him. Then a quick flash of amusement invaded Naruto's usual cold blue gaze. Oh, is that so? Maybe I can defeat you like I did yesterday, Naruto suggested with his own smile as he watched as Uchiha's face twisted in agitation. Naruto was amused at seeing how easy it was to anger what he saw as a brat. No doubt remembered how easily Naruto defeated him. Naruto thought Sasuke was about to jump on the table and try again, but luckily for Sasuke, Kakashi acted first this time and calmed him down. Naruto turned around and left the house, jumping onto the roof and adopting a meditative stance while the other genin went out to perform their chakra control exercises. Kakashi had taken Sakura and Sasuke to a wooded area behind the house and stopped allowing Sakura and Sasuke. He inspected his training ground. There were very tall trees in front of them with no branches sprouting from the sides. They had no more time to admire the trees because Kakashi had thrown a kunai in front of each one of them. Kakashi, feeling their inquisitive gazes, looked up from his obsession and explained, "This is what you must do to complete this exercise." Kakashi then slowly walked towards a tree. Then, without even missing a step, he walked straight towards the tree and stopped about halfway up the trunk. And to complete this exercise, you must apply the correct amount of chakra to the soles of your feet. Use those kunai to mark your progress. Kakashi dropped down from the tree he had been clinging to and walked over to a smaller tree behind Sasuke and Sakura to supervise their training. Sakura bent down and picked up the ninja tool, looking at the tree with an unsure look. Sasuke grabbed his kuna and without thinking twice ran toward the tree. Sasuke had climbed a few steps before he was knocked off the tree, but not before he cut through the bark. Sasuke climbed off his back with a growl as he stared at the tree as if it was a living human who had just insulted him. Quite a comical sight. That's what happens when you use too much chakra, Sasuke, came Kakashi's lazy drawl, to which Sasuke didn't even bother to respond. Getting up, Sasuke attacked the tree once again, this time with Kakashi's advice in mind. Sasuke's momentum carried him past his original mark, and Sasuke thought he would succeed this time. It was then that his feet, they slipped from the bark, and as they plummeted, he managed to cut the bark with the kunai before it was too late. And that's what happens when you don't put enough chakra onto your feet again. came Kakashi's advice, which had a preachy and amused tone as he watched Luka fall on his head. Sasuke growled as he straightened up and threw a glance at Sakura, expecting her to be in a similar state. Sasuke's black eyes widened as he saw Sakura sitting on a fairly high branch near the foliage with her tongue out off and looking very proud of herself. Sasuke growled to himself and clenched the handle of the kunai. He wasn't happy that Sakura was standing before him in Uchiha like that. The thought alone was simply infuriating. How could he kill Itachi if he couldn't even beat the pink-haired kunoichi at tree climbing? Couldn't he? Kakashi had a more logical perspective from his branch. No wonder his folder said he was incredibly book-smart, so this simple theory wouldn't be too difficult of understanding for her. It also helps that she doesn't have the largest chakra reserve. She would make a good Dr. Kakashi's. I smiled looking at Sakura, who was trying not to let Sasuke catch her laughing at her falling on her face. Kakashi leaned back against the tree he was occupying with a calm smile. She should have passed for a Genin team a long time ago. This is quite nice, Kakashi thought as he returned to his shameless obstinacy. As the two Genin under his tutelage continued to work, Kushina, Naomi, and Narumi had taken their training to a more suitable place near the sea, each lost in their thoughts at that moment. The waves came and went with fluctuations in the length of their crests, adjusting to the geographical space called Nami-kuni. The only objects that provided respite in the constant waves were the supports that were submerged in the water, holding what had been built from the front. The three kunoichi had not even reached the water, which shows how distracted they were from the sudden reappearance of her son/brother in their lives. Narumi was the first of the three that was able to break the mental trance in which the appearance of Naruto had put them. Narumi looking at his sister and his mother, he smiled sadly as it seemed that they were in similar states, coughing hard to get their attention, which he did. Narumi gave each of them a small smile. Come on, Naomi-chan, Kazan, the sooner we finish this training, the sooner we could talk to Naruto-kun, or at least try. Narumi decided to save the last part to herself as she saw the hopeful expressions on Kushina and Naomi's faces. Not wanting to crush their hopes, Naomi gave her sister a radiant smile, totally agreeing with her words and ready to finish her training. Naomi turned to look at her smiling mother with clenched fists and eyes burning with determination. Kushina smiled, proud of her two daughters, Narumi for her words and Naomi for her determination. Kushina channeled some chakra to her feet and launched herself into the air with the chakra, enhancing her jumping as she landed on the crest of a wave. Kushina evenly distributed chakra along the waves, allowing her to stay glued to the surface, waiting for the wave to hit the shore. Kushina jumped back between her two daughters. You have now been taught that to stay on top of a calm surface, you need to channel a steady amount of chakra to your feet. However, an active surface is another matter. If you try this while riding a wave, you will be swallowed by the wave. To stay on top of a wave alive, you must apply different amounts of chakra to the soles of your feet, some places more concentrated, others not so much. Each wave is different from the last, and the only way to learn is through experience. So, go. Kushina said goodbye to her two students just as a large wave crashed and created a light spray. Taking a few moments to appreciate the waves rolling towards them, the sisters looked at each other, nodded, and jumped over the waves, managed to balance themselves until the surface of the wave, and for a few moments as the wave went down, then the two kunoichi sank into the wave. Kushina would have been surprised if they had managed to do it on the first try due to the difficulty of this exercise. Naomi and Narumi went back up to the surface and waited for the entity to arrive. Hello. The faster they did it, the sooner they could try to make peace. Naruto was sitting silently on the roof of the house with his eyes closed as his body got into a meditative position. He created some shadow clones to observe the house while meditating on the peace that had been gifted to him. Naruto enjoyed meditation as it gave him a respite from the daily burdens of shinobi life. He also learned that it helped hone chakra control. It was these two things that made him thank Mifune for forcing him to meditate. He could hear everything from the rustling of animals in the forest to the waves crashing on the shores. It was then that his attention was drawn elsewhere as he felt a small tug on his mind, curious about knowing why he let himself be dragged, waiting until the pulling sensation subsided. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked at his new surroundings. The first thing he noticed was that his feet were wet, but the first thing he saw were solid walls bathed in a faint orange light. Naruto, archaeologist in mind. Naruto began to wander in the only direction available to him, and that was forward. Naruto continued walking into the endless darkness, but with each step the path became more illuminated, but only the space around him. Naruto thought that this was his mindscape, which was a place in all living beings, but only a few used the space, people like Jinchuriki or even the Yamanaka, who used the mindscape as a base of operation when scanning the mind for information during the interrogations. The strange thing was that Itachi and Naruto had tried to access the mindscape. Something prevented them, probably the consciousness of the Kyuubi. Finally, after an uncertain amount of time walk, Naruto found himself standing in the center of a large opening where all the pipes seemed to come to an end. In front of Naruto was a line of thick steel bars that converged on a tag that had the Jai for a seal. Naruto stared into the darkness behind the bars with his cold blue eyes. Naruto continued to wait until a growl rippled the water around his feet. The only effect the growl had on Naruto was that it pushed his black hair back. Once the growl ended, a figure stepped out of the shadows. To his surprise, Naruto was greeted by the sight of a large fox lying on its front paws, staring at him with red slanted eyes. Naruto looked over the mass of large orange fur and noticed how the kitsune's torso was similar to a human's and even had thumbs. The fox had large ears and what appeared to be whisker marks. Naruto knew this was the Kyuubi, but still the chakra being did not have 9 tails. It had half of a single tail. Naruto simply stared at the creature legendary without showing the slightest hint of fear. My jailer honors me with his presence. Then to what do I owe this honor? The Kyuubi's voice was deep like a baritone and reverberated off the walls, creating a dark echo. Naruto simply looked at the sarcastic Biju with an arched eyebrow. Certainly this creature did not take him for a fool. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at the beast coldly. He did not like being considered a fool. The Kyuubi, meanwhile, was a little surprised by the chilling look the human was showing in front of him. In no way did it instill fear in him, but it was something to see that look in the eyes of a human. Don't play with me, Kyuri. You will find out that I am not one for games. We both know that I have none of your chakra, and that you have been preventing me from entering this place. Naruto replied, without fear of the beast that was said to be capable of creating tsunamis with a simple movement of his tail. His voice contained the slightest irritation. Kyo, no, Naruto would not be manipulated by anyone or anything. Naruto would respond his own calls at the times he deemed appropriate to do, so the Kyuubi merely growled darkly at the human's rather frivolous response to him. The Kyuubi, that's right, I remember very well that night your father and mother took my chakra from me and sealed it in those 2 girls while you left yourself with nothing but my conscience. All there is to do for their eldest son, the Kyuubi growled, showing a shining white fang to Naruto, who stood there motionless with his eyes closed. The Kyuubi was mentally preparing himself for Naruto to lose his cold facade and yell at him. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing the tailed beast, his Sharingan burning furiously against the beast. The Kyuubi's eyes burned with rage, remembering all the times he was hypnotized by those cursed eyes. You will never call that man or that woman my parents again, or there will be dire consequences. Do you understand me? Kyuubi. Naruto's voice was dark and filled with animosity towards the 2 people the Kyuubi called his parents. Naruto didn't care if this was the legendary 9 Tails, wouldn't stand for it. So Kyuubi decided that he would avoid antagonizing Naruto any further on that matter, because with his lack of chakra, he would no doubt be especially susceptible to a Genjutsu. That didn't mean that he wouldn't continue to belittle and insult the human being before his eyes. He finally shows me those miserable eyes. Now take a few steps so I can gouge those eyes out and crush them under my paw. The Kyuubi asked Naruto with a furious roar that made water splash. Naruto brought his arms over his chest, and he crossed, looking at the Kyuubi with an impassive Sharingan gaze that reminded the Kyuubi of Madara. The Kyuubi had its tails no doubt swinging angrily as it glared at Naruto. Naruto, of course, didn't listen to the Kyuubi's demand, not that he thought the Kyuubi could hurt him without his chakra. So you know my Sharingan, I guess that would mean you would have looked into my memories. Naruto said more to himself than the Kyuubi, who must have noticed as it didn't respond. Naruto let his red eyes drift away until where he could see a bushy, half-orange tail resting on the ground, which gave him a question to ask, why are you missing your tails? The question was blunt with no signs of an ulterior motive. The Kyuubi couldn't sense anything negative coming from the bearer of the Sharingan. Neither greed nor hatred nor even ambition. It was like staring into the void. The Kyrie, of course, reviewed the young human's memories and was impressed with what he saw despite all the rather cruel acts the other humans had done to him. Naruto hadn't blamed his presence for the actions of the humans. Naruto thought nothing of him. There was nothing negative or positive. There was only respect for what he was capable of doing. Nothing else. What the Kyuubi discovered was that Naruto had no love for most of the village, including his family. The Kyuin didn't respect Naruto by any means, but he would answer the question as the boy was able to see through the world's hatred towards him. Even someone like the Okage Yondaime, who your people hail as a legend, can't completely suppress. Only a god or the sage could have done that. I can feel the chakra slowly resonating in my consciousness. I assume it's because of your proximity to both sources of my chakra. The Kyuubi began with a proud tone that faded to nothing more than an informative one. By the end, the Kyuubi could only speculate on what was happening, as he had never had his yin and yang chakra sealed separately, let alone his consciousness in a third body. Naruto nodded, taking the explanation as a fact already that it made sense. That a chakra as potent as the Kyuubi's would somehow find its way back. Naruto knew he would need help in the future, and what better ally than the Kumi? Now, he wasn't foolish enough to believe that the being of malice and destruction would trust him right away, but he could take a step in the right direction. I see that it makes sense. Is there anything I can do for you to answer my question? Naruto offered, but raised his hand when he saw the Kyuubi about to give his request, other than to open you up, because you would fade away without the right amount of chakra to sustain you. That, and I'm still not sure how this seal works. The Kyuubi, of course. I didn't expect Naruto to be so logical. When it came to opening it, he thought Naruto would have just screamed about how he would kill him without showing anything but the usual growl. The Kyuubi glared at Naruto. I'm tired of going over your memories, and I'd like to see the outside world again. If you tear off a piece of the tag, I'll be able to see what you see, hear what you hear, and feel what you feel. To some extent, it will also create a channel of ink communication between us, the Kyuubi said, as he looked at the shinobi with keen eyes, trying to pick up on emotions that weren't there. Naruto stared back into the Kyuubi's red eyes with his own red eyes for what might have seemed like an eternity to anyone but the Kyo. Naruto dropped his arms to his sides and took a few determined steps forward, where a cyclone of water lifted him up to the seal tag, pinching fingers by the top left corner of the tag. With a quick tug, he ripped off the edge. There was a brief flash of pain that caused Naruto to fall to the ground, hunched over in pain. Naruto straightened up once the pain subsided, looking at the Kyuubi. His red eyes faded back to an icy blue. Naruto brushed away the single bang that was hanging over his eye and returned to its original position over his blue eye. Naruto felt a slight nudge in his mind and assumed his time in the mindscape was coming to an end. Thank you for the key knowledge. I'll be watching you. Naruto waved over his shoulder as he retreated back to the hallway. He had come from ignoring the rather loud taunt from the Kyuubi. With his pseudo container gone, the Kyuubi retreated back into the darkness and let himself be claimed by sleep once more, as the connection took a lot out of him thanks to his lack of chakra. It had been 3 days since Naruto had opened his senses to the Kyuubi, and he had yet to hear from his tenant. Naruto assumed he was simply taking a nap, as it seemed a bit lazy for the young shinobi. The past 3 days have seen a number of interesting moments occur. One of those moments was when he confronted Team 7 looking for answers, which he didn't give them. Sasuke wasn't happy with Naruto's choice and tried to force him to give the answers, but Sasuke quickly found himself unconscious on the ground. The other incident he found amusing was when his so-called family tried to convince him to have dinner with them. Naruto immediately refused and walked away from the group of people who were they gathered around the table. It was then that Hinari, the tsunami brat, came down the stairs and proclaimed with such confidence that she knew nothing of misery and pain. Naruto was fed up with listening to the spoiled brat and let out a wave of potent killing intent to silence the boy. With that, Naruto left the house and did not return until everyone was fast asleep. As he did not want to deal with the conversation, Naruto was following Team 7 and Tizuna as they walked towards the bridge that Tizuna was creating, and that turned out to be the source of 2 problems. Kakashi had insisted that Naruto follow his orders and join the formation he had come up with. Naruto refused, reminding him that his mission was to provide combat support, while his mission was to protect the bridge builder. Kakashi hadn't bothered him with his stupid attempts to rank up. Since that altercation, Naruto noticed how the fog began to thicken as they approached the bridge. It was then that an avalanche of information hit Naruto, a shadow clone. He left to protect the family, as it would be logical for someone to try something against Tazuna's family. Naruto's assumption proved to be true when two aspiring samurai walked through the front door of the house. Naruto's clone watched from behind the samurai as they threatened and our ease moved to take Tsunami as Rin. Was then when his clone struck, cutting off the tan samurai's hand, causing the man to howl in pain. The clone, he felt kind, so he retreated outside so the woman and child would not be forced to see two deaths. The samurai quickly followed, and the clone used his twilight and quickly stabbed the katana into the pale man's heart and removed the tan man's head. Naruto burned the two bodies before going to see his host, and her son Tsunami and Nari thanked the clone and hugged him. And it was then that the clone dissipated, leaving them alone. What is the meaning of this? Tazuna's hoarse voice cried in shock, bringing out Naruto. From his momentary introspection, Naruto watched indifferently as Tazuna knelt down next to one of the injured workers who was muttering something that Naruto didn't care about. Hearing Kakashi had revealed his Sharingan and Kusina and had also prepared himself. All of the trained genin began to look around nervously as Naruto calmly prepared. Naruto knew that this would be a good test of his swordsmanship. A duel with any of the mist ninja swordsmen. It would be a good test to see how far Naruto had come, and the rest of the Konoha nin watched as four figures came to themselves, and the mist arrogant fools Naruto thought, seeing their intention of a head-on collision. Well, Sharingan, no Kakashi, it seems you were wrong about my death. Those eyes can't read the future, but I can tell you your future. That future is a death at the end of executioners. Sort of man with no eyebrows and his mouth covered in white bandages declared firmly, pointing his huge sword at Kakashi. Naruto knew from the sword alone that this man was the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza. Momochi. Kakashi, of course, didn't answer the swordsman and just stared at the man. A second figure stepped out of the mist, standing to Zabuza's right. The man had blonde hair, much like Narumi's, and his face was hidden by a shinobi mask. Kirigakure Hunter. The man was spinning a large needle menacingly, but everyone on the bridge knew it was no simple needle. This long sword was known as a Nuibari sewing needle. It was named after the thread at the base of the sword that was used to sew up whatever the blade pierced. Kushimaru was smirking as he looked at Kushina from behind his mask. I owe you that punch you gave me last time, you bitch. Kushimaru finished with a loud laugh that made Kushina frown at the maniacal blonde swordsman. The next people to emerge were around Naruto and the rest of the genin. Age one boy and the other a girl. The boy was about Naruto's height and had short blue hair and blue eyes set behind a pair of goggles connected to ear protectors, had blue stripes on his shirt and camouflage pants with a sheath that held a large sword. Naruto knew the sword. He made sure to know all the famous swords. That sword was known as Hiramakirai, often called Twin Sword, due to its had two indentations at the base that created a crossguard, and was also extremely heavy. The whole and the top of the blade emanate in the chakra of the user, coating the blade, allowing the chakra to take any the girl beside him caught no attention other than the fact that she was dressed in full Kiri Hunter attire. Naruto, can you handle the boy with the blue hair? Asked Kakashi quietly, still looking at Zabuza, who was smiling behind his bandage. Naruto didn't answer. He was too busy looking at the blue-haired boy who was squirming under Naruto's intense gaze. Kusina was about to repeat the question when suddenly there was a gust of air that blew from where Naruto stood there. Chojuro's eyes widened as he felt pain in his stomach and was thrown to the other end of the bridge. No one was prepared for Naruto's sudden burst of speed. Zabuza looked at Kashi with the crest of his brow raised as he looked at the attack. Kakashi looked behind Zabuza's shoulder where Naruto and the blue-haired boy were before. They were surrounded by the mist. Kakashi focused back on his opponent with his Sharingan, ready to track any slight movement. No, it doesn't matter who Zabuza is the only thing that matters is that he is your enemy," Kakashi replied laconically as he waited for his opponent to attack. Zabuza frowned at Kakashi's response clearly, intrigued by the boy who managed to get so close to him so quickly. Zabuza wasn't too worried, as he would have fun with the brat after dealing with the legendary Sharingan wielder Kusina, who had to jump back to avoid having the new Abari sewn into his foot. He focused his attention on his students' Jinin, seeing how nervous they were. She gave them a smile. "Disarm you four, protect the bridge builder. We will take care of these men." Kusina's voice, although comforting, it was a firm order for her students. With her piece, Kusina launched herself towards Kushimaru before the fog became too thick and hindered her vision from within the fog. There were numerous occasions in which the contact metal rang. With the metal, Kushina managed to stop some of Kushimaru's forward haps with the standard tanto of left. Zabuza brought his executioner's sword down on Kakashi to split the hewing of the blade in two pieces, but only found the ground of the bridge. "Aku!" Zabuza barked as Kakashi tried to put space between him and Zabuza. Not a moment later, the girl who was dressed as a Kirin hunter appeared next to the shinobi. "I want you to take care of those children and then kill the bridge builder. Do you understand?" The young Kunoichi uttered a quick affirmative and rushed off to fight with the Jin. And Kakashi wanted to help, but Zabuza was having none of it as he used the reach of the great blade to his advantage. Kakashi could feel the material of the bridge splinter under the force behind Zabuza's attack, making the masked shinobi glad that he evaded by copying the chain of hand seals. Zabuza was going through. Both shinobi launched a water dragon at each other. The dragons were evenly matched, and as they collided, they soaked Zabuza and Kakashi. Rushed forward again, Zabuza charged with his knife on head and ready to attack. Lucky Kakashi struck first, stabbing Zabuza in the heart. Just before the giant sword touched his shoulder, Zabuza turned into a puddle of water from being stabbed by Kakashi's kunai. A water clone, Kusina, was also having a hard time with the blonde swordsman from the village hidden in the mist. Kusina was trying to land a punch on the skinny shinobi using her super strength that she learned from Tsunade, although not quite at the level of the Sannin. However, Sheru was excellent at avoiding hits, something she needed to be able to do as her weapon provided little defense. Kusina looked at the truly evil shinobi's hands and found them empty. However, she couldn't think about this development, as there was something digging into her shins. Looking down, the female Uzumaki saw a glow breaking through the veil of mist surrounding the two ninjas. Ichim Nim Earth Spider seemed. Kusina created a shadow clone and had it launch into the air, avoiding having her knees pulled out of her. Kusina watched as Kushimaru pulled on the thread and grabbed the needle again for his next attack. Kusina dropped down, but landed on top of the thin threads that Kushimaru spread across the spaceman. "I haven't been in the field in a long time. Good thing Minato helped me with my wind ninjutsu." Kusina went through her hand seals at an impressive pace for someone who hadn't been on active duty for some time. When Rella's great breakthrough, Kusina's jutsu, slammed into the black-haired swordsman blonde and knocked him down, but also cleared the battlefield, effectively dispersing the mist. Kakashi joined up with Kushina again, both of whom were a little out of breath for different reasons. Zabuza and Kushimaru also took this time to regroup with each other. Zabuza had cuts on his arms and torso from some close exchanges with Kakashi's kunai. Kushimaru's mask was chipped at the jawline, revealing the man's angular chin. The wind jutsu that Kushina had used had blown a thread that was loose and cut Kushimaru. The battle had taken its toll on each combatant. Kushina, seeing a new opponent charged at the shinobi deficient in the eyebrow, with her fist raised back to strike Zabuza, was questioning the red-haired woman's sanity until something told her to block the blow. Trusting her instinct, the shinobi Kiri turned her sword and blocked Kusina's chakra enhanced strike with the flat side of her executioner's sword. Zabuza felt that the impact was absorbed by his forearms, and he felt his sword seize up as it began to show small spider web-like cracks. However, the blade was well crafted enough to avoid being shattered, but another few hits like that would surely destroy the blade. That was just ridiculous. If I let the blade take any more hits like that, I won't be able to fix the blade with blood. That only works when there's a piece of the weapon connected to the handle. The pieces on the ground just don't work. Zabuza growled, brandishing his sword at Kusina, forcing her to retreat momentarily. Creating three, Mizuna gave them silent orders to attack Kusina in a triangular formation. Zabuza watched as his three water clones converged on Kusina simultaneously, with their executioner sword replicas rising above their heads and ready to attack, releasing water, spinning water. Just before Zabuza's clones could carve into his flesh, Kucina began to spin clockwise watch with open hand. Not a moment later, small specks of water spun with it, growing steadily until the water formed a dome that spun and compacted, spinning violently until it dispersed, revealing a dazzling Kucina. Thank God, G. Tomi-chan taught me the basics of the Saitan. Before he died, Kucina thought with a sense of relief as he pulled out some kunai from his thigh sheath and covered them with water. See HMTM Nim, and the ones that fall. Kakashi watched as the black thread of the new Abari was falling towards him with great speed. While covering a large area, Kakashi went through his hand signs, and suddenly a small ball of concentrated fire F came out from under his mask, and the incoming thread, unfortunately, the fireball was unable to burn through the chakra-enhanced thread, which led to the Scarecrow Shinobi being cut off by the wires. Kushimaru let out a high-pitched chuckle at the shocked look in the Sharingan Shinobi's eyes. Kushimaru's celebration was cut short when he received a strong blow. Surprised, Kushimaru looked to see an electric current traveling through the metal wire, showing that Kakashi was in fact a clone of lightning. A right Hunkai Bunin. Kushimaru thought in surprise and gritted his teeth at the electric current affecting his slender body. The strong current was causing each of his muscles to contract, temporarily paralyzing the blonde shinobi Kakashi, who stuck to the bottom of the bridge until his clone was destroyed. Kakashi, not wanting to wasting time, he grabbed his wrist and began to form his personal assassination jutsu, the Raikiri lightning cutter. Approaching the motionless man, Kakashi brought his arm back and thrust the lightning cutter into the man's heart. Just before Kakashi could kill the shinobi, Kakashi had to jump back as the new Abari cut just below his eye. Sharingan. Kakashi wiped the blood from under his eye as he looked at Kushimaru, who was laughing like a madman. Kakashi saw a thread tied around his wrist and that the needle was in the middle of it. Kozer walked off the bridge. Kakashi pieced together that he must have grounded the power and thus was allowed to move. Kakashi felt another presence appear at his side to see a slightly bleeding and out-of-breath Kucina. Zabuza joined Kushimaru, repairing his sword with his own blood as Kushimaru cut the thread around his wrist with a new Abari. The battle had taken its toll on each of the Jounin. Each of the 4 Jounin level shinobi looked up at the mirrored dome of eyes with different expressions. Narumi, Naomi, and Sasuke were looking at each other, a different ISS, but the sight was the same. A girl dressed as a Nin hunter, the genin of a leaf, could not keep up with the speed that Who showed when transferring mirrors. Each of the shinobi of the leaf tried to hit the Kirit user with their ninja tools to no avail. They decided to leave Sakura out to protect Tazuna since she could not provide much help. Naomi tried to pause to escape the mirror dome and be able to attacking from outside the structure. Aku quickly transported herself to the mirror closest to Naomi and punched the fellow Kunoichi in the stomach before throwing her back at the other genin on the team. If there's no escape, Konoha Shinobi, I do not wish to kill you, so I ask you to hand over the bridge builder and you will leave alive. The female voice seemed to come from all directions, which made the threat even more real. Sasuke was mentally questioning how this girl was stronger than him. The Unia was Essie. He silently wondered how things would change if he had awakened his Sharingan. Narumi and Naomi wondered if they could destroy the mirrors and break through the dome. The 3 genin shared the same thought without knowing it and acted simultaneously. Looking in opposite directions, fire release, large fireball, water release, water, javelin, wind release, dancing sword. Sasuke screams came in Narumi and Naomi as they cast their respective jutsu in hopes of eliminating one of the mirrors that trapped them. Sasuke's fireball simply melted the corners of the mirror. He aimed at Narumi's javelin, consisting of water, buried itself in the mirror in front of her, but instead of the mirror breaking, the javelin crumbled. The 10 wind blades cut through the mirror Naomi aimed at, but the cuts were only superficial. The Konoha genin couldn't believe the damage was minimal at best, more so Sasuke, since his jutsu should have melted the creation of the ice. Those levels of attacks, they won't break my ice. I'm sorry to have to do this, but it's my mission and I can't fail. Zabu-sama. Aku released a pulse of chakra in his technique, extending it to the mirrors. The chakra given to each mirror instantly repaired the damage, leaving the mirrors as if they were new. Aku approached the mirror located above the heads of the leaf genin and took out 10 bond needles that covered them in ice, crossing his arms over his chest, holding a needle between each knuckle. He pointed at the clueless team. 7. Hey, Emo, I need you to provide me with the fire, and I will use my wind to light. Understood, Naomi asked Lukia, looking at one of Aku's many reflections. Sasuke growled, a little annoyed by the Emo comment, but decided it was better to focus on the threat before his eyes. Sasuke nodded and moved next to Naomi, while Narumi stood behind the two, waiting for their collaboration attack. To begin, Yu, who was above his head, had no intentions of letting this happen, because a fire jutsu enhanced by the wind would surely melt one of their mirrors. Button ice needles of death. The 10 needles were quickly launched at the genin from above, and before they could react, more frozen ones were launched at them from the left. Turning left, Sasuke, Narumi, and Naomi were assaulted by more frozen ones from behind. This continued for the next few minutes. The 3 genin were bleeding from cuts on their arms and legs, with more needles sticking out of them like a pincushion. It was thanks to the QB chakra that Narumi and Naomi were still conscious. However, Sasuke was not so lucky. Just when it seemed that the girls, the Mick Uzumaki, were about to be defeated, a large explosion caught the attention of everyone on the bridge. Before the explosion, "You are good." That was the simple statement Naruto used as he blocked his Toll sword against the much larger hammer of Chojuro. Both teens were sweating lightly as their battle of the moment was nothing more than a sword duel. However, Chojuro was in worse condition due to the effort it took to wield the Hiramakiri. Both swordsmen had small lacerations marking their clothing, but only a few of the cuts actually drew blood. Naruto loosened his sword, causing the unsuspecting Kiri shinobi to stumble forward, leaving him exposed. Naruto took advantage and lashed out with a powerful kick to the stomach. Chojuro fell to the ground from the force of the kick. Naruto stood there silently waiting for Chojuro to stand up, as he couldn't. "I had no desire to kill someone who might test their skills in the future, thank you. You are quite the skilled shinobi yourself," Sam replied. Chojuro, wiping away some blood that dripped from the corner of his mouth. Chojuro's sword came to life with chakra as he swung the sword at Naruto, who had no time to avoid it and had to stop it with TL. The blue glow of the Lamek was just inches from the lock of black hair above Naruto's eye and was getting closer little by little. Soon the force was too much for Naruto, and Naruto was thrown back against a railing. Groaning, Naruto shook the feelings back into his arm and shakily braced himself once more. "It's amazing you've managed to keep up with me this far in swordsmanship. And I'm one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. I can win." Just when it seemed like the blue-haired boy's confidence was going to falter, an image of a beautiful woman with red hair and a lovely smile filled his mind with her determination. Strengthened, Chojuro raised his sword again and attempted to slash at Naruto, missing by the narrowest of margins, cutting through the rail. Naruto, sensing his opponent growing more confident through his concise actions, moved back to the center of the bridge behind the other battles. He has become much more aggressive and forceful. What happened, Naruto asked himself, avoiding Chojuro's sword strikes, backing away. Naruto suddenly saw Chojuro preparing something and quickly tensed SMTM Nim hammer. Hiramakiri. Naruto watched as Chojuro's sword changed from a twin blade to a bulkier and much wider form to suit what Chojuro was trying to do. The chakra started out as a light blue and grew steadily until the chakra became dense and heavy. It was clear that holding that amount of chakra was physically exhausting as sweat was pouring from Chojuro's forehead. Chojuro, with a war cry, swung his sword down, driving the thick wall of chakra into his black-haired opponent. The sight of a huge wave of chakra would have baffled any genin. Luckily, Naruto was already preparing for something along those lines. Nomai cross dimensions. Naruto, who was preparing his move since Chojuro's sword had begun to change its form to what it was currently. Naruto acted quickly, slicing through the air twice. The first time, the slash left an arc of red energy floating in front of Naruto. The second slash left an arc of clear energy. The first slash it felt incredibly hot as it began to compact into an orb, as while the second slash did the same with a slight hum. This technique utilized Naruto's elemental chakra, and the compactness, quite impressive. A small burst of fire that no one on the bridge saw. Every battle on the bridge came to an end, and everyone stared at the large cloud of smoke surrounding the point of contact. Everyone remained silent as they waited to see who would emerge from the smoke. If someone did, it took a few tense minutes for the smoke to clear and reveal Naruto and Chojuro. The others were both kneeling, using their respective blades to keep them upright. Both boys' clothes were burned in several places due to their proximity to the explosion. No one moved or said a word. Then a sound broke the silence. Creepy, clapping information. HMTM in Ninja Art of Long Space. SMTM in Ninja Art of Twin Swords. Naruto Uchiha, the prophet of the cursed eyes, clapping. That was the sound of hands clasping together. Again and again permeated the silent bridge. Naruto didn't bother to turn his head to take in the view the rest of the shinobi on the bridge had. Naruto's empty blue eyes could see the surprise in the eyes of the Kiri team and the confusion in those of the Leaf. Naruto could sense a large group of people approaching behind him, but then they stopped a few meters from his position. The raven-haired shinobi knew that whatever was behind him was something that was an unexpected variable to this situation. The two teams of shinobi regrouped with their comrades, all of them except still relaxed. Instead, Zabuza looked downright furious as killing intent poured out of his muscled body in spades, the power of which baffled both Aku and Chojuro as Kushimura looked on while spinning his cat sewing needle. What is the meaning of this? Zabuza asked, staring murderously at a short man dressed in a striped suit and carrying a cane, very shabby in hand. This man was the cat shipping magnate who had been creating a number of monopolies. In maritime trade, the suited dwarf was surrounded by hundreds of thugs, each with a smug smile on their faces. Well, I realize that I'm paying you, Kiri Shinobi, too much for the results you're giving me, especially when the demon of the hidden mist comes back licking its wounds after a little skirmish. So I hired these fine gentlemen to finish off with you after your battle, smugly, sparing him his nasal voice, grating against the shinobi's ears, reminding them of nails on a chalkboard. The horde of thugs chuckled at the angry expression on Zabuza's face, believing that their numerical superiority would win them this battle. Before Zabuza could retort, a random thug spoke up from the front of the group. Hey guys, let's hurry up and kill these idiots and take those women and have some fun, the thug exclaimed, looking lustfully at Kusina, Arumi, Naomi, Yaku. This exclamation caused a round of concurring opinions from the other men. Kusina growled at the men, while Aku, Arumi, and Naomi squirmed uncomfortably. No one noticed how Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Hearing the scum's words, it is possible that Naruto did not like his family at all. However, there were some things that he hated even more, and they were rapists along with bigots spread unnecessary hatred in the world, corrupting it with their animalistic behavior. Cat removed. He grabbed his staff from his hands and raised his hand in the air, silencing the chatter coming from his hired thugs. No one could see where his bright eyes were looking behind his sunglasses, tapping the bridge with his staff. Cat looked at Naruto's back with a frown, obviously not happy that the boy hadn't even acknowledged him. First, I want you to kill the cat brat, he ordered his workforce, pointing his staff at Naruto, who had just stood up. Team 7 minus Sasuke and Sakura, they were ready to pounce. Izabuza and Aku looked ready to kill the slime ball themselves. You're nothing but a group of blind people led by the blind. By your ignorance, I will put you out of existence. Naruto's ominous statement froze everyone on the bridge. Naruto looked at the shinobi, who were watching him carefully as he lifted Twill into the air. The metal glowed gray. Naruto quickly spun on his heels and slashed diagonally, launching a diagonal wave of gray chakra with flashes of an energy crimson embedded in the traveling cut. All the shinobi on the bridge stood with their eyes wide open as they saw the energy cut running towards Gato and his entourage, not believing that Naruto could perform such a feat. Kenai path separation from the material world. The wave of flickering crimson and gray energy traveled through the mass of people, and the sight was not pleasing to the eye due to the angle of the attack. The cuts were not clean at the waist. Some of them, the men were missing arms, others were cut diagonally, creating two triangular shapes that when joined together would make a complete piece. What really caught the attention was the explosion of blood that shot into the atmosphere. The blood fell like rain on that section of the bridge, a truly imposing but terrifying spectacle. The other genin felt the need to empty their stomachs, while Kusina and Kakashi seemed indifferent to the scene of the massive massacre. Zabuza and Kushimaru, who had the mask on, smiled because it reminded them of the period of the mist bloody in his village. Naruto put Tweak back on his lower back, the amulet floating from its chain as Naruto walked through the piles of random body pieces that were severed by his attack. So I wasn't seeing things when that crimson energy mixed with my chakra during my training in Konoha. I guess I'm subconsciously channeling minuscule amounts of the Kabai's chakra into my techniques. Naruto mused, walking through the field of blood, stopping at the skull cut out of the shipping magnate with his glasses shattered. Naruto could see the shocked expression on the cat's face just before he died, shaking his head. Naruto kicked the man's head off the bridge and into the roaring wave below. Naruto walked to the other end of the bridge where his team was staring at him in amazement, or at least the Genin, where Naruto walked past Team Kiri to get to them and saw the Kunoichi staring at him like he was a riddle yet to be solved. As Naruto got even closer, she blushed slightly as she could clearly see Naruto's face, which she thought was handsome. Naruto saw the blush since he had taken off his mask, but didn't comment. As Naruto walked past her, he whispered something that completely changed Aku's opinion of a young man. Such an evil has no place in this world. Aku found himself nodding without even knowing what he was doing. Naruto simply stood next to Tazuna with his eyes closed, not saying a word to his temporary team, while Tazuna looked at Naruto with a tremendous amount of respect, because with one blow he had freed Namino Kuni from his tyranny. Tazuna came to the conclusion that the Great Naruto Bridge would make a wonderful name for the bridge. Kakashi stepped forward to meet Zabuza at the halfway point between the two teams. The two ace-ranked shinobi looked tired before Kakashi smiled, and Zabuza smiled. Zabuza extended his hand for a handshake. It was, "I'm having fun fighting you." Kakashi attacked, however, since our employer backed out of the contract and he's dead, we have no reason to keep fighting each other, said Zabuza, shaking the Scarecrow Shinobi's hand. It was exciting for Zabuza to come across someone so skilled. Zabuza knew he was a man thirsty for battle, and he had no problem admitting it to himself or anyone. Kakashi, who shook the man's hand, was glad the fight was over, as he wouldn't call battle fun. He just wanted to go home and rest from this C-rank mission turned into AK. Kakashi, we're not going to let them go. Right there, our enemies. We have to finish what we started. Sasuke voiced his opinion on the matter, still furious at his defeat at the hands of the ice. Release Kunoichi. Sakura, who usually sided with the power-hungry Uchiha, didn't agree with his sentiment this time. She was glad that all the fighting was over and had no desire to reignite the conflict. The Namikaze Uzumaki girls wondered how this was going to play out. This Naruto chose to stay silent next to the bridge builder, letting Sasuke's ignorance speak for itself. No, Sasuke, they are no longer our enemies. They simply accepted a mission, just like we accepted the mission to protect Tazuna. Now that their mission has been canceled, we no longer have any problem with Kiri. It was Kusina who explained the situation to Sasuke, who didn't seem very happy with the explanation given. Although that doesn't mean we are on friendly terms with the Hidden Mist. It seems that the report that the rebel forces had gained the aid of the Seven Swordsmen in the Civil War was true. If they're accepting missions, then that must mean the war is over. And that means there will be a lot of animosity between the Leaf and the Mist because we didn't help. Then we were lucky to run into Zabuza, and not someone more interested in politics. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Kusina's assessment of the situation. The two shinobi teams were in after returning the handshake of Team 7. Naruto and Tazuna walked back towards Tazuna's house, leaving the KIR shinobi to walk in the opposite direction. They had to wait until the following week for the pre-existing infrastructure of the bridge to be repaired, as well as for it to be completed. During that week, Naruto made sure to keep himself as sparse as possible to avoid the conversations that his supposed family would no doubt want. However, it was not something he wanted to have. It would be pointless. Team 7 and Naruto stood at the end of the now finished bridge in front of the citizens of Namin Kuni. The atmosphere was festive, and rightly so, because the years of tyranny under Gado's oppressive rule had finally come to an end. Naruto, who was standing on the mainland, watched as his team talked with Tazuna and his family. Seeing that the talks were coming to an end, Naruto turned around and began walking towards Konoha. Without saying a word, Naruto didn't feel the need to say anything. He wasn't serum, and he didn't feel like it either, but he couldn't shake off the strange feeling that it was too late for that. The team, yes, realizing that Naruto had already moved ahead, hurried to close the distance. Father, what are we going to call the tsunami bridge? He asked his father after seeing Team 7 and Naruto fade from his vision. The rest of the citizens bowed, as well wanted to know what the bridge would be called that would bring prosperity back to their home. We're going to name it after the boy who saved this country with a single slash of his sword. What we'll call it the Big Naruto Bridge. Naruto was sitting on the railing just outside his small apartment inside the red light district, enjoying the peace of the village. As it was quiet, the sun was setting, and people were getting ready to retire and have dinner with their families. From this perspective, Naruto truly remembered what the village was like. The village hidden in the leaves. It was a beautiful place that just happened to have terrible people living in it. However, that was a necessary evil for the village to maintain itself. Naruto, he reached out behind him and tilted Shui so that it reflected the orange rays of light from the setting sun. This world is equal parts shadows and light, and this town is no different. Naruto discovered that his apartment was one of the nicest places in town and was located in the heart of the red light district. His apartment was abandoned for reasons Naruto didn't care to know and was in complete disarray. But some ceiling arrays solved that. Apparently no one wanted the complex of apartments, and that was fine. It was thanks to that Naruto was able to find peace here. Naruto would have dedicated himself to seeing the village from the top of the Okage Monument, but he found that it was too close to the Namek complex, so that was immediately off his list. Naruto sighed, softly closing his eyes, allowing the orange glow of the setting sun to bathe his seated form. Taking Tul and placing her on his back, Naruto looked behind him and was staring at the porcelain mask of the Sparrow people. Had sensed the man the moment he entered the small block and was waiting for whatever he had to say. The man must have noticed this because as soon as he had Naruto's, he was ready to talk. Okay, he asked you to visit him at the Namek compound. Even though he said request, Naruto knew it wasn't a request. It was an order from his cage. All I need to do is make him think of his home. And the man, he requires my gum. I swear you must feel a sick pleasure seeing me in misery. Naruto, he mentally addressed the deity of creation with a narrowed gaze at the sky. Naruto stood at the railing and looked over his shoulder to see that the Ambu operative was already gone. Naruto closed his eyes, and his body soon broke into a series of crows that flew towards the Okage Monument. It only took a few moments for the crows to converge to form. Naruto took his time walking through the forest that provided the natural cover for what he once called home. Naruto walked through the forest with the hands inside the pockets of his gray zip-up vest and hood over his head, creating a shadow over his face. Naruto saw that the gate to the compound was already open. No doubt for his arrival. Naruto walked down the path and could see that the main gate was open, and there was some talking he heard coming from inside. Naruto was only a few steps away from having to face the unfortunate music when he heard a loud snort coming from his mind. Naruto just realized that the Kabai had been in silence for the entire time on or after their connection was made. Hello, QB. The QB's eyes slowly opened, hearing the voice of his pseudo container for the first time. This told him that the connection they had created was successful and fully operational. The QB could feel the contempt coming off Naruto in waves and was curious as to why the QB only took a few moments to realize why, as he picked up the signature of that despicable man who had imprisoned him again. What is going on? Why are we here? Ninja, the QB, who had just woken up, was in no mood for the silly human jokes and wanted to know what was going on. Naruto let out the quietest of sighs as he walked up the steps to his old home, listening to the voices getting louder and clearer. That man has requested my presence here as Okage, so I have no other choice. It seems they're trying to bring me back to the family. The fools, looks like you're in for a free show. Goodbye, enjoy. Naruto, he fell silent and entered the house. Taking a few steps, Naruto was greeted by Minato and Kusina sitting on a couch, with Kakashi standing behind his couch. Naomi and Narumi were also sitting on a couch looking at him. Hopefully, Naruto almost frowned when he noticed that Jiraiya and Tsunade had positioned themselves behind him. Jiraiya of the Sannin was the legendary sage Sako of Mount Yokus, a man whose only name was to instill fear in Konoha's enemies and respect in the ears of Konoha's shinobi. He was one of the reasons why Konoha was always one step ahead of the other hidden villages. He and his extensive spy network were also a renowned teacher, as his student had become the most powerful shinobi of this era. The other figure behind him was Tsunade, also a member of the Sannin. She was a legendary medic as well as a kunoichi who had saved many lives during the wars and the current head of Konoha's hospital. Both people were supposed to act as his godfathers, but they evaded their orders. Responsibilities. Hello, Naruto. It was Minato who spoke first, trying to break the tension that had flooded the room since Naruto's arrival. Any conversation that was being had was immediately smothered when Naruto entered the room and replaced by a silent intensity. Naruto's body language gave nothing away as he looked at Minato. Ever since he had spoken, he was ignoring the sad expressions on the faces of his supposed family. Minato asked him here for what. Minato's sad smile grew a little more as he watched his son look at him, as if he were nothing more than a strange Kushina. Being the most frank and exuberant of the two, she couldn't stand the silence any longer and blurted out the reason for Naruto's presence. Naruto, please come live with us, so we could be a family again. Naruto turned his head to look at the red-haired Uzumaki, who had just uttered a desperate plea. Naruto saw the expressions of his family rise, probably from the idea of returning to a family. Naruto remained stoic and brought his arms to his chest, one blue eye hidden by his black hair and the other piercing Kushina. With a cold intensity, Naruto didn't even need to think about how he was going to answer his question, because the answer was as clear as it could be to him. Not everyone in the room looked at Naruto with different expressions on their face, but they didn't expect a one-word answer. Any hope the family felt instantly vanished under the tone. Naruto's expressionless and emotionless. Naruto could feel the two Sannin behind him frowning deeply at his words, but it didn't matter to Naruto. No one in the building at that moment had any significant value to him. Naruto felt a sudden wave of killing intent coming from behind him, and saw Jiraiya move to stand next to Kakashi, looking rather pale. It didn't take a genius to figure out where it was coming from. Behind Naruto was a very angry Senju, who was trying her best to hold back from making Naruto a blur at the end of her fist. The brat in front of her had a family that was practically begging him to come home, and he said no. Tsunade thought about how lucky Naruto was after losing his brother and lover in the war. Death denied him that chance, but he had a chance and said, no, listen here, Brat, you're going to go back and live with Minato and Kushina-chan, and then you're going to give your mother a hug. Stop acting like a spoiled brat and do the right thing and live with your family. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath to not let his Sharingan activate from the sheer intensity of the anger he was feeling. The QB could feel the amount of contempt Naruto had every time he said it to himself that related him to what was considered the perfect family. Calm, Mandalo opened his eyes and looked ahead, seemingly nowhere. Family is a group of people who love you no matter what you've done. They love you no matter what faults you may have, and they will always be there for you, protect you. That is something the people in front of me did not do. They did the opposite and threw me to the despised wolves of Konoha, who sought revenge for the lives that were taken from them night after night. They abused me and spit on me day after day. I was ignored and punished by those two for seeking the attention they lavished on their princesses. Naruto almost spat out his entire speech, not bothering to look at Tsunade. You're telling me to do the right thing, Tsunade? Which one of you is doing the right thing? When the fox hunts were raging through the streets of Konoha, my own blood ignored my pleas for help. My godfathers were busy keeping the village that tried to kill me alive and well on a daily basis. That's why I curse this blood that flows through my veins, because every day I'm reminded that I'm related to that trash. The only reason I'm not insane is because of the few people who heard a child scream for help and lent a hand instead of covering their ears and walking away as you all did. Just a few times Naruto had let out his emotions during the heartfelt yet reciting. Kushina, Naomi, and Narumi were openly crying at what Naruto was saying. Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were frowning darkly as they knew Naruto wasn't lying. Tsunade was still furious at the brat and respectful. She thought he was just using that as an excuse now. Now, Naruto, surely you could forgive Minato-sama and Kushina-sama for overlooking you. How did they have a lot of things to deal with, and they were doing the best they could. You still had a home and food to go to. They still cared. Kakashi tried to help Naruto come to his senses and hopefully bring Naruto back, as he too wanted to train the one who was supposed to be like a little brother to him. Kakashi wasn't even reading his Uchiha book, which showed how dire the situation was. Naruto's cold blue eyes stared through Kakashi with a silent intensity. Yes, there was something more important than his son. I always thought a father was supposed to protect his child, while mothers were supposed to shower him with love. I got none of that, not from them. It's funny that this is coming from you of all people, Scarecrow. Wasn't it you saying that in the ninja world those who break the rules are trash? That's true, but those who abandon their comrades are. Worse than trash, while you all abandon me, Naruto turned to look at Narumi, who was looking at him with a smile, forced and teary eyes. The day I chose to improve my life was the day of our birth, but that day had no importance. I left, and no one noticed until they found the letter I left in my exclusive room. There was one person who tried hard even. Though it was late, Naruto reached out from behind him and pulled out Tool and held it, so that the ornament, which consisted of two kunais crossing each other at their tips, was in his palm for all to see. The kunai on the left was pure white, while the kunai on the right was jet black. Below the kunai was a red Uzumaki swirl that was connected to the loops of the kunai handles. The initials were engraved on the Uzumaki swirl in black and white to match the kunai above. And this is the reason why I will talk to Narumi in public or on missions. However, she is the only one who had shown to be truly remorseful before my disappearance. This doesn't mean we are family, but yes, we are too. Alo Naruto himself wasn't sure what they could be, or if they would be anything. He needed to get out of this place now, and he needed time to think. Turning around, after holding Twig in place, Naruto took a step towards Tsunade, who was still in front of the door, when he felt someone grab his shoulder. Naruto, this is my fault. It was because of me that your parents neglected you all so that we could help nurture the savior of the world. The Toads have told me of a prophecy a long time ago, and I thought it was one of your sisters, the one who was going to be the savior. But the prophecy has changed. The Toads have told me of a prophecy of a man. Jirai was already interrupted as Naruto removed his hand from his shoulder and turned around with his eyes closed. I can see very well with these eyes of mine, Toad, and they show me the brutal truth behind which we humans hide, said Naruto ominously with his eyes closed, very revealing of what he was thinking of the shinobi world. Chi, you can channel your chakra to my eyes enough to alter them, Naruto asked. Calmly to his tenant, the Kyuubi did as he was asked, and Naruto opened his eyes, showing red-blue eyes and slanted eyes very similar to the Kyuubi's. Jiraiya grimaced at the sight and let go of Naruto's shoulder. Naruto turned to see the stubborn Senju still in his path. Minato, who saw the anger in his son's beastly eyes, frowned at his own failure to be a father, promising to make peace with Naruto at any opportunity, if only so he could call Naruto a friend at least. That was his hope. Minato saw Tsunade still in Naruto's way and hardened his blue eyes to match the look Naruto normally would have. Tsunade, stand down, Minato ordered the Senju, who looked at him defiantly, clearly not happy with the order. Her eyes looked at Kusina, who was giving him the same look as Minato. I said stand down. Now, Minato repeated to himself, stirring his chakra to put immense pressure directly on Tsunade, who began to sweat lightly. Was just a reminder of why Minato Namek was even more feared than the Sannin. Giving in, Tsunade stepped aside, and Naruto walked out of the house without a word to anyone. Everyone in the room had their own thoughts on what had just happened to Nameke's family. Uzumaki and Kakashi saw that there was a glimmer of hope for united family. Jiraiya was reflecting on how Naruto referenced his eyes during their brief interaction, and that reaffirmed his belief that the prophecy spoke of. Naruto Tsunade was calming down slowly, but had a clear dislike for the eldest son of the family. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi was thinking about what had just happened between his container and his family. Why did I give him my chakra so freely back there? Even if it wasn't for the sake of power, I still gave it away. Why did I do it? To see the fear on the faces of those Ning Yents as they saw my eyes. That's why, even unknown to the powerful chakra beast, I had something akin to respect for the despised son of Lokage. Was something the Kyuubi they had never felt before from the sage of the six paths, and had forgotten what it was. But it was there. It had been a handful of months since Naruto had returned to the village hidden in the leaves, and Naruto made himself as busy as possible. Naruto had completed an impressive number of rank missions during that time. The easiest one was when he was assigned to capture Demon Katora, who had just jumped into Naruto's arms and felt comfortable when he approached. He had done this mission several times, and at it seemed the cat had taken a liking to Naruto. Not that he cared much. Naruto had noticed that animals naturally gravitated towards him when he was called to the Inuzuka compound to help Anna take care of the sick or injured ninja. Hounds, all the pups, seemed to react to Naruto's presence. It was as if the animals could see through Naruto's cold outer facade to the warmth beneath. Naruto, as he didn't have a team, he usually had to take the C-rank missions with the other Genin teams that were unique experiences, to say the least. Naruto was assigned to Team 8 to travel to the land of T to deliver a message. The delivery was no problem, but once they arrived at their destination, they were met with unexpected news. Apparently, a group of bandits had been terrorizing the countryside and requested their help. Team 8 agreed to help the people in need, and Naruto just didn't care one way or the other. He wasn't a hero, just a shinobi. Naruto was able to collect information on each Genin member of the team, led by Karina, and just by being on her. Team Kiba was second in line to become heir to the Inuzuka second after Anna. The boy was hot-headed, stubborn, and hadn't overestimate his own ability while underestimating the ability of his opponent. His entire fighting style revolved around partnering with his ninja, Hound Kamaru. Without showing any skill towards elemental ninjutsu, Hinata was the heir Yuga, who was the opposite of Kiba. She was meek and very, very reserved, although Naruto could deduce that she had a crush on Naomi, which made Naruto's lips curve into a smile thinking of Naomi. And a fan, Hinata was also confident in her clan's jutsu. Shino was the heir of the Aburame clan, who also showed no talent for elemental ninjutsu like his teammates. However, Shino thought, as a shinobi should be, he was calm and tactical. Naruto worked with Team 10 on a simple mission to gather herbs and medical supplies at the request of Tsunade. The mission went off without a hitch, but it turned out to be a curse in disguise for Naruto. With all the time they had while searching, Yo took it upon herself to get to know Naruto better. This, of course, consisted of flirting with Naruto, who Nino found handsome, which Naruto found annoying to say the least when Shikamaru mentioned Sasuke and disrespected the lazy Nara, saying he would always love his Sasuke. Naruto knew if he was ever going to get a girlfriend, it wouldn't be a fangirl. Never. Shikamaru was one of the few people from his childhood, his age, who took the time to get to know Naruto. So they were friendly enough. Shikamaru, like all the Nara that seemed to live, was lazy, but a genius. Naruto knew that when the situation called for it, Shikamaru became deadly efficient and could be counted on, while Shikamaru was lazy, his friend and teammate. Choji was kind and hungry in equal parts. Naruto also noted that out of all the teams he had the chance to be with of working with Team 10, had the best teamwork. Choji was the close-range fighter, with Shikamaru alternating between long-range and close-range, with Ino providing support. He hadn't worked with Team 9, however he was aware that his sensei was the noble green leaf beast Madoge. By far his least favorite team to work with was Team Yes, due to the terrible dynamic the team had together. Kusina and Naomi were always trying to get him back to his family, while Sasuke. Naruto was walking through the main gate of Konoha when he caught a sight that intrigued the young man. A team of shinobi and their sensei were talking to the eternal guards of the gate and showing them their shinobi licenses. All the members of the team had been IWA for days, which made Naruto ask what was going on. Why was she here? They wouldn't be caught dead here in Konoha unless there was a chance to tarnish the village. Oh, Maya Sensei told me about the Chunin exams. It seems I need to have another talk with the Okage about this, as I can't miss this chance to reveal myself on the big stage. The Kunoichi, walking at the front of the group, was wearing a bright brown bulletproof vest that was missing the right sleeve. There was a cloth hanging over her leg, which she covered with nylon stockings. Red. The Kunoichi had short black hair and pink eyes that were missing a pupil. A little behind the Kunoichi on the left was a rather large shinobi who was smiling goofily. His headband was on his head like a bandana, where Naruto saw black hair coming out. He was also dressed in a bulletproof vest, but had a yellow scarf around his neck. On his right was another Kunoichi. That Naruto was more curious about. The Kunoichi was wearing a diving helmet with a steel cage over the opening of the helmet. Naruto could see her gray eyes looking around the village, walking silently behind her teammates. Naruto noticed how there were tubes going to each end of the helmet, and Naruto could see a green substance entering the helmet, which made him even more interested in the Kunoichi. Naruto could see that she was attractive with her face, and how her fire did little to hide her cupped bust. Naruto's eyes met hers, and she smiled and winked at him. Eyed Naruto, which only confused him as he watched the IA team leave in the distance. Naruto let out a mournful sigh and looked up at the sky, almost pleadingly. I hope you're ready to see me suffer once again, Kami. Naruto said to the sky mentally, and just at that moment a wind blew, blowing Naruto's explosion with the direction of the wind. Naruto just silently cursed the forces of nature for laughing at his plight before disappearing in a shun without crow. Minato was sitting behind his desk, reading through the details of each stage of the upcoming Chunin exams and making changes where he thought there should be changes upon finishing with the first stage. Minato suddenly felt his signature enter his office, followed by a swarm of crows. Minato closed the file he was about to review and calmly waited for his son to finish his entry, something he had experienced several times since his return. Minato had a feeling he knew what it was about, but he would let Naruto say what Naruto wanted to say. He raised his arms over his chest and stared at Minato, his deep anemone eyes piercing Minato's lighter blue eyes. A number of ambu twisted in the shadows, just from the intensity between the father. And I'll be brief with this. I want you to sign me up for the Chunin exams, Naruto said, calmly looking at him stoically with a few of his crow feathers swirling around him in the breeze coming through an open window behind Minato. Minato nodded inwardly, as this was just what he wanted. He expected Naruto to ask him to do it. I can't do that, Naruto. You are just a shinobi, and you need a team to compete in these exams. Minato informed his son in the tone that the Hokage would use when he was talking to a subordinate. What Naruto's file showed was a shinobi with excellent fundamentals and exceptional swordsmanship, but nothing more. However, Minato was not fooled. He was sure that if Naruto competed in the exams, he would learn much more about Naruto. He just didn't know how much he was right, and he would learn so much. Naruto simply looked at Minato with a black eyebrow raised in idle curiosity. I am a team. Just like Team 7, it is a team. I don't remember there being a specific number of people required to participate. And even if there was, you are the chief of the host village, you have certain liberties, Naruto stated calmly, his stance not changing even once from the calm and slightly imposing stature he took now. Well, he was not imposing to Minato, but his son seemed to have the air of a trained warrior. Minato let a smile cross his face as what Naruto was saying was true. There was no number requirement. He knew Naruto would make a fantastic politician. Naruto's eyes darted to the left, where the door was behind him, before turning to look at the Hokage. It looks like we're going to be cut short. I've given you my request, and it would be in Konoha's best interest to grant me my request with its peace. Naruto performed a normal corporal and walked out of the Hokage's office just before the door opened, and 5 shinobi will enter. Those shinobi were the 6 of the rookie ninja of Konoha, Kusina, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. There was also the sensei of the team, new Mate Gue. You all know why I have called you here today. The Chunin exams will be held in a few weeks, but these are not ordinary exams. These will be the 30th International Chunin exams. I know you may think that some of your teams are not ready, but we need you in the exams. But I still need your formal approval, said Minato. His jaw dropped. He hid behind his interlaced fingers, receiving understanding nod from the H in front of him. It was important that Konoha put in a good showing, especially with each of the 5 great hidden villages attending these exams on behalf of Kusina. Namek Uzumaki nominate the SI team for the 30th International Chunin exams. Kakashi looked up from his small orange book, feeling the eyes of the room on him, and smiled at his former sensei. What she said Kakashi before turning back to his Uchiha, receiving beads of sweat from his fellow Jounin and Minato, and a complaint from Guy about his hip attitude. I, Karina, and Yui nominate teammate for the 30th International Chunin exam. Josh Amado Winino to my youngest team 9 for this year's chance to show off Asuma's youth. Stepped out and blew out some smoke. I, Asuma Surtobi nominate teammate for the 30th International Chunin exam. Minato nodded and leaned back in his chair, smiling at his wife and a Jounin, obviously glad that there was no discussions. Okay, everyone has to go. Tell their teams and convince them if they have doubts with a collective UNOK. All the Jounin left through the office door. Minato turned to the window, where he found his sensei sitting on the windowsill looking out at the village. What do you think, Jiraiya sensei? If I let him take the exam alone, Minato asked his teacher, hoping for some advice on the matter. All of this, although he was already leaning in one direction, I think you should let him take the exam. It sounded very sure of himself. And this is finally the opportunity you've been looking for to know the extent of his abilities. Plus, it wouldn't look good if his son didn't compete in a tournament of this caliber, Jiraiya said seriously as he skipped in the office and took a seat in front of his former student and current cage. Minato smiled at his sense and nodded, as he too was thinking what could be achieved by allowing Naruto in the exams. That's what I was thinking too, Nico. I want you to go inform Naruto, who will take the exams and report to him where he should be and by when. Minato could see Nico coming out of his office and looked at his sensei, Jiraiya sensei. I need you to stay in the village because during the final stage of the exams the cashiers will be attending, and I want to make sure that Konoha remains at peace. Minato said it more like an order than a request, but nonetheless Jiraiya nodded. Then the two got into a discussion on the best way to defend the village. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha to get to a training ground, so he could run through some sword stances as well as train with his clones. It had been a week since he was informed of his acceptance into the Chunin exams, and there was still another 10 days until the exam started. Naruto knew his foolish father wouldn't pass up the chance to see what he was capable of. This also gave Naruto the chance to test himself against a number of different opponents that would provide Naruto with different problems. Indeed, he didn't care about impressing anyone, but he knew a good performance would help Konoha, but he planned on winning the exams anyway. As he walked down the street, Naruto heard a loud commotion coming from the end of the street. Beside him, Naruto turned his vision to see what was going on that was causing such a commotion in the public area. One of the causes of the noise was a dark-skinned kunoichi with a flat chest, long red hair, and a sword on her back. She had a long-sleeve dress underneath, a Kumo bulletproof vest. The other person who joined her in creating all the noise was a shinobi who was wearing an outfit that had cat ears. Despite being a boy, Naruto saw that he was wearing makeup and had something on his back. Naruto recognized the boy they were yelling at as Amaru Saratobi. There was a girl standing behind the boy wearing makeup. She had a large iron fan strapped to her back. She had a purple garment that reached mid-thighs, and her blonde hair was tied into 4 ponytails behind the Kuno and Shikuma. 3 people Naruto assumed it was his team. The first was a dark-skinned shinobi about Naruto's height with short spiky white hair. He was also dressed in the Kumo flag with a sword on his back, but he looked at Konohamaru with an apologetic look while sucking on a lollipop. Next to him was a light-skinned kunoichi with short, straight blonde hair. She was wearing her Kumo vest around her stomach and had cut her outfit to show off her oversized bust, probably to distract the enemies that would fall prey to such a thing. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the last member of the Kumo shinobi team. There was something that looked familiar. She had long, straight blonde hair that was tied up with rubber bands. She wore a black and purple blouse with short sleeves and a Noops design on the left side. She had fingerless gloves with a chain of blue beads around her left hand and arm. The black shinobi pants that the kunoichi was wearing also had the design of the cloud coming down the left leg, although Naruto really noticed her blue and slanted eyes that at that moment were filled with annoyance. What is it about that kunoichi that makes her look so familiar to me, as if I had known her all my life? Naruto questioned himself without realizing that the Kyuubi was awake and listening to his ninjin container. The human carries my sister the 2 tails is why she seems so familiar to your senses. Naruto nodded and looked at Konohamaru, who seemed very scared, along with 2 other children, little ones that were behind him. Naruto channeled his chakra into his ears to allow him to pick up on what they were saying without entering their field of consciousness. This way, he could get their intentions without any outside pressure. Listen here, Kumo, the brat ran into me first, so I'm the one who's going to teach Kono's brat some manners here. The boy wearing the cat suit told the redhead rather heatedly. Naruto could see some bulging veins on the boy's forehead, showing how angry he was. Kankuro, just let him go. We don't need to go cause any trouble here in a foreign village. The boy's sister Tamari tried to get the Suna puppeteer to see reason and avoid an international incident. Asuna couldn't have, especially not with its only ally. Why would a boy even wear makeup? You don't have any kind of masculinity inside. Yukuro, the red-haired kunoichi of Kumo, sneered to the Shinobuna as her hand went to reach for her sword, looking at Konohamaru, ignoring the scream of ESP. Kankuro wore paint amber eyes. Karui blinked dangerously. Now then, why don't we shave a few inches? Hubrat, the white-haired shinobi, Omoy started waving his hands frantically, trying to get Karui's attention before she attacked the boy. Karui, what if he pities the boy? Then the third Kai goes to Kumo and shows why he is the god of shinobi and kills Sama. The beast sense attacks and kills the third cage, and we're going to war with Konoha and Yellow Flash. Omoy finished taking a deep breath, using his tongue to keep his loli from falling out his mouth. This caused sighs from his team and beads of sweat from the shinobi. Sua, Konohamaru was scared by the sword pointed at him. Well, I guess it's time to instill a little fear in the competition and show them why they have to behave in my village. Key, will they identify me or those other two, as the Jinchuriki Naruto waited for the QB to respond, as he listened to what he assumed were random noises the QB was making as he contemplated his question. I would say that they would see the container like you, since they can only sense the chakra in the person who has the consciousness. Naruto made his sign with one hand and performed a natureless body blink in front of Konohamaru. You know, he is right, since you two shinobi were only planning to attack the grandson of the third, and here in Konoha, however, without mentioning that he is only a student of the academy, said Naruto, suddenly appearing between Kankuro Karu and Konohamaru with his katana told unsheathed. The sudden arrival Naruto put all the foreigners on high alert, as Naruto had just appeared, and with a weapon drawn, he wouldn't do that. If he were you, it would prove fatal. Naruto added, seeing that each of the 6 shinobi were ready to try and get into a fighting stance. This confused the SUA and Kyumo teams. That was until they looked behind each of them. With a katana pointed at a vital area, there was a shadow clone equally serious from Naruto. There was even a shadow clone looking towards a tree while leaning on its trunk, surprising the shinobi in the tree. While they were busy with the commotion of being surrounded, Naruto turned to look at Konohamaru with a small smile on his face. Kono, why don't you and your friends get out of here while I deal with these idiots? Konohamaru's face lit up, and he nodded, as only one person had called him that. And that was Naruto, who he didn't recognize until now. Konohamaru and his friends took off in the opposite direction, and Naruto turned around to see another shinobi standing there with the group he had. Red hair and the love Kaji over his eye. My name is Gara Sabaku. Who are you? The redhead, wearing a gourd on his back, asked, wondering who this strong shinobi in front of him was. This was a sentiment shared by the other son, Janine, and the Konin. Naruto looked indifferently at Gara, causing the boy's eyes to narrow at Naruto, as it reminded him of his childhood blood. I want his blood. Gara chose to ignore his mother this time, at least for now. Nairi, who is this guy Yujito? She asked her own tailed beast curiously, as it looked familiar to her. I don't know Keaton, but I do know that he has the Kyubi's chakra inside of him. I think he's suppressing it, but that's just because it's so weak. Kyui's great, and Karui just had to go annoy the guy, thought Yujito, as she looked at Naruto, much more tired than moments before. Naruto looked at Gara as her shadow clones disappeared into small puffs of smoke, leaving the other shinobi minus Gara to breathe a sigh of relief. My name is Naruto, and let me give you all a saying that applies throughout your entire stay here in Konoha. Naruto said with a fake smile on his face, as he released some of his own power that weighed on the shoulders of each of the genin. There was no malicious intent behind the pressure. It was just pressure. Each of the genin had a bead of sweat running down their forehead. I know that 2 of you are Jinchuriki, so I'll only say this once: a tanuki cannot play dead to avoid a kitsune, and a cat cannot scratch a fox in his lead. With that, Naruto disappeared into another shunin, leaving the groups minus the Jinchuriki with wide eyes. Kitten, you felt that was just his power forcing you down. There was no sign of the Kumi's chakra. It's quite powerful. You should take him to your hotel room and ride. The lustful purr of the Nibi was interrupted by a blushing Yujito trying to hide the red of her cheeks. And no, I'm not taking him and having sex with him. I don't even know his name or anything about him. Yujito mentally yelled at her perverted tailed beast, finally managing to push away her annoying blush on her cheeks from the mental images of Naruto and her doing unspeakable things coming from Nibi. Temari Kankuro, let's go meet Baki. Gara ordered his 2 older brothers, who obeyed without hesitation. All the Kyumo shinobi shared a look and agreed that it was best for them to avoid Naruto during the exams. If they could avoid it, then they too left to go meet their eccentric sense, and informing him of the situation they were in. Naruto was sitting on his bed in a meditative position with only his shinobi pants on, his eyes closed, as the room slowly darkened from the lighting seals placed on the walls. Naruto was currently sitting in his mindscape, having a conversation with his resident tailed beast. Tell me, Chi, who should I be looking out for out there? Naruto asked, seeking the great Kitsune's advice on the matter, as it would be foolish not to utilize an extra resource. 1-year-old the QB, who was resting on his 2 front legs, looked at Naruto as if he was a bug, but in the end he gave, and probably Nib advised his container to avoid challenging me, since he was always smart, unlike that 4-tailed fool. Anyways, if I had to guess, you would probably have to beat that sandbrat, since Shikaku was always a bloodthirsty fool with an inferiority complex. The only place he could prove to be a true threat It would be in the desert where he has tons of sand at his disposal. The QB told Naruto, who was listening carefully to the information of the QB. He closed his eyes and opened them, showing his 3 Sharingan tomos. It turns out that in the mint sap they would activate on their own to the anger of QB, but finally he accepted it since Naruto showed no desire to control it very well. Then most likely Gaara will use sand-based techniques. He will probably have the sand in that gourd he carried in his back. That means he has a fixed amount of sand at his disposal. Naruto told himself, just for the sake of having the information in his head in case of a conflict between him and his fellow human sacrifice, "Can you tell me something about the Nibi? I mean, we wouldn't want to be outclassed by any of the lesser beasts, right?" Naruto asked, playing off the QB's great pride, something he shared with the QB as he didn't like to appear weak either. The QB's eyes narrowed at Naruto before his big mouth opened with a very vile smile, showing its large and shiny teeth. The only tail that the QB had recovered swayed from side to side. With amusement, of course, neither of those two are as strong as me, Ninjin. And the QB, I am the spell of destruction. I have not fought with the Nibi in a long time, since she has priorities and other things, but I remember that her affinity with fire was only surpassed by mine. Naruto nodded, but it seemed that the QB had one last nugget of information to add to this discussion. I also remember hearing, when he was sealed inside that woman, that the 8 tails had become partners with a Kumo human. It would make sense that he would have taught the girl to partner with Nairi Shikaku. She wouldn't have paired up with the Sunabrat. So you won't have to worry about that. The QB opted not to call Kusina Naruto's mother, remembering how volatile Naruto would become that, and that she had no desire to test Naruto's ocular prowess in her state. With a frown, hearing that the blonde from Kyomo could possibly use Subu's chakra to help her, but then again Naruto had his eyes, so it might not be a problem, just a real conflict. Will tell who would win. Naruto slowly let his eyes open again, and instead of a sewer, Naruto found himself looking down at his room in the house in the red light district. Naruto ran his hand through his raven black hair. With a sigh, standing, Naruto walked to the bathroom, where he began to shower and looked at himself in the mirror above the lavabo, letting his Sharingan come to life. Naruto stared at his own reflection. Soon, very soon, everyone will know how big of an impact I can have on this world. Taking a deep breath, Naruto let his red eyes fade into the blue eyes he was born with. Naruto stepped into the shower and let the warm water wash over his body and soothe his aching muscles. Konoha always loved the saying, "Look under the under." So I'm willing to guess that will be the first or second stage of these exams. Then after that, probably a survival stage to thin out the numbers a bit before a final tournament. The tournament will allow the villages to show their shinobi, by extension their strength. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment to relax before finishing his shower and going to bed. 10 more days, and then I'll have a whole new set of problems to deal with, but it's a necessary evil. Naruto closed his eyes, and within minutes Naruto was asleep. Naruto was standing in front of Iden Left Academy, looking at the building impassive from under its hood. Now Naruto hadn't attended the academy since Meow had come to pick Naruto up from Konoha the year he would join the academy. For some reason Naruto figured they probably taught something stupid like Konoha in peacetime, so none of the shinobi in the exams outside of Team 7 knew any elemental in nuts. And Naruto shook his head, as it was unbelievable that Konoha could stay where it was with such a weak generation of shinobi. They really needed to pick up their training if they wanted to surpass the last generation. However, that was not Naruto's problem. His only problem, if you could call it, that was these exams. These exams brought shinobi from all sorts of different corners of the world here to Konoha to show everyone watching what they could do. Naruto could only smile in anticipation at the amount of strong opponents he could fight. Naruto found talent in Konoha to be very lacking and hoped the other villages could provide genin who would awaken his interest. However, that didn't matter at the moment, as to get there Naruto had to run a few more stages before that showtime. Naruto said to himself as he walked through the main entrance of the academy and looked up to see a sign posted on the wall pointing aspiring chunin in the right direction. Naruto to shinobi from various countries complaining about being denied entry. Naruto immediately recognized the 2 men, the 2 of them guarding the room labeled 301, because of how many times he had passed by their post, of course, transformed into what Naruto assumed were their younger forms. But Naruto knew that as Izumo and Kotetsu, the eternal guardians of the village gate, Naruto watched as a leaf genin tried to force his way, and only to be punched in the jaw and kicked back towards his team, earning him screams from the other shinobi who were getting nervous about his chances of becoming Chunin. Naruto shook his head at the stupidity of the shinobi in front of him, if they could even be called that. So are these people so stupid? I mean, it's just a rank jinjutsu they placed on the sign above the door. That's because we've only gone up one flight of stairs at this point. Naruto thought in disbelief as he looked at the protesting Jining with a blank stare, trying to save his remaining brain cells. Naruto pushed his way through the group. Without a word, he made it to the stairs to the third floor. Naruto didn't spare a second glance at the convergence of idiots on the second floor who deserved to be eliminated from this exam. Naruto had just bypassed a boy in green spandex and his team walking up the stairs. He had just emerged from Naruto, walked up to the door of the actual room 301, and opened the door and took a few steps to let the door close. A wave of killing intent immediately tried to swallow Naruto. As he entered alone, the genin in the room thought Naruto was easy prey to be taken in this exam. However, they had no idea how wrong they could be. Naruto shrugged at the weak intent of the assassin, as he had experienced much worse while training with Itachi and Miao. Naruto walked over to a table situated on the right side of the room. Naruto turned to his left to see a familiar group of shinobi looking at him with small smiles, and one with indifference. Naruto recognized them as the blue-haired boy he fought on the bridge, and also as the fake hunter Ninsen. However, there was one that Naruto didn't recognize. The shinobi was wearing a black striped dress shirt with a yellow tie, but Naruto could make out the chainmail under the guy's collar. The boy had blue hair much like Chojuro, but also had yellow streaks running through his blue hair. Chojuro bowed slightly, which Naruto thought was odd. Hello again, shinobi. Sen, it's a pleasure to see you once again. I'm afraid I forgot to put your name the last time we crossed paths. Chojuro informed Naruto with a somewhat regretful tone in his voice, as Naruto had provided a wonderful duel. By the way, my name is Chojuro, Chojuro said as he extended his hand for Naruto to take in a handshake. Naruto took the handshake. Since he respected Chojuro's sword skills, Naruto told Chojuro and by proxy the rest of the Kairin in his name. In return, since Naruto only used his given name, they were blissfully unaware of Naruto's heritage. Naruto watched with some amusement as Hua glided towards the bench of the table Naruto was sitting as she kept getting closer, but had yet to look the young man in the eyes, which only fueled said young man's amusement. Aku looked to see Chojuro and his other teammate talking, so she turned to look at Naruto with a small smile she was thinking about. What you said on the bridge so long ago, and I agree that trash like that doesn't deserve to live. I just wanted the chance to tell you that I admire your determination. Aku tried to get that last sentence out faster than he could. Naruto couldn't help but let out a small chuckle at the nervous behavior around him, which only made the ice release. Kunoichi feel a little self-conscious. Naruto turned to look at Aku with a small sly smile. It's really nice to meet a Kunoichi. Would it be all the Kunoichi around here are more interested in their looks or their love life? Naruto stated with a frown and a blank tone with a deadpan expression to match. Aku laughed at the expression. Naruto's expressionless face caught the attention of the other two Kairin. Jin and Naruto simply repeated what he said to hear to the other two, getting laughs from both Shin Kairin, while Naruto wondered why he didn't take the chance to go to Kiri. The dress-up boy looked at Naruto with a smile, almost as if he could sense Naruto's strength. Or maybe he was just an idiot. My name is Kakugo. The shinobi known as Kakugo introduced himself with a soft tone. Naruto wondered why he was called that. Because of the bishop's piece in shoji, then some people thought it was named after a ramen topping. Then something happened that Naruto didn't expect. Naruto watched as a yellow energy hand came out of his hand, and then he performed a small salute with the energy or aura hand. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the blatant display of Kakugo's skills. There are only a few reasons to show your skills so easily to an enemy. Shinobi 1 or 2 is an idiot. He is extremely arrogant in his ability, judging by the gleam in his eyes. When he showed the ability, it is the arrogant choice. How foolish is that arrogance that will lead to an untimely death or the death of those who. Naruto gave Kakugo a smile of his own, effectively masking what he was thinking about the Kiri. Shinobi Naruto continued to have a pleasant conversation with the Kiri team, while the rest of the Kono rookies made their presence known in the testing room. The team had just entered the testing room and were greeted with the same treatment that Naruto was given received about 10 minutes earlier as the wave of killing intent washed over them. Naomi and Narumi showed their discomfort by clenching their hand. Sasuke felt his heartbeat quicken, and Sakura tried to protect herself from the malicious intent by using Sasuke's body as a buffer. The tension was becoming too much for the left Genin team and left them craving any kind of disturbance in the relentless killing intent of multiple Genin teams. Luckily, someone was feeling kind today and gave them the distraction that Sasuke-kun needed so much. Sasuke groaned hearing the familiar scream of one of his most loyal fans, and as if on cue, he felt an extra weight on his left side, silently praying for something more. Sasuke turned his gaze slightly to the left, where blonde hair filled his vision. It seemed Sasuke wasn't having as much luck as he would like. The room watched as Ino curled up into the Uchiha's side, with beads of sweat growing on the back of their heads, wondering how she became a certain kunoichi. Sakura had a large tick on the edge of her forehead as she watched the Yamanaka heirs cuddle up to her pig Sasuke Hino. Sakura screamed at her rival and used her abnormal natural strength to rip Hino off of Sasuke like a leech. The two-leaf kunoichi that was a stretch were mashing their foreheads against each other's and giving each other glares that could kill if such a thing was possible. Sasuke, who was hiding his embarrassment, walked away from her. The fangirls in the room grew a second sweat and wondered if all the kunoichi in Konoha were fans. While all this was going on, kunoichi Ojo, with a hairstyle that resembled a panda, looked away, embarrassed. AK was nodding now, fully understanding what Naruto was telling her earlier. Troublesome. It seemed you guys were also forced to compete in these exams, Shikamaru said lazily as he and Choji, who was eating from a bag of chips, joined into Team 7, and their teammate Narumi and Naomi, they let out a small sigh as they watched how, even at one of the biggest events in the world, Shikamaru showed no enthusiasm. You know, Shikamaru, I think you might die if you showed any enthusiasm, Narumi said with a small smile, earning a giggle from his sister and a roll of her eyes from said Nara. Narumi, however, had a slight spasm when she heard Shikamaru mutter something about troublesome blondes. Hey, it seems you guys are taking the exams. It's not like you're going to win, right, Kamaru? Said Kiba, almost yelling in his usual brazen style of doing things. Earning a small howl from his canine companion Shino, and Jinata approached behind him in a much more subdued and calm manner. Sasuke managed to distance himself from his arguing fangirls and smiled at the Inazuka air. Of course, we are as if I lost the chance to beat the shinobi of the entire Duelite continent. I'll win all this till you have no chance against a dog stray Uchiha, Sasuke arrogantly challenged, serving to irritate the young Inazuka, who wanted nothing more than to wipe Uchiha's signature smirk off. Kiba tightened his hands around the wrists of his sweater as he held back from attacking the Uchiha heir, who had just insulted his pride. Hinata looked at her teammate with concern as she never really liked conflict, especially when it was between comrades. Shino was just Shino. Look at him, Sasuke. Won't be like when he was in the academy, and even then you could barely beat me. I've improved, and your pretty little eyes just popped out, which means you still suck, Kiba retorted with a smirk of his own as he pointed out the simple fact that Sasuke had just activated his Sharingan back in their academy days. Kiba was the only one who could challenge Uchiha when it came to taijutsu practice. Sasuke looked at Kiba. He let his single Tomo Sharingan come to life, earning a growl from the wild shinobi. You know, being so loud usually puts a big target on your back. That's what something that is not recommended for anyone, but especially not for rookies. Oh, and by the way, I'm a rookie. The Janine calmed down and looked to see a boy with glasses and silver walking toward his small group, paying attention to his word. The group of unsuspecting Genin glanced around. They saw several gloomy-looking Genin all staring at their group. Hinata let out an eep and hid behind Shino, while Shino and Sakura, who had just stopped arguing, swallowed and had lumps form in their throats. Sasuke stared back at them, and the other Genin just looked around the room. Look, all you want, me and Akamaru are going to win this whole thing, so it doesn't matter, isn't it, boy? Yelled Kiba, obviously not bothered by being the center of attention that the others would most avoid. Akamaru barked, supporting his master like any loyal shinobi dog would. Kabuto looked at Kiba as if he was the stupidest person to ever walk the entire elemental continent. Kiba simply ignored the look as he was too busy imagining his great victory in the middle of an arena surrounded by several fangirls screaming his name. Kabuto shook his head and turn to look at the other shinobi of the group. Take it from someone who has taken these tests 7 times. These exams are not easy, especially since all the main hidden villages are competing. Kabuto warned them, sternly receiving nods from the genin, except for Shikamaru, who narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was wrong with him. Silver-haired genin Sasuke, on the other hand, scoffed at the elderly Leaf genin's warning, as he had a different opinion on the failure in front of him. They probably aren't that hard, your one, said Sook with an infuriating smile on his lips and his arms crossed over his blue ciel shirt. Kabuto, who had previously been smiling, frowned at the naive Uchiha. No, these exams are very difficult, but you'll soon learn that some of you the hard way. Kabuto finished that last part in a whisper, inaudible, throwing a menacing smile towards the group. Struggle to take the exams. As many times as I've done this, it's allowed me to gain information on this year's competitors, which is quite useful, said Kabuto for the group to hear, as he pulled out a deck of cards that were blank. Now Shikamaru was very curious about this Leaf genin that he had never seen before, and it had information on all the competitors. There was something that even he couldn't understand. Information? He asked. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity directed at Kabuto's deck of ninja information cards. Once he informed him that it was information on his fellow competitor, Sasuke let a smile cross his face, believing that he could gain some advantages over some people in the trials. Okay, then show me Aralee's cards. Sabaka, Sasuke said, remembering how Gaara managed to evade his senses and how Aralee beat him easily. Not that he would admit it. Kabuto smiled as the plan was going to work perfection and nodded before beginning to shuffle the cards. Placing a blank card on the ground, Kabuto placed his middle and index fingers on the card and released a small pulse of chakra onto the surface of the card. The card slowly spun until information about Rogel came to the surface of the card. Rogel has no capabilities in Nino Jinjutsu due to an illness that has ruined his chakra coils. His taijutsu, however, is at the point where it could match several jounin. Part of the Konoha new team, consisting of Naruto, Jiten himself, Indo, Su Sense, and Madogue team New, has done 42 D-rank missions and 35 C-rank missions. Kabuto read the card, allowing the genin to absorb the information before returning the card to his deck, and shuffled it. Kabuto pulled out a new card and channeled his chakra into that card, also revealing the picture and information on Gaara. Sabaka, I don't have much information on him, to be honest, but I can tell you that he, along with his teammates and brothers Timar and Kankuro, have completed 12 D-rank missions, 52 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission. The most shocking thing, however, is that he has never suffered an injury while in the field. Kabuto finished with a small trickle of sweat running down his forehead. All the genin of Konoha were left gaping at that information, as they would get small cuts just from Shikamaru's D-rank missions, who had been looking around the room for a certain raven-haired shinobi. Met his gaze and gave him a small smile. Naruto, who he knew what he was about to do, he simply shrugged indifferently at the idea, as troublesome as it may be. Can you give me information on Naruto? Asked Shikamaru, politely remembering to avoid using Naruto's last name, effectively avoiding his specter. Kabuto raised an eyebrow, confused as to why he didn't use the last name, but searched through his deck. Narumi and Naomi looked at the shadow user for asking for information on their brother. Kabuto pulled out a card with Naruto's information on it. Here's Naruto. Naruto Namek Uzumaki. Kabuto froze, reading the shinobi's full name. He asked everyone in the room to stay silent and look at Naruto, who was sitting there with his eyes closed at a table, just shaking his surprise. Kabuto continued reading. Naruto is the only son of the 4th Hokage, and as part of his early life labeled as classified. He has not shown taijutsu, but is always seen with a katana on his person. That being said, his kenjutsu skills are truly off the charts, and is said to use a style never before seen. Naruto, and have shown no skills in Nino Jinjutsu, breaks the equipment when going on missions rank C or higher. Naruto has completed 28 rank D missions, 16 rank C1 rank B1 rank A. Kabuto nearly choked on his own saliva as he read the last part of the card. Naruto has also only received light cuts during his missions, nothing serious. Kabuto broadcasted to the silent room. Everyone was looking at Naruto as if he was an alien. Naruto sat there completely motionless, relaxed, as he let Kabuto reveal it to the Chunin. Aspiring room, all that information is accessible in Konoha's records. Either he's targeted me with a jade, or convinced some teams to avoid me. Plus, he's given them expectations of my skill set that I can break if need be. Thanks, Shikamaru, you just made my job so much easier. Naruto sat there with no discernible emotion on his face, but he was smiling. On the inside, like a fox that had caught its prey, all the shinobi of the leaf looked at Naruto in shock. But in the case of Narumi and Naomi, admiration and amazement. The Kiri team that was closest to the only son of Lokage looked at him with respect and a slight amazement. Chojuro could personally attest to Naruto's skill with his sword, since he had not had a duel like that since his training in Kiri. Aku, who was surprised that Naruto had not shown skills in the fields of ninjutsu, had the suspicion that Naruto was using the powerful of a shinobi. The deception. Kakui's grin threatened to split his face in two as he thought of the great fight Naruto could provide him not once. Entertaining the thought that his previous display would come back and haunt him, Clue's team also listened to the very legacy summary of Naruto's abilities and the story of the mission, and were generally impressed. Omoi had already begun to create a very elaborate yet terrifying scenario in which he accidentally killed Lokage Yandame's son, which led to the destruction of the ninja system Karu, and scoffed, believing that he could handle the prince of Konoha easily with his sword. Yet bitter for Naruto, embarrassing over a week ago, Samui was thinking of talking to the raven-haired shinobi, since he seemed to be pretty cool, not to mention he had the aura of a self-confident warrior. Yujito, however, wasn't so lucky to have her thoughts kept to herself thanks to a certain perverted feline sharing her body with her. You heard that kitty hasn't even turned out seriously injured. You still have to claim him before another woman sinks her claws into him. El Nibi purred her memory, still thinking about that dominant presence that Naruto produced. It was an aura that demanded that he respect its power, or there would be consequences, which was rare for a genin. Yujito cut the mental link with the two tails in favor of looking at the shinobi, who is now the center of attention. I don't know if it's because he has the kabai, but it feels so familiar, as if we were friends for years. A column of smoke suddenly exploded behind the podium in the center of the room, drawing everyone's attention. Out of the smoke came a man with tan skin and a scar running down each of his cheeks. At an angle, he was wearing a black trench coat, and his headband was like a bandana. Okay, worms, shut up and follow me. This was the proctor for the first exam, and Vicky Marino, a renowned interrogator and head of the Hidden Leafs Torture and Interrogation Unit, and Vicky led the participants into another room similar to the first, but with packets of papers on each seat, and Vicky stood at the front of the room so she could see everything. Find the package that has your name and shinobi license number on it, and sit down. And Vicky ordered her new victims, watching some of them run in panic, while others calmly found where they should sit. A chunin is much more than a genin. As a chunin, you may find yourself leading missions where your role is to watch everything and make quick decisions. It's up to you to be fast, but correct. Some of these missions will have time limits where you can't just take your time and go through it at a measured pace. Not in some missions you might find a comrade or an informant captured, and then time will be of the essence. If you're too slow, you'll lose that teammate. This is what we're going to simulate here. You've got 100 questions there and an hour to answer them by any means. And Vicky smiled at the look of disbelief on most of the genins' faces, believing that their task was impossible. Oh, and one more thing. If you fail, you will never be able to take the exams again, and you will be an eternal genin at the right moment. There were shouts of protest and questioning of her authority to do. So I can assure you that each of your senseis agreed to the terms of the test when they signed you up for the exam. Now, if someone wishes to leave before the test begins, they can try again next year. But if a person leaves their team, we'll also join them. And Vicky watched with an indifferent expression as the silence fell dead. All the genin looked to their teammates for some sort of silent guidance. And Vicky waited 5 minutes. And in that time, 10 teams had left. The testing room begins. As soon as the word start left Vicky's lips, the sound of pencils hitting paper echoed through the silent room. Much to the hidden amusement of the proctor, Naruto let his eyes fall on the piece of paper he was given as he turned the first page. Naruto was tempted to. Naruto began answering questions immediately, but decided to approach the test calmly. Remember to always read the details before rushing. Patience will save your life many more times than any ninjutsu. Itachi's words echoed in Naruto's mind, calming all his apprehension towards what he was being asked. Naruto went over the directive. You have 1 hour to complete this part of the exam. There are 100 questions on this exam. You must read each and every question before beginning answer any questions once you have done. So you can begin your exam, Naruto made sure to read the directive 2 more times, as all the pencils hitting the paper over and over again had a minor effect on it. Naruto calmly read each and every question just as the directive told him to do. When Naruto got to the last question, a single line, Naruto read the message with a blank expression and looked at Ike, who was just looking at some papers. Naruto silently stood up from his chair, making sure not to draw too much attention and possibly help the competition. Naruto was aware of a few pairs or eyes on him, and the most noticeable of them were Vicky's eyes. Naruto stared at the man for a few moments before letting a small smile come to his lips, a smile mirrored by the proctor shuffling silently towards a door where another proctor was standing. The proctor asked him about the message, which Naruto knew was the message on the back of his paper. The sheet that lay in the sun also lies in the shadows. The supervisor nodded and opened the door. He was standing in front of, gesturing for Naruto to follow him into a smaller waiting and resting room. Naruto took a seat, and the supervisor resumed his original position, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. I was the first one who saw him, and Vic created a great deal of tension by explaining the duties expected of a Chunin. Then to add to that, he created a false illusion of being an eternal genin to force them to rush through the test, making them forget what he said about looking at everything. Then there is the purpose of separating those who succeed from the common testing area. This way the others are sure if I noticed or if I couldn't stand it. And it just left it. Besides, there is no strange chance of someone saying something that would reinforce the other testers' belief. Naruto watched as a Kumo team he hadn't met walked past him, no doubt also figuring out the purpose. Seeing a team joining him in the testing room waiting also brought another point to Naruto's thoughts. Then there's the challenge of conveying the meaning of the test to your other teammates without alerting Ibik to the other competitors. Naruto waited for the rest of the hour as the room filled with other teams who either solved the puzzle or stumbled upon the answer through pure luck. Naruto saw that among the teams were the Leith Roys, along with the teams of Kumo, Kiri, Suna, and IWA were also among the group that had passed the first stage. Naruto was glad that from his sitting position, he was hidden from view of everyone except Shikamaru, who someone found him and decided to take a nap next to him. The lazy bastard knows that I would help if someone tried to attack him, Naruto thought with a ghost of a smile on his face. Usually this wasn't. It was at 55 minutes when the window on the other side of the room shattered, putting all the genin on high alert. Well, all of them except Naruto and Shikamaru, for different reasons. One moment, then a kunoichi with violet hair and wearing a tan coat over a chain, male. Her choice of clothing had many kunoichi staring at her, and other shinobi like Kiba and Kankuro looking at her with an inverted smile. Behind her, there was a banner that read "Sexy Single Hanko." Mitarashi, proctor of the second stage, Anko, looked around and saw the number of henning that were still left and clicked her teeth. It seems Aiki is going soft if he lets so many brats pass his test. Well, I'll have this number cut in half at least, Hanko muttered to herself with a sadistic smile that made some of the younger genin feel a little uncomfortable. All right, brats, you have 10 minutes to meet me at training camp 44. If you're not there, you'll be disqualified. Naruto turned to look at sleeping Nara and nudged him in the shoulder, shaking him after relaying the message. Naruto performed a shunin to follow the snake woman. He knew exactly where to find training camp 44. Like most of the shinobi of the Leaf, Naruto and the rest of the genin stood in a crowd in front of a closed forest, all with different expressions on their faces. A loud growl came from somewhere deep in the forest that made some of the genin take a step back in fear. At the front of the group, Anko watched as the last seconds passed, closing the clock. Anko turned to look at the group. It's okay, that's the time. Hello, my little genin, and welcome to my second home, the countryside training area 44, or better known around here as the Forest of Death. Anko projected her voice to make sure all the genin could hear her words. As soon as she finished her little introduction, a high-pitched scream was heard coming from the forest, as if she wanted to introduce herself to the little genin. This, of course, scared some of the genin to the point that some thought their heart Uncle Hanko was smiling at her fear, until she saw Naruto Looking unimpressed, Anko pulled out a kunai from her Naruto, finally decided against it, and leaned slightly to his right, so the kunai missed him completely. Hanko, who had already performed a shun shin to get behind the raven-haired shinobi, had to use another kunai to hold it at Naruto's throat. The other genin, who were too distracted by the threat of the forest, were looking at the supervisor, who looked like she was about to kill Naruto. "My house doesn't meet your expectations," Anko whispered into Naruto's ear, just so he could hear her words, having a little fun with the cool and calm genin. Hanko pressed her assets against Naruto's back Sukuna and was inches away from cutting his skin. "Naruto, just playing around. Yeah, I don't think the forest is that threatening after all. I was about 5 years old when I spent a few months there," Naruto replied in a calm whisper, not even bothered by Hanko pressing on his back. Hanko thought about. She pondered her words for a few moments before recognizing the genin she was trying to tease. Looking over her shoulder at Naruto, Hanko had to admit that the boy from all those years ago filled out quite nicely, to the point where she wouldn't mind having a little fun with him. A shiver ran down the snake lord of Konoha's spine, not thinking of the possible intimate moment, but because she suddenly felt cold steel against the inside of her thigh. Anko knew by her position that she was against a main artery that could kill her fairly quickly. The brat is quite good and is sensible. He's going to do chunning easily. Anko was removed from her thoughts as her danger senses went off, releasing Naruto. She turned around to look at the person standing behind her. It was Kyuzin, who had approached behind. The two with the kuna and that Anko had thrown earlier in his hand, the Kuka Chikusa. He gave Anko a very disturbing smile and handed her to the supervisor of the second stage. "I just returned to Kuna and Proer," Sin said politely to Kyuzin before returning to stand next to her teammates. Hanko and Naruto let their vision linger on the shinobi who had managed to get so close to them. With a suspicious glint in her eyes, Anko put away her two kunai and returned to the front of the group to carry out the rest of her duties as supervisor. "Listen, why I'm only going to say this. Once to finish this stage, you must retrieve 2 scrolls, one labeled Sky and the other Earth." Anko took out one of each scroll. "To show the teams an example, you are not allowed to open these scrolls until you reach the tower in the center of the forest, where you will have to carry the scrolls. Konoha's teams with about 4 members will need to gather 2 of each scroll. Due to the extra member," Anko put the scrolls in her pocket and pointed to a booth with a chunning sitting there with a stack of papers. "To get your scroll and gate number, you will have to sign a waiver releasing Konoha from any responsibility for your probable death in the forest." This caused a number of unhappy complaints from the genin, who were basically called future corpses by an uncaring Anko. Naruto walked up to the booth and signed his resignation, and was given an Earth scroll as well as his door number 12. Naruto stood there alone, aware of the eyes that were on him from Team Amage Cure to his right, and a different Kiri squad to his left. Naruto heard Anko's voice over a speaker system wishing the genin luck, which made Naruto stand up and say, "I'm sorry," snort as he knew those words were far from sincere. A loud bell was heard, and simultaneously each and every door opened. Naruto took off towards where he knew the tower was from his childhood, not bothering to look for a team, as he knew a team would come looking for him. The lone wolf of the competition had passed around too when Naruto sensed someone was following him. Thanks to a booming cage that had dissipated, Naruto dropped down to the floor of the forest, which was covered from a series of thick trees and bushes. Not even a minute had passed when Naruto found himself with company on the forest floor. Naruto's side, of course. It had to be an IWA team. Each of the IWA shinobi looked at the despised son of Lokage with obvious hatred, filling their eyes, blind to the truth. The truth was that Naruto was not his father, and he should not be judged by Minato's actions during a war. Who Naruto assumed was the leader stepped forward with a cocky smirk on his face. "Look at that damn Yellow Flash's son. Kill my father, and now I can get my revenge by killing his son, since you'd wish you had a team. Now, you bastard, just so you could run away from my vengeance," the teen yelled with a bloodthirsty grin, a grin that his 2 teammates wore on their own faces. Naruto sighed and shook his head at the ignorant fools in front of him who would rather kill him for the sins of the cage than try to be diplomatic about the situation. On the other hand, to the untrained eye, Naruto would seem to be no place to negotiate with a full team of shinobi. Naruto decided not to stain Toll with the blood of the trash in front of him, and they would stick together. He generally didn't rely on taijutsu, as a sword was much more efficient at killing or dispatching opponents, but the raven-haired Shin thought this would be a good opportunity to hone his skills. Naruto spread his legs, widening his base, and let his arms hang at his sides, giving the impression that he had an opening. This was the essence of the Kotoka style that encouraged an opponent to rush in where Naruto would use sudden movements to deliver quick but punishing blows before moving again, releasing the Earthstone gauntlets. The lead shinobi slammed his fists into the ground and slowly pulled them back from the ground with a smile. The shinobi returned to a boxer stance before rushing forward to close the distance between himself and the son of Yue's greatest enemy. Naruto swung and moved away from a handful of blows that were aimed at his skull. Naruto looked behind his shoulder and spun on his heels and grabbed the sides of the stone spear that another of the shinobi had tried to stab him with. Naruto used the strength he had gained in just his upper arms to throw one of the shinobi at the other. The shinobi ducked under his incoming teammate and closed in on Naruto before Naruto could react effectively, bringing back his stone gauntlet. The yin threw a straight punch that Naruto couldn't block in time. Naruto was carried back behind the force of the blow and thus was not prepared to be launched into the tree line. First, the shinobi team of IBA waited for Naruto to get back to his feet before continuing the beating. Naruto, who was getting up from the crushed trunk of the tree, he crashed in and began to assess himself. It seems I need to increase my speed a bit before I am ready to take on a group of shinobi on my own. Naruto crossed his fingers and created a cage without giving him silent orders to draw the enemy's attention, which he did without hesitation. Naruto's cage Bunin jumped out of the forest behind the IWA shinobi who had not yet attacked and kicked him toward the two more eager shinobi. The other IWA shinobi turned around to face Naruto, but the clone had already vanished between the trees. Naruto, where his clone fell down a tree onto the IWA team, landing between the three of them and causing them to scatter in opposite directions. Something Naruto planned to happen from the Naruto had the clone launch itself at the two nearest shinobi, and the clone detonated itself, with a large explosion of clones creating a cloud of dust and debris that filled the forest floor. The real Naruto slipped behind the shinobi he had kicked earlier and dragged him towards the forest line after giving him a knife blow to the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. That's one down, two more to go. The temporary smoke screen cleared, and the two rock-wielding shinobi looked at each other. They began to look around a little more tired as they couldn't find their other teammate in the immediate area. Naruto came back out and revealed himself to the two Iwagakure shinobi, causing them to tense up and rearm with their stone weapons. The shinobi with the stone spear charged forward and tried to impale Naruto, who slid to the side, so Naruto could stab the spear into his side, allowing Naruto to deliver a backhand to the shinobi hard enough for him to plow through the stone spear and fell. The shinobi with rock gloves faced Naruto again, throwing a mix of japs and hooks to Naruto's head, who was manipulating the spear to defend himself from the hands of the teenager. The shinobi hit the spear in the perfect spot, causing the spear to break in half, leaving Naruto holding the two ends. Naruto took a moment and adjusted his grip to hold the jagged ends of the ancient spear like Gagas. The exchange began again, with the shinobi continuing to throw HS as he bounced on the heels of his feet. Naruto used the spears to stab into the shinobi's knuckles, slowly cutting through the nin's rock gauntlets. The Yuan Nin winced in pain, and with a small determined cry, he threw a powerful hook at Naruto's jaw, which spun his head from the impact, causing Naruto to spit out some blood. Shaking his head slightly to get his bearings, Naruto examined the ends of the spear and saw that they were dull from colliding with the nin's rock-coated hands. Naruto zigzagged through a series of body blows, finally seeing the pattern behind the Iwagakure Genin's attacks, making them easier to avoid. Naruto slammed the clubs into the teen's shoulders, causing the boy to cry out in pain, and tried to react with a second sweeping hook. Predicting the move, rather generic, Naruto was able to block the blow with one of the stone clubs, lifting the shinobi's knee into the stomach, forcing him to stagger. Naruto dropped the club and hit the shinobi with an uncut, bringing him into the air. The shinobi that Naruto pushed away backhandedly stood up and looked at Naruto's back while performing a series of hand signs. Earth release, impalement, rising. A row of spikes shot out from the ground, starting at the shinobi's feet and continuing towards Naruto's unprotected back. Naruto quickly gathered the necessary amount of chakra and made a quick substitution with the yuan that he had sent into the air. The shinobi had no idea what had happened. One moment, he felt himself reaching the apex of flight, The next he felt a warm, wet sensation where his heart was. The teammate holding the spear had a look of terror on his face as he realized it was his teammate on the end of his spear instead of Naruto, who had taken the position of the IWA shinobi in the air, landed on his feet staring at the last of the remaining shinobi with the same blank stare Naruto had used. A substitution with another person, a tactic not normally used due to the large amount of chakra it requires to switch places with the target. A shinobi would need to have more chakra than his target, as well as be able to temporarily control the chakra. To initiate the change of position, the IWA shinobi's eyes began to fade before he fell dead to the ground, leaving a traumatized traitor to look at his handiwork. Naruto slowly walked around the shinobi, who only looked at his best friend with tears streaming down his face in a state of disbelief. Running his hand over one of the crimson magatama on his gray zippered vest, Naruto was rewarded with a kunai. Naruto thrust the black steel through the shocked teen's back right through the heart, effectively ending his life. Naruto watched stoically as the boy's body fell in line with the other body already there. Naruto, remembering the purpose of this test, rummaged through the bags both shinobi had in their person, searching for the scrolls needed to pass the test, found what he was looking for in the second boy's shuriken bag. It seemed they had both scrolls and just needed to get to the tower. However, they let their ignorance get in the way and decided to try and avenge those who had died in the war. Though I must thank them for showing me how much I need to work on my taijutsu. Naruto put both scrolls in his pocket in case he needed them for trading or just so he could keep another team out of the next round. Taking a moment of rest before heading towards the tower, Naruto caught something out of the corner of his eye. The leaves above his head rustled, and it was then that a giant spider came down, tried to devour Naruto head on. Acting quickly, Naruto used twig to split the arachnid apart, watching as it shrieked and its legs curled before it died. Naruto sighed as he shook the green blood off the creature. It was one of those days in another part of the forest. The Team 8th was having their own problems with a team from Iwagakure. It was the team Naruto saw enter the village. The leaf shinobi were panting softly with sweat running down their foreheads. Each and every one of their clan's jutsu were simply no match for the opponents they were facing. Hinata rushed forward in her gentle fist stance and delivered a series of debilitating blows to the much larger Akatsuchi shinobi. However, he shrugged off the chakra-enhanced blows thanks to the earth armor that Lucia wore. Each blow hit the armor, but the chakra was not able to penetrate the armor that the big man wore. You are pretty good with your Lady of Clan Jutsu, but today you just met the wrong opponent. That happens from time to time, Akatsuchi said to himself more than Hinata, while stroking his lick thoughtfully, earning a large drop of sweat from Princess Yuga shaking her head. Akatsuchi moved quickly for someone his size and brought his fist down on Hinata's head. Hinata, using her natural flexibility, she managed to jump back at the last moment as Akatsuchi's fist made a small crater in the ground. Akatsuchi looked up with the same goofy smile he always wore that could easily lull an enemy into a false sense of security. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hurt you, but I can't lose here. I still have a lot to prove to someone, Hinata said resolutely. In one of her rare moments of confidence, Subi Kugan activated and staring at Akatsuchi, the Yuga heiress quickly approached the large man from IWA before stopping in front of him in a gentle fist stance. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata screamed, slamming her palms into the shinobi's chest over and over again as she stabbed half of the man's tenketsu in hopes of shutting it down for good, but without killing. Linen Akatsuchi's shoulders fell, making Hinata believe that she had won the battle, but she was wrong because the next moment she was knocked to the ground by a leg sweep. Hinata looked up. She looked confused, watching Katsushi standing there with that same smile, as if he hadn't been touched at all. That was a pretty tough attack there. Yugon actually broke the armor several times. You're pretty strong, but I think it's time we end this, Akatsuchi said in a friendly voice as he placed his palms on the ground at his feet. Hinata tried to get up, but found that her kneecap was twisted from the fall. Earth released terracotta prison. Hinata watched helplessly as the walls began to crumble, rise around him in a rectangular formation. A loud rumble was heard in which the walls closed in on him, trapping him. As he grew weaker and weaker, he saw and was left wondering what was happening to him. As if he could read his mind, the voice of Akatsuchi came through the prison walls. They always yell at me for explaining things. But if you activate your Yugon, you'll see what's happening. So I just got you the terracotta prison. Take the inmate's chakra and use it to strengthen the walls. Don't you worry me, let's make sure. Forest Shino and his bugs were also having a hard time with their AI opponent due to their fire that kept melting before they could hit her. Shino silently blamed himself for not preparing his hive more extensively for this exam as he watched Kuratsuchi burn another wave of his beetles. Is that the best you've got, boy? __. You better hurry up and step it up, or I'll end up crushing him. His sunglasses were frowning at all the insults based on insects that are known that normally in Aburame will be logical, but they will really hate it more when someone talks about killing insects. Shino raised his arms, where another much larger wave of parasitic insects rushed towards the Kunoichi. Kuratsuchi, who was too busy laughing at her own puns to avoid the insects. She was soon locked in the chakra eaters. Just when Shino thought her victory was assured, her insects scattered, revealing a log used as a substitute to avoid being a meal of Kuratsuchi beetles appeared behind the bug user and kicked him in the spine, making him slide back to his original position. Hey, you just irritated me, beetle boy. Now I'm going to burn you until you're a pile of ashes, said Kuratsuchi confidently. As he pointed his finger at the quiet Aburame, he didn't say anything and continued looking at Kuratsuchi, who sighed in turn. Why am I the one who always gets stuck with the silent guys? It's never fun messing with them, don't you worry, Yanin. It's all over. Nim insect sphere. Kuratsuchi blinked in confusion, but then the light around her began to dim. As she looked up, the Kunoichi saw a large sphere of beetles approaching her completely. Shino watched as she was enclosed by the beetles. He left on the ground the moment before she kicked him. Shin didn't wait for his beetles to finish the job, lowering his arms and waiting. It was then that there was the red glow of a human silhouette under the black mass of chakra-eating bugs. Shino moved to reinforce the sphere just in case, but it was too late. Inton eruption. Kuratsuchi bram from beneath the beetles in rage, as this was the second time he found himself under Shino's bugs. The beetles began to launch themselves from the Iwagakure Kunoichi, each covered in small globs of lava, turning them into deadly projectiles. Shino did his best to avoid the flaming bugs. However, he was caught several times by the loose clothing hanging on his body. Kuratsuchi, who was now free, looked absolutely livid with the steam coming out of his shoulders from his last technique, which only made his face grow. Okay, now I'm really pissed, Aburame. It's time to finish you off, so I can get away from all these damn bugs. Shino didn't even notice Kuratsuchi preparing another jutsu. He was so worried about dodging his bugs turned into missiles. The numbers were obviously coming back to bite him. Water. Release water, trumpet. Kuratsuchi. He gathered water into his mouth, and using his hand to shape the stream of water into the appearance of a trumpet, he shot it towards Shino. Shino looked up at the last moment to see the powerful stream crash into his chest and slam him into a thick oak tree. The pressure continued, pinning him against the tree, his head whipping back and hitting the solid bark, knocking the bug user unconscious. Kuratsuchi searched through Shino's coat and found his desired item, the Scroll of Heaven. Kiba, like the rest of his team, he realized that he had not had any luck with the diving helmet that Kunoichi Dua was wearing. The Inuzuka heir looked down to see the skin on his knuckles was quite burned, which confused him since he had not seen a jutsu being used. Kiba had only managed to land a few blows on the Kunoichi, but they had done minimal damage. The ground around them was marked with craters from Kiba and Akamaru's use of Gat's Juga, which the Kunoichi avoided each time. Kiba looked at his Ninkin partner to see his white fur covered in dirt and scratches, but nothing too serious. Kiba shook his hands that had a continuous stinging sensation that the young Inuzuka couldn't figure out the cause. Looking back at the foreign Kunoichi, Kiba smiled at her despite the pain. He felt, I don't know why you wear that helmet hide. Your pretty little face, Kiba said in what he thought was a soft tone of voice, stating what he thought was a fact. Akamaru let out a small groan, not believing that his master would actually try to hit someone in the middle of a battle. Poor little Akamaru should probably put Kiba on a leash. The Iwagakure Kunoichi didn't show any positive reaction to Kiba's words. In fact, she didn't show any reaction. The expression on her beautiful face was one of complete and utter boredom. Obviously, Kiba wasn't giving her any kind of emotion. You're not my type, I'd say. I'm sorry, but I'm not really, she said, getting an angry frown from Ki as she looked at the sky. Thoughtfully, no, there's nothing important in this street. Not like him. the Kunoichi thought with a sigh of longing as she remembered the presence that Naruto exuded in that brief moment. She knew that the son of the raven-haired Cage would be someone important in that brief moment. She knew she had to have him. What did you say, bitch? Oh, stupid Kiba. You never call a woman that ever. The Kunoichi's gray eyes suddenly had a dangerous gleam as Kiba's words reached her. Just after she left her inner workings, a murderous black aura surrounded her, and Kiba thought he saw an Oni mask shining through his soul, but that was only an illusion of killing intent. What did you say, Mutie? Both humans and Ninken knew this question was rhetorical, but Kian couldn't find the tongue to answer. Akamaru slowly backed away and hid inside a bush to leave his master to his fate, for the fate he himself had brought upon himself. The air around the Kunoichi began to shimmer before the screams of pain echoed through the forest. The IWA Shinobi team gathered again at the place where they originally split up. Leaf teammate. None of the shinobi had a mark on them. They weren't even breathing heavily. They were fine. It seems your opponents were disappointing, Tuha Kuratsuchi asked as he turned over the scroll he released from Shino, while his teammates nodded at the most confident member of the team. Okay, then let's go find a place to camp for the rest of the day. And night, we have plenty of time left. There's no need to hurry. While the IWA team looked for a suitable place to camp for the next cycle of sun and moon, another presence landed on the ground. It was Karina and Yui, the sensei of the 8th team, who had come to pick up her unconscious team. The reason was that she had seen how a series of large and hungry bears approached each of her students, sure that they would disqualify them, but it was better that they were eaten by the animals of the forest. Using a Jinjutsu to knock out the bears, Karina and took her team to the hospital to receive treatment. In a period of rest, the 4-man team of Kumogakure found themselves in quite a tight spot, as they were surrounded by 3 different teams. They had found themselves in battle for the better part of half an hour with a team from Amigakure, Takigakure, and Yugakure Han. Yes, Yugakure is still a village. Deal with him. Every time any of the Kumo shinobi had a chance to finish off one of the 9 ninja, they were chased by another of the 9 shinobi. Omoi and Karui were clashing with 2 Nindim who were using an umbrella sword. At first they thought that their teamwork would win, but the 2 Aminin were also a great pair, and they stood firm. Sanui, who at first managed to kill one of the AIM shinobi with a sneak attack lightning jutsu, now faced the shinobi team village. Samui's tanto was broken by the water sword technique with which the Kunoichi of Taki had armed herself. Samui had managed to defend herself from the water element using shinobi thanks to their affinity for lightning, but numbers had kept them at a stalemate. However, if the fight continued, as it was, Samui would surely lose, because she was only one person, therefore a source of chakra, while they had 3. Yujito was the one in the most trouble. Yes, however, due to the strange fighting styles, each of the Yugakure shinobi had individually one of the teens at claws made of metal blades that extended outward that were very compatible with his natural swiftness. The next was a Kunoichi wearing a large chakram, like a large hoop, but with a blade on the outside. The 3rd shinobi wielded a serrated scythe that seemed more designed for slashing than stabbing. Even if Yujito was the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, these people still defied conventional fighting methods, providing challenges that were foreign to the Hellcat of Kumo. Yujito had to use the chakra from her 2 tails to lengthen her nails and turn them into claws of her own to combat. The claws the few kunai she had attempted to use were not long enough to keep up with the eccentric combat Yujito found herself in. She moved to the side, avoiding a slash from the claw-wielding ninja, to which she responded with a strike of her own, which he blocked with his hand. Yujito was forced to do a backflip before the chakram-wielding Kunoichi split her in 2 across the stomach. Yujito's slanted eyes narrowed at the 2 shinobi, concentrating on trying to find flaws. It was this approach that left the Kumo Jinchuriki open to an attack. Kitten, there's one behind you. The alarmed cry of the Nibi's Koei Jujito from his plans, realizing what was about to happen, seeped for pain. The Nibi, too, was trying to remember having seen such fighting styles, and slackened as she sensed the area around her container. Samui also shouted a warning, but Yujito only heard the Nibi's warning, the rare voice of Samui catching the attention of Karu and Yua, who looked at Yujito with horrified expressions and startled Yugakure. Shinobi shared a look and a smug smile as they saw that they were about to eliminate one of the pesky Kamonen. I will finally be able to sacrifice someone to Jashin-sama. The black-haired boy shouted with mad glee, swinging his scythe over Yujito's exposed back with his tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth, and eyes shining with insane joy. The giant's eyes rumbled. They opened wide as he saw his single scythe blade being held at bay by a blade that was black, white, and gray. The teen looked down from the sword to see that a black-haired shinobi from the hidden leaf was the one who saved Yujito. The sound of metal hitting metal stopped all fighting. Each and every shinobi recognized who Naruto was thanks to Kabuto's information from before the first stage. Yujito and Koning were shocked and immensely revived by Naruto's timely intervention, and Naruto whispered Yujito, trying to validate what she was seeing as real. Naruto, who was still holding the scythe with Tweeg, without any difficulty turned over his shoulder and gave Yujito a small smile and a nod. Then Naruto quickly threw his katana up, bringing the scythe with it, leaving the Yugikure teen open to the kick. Naruto gave the teen with the catastrophe announced. Both sides regrouped, staring at each other and with some hostility. While Naruto was just holding Tweeg as he looked at the strange chain around the giant's neck. It was a circle with an inverted triangle inside, which made Naruto take note to look up that term if there's one. Thing I can't stand, it's saying weak people. It's even worse when the weak team bands together to try and attack something they can't fight on their own. It's truly pathetic, Naruto said in a calm voice, which only infuriated the minor village who saw it as what was a metaphor for the minor and major hidden villages the Kumo team looked Naruto out of the corner of his eye in case Naruto tried something against them too. That's right, Ninjin. There's nothing worse than a coalition of weaklings. In any case, it's fun to destroy them. And that was it. Naruto mentally nodded in agreement with the tailed beast inside his mind, since he too shared that sentiment. You think you're so great just because you're a shinobi from one of those big shinobi villages. There's no difference between you 5 and us 8, one of the shinobi Takaki boldly challenged. He was tired of being underestimated simply because he was born in Takigakure instead of somewhere like Kumogakure or Kanehagakure. He knew that the great shinobi like Kakazu could fight someone like the first Kage had arrived from his village. However, here was a leaf run talking trash about his house, and it was just unacceptable. He needed to be shown how weak they were. How do you want a demonstration? Then Naruto asked, arching his eyebrow that was hidden by his hanging bangs as he spoke to the 8 villages. Naruto was signaling the Kumogakure squad to get ready. All right, my little friends from the village, let's put on an exhibition, Naruto said with no small amount of amusement as he suddenly disappeared from the genin's sight. Only Yujito and Samui could see him. Not even a moment later, Naruto was behind the giantist with Tullet ready to attack decisively. Tull struck decisively. He did so because he took away the arm that the giantist was using to wield the scythe. The teenager from the hidden village in hot water, he screamed in pain as his arm fell to the ground with a thud. Now, if he was a good giantist, he would be feeling euphoria instead of pain. Bad giantist Omo and crew and quickly charged at the 2 shinobi, hoping to catch them off guard, but they were able to block the swords with their umbrella blades because they were the furthest away from the now armed shinobi. Samui also followed his comrades, unleashing a lightning jutsu. He sped across the forest floor and surprised one of the Takin, who was too busy staring open baki at the armless teenager from Yugikure. Yujito took the opportunity presented to her and unleashed a ball of flames that engulfed one of the 2 remaining Taki shinobi, killing the shinobi. Naruto nodded at that moment. They were able to reduce their numbers from 8 to 5. The shock is truly a powerful emotion, said Naruto, moving away from a claw slash from one of the Kure shinobi. Moving towards Samu and Yujito, who were reading for the next exchange. The kunoichi, who used the chakram, was busy trying to bandage the largest wound her teammate suffered from Naruto's demonstration. The person in charge just shook his head, because without the mystic palm technique, the teen would die from blood loss. The bandages just wouldn't be enough. Naruto looked to his right and saw that Samui was looking at the Atake. Kunoichi Yujito was looking at the Clawed Boy. It seems they have chosen their opponent's Nim Rain of Grass. The 2 Megacore shinobi threw their umbrellas into the air, where they began to spinning like a top. Speeding up, the umbrellas began to throw out hundreds of small grass embons that fell on Omo and Kui, who looked at each other and nodded their heads. Cloud style final decapitation. The 2 tan ninjas of Kumo shouted in unison as they slashed their swords hundreds of times in the span of the few moments it would have taken for the needles to fall. Soon the needles were cut into cubits and thin sections that fell harmlessly to the ground before the Henin could catch them. The leaves of their umbrellas Omoi and Karui ran forward, giving them a cut in the abdomen, opening them and making them fall to their knees. Samui also had her opponent on the defensive thanks to the elemental advantage that lightning had over water before with her two teammates. The Kunoichi managed to keep the user of the lightning of Kyumo at bay, but now, without the numbers the Takini knew, she was in a losing battle. Samui made a series of signs with her hands and held her fingers like a vision of sight that she aimed at the enemy. Kunoichi releasing shock cannon beams, a burst of electricity flew out of Samui's outstretched hand and traveled through the Takin, causing his body to spasm before it died down above her. Yujito faced off again and again with the Yugakure. Shinobi, using her own chakra, infused nails as claws to combat the teen's metal claws. Receiving a cut, Yujito was forced to back off as the man used his slightly longer arms to keep her the longer. The confrontation went on. The more irritated Yujito became, having enough of the cat and mouse game. Yujito channeled some of the Nivi's chakra into his legs and disappeared from the man's sight. Reappearing behind him, Yujito scratched his back and neck, cutting the skin deeply before slamming her heel into the back of his head. Kyumo team regrouped and looked over to where Naruto was, only to find the other two Yugakure shinobi lying down one after another, on top of each other, one dead and the other unconscious with a scroll of earth sitting on top of the body. Sammy looked at his teammates and shrugged as he saved them some work. Great Naruto had just said goodbye to Team Kyumo and their second battle in the Forest of Death. When the central tower came into view, Naruto let a satisfied smile appear on his face as he saw his target. Naruto was only a few steps away from the tower when something from the depths of the forest caught his eye. His attention was drawn to a sudden burst of energy that was cold and dark in nature, so much so that it caused Naruto to falter in mid-stride so that he could let his vision stop in the general area. The energy was coming from Naruto. Briefly considered the idea of investigating the origins of this negative energy, but ultimately decided against it. It's not my problem, but if it becomes my problem, then I'll deal with it. Naruto made sure before entering the tower and walking into the room he was together with his door number. Naruto calmly walked into the room, which was mostly empty save for an inscription on the back wall. The inscription spoke of the ideas of heaven and earth in relation to the body. However, SEC of each part was missing. Naruto took a momentary glance at the scrolls of heaven and earth resting in his grasp and tossed them to the ground, letting the scrolls fall apart. Naruto saw the formula for a summoning on the scrolls before the room filled with a cloud of smoke. Naruto, acting on instinct, walked up behind him and drew it, dealing with whatever it was that had been called hostile. Naruto held his sword arm steady as he calmly waited for the smoke to clear and possibility to return. Eventually, the smoke cleared. Naruto found himself looking at Elite Nin wearing red-rimmed sunglasses. The man was staring at the tip of Naruto's katana, which was right at his Adam's apple. Naruto slowly lowered his katana before placing it where it was on his back. This earned Naruto a sigh of relief from the oldest shinobi lead. Aob, "Sen, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked politely with his arms crossed over the front of his chest. The only sign of curiosity coming from the teen was the arched eyebrow, while his eyes were fixed on Aova with a natural intensity. "I am here to explain this inscription. You see, if your body lacks physical strength, speed, or endurance, you will not succeed. As a chunin, the earth will refers to your body. However, that doesn't mean that a strong body and a jutsu are all you need. As a chunin, you will also have to make use of your mind, of your mental capacity. That is the sky." A hoba filled in the blanks that were on the wall, which made Naruto nod his head slowly, since what the older shinobi said made a lot of sense. An idiot with a powerful jutsu was as useless as a genius without strength. Although, since I have personally seen your skills in both fields, I don't feel the need to tell you what you already know. You are the third team to arrive here, and you'll find a resting area behind the door on the left. He informed his charge. Naruto bowed slightly to the man in thanks for his words and his explanation. Naruto watched as a hoba said goodbye before bidding farewell to the room, leaving the cross scrolls on the floor. Naruto walked calmly through the common resting area towards the stairs that led the participants to the rooms Naruto slowly passed along with two of the shinobi from Sunagakure, ignoring the boy in the cat suit who looked as pale as a sheet, and the girl with a fan who at that moment was muttering in her hand, probably insulting her brother Naruto, deduced that the problems revolved around his Jinchuriki brother Naruto, was glad that his Biju was not mentally unstable, or else he would be very tempted to test the controlling abilities of the Sharingan. Maybe the spirit of the desert has a complex of inferiority due to being the lesser of the tailed beast indeed. That's quite hysterical. Naruto wondered why the Cuban responded to his cynical comment that the fox seemed to like it. Naruto simply assumed the great Kitsune was asleep, which seemed to be his second favorite activity after destroying Uchiha. Maybe one day we can have a combat by my eyes. Facing your legendary power will be the match of the century. Naruto's blood began to pump just thinking about fighting something so powerful as the Kyuubi, but the young Uchiha knew that was far in the future. To believe that he could fight the strongest of the tailed beasts, as he would be downright stupid. Naruto was a few steps away from the base of the stairs when two boys came down the stairs talking to each other quite happily. The boy on the left had short, messy black hair that barely covered the top of his Takigakure headband. His brown eyes were fixed on the boy to his right, and aside from the red scarf that hung around his neck, there was nothing special about the teenager. The other Takigakure shinobi had darker skin than his teammate and had a shaved haircut and green eyes. The only thing really different from the teenager was the blue scarf he had wrapped around his neck. That demonic bitch thinks she can make the decisions on our team. What a joke. She was lucky that I allowed her to use that curse of hers to collect the scroll we needed, Red said cruelly, while trying not to laugh at the thought of the demon being in charge. The boy in the blue scarf just lied his head, but unlike the red-clad shinobi, he laughed openly. Naruto, catching his words, he stopped at the foot of the steps as they continued down from the second floor. The word demon always made Naruto go to a place few had seen of the raven-haired teen. Yes, as if that ever happened. Did you see the look on her face when she thought we had accepted her? Oh, I think I saw the tears trailed behind her as she ran towards the training grounds. What a ruckus, Blue said with a smile of her own as she looked towards the hallway at the other end of the large room. The shinobi with the red scarf chuckled at the blue scarf's words as if they were the first joke ever made up. Naruto took a moment to check the area and made sure they were alone as the two Takin exited the stairwell. Naruto threw the two Taki shinobi into a wall so hard it created a crack like a spider web in the stone structure and pulled the ollie out of his lungs. The two scarf teens looked up in disbelief and bewilderment, wondering what had just hit them at that moment. They really wished they hadn't, because they were staring right into Naruto's red-slit eyes. Do you mind repeating what you said? Naruto's voice was dark to the point of being almost feral in nature. To make matters worse for the Taki, Naruto's body began to releasing a murderous black aura that enveloped their body. The two shinobi of Waterfall Village began to tremble like a leaf fluttering freely in a strong wind. Normally, Naruto would find such cowardice entertaining after hearing their bold words, but when the word demon was attached to another being, Naruto was not one for games. The boy in the red scarf couldn't find enough resolve to respond to Naruto, who resembled the Shinigami in human form. Luckily for him, the boy in the blue scarf was too blinded by his fanaticism to swallow his tongue. Why do you care about that demon? She's the reason I lost my parents, and she causes the problems in our village. The boy yelled angrily at Naruto, not understanding the difference between human sacrifice and the tailed beast. Naruto was slowly losing the little patience he had with the two foreign shinobi he had at his mercy. Answer my question, the filth. Naruto's voice grew even deeper, causing the boy with the red snort truly believe that it was his time to visit oblivion. The black aura around Naruto began to violently and sporadically churn, slowly threatening to consume the two fanatics. The shinobi with the red scarf, in an effort to try and save his skin, quickly responded to Naruto before his teammate could further anger the demon of the hidden leaf that she ran to the training grounds to be alone. That's all we know, I promise. Just don't kill us, please, the teenager pleaded as Naruto's slanted eyes pierced through his soul in an attempt to discern any lies or deception. Naruto, deeming the boy to be speaking the truth, recalled his killing intent, but it caused an aftershock that knocked both Kid Gakure shinobi unconscious against the wall. Naruto's eyes returned to the calm blue they normally took as he made his way towards a training ground provided for the teams that had completed their task. The son of a bitch only took a few moments to entering the open training ground. Naruto heard sobs echoing through the room, all of which came from a green-haired kunoichi who had her legs in front of her and her arms wrapped around them in a means of protection. Her shinobi gear consisted of a white blouse that ended at the abdomen with fishnet armor underneath her. Forearms were covered by white sections of the same clothing and a red cylinder-shaped object on her back. Naruto immediately chose the Taki forehead protector on his right arm. Naruto took a few deep breaths before trying to talk to the distress container, because the last thing he wanted was to appear threatening. Naruto slowly walked over to where the green-haired girl was crying and slowly crouched down to sit next to her. The girl still hadn't noticed Naruto sitting there due to her emotional state, something Naruto noticed to get her attention. Naruto coughed once, which made her stop crying, but not look up from him. Her knees go away. I'm not even doing anything to bother you. All I'm doing is being alone. Like the world seems to like the girl yelled at Naruto. Although her voice was hoarse from all the sobbing she was doing at the moment. Why would I want to leave you alone? You seem like you could use some company from me, Naruto said calmly in the softest voice he could as he looked forward. The girl's body tensed up, hearing an unfamiliar voice so close to her. Looking up, curious to know who she was so close to her, she saw Naruto's face and his blue eyes looking straight ahead. Naruto turned his head, and his blue eyes met her orange eyes, where he gave a small smile to the girl whose eyes were red from crying. I'm sure you already know who I am. So can I ask your name, miss? The green-haired girl simply looked at the teenager who she knew was the son of the fourth Hokage, which would basically make him a prince in Konoha. Why are you talking to someone like me? The girl, she asked herself, as she remembered the brief moment her eyes met Naruto's, where she saw so much. To most people, Naruto's eyes were cold and indifferent. But to her, someone who had been despised all her life, they were so warm and tolerant. There was no malice in those blue eyes. It was those eyes that made her feel something she had long abandoned hope in. My name is Fu, but you shouldn't be talking to someone like me. I mean, you're the son of fourth Hokage. And all Fu's voice was so low that if Naruto wasn't as close as he was, he wouldn't have been able to offer his hand. However, he moved slightly when Fu called him Minato's son, but let it slide, seeing how depressed the kunoichi was. Why wouldn't he want to talk to someone he can empathize with so deeply? Naruto asked rhetorically as he looked toward the training field with a faraway look in his blue eyes. Naruto's faraway look was due to the avalanche of memories of the terrible what was his childhood, how he had people who were meant to protect him, but they abandoned him. Life as a Jinchuriki was hell. That was true. The look of unmistakable sadness in Fu's orange eyes quickly transformed into a look of uncontrollable fury. How could this well-off guy even think that he could relate to my pain? Fu's fists clenched as his teeth ground together as he tried to control his rage caused by Naruto's words. How can you think that you know something about the life that was imposed on me? You know nothing. Fu challenged Naruto's words, not believing that someone as important as him could be hated. The truth is that since Miao took Naruto, the hate-filled population of Konoha had forgotten their outcast. Naruto did not mock Fu, but the idea of being for the parasites that had infested the hidden leaf. That was something that Naruto had blamed Minato, but also Loken and Dame for creating the civil council. Naruto always wondered what a militant leader like him would be thinking. Tobirama Senju, when he approved that doctrine, Senju fooled the Uchiha. Inside, Naruto perked up at the chance to insult his blood rivals. Naruto looked at Zu, allowing her to see the bitter look in his eyes. At first, Fu thought it was directed at her, but upon closer examination, she could tell it was something else that was causing the black-haired boy at her side so much pain. This village will never accept me. Nothing will change until the previous generation is erased and the new generation takes its place clean of hate. Useless. I will tell you the story of my life, Fu, and then you can make the decision if our lives are comparable. You see, on October 10th, the Kyuubi had attacked with Hoa. Naruto ignored the Kyuubi's growl of indignation from the back of his mind, and the fourth Hokage then fought with the Kyuubi, and with the help of his wife's special chakra binding chains, managed to temporarily subdue the Kyuubi. The fourth then did something to ensure the balance of power in our shinobi world. He created two Jinchurikis. The two Jinchuriki were his daughters. Each had a part of the Kyuubi's chakra sealed in them, one with Jin and the other with Yang. This left the Nine Tails with only one consciousness that he also needed to seal to prevent the Kyuubi from reforming in the future. He sealed that consciousness in me. However, the thing does not in there know. Then he revealed to the villagers what he had done to the QB. After his little speech, the village hailed the two girls as heroines and princesses. However, I was despised, as the people believed that I was the QB with human skin, what he was coming back to kill more of his loved ones. Not even the name of the great Yondaime could save me from the hatred and beatings. Naruto then went into detail about a series of beatings he had received from the civilians and shinobi of the village. Some of the things Naruto said to him made his stomach twist and turn, and before he knew it, his cheeks were wet and his eyes cloudy, giving me the hatred of a Jinchuriki, but none of the power that accompanies that deep and never-ending pain. To make matters worse, I had a family that was very capable of keeping me safe from the mountain of hate that was crushing me over time. However, the people saw my struggle and slowly took that burden off my shoulders and accelerated my growth to become what I am today. Naruto finished his story with a small smile as he imagined the faces of his precious people in front of him. Fu looked at Naruto in admiration, wondering how he could be so strong under such dire circumstances. He's not lying to you, Fugil. I can definitely feel the QB coming from the boy. He is just like you, Chome. The seven-tailed beetle spoke for the first time since Naruto had appeared at the training camp. Fu and Chome had one of the friendliest relationships of the Jinchuriki and tailed beast. Chome felt incredible guilt for what his presence had done to Fu, who was such a sweet girl. Chome, why are humans such a bunch of irrational fools? Fu asked sadly as he continued to look at Naruto, who I was sitting there with my eyes closed. Now, that, my son, is something that even I don't know the answer to. Naruto, calming down his tumultuous emotions, opened his eyes and turned to look at the green-haired Kunoichi sitting next to him now. Then, Fuan, will you tell me your story? Naruto asked with a small smile. Futsan's tanned cheeks a small blush from being treated that way, in a way that was strange to her. Never had a boy her age called her that since her favorites were demon or underscore of her. Demonic, the only person who called her that was Bookie, the leader of the village, who was like an older brother to her, managing to kill the roberer. Fu nodded a little in response to Naruto's question. Unlike Kanehagakure, Takigakure is always in a battle to continue funding things like development and research units due to our status as a minor village. For that reason, they trained me to become their weapon to protect the citizens of the village, the same citizens that they would rather see me burn than try to help me. Laura, of my older brother Shibuki, can't do much since he doesn't have that much political influence since he recently took over as the village chief. Fu gave Naruto a small rundown of Taki's domestic status, to which Naruto nodded slightly, as the information seemed accurate enough, given that we don't have a large roster of shinobi like the other hidden villages. The civilian side of the council agreed to have him try to master the Seven Tails chakra to keep me under control. Usually, they keep a ceiling collar around my neck. I am forced to live in a large tree located in the center of the village, away from the villagers. I live off a stipend I receive from Shibuki that I can only spend in a few shops that do not have the beetle sign hanging from their doors. Fu's voice took on a small hint of anger at the mention of Taki's villagers. Not that Naruto reprimanded her to a team for these chunning exams, since it would be a good way to show some strength to hopefully get more business. I guess I foolishly thought my team would accept me, but I see how wrong I was. Fu could feel tears welling up in her eyes again and moved to hug her legs again as she felt something warm around her. Fu then realized it was Naruto who was hugging her tightly. The action alone made her eyes widen in shock. Never before had anyone been so affectionate towards her, and here was the boy who he literally knew an hour ago, hugging her. It will be okay. You just need to stay strong, Futch-chan, Naruto whispered comfortingly in her ear, breaking Fu's emotional dam. Fu let her head fall on Naruto's shoulder, where she began to cry. Naruto just caressed her back as he felt the fabric of her shoulder get wet from the Jinchuriki's tears. Naruto held Fu for about 10 minutes, until Fu managed to regain control over her tear ducts. Naruto pulled out of the hug, making Fu, I will miss the touch of your body. Say, Fu-chan, would you like to leave Taki and stay here in Konoha with me? Naruto asked seemingly out of left field, causing Fu to step back in surprise. He didn't think the council would let go of their most powerful asset, as well as Naruto-kun. Fu said honestly, but secretly, that he liked the idea of joining Naruto to live in Konoha, away from the village Chome currently resided in, as well, listening intently, as it seemed like the perfect opportunity to get his Naruto's smile slowly morphed into a mischievous grin that spread across his face. To Fu, it reminded him of a fox. To Chome, it reminded him of when the QB really indulged his prankster side. To both the container and the tail beast, they could only wonder what Naruto was planning in that head of his. Now don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Fuan, all in good time. Naruto stood at the other end of the line of chunning hopefuls who were staring at a single man, and that man was the fourth or cage of the village hidden in the leaves, all except Naruto, who was more entertained with the scorched van hanging over his eye instead of looking at the man who was destined to be his father. Naruto pushed his bangs from his face, showing his hidden leaf headband. I wish to congratulate all of you for surviving through our forest of death, while also being able to achieve your goal. It is now when we will determine the draw for the final stage of the chunning exams. Some of the smarter gening realized that Yellow Flash had used the word tie to describe the final stage and pieced together what he meant. Normally, we would have a round of preliminaries to thin out the number of combatants in the tournament, but considering the magnitude of these exams, all the cage have agreed to hold the tournament over a period of 3 days, where every cage from the main villages, as well as the daimos, would attend to witness the best of this generation. The fourth Okage finished, receiving wide eyes from the gening who had just realized how many powerful shinobi would be gathering in Konoha aside from Naruto, who just looked bored. Anko walked up to Minato, holding a box with a hole in the lid big enough for a hand to fit through. When they call you, you will come and draw a number. That will put you in position for the tournament. The Okage turned to Anko, who nodded, showing she was ready to begin. Minato called out to each gening who drew a number. Anko would transmit to a man behind a monitor who was typing furiously. Naruto slowly approached when his name was called, and Minato gave him a smile, just like he had done with Narumi and Naomi. But when the gesture was returned, Naruto simply walked past him and picked his number. Another handful of gening later, and the bracket was filled. Minato nodded, telling the typist to reveal the tournament bracket: Yunaira versus Akatsuchi, Inta versus Yan Arali versus Kuratsuchi, Gar Sabaku versus Sakura Siyu, 2K versus Kankuro, Sabaku Tenten versus Naomi Nam Uzumaki Vesa, Kinsey versus Yaira. Intermission first day, table TRS Maki Fun versus Choi Kimi H. Yamanaka versus Aku Yuki Kaku versus Samu Siyu Chijiro versus Omoi Tamari Sabaku versus Shikamaru Shirku versus Tera Naruto and Namek Uzumaki versus Sasuke Yukiya. All the genin looked on the giant monitor board for their name and who their opponent would be, and once they did, all the genin tried to identify who that opponent was. Sasuke met Naruto's gaze Attica and smiled confidently at the despised son of Lokage, who only looked impassive. Hey, QB, do you want to see me mess with? And Yukiya asked Naruto, knowing full well the answer he would get from the mass of Ningen chakra. There is nothing I like more than seeing the suffering of an Yukiya. The QB was about to take a nap, but was now fully awake, not wanting to miss the opportunity to see the pain of an Yukiya. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes and slowly opened them in a perfect replica of a look that Itachi would always give Sasuke. He recognized the look on his traitor brother's face and growled as the curse on his neck slowly spread before Sasuke could attempt to harm his opponent. Kakashi appeared behind his pupil and placed a hand on his shoulder before body flickering moved away to seal the curse mark. Naruto and the QB wore identical amused grins that showed their fangs in a rather menacing manner. Chijiro, who at that moment gave Naruto a look, shuddered as he mentally imagined one from his senseis smiling at him like that. Minato still had more to say. He coughed loudly to regain control of the room, as well as to stifle the silent uproar that had come to life. This tournament will begin here in Konoha exactly 1 month from now. This will give you time to hone some of your skills, as well as give the cages and dinos enough time to travel. You can stay here to train or return to your home village, but you should know this: if you are late, you are automatically disqualified. No matter how much potential you may have, time is of the essence in the shinobi world. Good luck, everyone. With that, Minato had vanished in a yellow flash, leaving the genin who hadn't seen the technique. And he did it on purpose. Naruto groaned silently and walked away, clearly not impressed. Like the other genin who weren't blood related to Naruto, was aware of the few pairs of eyes that were on him as he left, but paid them no attention. He was tired of being surrounded by so many people, needed their solitude. Narumi and Naomi planned to follow them, but were quickly confronted by Shikamaru Ino and Choji, who asked them if they wanted to go and try to find Team 8. The sisters looked where Naruto was walking and found nothing. Sighing, they nodded their heads. Naruto walked through the streets with his hands buried inside the pockets of his zippered vest, quickly approaching his apartment. It was then that a wonderful aroma invaded his nostrils that forced the young Uchiha, stopping mid-stride. Turning to his left, Naruto looked towards one of his favorite places in Konoha, Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto stopped his journey and began to slowly approach the ramen restaurant. I guess I can treat myself before I dive in deeper with my training. Naruto walked past the hanging cloth that gave his stand some privacy and sat quietly as Tucci began to make some ramen. Naruto cleared his throat, getting the attention of the ramen maker. Tucci paused in preparing his next batch of ramen and turned around with his polite smile already in place to make the customer feel more welcome. Hi, how can you? Oh, Naruto, my boy, how are you? The old man asked his favorite customer, who he hadn't seen in a long time, to which Naruto gave him a smile of "Excuse me, well, I've been really busy lately." Naruto started only for a bowl of miso ramen to slide across the counter. Naruto blinked and looked up questioningly, where he was met by Tucci, who was already motioning for him to start eating. Naruto nodded with a grateful smile on his face, usually breaking his chopsticks. Naruto uttered a quick thank you before eating his hot meal. Naruto sighed in pleasure as he swallowed his first bite. "So good, Daddy. I heard you say," Naruto asked a more feminine voice from the kitchen section of the ramen stand. Soon the owner of the voice, Aim, the daughter of the ramen maker, came out of the kitchen. His face lit up at the sight of Naruto sitting there on the stool. Without wasting any time, he took off at a speed that would leave a Chunin green with envy and encased Naruto in a warm embrace. Luckily, Naruto emptied his first bowl, so Aim's rather sudden action only made the empty bowl shake. Naruto let out a small grunt, but managed to stay perched on the small stool despite Aim's weight slamming into him. Aim finally released the young Uzumaki from his exuberant embrace, and she looked expectantly. "Where have you been, Sir?" Naruto's entire body screamed danger as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Aim had one hand on her hip and a ladle in the other hand, which, along with the stern expression on her face, reminded her of the older sister. Watching her, Naruto thought about running away, but he knew that would only make the civilian girl even angrier than she was now. Naruto decided to bite the bullet and tell them the truth of what he had been doing. Naruto then went on to explain how he had been placed in his own team and had to take on an influx of missions to meet the requirements needed to participate in the Chunin exams. Naruto then told them about what he had experienced during his last trip to the Forest of Death. Tucci nodded, as he had heard many things about the way of life of a shinobi through idle chatter at his establishment. Aim still seemed dubious, but in the end she relented. She only gave Naruto a warning about what she would do if he disappeared ever again. End of the talk. Naruto had a new fear of cast iron pots 2 days after the second stage. Konoha, look at all these insignificant worms before them smiling at me. Just their appearance makes me want to empty my stomach, Naruto said to himself as he ignored the smiling old men who passed by him, and the few times they said hello, Naruto looked directly at them with a frown, to which he shrugged like a young man having a bad day. "You should let me destroy them then. Ninja, not devour them, because they will leave a bad taste in your mouth, but they will destroy. What can I do?" The Kyuubi expressed his opinion without a doubt, with a very menacing smile on his face. Naruto thought about it for a few moments before sighing and shaking his head negatively. "I can't do that, otherwise I would have the Okage and the council in my head. Don't worry, once your chakra returns, you will be allowed to stretch your legs," Key Naruto assured his tailed beast as he continued to walk calmly down the street. The advance of Naruto stopped when a shadow took over his body, which made Naruto look up to see what was stopping him. The man in front of him was dark-skinned and had a muscular build that could make him look very imposing. The man's right shoulder contained the iron jai, and a bull horn was tattooed on his left cheek. The man wore sunglasses in the shape of a shield and the typical bulletproof vest of Kumo, but this only reached above one shoulder. The man had a belt red rope around his waist and a white scarf around his neck. The man carried 7 swords with him, and Naruto could tell by their presence that the man was no joke, a Kairi. And now it all made sense, because in front of him stood the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed octopus or Yunyanai. This was the man who had managed to gain perfect control of his tailed beast to the point where he could voluntarily transform into the Uchiha while still maintaining control. These feats were what earned him the title of Perfect Jinchuriki, and one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. Naruto was curious to know why this man stopped him for no reason apparently. "How can I help you, Shinobi Kyumo?" asked Naruto, without understanding, as he took a step back to leave some space between him and his fellow container for safety reasons. "No, that won't work, sir. New, you have to call me Chibi-sama, and we'll all be fine," Kyler B sang in an awful rap that made some passersby who heard it. Naruto got nervous because of how terrible. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the larger man for his annoying speaking pattern and silently hoped it was a one-time thing. "I can't believe this. You're an idiot. B, not only did you state the fact that we're a Jinshu, but you also made yourself look like an idiot, which makes me look like an idiot." Eight-tailed illusion yelled in anger and disbelief at his aspiring rapper from a container. "AB, why do you have to hate my rapping ability? It's from the highest category. That's not going to give." Naruto said clearly as he looked at B's sunglasses with an impassive look. "I retract my thoughts from before. Sure, it can be powerful, but it's also a joke." Naruto mused to himself as he silently thanked CI for not putting him near the eccentric foreigner on any remote chance that he had found Naruto while on a mission or something. "Ninjin, I've never been happier than I am now that I was sealed in you instead of that idiot, the QB." He could only imagine what his brother had to go through, having to listen to that incessant way of talking at every dumb moment. "You better respect my shitty rap skills before I smash your head, and then you won't be so prim." Killer B adopted a more aggressive tone of voice, as he always did when someone other than his brother or the chibi insulted his passion. Naruto quickly dismissed the threat in the man's idiotic language and tensed up in case the larger dark-skinned man tried. "Carlo sees what you're doing. Threatening this kid is Leji's son, and any fight will draw all of Kone's forces towards you. My help or not, you can't beat them on your own." Killer B's eyes widened behind his glasses as he realized what this meant, and if he didn't die, his brother would surely give him his iron claw. B managed to keep a grimace from flooding his face at the phantom pain of his brother's pain claw. B looked at Naruto, who was prepared to fight if necessary. Then B started laughing, which confused Naruto, leading him to question the sanity of "Come Monin, sorry, I'm gonna go," he said quickly before running past Naruto, muttering some things that Naruto didn't quite understand. Naruto slowly turned around to make sure that the Kumogi Kyurjin Shuriki was really going to leave and not attack him from behind. Naruto watched as he spoke out loud while waving his hands in strange gestures. The people on the street moved to one side, hoping to avoid catch whatever was wrong with the man rapping. Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm as he saw the man pull out a book labeled Rhymes and began writing in the book. Naruto let out a sigh in an attempt to forget the strange encounter with the Kumo Ninjin. "Killer B, if you ever start talking like that, I will personally rip off this seal and slowly skewer you with each and every one of my G's," the QB warned Naruto as he looked at the space once occupied by Killer B, trying to forget what Naruto had just heard. Naruto nodded, as that would be something Naruto would fully support. "You have nothing to fear, Chi, because if I ever start rhyming my words on purpose, then I will gladly present you with my Sharingan for you to crush me." Naruto promised never to be such an idiot, and if he would gladly visit the Shinigami. "Now that has happened, I need to start my training for the Chunin exam finals. It is best to use the Shunin there to avoid any more useless confrontations." Naruto held a one-handed sign, and soon his body exploded into black crow feathers, shocking the civilians passing by. Naruto reformed from a killing spree of crows inside the studio within the apartment complex he had come to own in the red light district. "I don't see why you feel the need to train more just for the little ones in these exams of yours." The Cuban hadn't had to train in anything in centuries, so the idea of training was beyond his realm of understanding. Naruto's side as he sat down behind his desk, taking out a book and placing it on the desk. "I'm not training for the other participants, but I continue training so as not to be reached by any unforeseen threat that may come this way." Getting no response from the massive chakra sealed within him, Naruto looked at the book he placed on the desk. The bindings of the books were a deep crimson color with a purple swirl of Uzumaki stamped on the cover. Naruto had been meaning to give him, and Naruto had been looking at the book ever since he had claimed it, but with all the work he had on his plate, he never got the chance. The first 100 pages or so were a general history, as well as some first-hand accounts of some events in history. There was something that made Naruto look at himself, but mentally rejected it in favor of reading more of his book. Naruto flipped through another 50 pages or so until something caught his interest so much that he momentarily put the book down to try and comprehend what he had just read. Taking a deep breath, Naruto read the information once more and found that he wasn't wrong in what he had read. Something like that is possible. Naruto questioned more into the air than anything else. The Kyuubi, who was reading through Naruto's eyes, was also quite shocked by what he had read. It seems unlikely, but with things like that, you never know until you try. The Kyuubi admitted with some respect for what was accomplished in some of the things done in the book. Naruto nodded and began to read with a new sense of purpose in his blue eyes. Near the borders of the land of fire and earth, what are we going to do with this, sensei? Asked the man with cold black eyes as he looked at the piece of paper resting on the counter between the two hooded figures. If the information on the document was accurate, then what could happen could be very disconcerting, to say the least. I know you wanted to visit the Chunning exams to see how our student was doing, but these reports, if they are true, are quite worrying, a high-pitched voice said before taking a sip of his cup of tea. Receiving a nod from the person beside him, the man's yellow eyes looked ahead towards the path that was now muddy from the rain. I'm an sensei. As much as I'd like to see your progress since you've left our tutelage, we need to check on these rumors. A softer voice, but it would be all the same, replied as the owner looked up at the dark sky from beneath the small travel station. They were resting. These two men who were drinking tea were two of the 3 and 6 of Naruto, Traka and Takia. Both men were returning to Konoha with the intention of seeing how Naruto was doing, but some information altered those plans. The report from one of Miao's informants said that 2 men were wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Although it was not as large as Jiraiya's spy network, Miao's was just as effective. When he needed to know something, what bothered the hawk-eyed swordsman was who was beneath those layers of the report that was given to them. Itachi and Miao had narrowly missed the 2 shinobi standing in the center of the infime. It seems we will have to visit Tsunkuni once more. Itachi, are you ready to go? Asked Miao, seemingly not caring about the seasonal downpour that was soaking the area. Itachi nodded slightly, and with that the 2 traveling shinobi paid for their drinks and walked out into the rain, wearing white cloaks with a deep green stripe dividing the cloak. A week after the second stage of Konoha, Naruto was sitting in the center of Training Ground 7 after he had finished reviewing the katas for his sword style. It was something that Mifune had instilled in the young swordsman's head. Mifune always said that to keep the sword as sharp as the mind, it was always necessary to practice, or else the skills obtained would deteriorate. Naruto knew that the katas could only take him so far, so he asked Nico if he could train with he once a week. Yugao agreed, since with the finals right around the corner, all the Hambu who were not on long-term missions were given leave so they could maintain the safety of the village without compromise. They had already forgiven once, and Naruto could see how happy Yuga was to have a duel with someone. Naruto and Yugao knew that the number of skilled swordsmen in Konoha could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Naruto only knew one expert with a sword besides Yugao, and her name was I8 Jeek. Naruto remembered that whenever he mentioned that name, Yugao would tense up momentarily, but Naruto stayed in his basement while working on his ninjutsu due to the prying eyes of the village. Naruto was thankful that Miao had taught him how to use reinforcement seals, otherwise the entire complex would have come crashing down on him. During his first training session, Naruto opened his eyes, sensing 5 new presences in the training ground, which was just empty aside from him. Eyes on Naruto's target met, looking at Minato, Kushina, Narumi, Naomi, and Jiraiya. Naruto slowly released Shui, who was lying in the grass next to him, before standing up. What is it? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer, but decided it was better to be polite to a man who could control his entire shinobi career. Kushina sighed sadly at her son's distant behavior, which deep down she knew she herself was the cause of. Naruto looked at the group, waiting for one of them to answer his question. Kushina was the first to act and pointed at the large white-haired man, holding an equally large scroll in one arm. To the pervert and the rest of us, we would like you to sign the Toad contract. Kushina, she said, hopeful that this might be a chance for her to finally begin to make amends with her wayward son. That was the sentiment shared by every single person in their little group. However, sadly, Naruto wasn't even smiling at them. He was looking at them as if he was looking at an enemy. And for him, fine, they could be. Jiraiya mocked the redhead's words, and a strange music began to play, confusing everyone except Minato And Naruto, I'm not a simple pervert Kusina. I'm the biggest pervert in the world. I'm a super pervert. The music reached its climax with a loud trumpet sound, and then the field fell into a deathly silence, with each person looking at the toad sage. Minato had just looked with his face the palm of his hand at the undesirable behavior of his sensei Kusina, and his daughters were committing a bloody murder against the self-proclaimed world's biggest pervert. Naruto just stared at the toad like he would any other time they met. Naomi spoke up before Naruto could even respond with an answer of his own. Yes, Nien, you should sign the idiot hero contract. That way we can all train together, the excited redhead said with a glint of hope in her eyes at the thought of having her older brother back. Narumi smiled at her sister, already knowing that her wish was the same as Naomi's. Although Narumi could no longer see Naruto as a brother, it didn't feel right. Naruto was something more to her. He was like an engine that wouldn't stop. And that belief only increased when she read that letter all those years ago. Naruto's impassive blue eyes softened for a moment as he looked at his sister, who returned his pleading gaze. When he was a child, Naruto easily blamed his sister for his suffering, but as he grew older, he realized that his actions, they weren't meant to hurt him. He behaved like any child who would want to receive attention from his parents. I can't sign the Toad contract because I have already signed a contract with the Crows, and their leader Naruto answered easily, since it was the truth, and he had no desire to break the gift Itachi had given him. Minato smiled at his son, since he already knew and had come up with a plan in case Naruto had said that it's okay. Naruto, we already talked to Gamabunta, and he told me that he had no problem with that. You will sign the contract to accompany yours. All you have to do is nod with the Crow's head. The rest of the group nodded, as it was not easy to get the proud Toad to agree to share a summoner with a species he considered inferior. Not that they told Naruto he had said that, yet should I refuse, because I have already discussed this with the leader of the Crows, and he has agreed, but only with the summoning animal that I am naturally aligned with, which I have not yet discovered. Which one? Naruto explained calmly as he looked up at the sky and saw a shadow briefly flicker across the sun, but showed no visible reaction to the anomaly. Kusina nodded in understanding as she realized that pushing Naruto only made him push back that much harder. The four holders of the Toad contract, however, were showing varying levels of disappointment with Naruto's decision to reject the contract. Jiraiya, in all of his pride, couldn't believe that Naruto would turn down the chance to align himself with the Tokes, but also by proxy refuse to be trained by the legendary Toad Sage Boy. There are a million people who would kill to be offered what I just offered you. This is your chance to train under my wing and become something. Fear, Jiraiya explained seriously as he stared at Naruto's icy eyes with a questioning glint in his eyes. Naruto just stared back, the gaze. The only noticeable facial reaction was the slight downward twitch of his lips. Maybe you're right, though. I am not one of those so-called millions. I can achieve what I need without your help. That goes for you too, Kusina. Minato, you have nothing that I want to learn, not even the Rasengan, not even the Irisin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something that needs my attention. Naruto then disappeared under a blanket of falling leather feathers, leaving the five shinobi speechless, and rightly so, since it's not every day someone who refused to learn some of the most feared jutsu in the world. But Naruto was far from normal Karate. Forest. Naruto opened his red eyes, now Sharingan. As he looked around the area, he was transported to. Naruto knew that this place was the Kurani Forest, which was the home of the Crow summons. This place was only known to the Crows, as well as Naruto. Not even Itachi knew of this place, why he had refused to continue training with the summons, content to use them only for his illusions. On Naruto's first visit, he asked the Crow Patriarch why he couldn't deactivating his dojutsu. The chief of the Crows informed Naruto that the spiritual energy in the forest was so great that Naruto would find it impossible to deactivate his Sharingan. Naruto looked towards the boundary that separated the Crow's forest from another forest, and the difference could not be more prominent. The forest Naruto was looking at was lush and vibrant and generally bustling with Kurani life. On the other hand, it looked like a desolate wasteland rather than a forest, but that was by design. The trees were nothing more than decaying bark structures devoid of life, while the earth was a dark gray with no nutrients to support the trees. This marked the land and told other species to stay away. Naruto knew that the areas adjacent to the Kurani forest were the ones that fed the Crows. Naruto calmly entered the dead forest, while the moon that always shone in the forest illuminated his path. Another curious thing about the forest was that there was no day, only night. The moon, it was imbued with more spiritual energy than the sun, so it always illuminated the forest thanks to the large amounts of spiritual energy that saturated the air. The forest also stayed warm thanks to the essence of energy. Basically, over time, the forest adapted to not need the sun, something that Naruto found fascinating. Naruto finally found what he was looking for: living trees in the dead forest. These trees were where the crows lived in the forest, because unlike the other trees, they were alive and certainly prospered. The crows, although they were not a very large clan compared to the other summons, they were very united with each other and with their summoner. That was what Naruto valued most, is loyalty, something that he had been deprived of during his childhood. There were a total of 20 living trees grouped in an area of the forest that of Kurani, each of which was unique thanks to the pigmentation of its leaves. However, these trees were not normal. Each tree was the size of the Okage monument of Konoha, both in height as in width. Naruto continued toward the large tree that was in the center of the group of 20 trees that was specialized thanks to its gray leaves. Naruto greeted some of the smaller crows that had not yet learned to speak while respectfully nodding to some of the older crows. Naruto walked towards the tree that was hallowed with stairs created for this very purpose. Naruto climbed to the top, where a rather large crow was perched high above the forest floor. The crow was carrying a samurai armor from the Edo period that covered his wings and body. The armor was a deep blue, almost purple. This was the head of all Shokai. Crows, you called me Shokai? Sen asked Naruto to his boss, refusing to bow like he did every time he visited the assassin's boss. At first, this led to a very tense situation, but Naruto cleared it up, saying that being submissive did not equal respect. It showed fear. After that, Naruto had earned the respect of the great crow and was never asked to bow again. Before him, the crow opened his empty black eyes and stared at his summoner, who to his credit showed no signs of discomfort at being scrutinized. So crucially, the crow flapped his wings once and let out a loud, ear-shaking nest. Yes, I have, Naruto. I think this is the right time for you to bond with one of the young crows, so they can become your familiar in the future. The old crow's voice was a bit shrill, but still had a tremendous amount of power behind it. Naruto let his eyes widen momentarily in surprise, but nodded his head. The first time Naruto heard about this process, Naruto asked when he could perform it, but was told it would all work itself out over time. For every year a human grows, we crows, shinobi crows, grow too. So your new mate will soon be able to help you. Now, there are a number of suitable candidates you can choose from. Fr Shokai was cut off as the leaves above their heads began to rustle violently, and they heard some faint squawks. Less than a moment later, a small crow crashed through the gray leaves, heading straight for a painful collision. Naruto's Sharingan quickly deciphered the path the crow was going to take and quickly leapt up and caught the crow against his torso. Shui looked irritated at being interrupted by one of the young men, but that look was erased by the expression on Naruto's face. What is it, Naruto? The old crow's natural protective instinct soon took over the irritation. There's a pretty deep wound on your belly, young lady, said Naruto, and without looking up at Shokai, Naruto activated the Mystic Palm technique and began to close the wound. Now, although he was not a veterinarian, Naruto was able to close wounds like this without much problem. It just took longer than a trained professional. The crow opened his eyes when the pain subsided and looked up to see Naruto smiling at him there. You're a little girl. Now, everything is better, Naruto said, smiling as he gave the crow the opportunity to fly. But to Naruto's surprise, she simply hopped on his head and sat there with her black locks. Naruto looked up with a smile and gently ran one of his fingers along the top of the crow's head, earning a soft, happy squawk from her. I think I found the person I'd like to bond with, Naruto informed Shui with a smile as the crow hopped down and perched on Naruto's left shoulder. Shui nodded with a small smile as he watched the two interact among themselves. Shui recognized the red stripe on the young crow's lower beak as the mark of one of the great warrior clans. His father was the last of the subsection of the clan to retire from the active military and settle down with a non-combatant crow. This was his daughter, who Shoke and knew would go on to great places with the right mate, and hopefully Naruto was that mate. Okay, Naruto, it's okay to complete the soul link. The young man in your arm must ingest a drop of your blood. The spiritual essence in your blood will unite. Then your two souls, the bond, will only be broken in the event that one of you perishes. Naruto nodded and bit down on his thumb hard enough to break the skin. Naruto placed his thumb over the raven's mouth, allowing it to drink its blood. The Kyubic quickly healed the wound, and Naruto felt the tip of one of Sho's wings on his head, and the tip of the other, and the young crow's secret art of the crow soul link. Naruto felt something inside him was searching for something to connect with, and when he thought it wouldn't work, he felt a wave run through his body. So this is what it feels like to be bonded. Naruto heard a female voice beside him and turned to look at the crow with a raised eyebrow. The crow looked at Naruto with her own black eyes before Naruto finally spoke. "Can you talk?" Naruto asked curiously, as just moments ago, all he could hear from her was cawing at her new familiar. If her laughter was any indication, of course I can. I've always been able to, but other crows and those we've bonded with can understand us. By the way, my name is Swishy. Naruto was about to reply when he saw something that made him stop dead in his tracks. Swishy's previously empty black eyes changed to a fiery red, and slowly three took in and filled each eye. Naruto blinked a few times, as did Swishy, who saw her eyes reflected in Naruto's headband. Needless to say, neither Naruto nor Suisei knew what was going on or why she now had the Sharingan. It seems the blood in your body has changed, as well as she. How interesting, given Itachi had never bonded with a crow. This is the first time a bond has ever been formed, especially with a shinobi. With a Kekkeikai, Naruto paused and also analyzed the situation, and that was the best and only explanation that even made sense now. "Then why don't you two just go back to Konoha and get to know each other?" You go. Then came the simultaneous response for Naruto and Suisei. Stupid bag of feathers. When they were brought back to Konoha, the old crow burst into a fit of laughter. They are perfect for each other. Konoha day of the final stage, a pair of gloomy blue eyes they reluctantly opened as sleep was snatched from their owner. Naruto moaned softly as he blinked a few times to see if he could get more sleep, but his body wouldn't allow him that luxury that day. Naruto slowly sat up, letting the only blanket he was using pull around his waist, revealing his bare torso. Looking at the clock, Naruto saw that still there were another 4 hours left until the final stage of the Chunin exams began. Naruto sighed, softly running his hand through his raven locks as he released the seals on his window, allowing the sunlight to filter through the glass. Naruto stood up from his bed, stretching some of his most used muscles with a quick grunt. "One more day, and then the firestorm will fall around me," Naruto noted silently as he walked to the shower and prepared himself for the day ahead. "One more day, and then this village will remember its outcast. But now the wolf has grown fangs and is not afraid to use them." Naruto continued to think about what the future had in store for him as he finished showering and got dressed. Naruto, now dressed, hygienically took a step towards the large balcony he had built during his 3rd month living in the compound. A small squawk invaded Naruto's ear, and soon after Naruto felt there was an additional but small weight resting on his left shoulder. Naruto turned the head and let his eyes linger on Swishy, his new familiar. With a small smile, Naruto ran his finger gently along the shiny black feathers on the back of her neck and lower back. Naruto wasn't sure what he would get when the old crow told him he would give mate, but after talking to Suesa and getting to know her, Naruto knew he couldn't be happier. "How was your night, Swishy?" The young crow gazed in happily under the gentle attentions of his new friend, inching closer to her cheek. Naruto was absolutely wonderful. Naruto-kun, thank you for getting that tree for me. Suisei answered Naruto's question through his soul link. Initially, she was worried as she wanted to be close to Naruto, but didn't want to be confined inside the apartment. But Naruto quickly remedied the small problem with the help of a shadow clone who bought a small tree that could fit the budding crow and placed it right outside Naruto's room, which was where the balcony was located. Naruto's smile grew a little as Suisei approached his face, not caring one bit about the action. Naruto slowly walked back to the living room of the apartment, with his Izzy sitting on his shoulder, enjoying the ride. Really, Naruto's apartment only had 3 main parts, which were the main section, which contained the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the kitchen, and so on. Basically, an entire house above. That was where Naruto would store any information he had acquired that he could consider confidential under a strict blockade by some few ninjutsu, of course. And below the main area was where he had created his training camp, which was quite a mess at that moment. Naruto slowly looked at Suesa and noticed that her Sharingan was burning and she was looking directly into his eyes. He didn't want people to try to experiment on her. In case they found out she had his bloodline, he doubted they could catch her. But it never hurt to be cautious. I'm not sure how much chakra it takes to keep you going, but I'm going to show you how to turn them on and off at will. You know how to control the flow of your chakra, right, Suisei? Just nod it okay. Then just temporarily stop the slowness in your eyes, and they should turn off since we're not in Kurani anymore. Suisei closed her eyes in concentration and did as Naruto told her momentarily, stopping her chakra from reaching her eyes. There was a slight sting, and when she opened her eyes again, they were back to normal, his normal charcoal color. Upon seeing Naruto's nod of approval, Suisei jumped on Naruto's head and nestled in his black hair. He didn't know why, but he liked it there. Plus, it had a nice view. What are we going to do today, Naruto-kun? Suisei asked Naruto curiously, as he seemed to be focused on something. And as his new partner wanted to stay with him as much as possible, Naruto leaned back on the two-seater couch he had occupied and with an amused smile looked at the crow with a red stripe on her beak, or at least she tried. What do you mean by we? I'm going to the Chunin exams today. Although my fight isn't until tomorrow, Naruto said plainly, but that clearly wasn't the answer Suisei was looking for. If the taunt she got through the soul link was any indication, is there a problem? Swishy asked Naruto curiously. Although he had an idea of what it was, Naruto could almost feel Suisei staring at his hair that she had laid down to rest on. Yes, there's a problem, sir. I'm your partner, so that I need to accompany you to these meanies. Suisa RZN to Naruto in a tone that made it seem like his logic was the most indisputable thing in the world. Naruto clearly had other ideas on this matter. No, you can't come with me. Besides, you would be in danger, since you are not ready for combat. Yet said Naruto sternly as he looked out the window towards the village. It was true that the first year between a crow and its mate was the only one to build an agreement trust. It was then that Naruto felt an oppressive fear deep inside of his soul. Was that feeling when a woman smiled, an overly sweet smile that promised pain if the wrong answer was given. You're saying you wouldn't protect me if someone tried. Something, I'll be with you all the time. The tone she used was very dangerous, and Naruto knew it, but fear wouldn't influence his feelings. Suisei also felt through the link that Naruto would keep her away from anyone who tried to hurt her, especially with the way they shared their similar past. Suisei nodded his head in approval of Naruto's feelings, as it only showed how right he was. See, that's exactly what I thought. It's decided. I'm going with you, Naruto. Kun. Naruto sighed softly and rubbed his temples, not from Suisei's triumphant gratnest, but from the irritation of working with a female crow, annoying woman. Naruto muttered under his breath, thinking that Suisa wouldn't listen to him because of his action, but he was wrong. Swishy, who did hear him, narrowed his eyes before starting to peck slimes at his head. While he pulled out small clumps of hair, Naruto's eyes widened in pain, and he quickly stood up, uttering random profanities in pain, until Suisei decided he had had enough punishment. The young raven and crow-haired shinobi had a single thought as he had a deadpan expression. What a wonderful way to start the day. I heard that, Suisei replied through the link, making Naruto groan, betting on a long shot. There were 5 chairs at the north and south ends of the stadium. The north, and it was reserved for the cage, and the southern end for the daimyos. There were 3 proctors standing in front of the Chunin aspirants. Most of the genin were shocked by the magnitude of the event. Those who weren't were Naruto, Gaara, and a few others. The leaf, Huning, chewing on his on used chakra to magnify his voice and calm the crowd. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 30th International Chunin Exams. I am the head proctor, Genma Shiranoe. I would like you to stand out of respect for the cage who are about to. Before making his entrance, the jounin of the special squad destined to protect Okage asked, as all eyes turned to the north section of the stadium. The first person to enter the cashier's booth was a beautiful woman who had a small smile on her face as she looked out at the crowd. Her green eyes showed an overall warmth as she waved. Her reddish-brown hair fell to her shins. Underneath the Mizuki's blue and white ceremonial robes was a long blue dress that reached beyond from the knees and was closed with a zipper in the front, which was a chainmail cloak. This was Might Terumi, the Godei Mizuki of Kirigakure Osato. She was the bearer of a dual bloodline and was the woman who took control directly after the Yonde Mizuki was overthrown. She sat on the far left. The next person to enter was a very tall old man who levitated to make up for his height deficiency. The man's face was covered by a very tall beard and mustache, angular bushy eyebrows, and a very large nose that had a red color to it. The old Kaga wore a yellow and green designer jacket with a red collar that labeled all high-ranking shinobi in a wagakure underneath that jacket was the typical IVA bulletproof vest. To provide more protection, this man was a Noki of both scales, and he was also in the robes made for the Tsuchikage Inoki took. The seat on the far right, the next man, was a muscular, dark-skinned shinobi with a very serious expression on his face, almost as if he couldn't be bothered to look at the adoring crowd. The man had a small blonde mustache and beard on his face that had prominent cheekbones. The Reiki, unlike the other cages, he only wore his white and yellow cage robe showing off his muscular body there. He wore a series of golden bracelets that hung from each wrist, as well as a golden belt with the face of a boar engraved around his waist there. He dropped into the seat next to Hoki and rested his chin in hand. Clearly bore the next man also had a serious expression as he calmly walked into the cage cabin. With his hands hidden in the sleeves of his cage robes, the man had short reddish-brown hair that was spiky by nature. Unlike Mai, this man's hair was closer to black than a vibrant red like the young Mizuki's hair. Beneath the cage robes he had closed was a black jacket and pants with mesh armor. Below, the man looked at his fellow Kage and took the seat that was next to the Mizukage with proper posture and eyes closed. Finally, Minato walked out of the hall and stood in front of the chair in the center, wearing his usual clothes, except instead of his white cloak, he wore the white and red robes of the cage. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my house. With Hikori, you are about to witness the talent of the next generation. It is these young shinobi who will be in charge of your protection in the future and will no doubt play roles that even we now cannot understand. Before we begin the first match of the first bracket, please welcome the dinos of each land, said Minato, with one hand pointing to the opposite end of the stadium, where the feudal lords soon took their corresponding seats in their boxes there. He was the first to speak, breaking the silence in which he and his fellow boxes fell, while watching Gunma and the other Jounin explain the rules of the exam. I already know who will win it. It is just a matter of formalities, said the muscular Reikage with a growl as his eyes scanned the Chunin line. That would be it. The Tsuchikage asked with a dry accent, seeing how the Kyumo brat he had met before had not yet come out of his arrogance. Inoki observed a smile that threatened to share the Reikage's face. That would be Yujito. She's not only the two-tailed Jinshu RCK, but she trained with my partner B, who you all know has absolute control over Tailed Beast. The tan man taking the obvious opportunity to boast about her Jinchuriki's strength by proxy of her own. The Mizukage smiled softly as she looked at the young shinobi on the field, where she momentarily locked eyes with Naruto, who was also calmly scanning the booth, ignoring the supervisor's instructions. Who is that boy and why? He looks at the Okage with such empty eyes. The Mizukage then cursed herself for not looking at the competitor booklet before arriving at the stadium. How humble of you. Reikage Dano said to me in a calm tone, but the snub was evident. If I had to bet my money, it would be on the young Chojuro. After all, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. That's why he was trained by 2 of the other swordsmen. I have a lot of faith in him. He gave me his own action with nothing but confidence in his soft voice, ignoring. The Reikage taunts my granddaughter has all the skills necessary to win this tournament, but she needs to get it through her head that her overconfidence will be hers and Noki's doom. Gave his own choice with a bitter growl as his granddaughter was almost as arrogant to the point of a cage-level complex, where she took a look at the Rajay that may be true on Noidano, but I have a hard time watching my son lose. Gaara has been groomed from a young age to be the ultimate weapon, the pure power behind his attacks. It's truly amazing, said the Shadow of the Wind in an even but still confident tone of voice. A series of failed assassination attempts on his son founded that confidence. I've heard that. Your son is quite mentally unstable, Inoki pointed out with a small smile on his aged face. The Cage frowned, but made no comment on that point. He turned his eyes to the blonde Okage. Who is your choice, Okade? Dano, one of my daughters. The first match is about to begin. Combat field. Could the Genin please head to the fighter cabin, while Inai Yuga and Akatsuchi remain? Luno of Kyumo requested that the field be cleared apart from the 2 fighters and the Jounin Nara. Are you ready? A wink from the prodigy Yuga was the answer. Akatsuchi, are you ready? A second nod was the answer given to Jaime. Niji stood there confidently as the crowd watched with bated breath at the thought of the exams finally starting. Niji stared at the older Yineng with his white eyes that were meant to see everything. It was these eyes and the fact that his ego was inflated at being called a prodigy despite coming from the branch family that created the arrogant spell that now took over the Akatsuchi field was contrasting Aji with Hinata, and was very enraged by the contrast in their behaviors and was not even aware of their blood relationship that was deeper than mere clan mates. Nei closed her eyes and shook her head in arrogant gesture. If there was ever one in a monkey versus monkey fight, these eyes can see much more than a chakra network. Yanin, these blessed eyes upon me can see the outcome of this battle. Fate has deemed you unworthy, and so you will lose to me, said Niji smugly, with an overconfident smile on his pale skin, obviously looking down at the Shinobu Akatsuchi. As well, to his credit, he remained with the same smile that was foolish in nature that he came in with now. Well, it wasn't any mental training that kept him calm, despite his compassion and filth. It wasn't simply about who the burly man from IWA was. A calm spirit, you know. Yasin, you're not very kind, are you? That lady from your Hinata clan, I think, was much kinder. Such louder, and louder too, Akatsuchi commented with a smile, directed at Nei, who dropped her arrogant face in exchange for a furious look. The mention of Princess Yuga made his blood boil. Under his skin, Pseudo Hatsu seemed to awaken with his latent family problems. For Nei to be compared to someone who lived a life of royalty without deserving, it was ridiculous. And why his father was born a few moments after the current head of the clan, an outsider like he knows nothing. Nei shouted, seeing red in his usually sighted eyes, while he ran forward in displeasure at his opponent Akatsuchi, who was already aware of what the gentle fist could do to a person. Stepped back to keep a respectable amount of space between himself and Niji. However, a charging Niji quickly closed that distance despite Akatsuchi's attempts to do otherwise. Inside Akatsuchi's guard, Nei attacked with a series of hand strikes before Akatsuchi managed to raise his guard using his forearms. A rare scowl appeared on his face. He took over the large IB-18, who was quickly getting tired of being Nei's punching bag, performing with a quick leg sweep, causing Nei to open his base and slightly alter his perfect form. Akatsuchi was able to throw a quick jaw straight into Nei's chest, causing the Yuga prodigy to slide back with a small grunt. Niji quickly stifled the small pain and looked up at the larger man. As he placed his hands ready again, Niji ignored the stinging feeling in his hand from what seemed to hit solid rock. Akatsuchi moved deceptively fast and pressured Nei, who was forced to use his superior speed to avoid being hit by Akatsuchi's powerful blows. Niji, who was evading most of his opponent's blows, was fed up with being put on the defensive in a taijutsu fight, his area of expertise, or so he thought. He intercepted an attack by the wrist. Nei quickly responded with a flurry of blows aimed at the tenketsu around Akatsuchi's chest. By the time the rapid blows ended, Nei was panting from the effort and jumped back to create a moment of rest. Nei watched with a pleased smile as Akatsuchi's shoulders slumped along with his head. Niji, now with a second wind, so to speak, resumed the arrogant stance he had adopted at the start of the fight, along with a slow nod. I told you that fate had deemed you the loser of this battle, and you only accelerated it by facing me in hand-to-hand combat. Not even in Uchiha would you ever think of fighting Yuga in a prolonged taijutsu battle. I've closed off most of your chakra points. It's over, Neil told him, apparently paralyzing Katsushi, who had yet to move a muscle since Nei delivered his barrage of palm strikes into the stands. The H-Ninja of the participating teams were sitting very close to each other to watch their students fight. Even Karina, and whose students were defeated in the forest of death. Of course, there was friendly banter between each hang with their own thoughts on who would win the whole tournament, as well as some friendly bets. Even Kakashi, who was always fashionably late, arrived on time. Despite Sasuke's match, which wasn't until the second day, a threat to his most beloved Uchiha by a certain red-headed wife of the cage would do that to a man. A perverted man sure is an arrogant brat. You got there, gay Anko, one of the Hing, who didn't have a team comment, with a smile at that moment. The snake lady of the leaf was carelessly polishing Dango with her feet on an empty seat in front of her. A seat she threatened a man in front of her with vacating with an all-expenses-paid trip to the TI department. Yes, Niji-kun has a problem controlling his arrogance, despite my best efforts to change that. I think being called a prodigy in a clan as illustrious as the Yuga has only fueled that. Superiority complex, plus the fact that he is a branch member, only serves as an advantage to the young Nei's desire to act like he does, the usually bubbly and energetic Gay said with a serious expression on his face that just didn't seem to fit with the green spandex that Jounin was wearing. Why would an EI be driven by the simple fact that he's not a Yuga from the main family, like Inada? Seems like a rather childish reason to you. That seems out of character for someone like him. The red-eyed Hunin Karina looked curiously at Asuma, who was sitting next to him with a cigarette between his lips, as was the norm. Asuma let out a small sigh, which served to release some smoke into the air, much to the chagrin of the people behind the chain smoking Jounin. So yes, you weren't a Jounin yet, so you might not have heard of the details. I'm sure you do remember when Hinata was almost kidnapped by Kyumo's advisor. Well, in the end, we needed to send Kyumo a corpse with the Yuga bloodline, which happened to be Yasi's brother, and Inuyasha's father. Kyumo was quick to deny any activity in the attempt of kidnapping and made it known that we had killed one of their most veteran shinobi. They demanded a dead Yuga in exchange, to which Minute Kuin agreed. But with a twist, we put some seals on the body that would destroy the Byakugan, and then it would fade away. Kusina finished the story with a frown that marred her face, as she was never on good terms with the village hidden in the clouds. Proctor Combat Field, you better call this match. I have hit too many of their chakra points for it to continue, let alone to be in an effective combat stance, Mei said confidently as she looked at the Kyumo overseer, whom she didn't even notice thanks to the tunnel vision effect of the battle in front of him. The Chikuma Kuno, who served as overseer, heard Yuga's words, but gave no response as she focused on Akatsuchi, whose only movement was a steady breathing. She was about to call him out on behalf of the young Yuga, when movement was caught within her peripheral vision in the direction of the Iwagakure Janine. Then, to the surprise of the previously cocky Yuga, Akatsuchi simply rotated his shoulder, receiving a snap as the bone popped back into place. Akatsuchi looked back and smiled at Nei, who stood still with a surprised look on his face. Oh, that hurt so much. I said, I'm impressed by the strength behind those blows. Akatsuchi, I could see the shocked expression on Niji's face, decided to shed some light on the matter. Well, I guess I can tell you, since you're the only one Yuga that I can fight here. You see, I had to fight another Yuga in the forest where he broke my earth armor several times. So when I knew I had to fight you, I simply increased the strength of the armor around my chest area, no matter what your countermeasures or you will lose. Fate has decreed it. Niji was interrupted when he saw a spear made of earth that was rapidly approaching his position. Niji couldn't move in time, but fortunately the spear only cut his cheek, leaving a cut there that dripped red with his prodigious blood. What did Niji ask in slight stupor as he felt his own blood? Niji had no time to wonder what was happening as 3 more earth spears threatened to impale him, and Kaiten didn't act. Niji screamed almost desperately as he began to spin clockwise, while releasing chakra from each of his tenketsu. This feat caused the surprise of the section of the Yuga clan that was watching in the stand. Some were horrified that a branch member knew a secret art of their clan, while some more open-minded people like Yasi were impressed by what Nei managed to do. The spin created a spinning dome of chakra that crushed the spears into nothing but dust. Eventually, Nei's spin came to an end, and very quickly, he opened his eyes and stopped spinning. Akatsuchi saw him open his eyes and quickly surmised that in order to fight the disorientation that such a high-speed rotation would create, he needed to close eyes. A second weakness Akatsuchi found was the large amount of chakra needed to draw from the technique, as it was pure chakra. The third was the lack of mobility, which made it difficult for Nei while performing that technique, each of which Akatsuchi planned to take advantage of with the next attack. Akatsuchi stomped the ground, getting 3 spears to shoot into the air, each of which he quickly grabbed and threw at Niji, who was panting, ignited another Sighten in time to protect himself from the spears. That each of them was the dome of physical energy that spun at varying times. Akatsuchi quickly positioned himself behind the dome of spinning chakra and waited for it to come to an end. Nei, unable to hold the chakra any longer due to exhaustion, searched for Akatsuchi's presence and realized the Yanin was behind him. It was too late, as Akatsuchi managed to finish the hand signs for his own jutsu as Niji began to turn to face the Shinobu Earth Release Stone Golem technique. Nei, he watched as a large humanoid stone emerged from Akatsuchi's mouth before he bit it, separating it from his person. The golem then enveloped Nei in a strong hug that Nei tried to break away from, but couldn't find the strength to break the firm grip. The golem pressed itself onto Nei's frame, causing a cry of pain from the Yuga prodigy. The pressure became too much as the moments passed, and finally Nei fell limp in the arms of the stone humanoid, the winner by knockout, Akatsuchi. The Kumohang yelled after seeing the unconscious Nei, getting a roar from the crowd. While it wasn't flashy with the jutsu, it was still an excellent hand-to-hand combat battle cockpit combat. That's what happens when one becomes too reliant on one skill instead of creating an arsenal to use, Naruto said, as nothing more than an observation, getting a sound of approval from his is and through his sulink and a nod from the Yuzo, wearing Kunoichi helmet, who managed to take up space his side while the other was taken by a wall. Yujito and a shinobi with a Kiri headband walked down the steps to the field, while Akatsuchi walked back up to receive the congratulations of his comrade Sasuke, who heard Naruto's words and in his narcissistic way twisted it to fit him. He gave the picture back to Naruto. "Why do you have a bird on your shoulder, loser?" Becomes some kind of bird watcher. This earned him a couple of screams full of admiration from the most loyal fangirls of Uchiha, which in turn elicited a groan from the Nara, who couldn't believe that one. Of those people were her teammates. Lee yelled that Sasuke's words were rather unjuvenile, which the Avenger ignored in favor of glaring at Naruto, with his Sharingan activated in an attempt to intimidate Naruto. The crow let out a low grat nest at the arrogant Uchiha. Naruto didn't bother to take his eyes off the battlefield as he leaned on the wall, with his ISC and on his shoulder to maintain a more professional appearance. "Who is know it matters to you? Just hold your tongue, and your beating will come very soon," Naruto said impassively as he idly stroked the back of Suesa's head with his finger. Gaara, who was on the other wall looking at Sakura with eyes that could kill thought with bloodlust. "Don't worry, mother. Soon we will have the pink furry's blood in the arena." Soon combat field. Yujito and the boy called Inteo simply stared at each other for a few tense moments, each devising their own battle plans, with the Konoha supervisor simply announcing the start of the match. As the Kiri boy went over his own options, Yujito was having an audience with her own demon. "What do you think we should do about this nibby guy?" Yujito asked the being who had more than a few centuries of experience on her and was willing to share it considering the format of the tournament. "I say we keep our skills hidden for the most part until the later rounds, where there will be more difficult opponents." Yujito nodded mentally, since that was the usual strategy in a tournament where you had to fight several times. "That makes sense. But what do you suggest I do to win this match?" asked Yujito, watching carefully into, or just in case she made a move while she was in an internal audience with her demon. "Take a small amount of chakra from me and use your claws and natural flexibility to try to overwhelm the boy. If that doesn't work, we can always adapt to as the situation required." Then almost simultaneously, both the Kumogakure Kunoichi and the Kirigakure shinobi nodded their heads, channeling a bit of the yoka and the two tails into their nails, causing them to turn into claws. Yujito dropped down like a cat, with her eyes slanted, staring at Inteo. The Kiri shinobi took the imitation and began to run through some hand seals. Yujito ran towards the shinobi, hoping to stop him before the jutsu was completed. Water release, water bullet. Inteo then released a concentrated drop of water from his mouth that was shot towards Yujito, letting out a whistle of agitation. Yujito turned back to avoid the water falling on her. Inteo began to repeat his hand signs to allow another water projectile, something that Yujito did not allow this time. Already on the teenager, Kiri lowered his claws with a sliding movement, forcing him to release the series of signs to cover himself with his arms. Both fighters could hearing the slashing sound of Yujito's claws easily ripping through the fabric of his clothes. Inteo reached into his pouch and armed himself with a kunai in each hand and tried to hold back the claws from gouging out his eyes. The pair reached a stalemate, with Inteo holding back Yujito's claws with his superior strength a bit more. Yujito only mentally trying to reach out for just one more ounce of Nivi's demonic chakra, which was granted to him. Reacting to the increase in power, Yujito's claws glowed a blue dark as they began to cut Inteo's kunai. To the boy's horror, with a snap, the kunai were cut cleanly and the pointed ends fell to the ground, and with a quick follow-up, Yujito slashed Inteo across the chest with some of the remnants of the demon's chakra seeping into the open wounds. The transfer of energy went unnoticed by most in the arena, including Inteo himself. Combat booth this fight is over. I guess it was too much to expect that boy to push Yujito to reveal some of her deadliest abilities. I guess it can't be helped. Naruto could feel the confusing feelings Sus was emitting through his Z-Link. Yujito is a Jinchuriki very similar to me. The chakras of our chakras, or should I say the chakras of the tailed beasts, are corrosive to anyone except the Jinchuriki. If that boy keeps trying to summon his chakra, he will commit suicide. Swishy, who assimilated the information like a sponge, wondered why she was not affected if the chakra Naruto was meant to be acid. But he left that question for another time. Already kicked that guy's ass. Yujito, the shameless kunoichi, that she had no problem voicing her trust in Yujito out loud. Omo nodded her head, but chose not to make him look like an idiot like her flat-chested teammate. Plus, if he had even spoken his mind, Karu would have no doubt given him a very painful beating. Samui, who was standing next to Omoy at the railing, shook her head in exasperation, as Karui looked like too much to your hot-headed brother. I really wish you two would act more cold-blooded sometimes, he whispered quietly, getting a smile from Kuratsuchi, who was standing beside him, but no comment. Tao is simply outmatched. He may have some judo up his sleeve, but he can't get enough room to use them, said Chojuro with a sigh, slightly disappointed by his friend's performance. So far here, he nodded, as it was clear that Inteo just didn't have the speed to defeat Yujito. Sakura, who saw Sasuke looking at Yujito, blew intensely as she thought that Kuno and Shikuma were trying to steal her love, while in reality Sasuke was just trying to use the copy aspect of a Sharingan as much as possible. That girl, how do you think she can steal my Sasuke-kun? Well, she has something else coming, said Sakura, with a determined movement of fist. Tenten, who saw everything, patted her face, wondering if there were more fangirls than Kuno-Chien. Konoha field of combat. Inteo panted. His breathing was much more labored than before as he held his hand against his bleeding chest. The Kiri bulletproof vest was now decorated with 4 long slash marks that ran diagonally in its coarse tee. That stings. The teenager's voice was hoarse as he tried to sound serious, but the pain that had passed was evident. It was clear to the Kirigakure Jining that he couldn't defeat his cloud counterpart with speed, so he needed power. With that thought in mind, he put his hands together and he began to mold his chakra, as if he had done it 100 times, while Yujito watched with a serious expression on his face. It was then that a sudden pain ran through Inteo's entire body, causing him to fall to his knees as blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Inteo had to use his hands to keep from falling face first onto his chest, as another wave of pain ran through his entire being. What is happening to me? I saw her. She didn't move from that spot, and Yujito sighed softly as he canceled the chakra while keeping his hands on his chest. Her nails raised like claws as she looked at the struggling Lin Tao, as if reading his mind. Yujito told Inteo what was happening in his body. My chakra is special to the point that if it enters a foreign body, it becomes corrosive. I injected my chakra into you when I cut your chest. If you continue trying to use your chakra for the next few days, the pain will continue to magnify until I kill you. Inteo frowned, as it was clear that he had lost, but at least he would live to try and get stronger. Yujito walked away back towards the booth as the medics came to check on the prone body of Inteo. Technical knockout winner Yui Tony Fighter's booth. Yash, after such a wonderful display of youth, I'll have to do everything I can to keep my own flames from burning the entire stadium. With one last scream of youth, Arlie jumped over the railing and down onto the field, where a resounding scream of youth from the crowd echoed with the previous screams of Lieutenant Ten, who was his only companion team in the viewing area, because NEI was still in the medical room. She couldn't make herself any smaller than she was at the moment. She groaned, wondering if she would kill her tepid, eyebrowed teammate. Das to be normal for once in her life. You most likely will. He's a weird guy, Kuratsuchi said good-naturedly, as a drop of sweat grew on the back of his head, watching Leah do push-ups while waiting for her. This earned her a wink from Akatsuchi and a light chuckle from the diver's helmet, who the kunoichi carried. With a last amused shake of her head, Kuratsuchi made her way to the battlefield in the most conventional manner. I'll see you two in a few, Kuratsuchi said confidently as she disappeared from sight. Tintin chose not to comment on the girl's confidence and would let her ability speak for itself. Sasuke's hands tightened around the rail as his red eyes focused on Lee, still with the vivid memory of his defeat before the first stage of the exams during the month or so that he had to train. Kakashi had used Lee as a base to improve his taijutsu skills, so it was only natural that Sasuke would want to fight. Lee, after he planned to tear Naruto apart in their first match, he was sure that with his Sharingan now able to keep up with his body, he could easily handle the gay aspect. After all, he was Sasuke Uchiha, the diver, wearing a whack. Kunoichi steeled herself and looked at Naruto with a charming smile, and he tapped her shoulder to get the teenager's attention. Naruto blinked a few times when he felt someone touch him. Slowly turning, he looked at the woman beside him with a polite smile. "Hello, Naruto," said the girl. Greeted Naruto, not showing any of the nerve she was feeling when talking to her crush. "Hello, Naruto." He greeted her back, but it faded away at the end, looking for the name of the kunoichi, who suddenly struck up a conversation. "Oh, excuse me, my name is Yuna." The time called Yuna replied in the same tone, soft and sweet smile that made Naruto smile in return. "Hello, Yuna-san, how may I be of assistance?" Naruto asked with the same polite smile on his face as he looked toward the field to see if the match was starting, where Lee was talking about the youth, which even seemed to amuse the supervisor, giving Naruto some time to talk to the Iwagakure. Kuno Naruto looked amused when Yuna moved slightly under his naturally intense gaze, even if there was no discontent in his blue eyes to make her squirm. Yuna could see the joy that danced in Naruto's blue eyes, and he tried his best not to blush in embarrassment. Taking a calming breath, Yuna looked at Naruto with a small smile and a light dusting of pink on her cheeks. "Well, I heard in a room for the first exam about your grades, and I was wondering what you thought about the fight. Sure, it wasn't anything big, but gave her a chance to start a conversation with the young son of Lokich. It was a start, and that was all Yuna felt she needed to flatter her." Naruto chuckled softly as his blush darkened for a moment, but he still gave Yuna his assessment. "Well, I don't know much about your teammate other than the fact that she's the Tsuchikage granddaughter, so I guess she has her skills. Lee is an interesting character, and not just her personality, though that's part of her. Lee can't use ninjutsu jinjutsu due to a disease affecting her bovines, but her taijutsu is brilliant as expected. When mate guy is your sensei." That's when Yuna interrupted Naruto and finished his assessment for him, and managed to get just what he was about to say. "The winner will be the one who gets the other two. Stand firm in his strength, precisely combat field. I hope you're ready, Kuratsuchi-san, because I can no longer contain the flames of my youth," said Lu, as he crossed one arm behind his back with the other leaning over his chest. The happy-go-lucky look in Lee's eyes hardened, but the joy was still easily detectable. Kuratsuchi stood there dumbfounded by the fact who was talking about the flames of youth. Even after the match started, Kuratsuchi blinked out of his stupor and dropped into his own taijutsu stance, not wanting to do any more than he had to. Lee's smile widened exponentially as he saw Princess. I was about to trade blows with him at Kuratsuchi's silent nod. To begin, he exploded from his position, aiming to hit Kuratsuchi with a flying kick to the face. Princess, as she moved at the last moment and grabbed Lee by the shin, pulling him down in a fist. However, Lee was ready and grabbed the fist before it could hurt him and launched Kuratsuchi into the air. The Iwagakure Prin curled up into a ball in mid-flight and righted herself, sliding across the ground with a small smile. Just from that exchange, she realized that Lee was fast and strong, which meant a good fight for her. With a frown, Lee ran again, crossing the field with a speed surprising to the public, and jumping on his opponent with a series of powerful kicks. Each attack failing to make any significant contact, he would spin him around with a powerful kick, one of his signature moves. Leftu and Lind. Kuratsuchi's lips pursed into a thin line, seeing how much damage that kick could do to his head, which was where the attack was directed. Without panicking, Kuratsuchi broke the position of his free leg, which was bent, causing Lee to scream in surprise as his momentum went slightly off-center. A growl escaped Lee's clenched teeth as her back collided with the unforgiving ground. Lee looked up to see a shadow falling over him. Kuratsuchi fell with a loud war cry as he dropped an axe kick straight at Lee's head. However, he was faster and rolled out of the way of the kunoichi's kick, and before she could realize, her kick missed. Lee had already landed a powerful elbow to her stomach, making her gasp for breath. Lee followed up with a powerful two-handed combo blows, knocking Kuratsuchi to the ground, where he got back up after falling a few meters away. Kuratsuchi looked at Lee with a confident smile as he rubbed the mocking marks on his cheek from Lee's last punch, gaining more confidence thanks to his successful attacks. He exploded from his spot, kicking up a wave of dust from the speed behind his muscle. Kuratsuchi looked around, alarmed to see Lee disappear. Her eyes widened as she felt Lee standing behind her. Sheer instinct to turn and be face to face with her opponent came even too late as she launched Kuratsuchi into the air with a swift kick to the lower spine, making her scream in pain. Not even a moment later, Lee was behind the kunoichi in the air, mimicking the perfect position of her body, using the dancing shadow blade, the power of it opening the first gate. Without verbalizing, it left Kuratsuchi stunned and vulnerable to the attack of the wraps around her. Lee's hands slowly snaked around Kuratsuchi and encased the kunoichi in a tight cocoon that hugged her to his chest, beginning to spin violently. Lee and the immobilized Kuratsuchi began to shoot towards the ground. The crowd held their breath as the collision with the ground below created a loud explosion that sent rocks of dust flying into the air, making it difficult to see. Lee was the first to emerge from the blanket of dust, kneeling a few meters from the small crater, panting slightly due to exhaustion. The supervisor looked over to find him staring at the impact site with an unreadable expression on his face. The stadium had fallen into a deathly silence as they waited for the dust to part, so they could see the results of the devastating front lotus of the second green beast. The cloud of dust finally cleared, and the crowd gasped in horror as they saw the kunoichi's legs sticking out and her upper body lodged in the ground. Lee had his head bowed to the side, not because he had just severely injured a shinobi with his move, but because the impact of the frontal lotus had felt different than it should. Lee's eyes widened as Kuratsuchi's legs began to move and the earth around his upper body began to crumble. The princess Ai let out a small sigh as she jumped to her feet with an irritated expression on her face that was pretty close. Good thing these damn earth golems, they are so sturdy and can take what you were giving, but next time you should wait to release those restraints. With that, Kuratsuchi quickly approached Lee and launched a powerful upcut of his own, leaving Lee on his back with a shocked expression. Lee managed to control his mouth and nodded his head, taking seriously what Kuratsuchi said. Kuratsuchi began to make hand signs for the first jutsu of the match when he decided to ask a question of his own. Say, how come you haven't used a jutsu yet? I mean, that pure taijutsu can only take you so far. Lee's black eyes suddenly filled with a raging fire that made Kuratsuchi take a step back as he looked at her with said eyes. Lee was now standing with his thumb up and his teeth gleaming in the traditional good boy pose. I'm glad you asked. You see, I was born with absolutely no talent for Jinjutsu, kid. So it's my dream to prove to the world that I can become a genius with my hard work and taijutsu. Passion overwhelming in his voice managed to convince a few people in the crowd that he could, but Kuratsuchi was not. One of them, his expression in one word, was skeptical. Cashier booth. Although I normally disagree with my foolish granddaughter, I think she's right on this matter. That boy should either give up or become an academy instructor, Inoki said, with a slight nod to the foolish Chunin with Tbidas eyebrows, hopeful a shinobi was destined to be able to use the arts of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. If a person couldn't do it, then he wasn't able to be a shinobi. That's simple. Now, I don't know anything about that Tsuchikage Dano. If you remember, Mate uses only taijutsu, and in fact, he is training the young man to simply discard the child due to the conditions of his birth would be a foolish decision, Minato answered, with a calm smile, knowing how powerful Gay is and how similar he was to the old man with stupid eyebrows. That's true, Okido. However, returning to the purpose of these exams, neither Lee nor Kuratsuchi have shown any reason to be promoted to Chunin. I mean, they're just racing each other and seeing who can hit the hardest and fastest. The Mizukage pointed out with a small smile on her lovely face. That assessment received an affirmative grunt from the hulking Reikage, who was more than interested in the impressive taijutsu using Jinin. As impressive as the boy is with his hand-to-hand combat, it's not enough he's not thinking logically, and that could make any team of which he is a part of his killed. Needs more seasoning. That statement received a round of wings from the assembled boxes. Minato looked over to where Gay was standing with a big smile and a thumbs up as he looked at his favorite student. Minato smiled as he heard Gay yell at Lee to take them off. Already familiar with how Gay trained in combat camp, Lee's eyes widened momentarily as he got ISO to remove the weights hidden behind his orange leg warmers. Kuratsuchi had other plans as he fired a ball of flames at Lee, which, when it got close to Lee's position, it exploded, confusing Kuratsuki, as that shouldn't have happened. It was then that he suddenly appeared in front of Kuratsuchi and hit her with an upward kick that knocked the young teenager down from her feet. He appeared above Kuratsuchi's rising form and slammed her into the ground with another powerful kick, and the Kuratsuchi's eyes closed in pain as his mind tried to understand how he had suddenly become unconscious. Lee had gotten much faster. Kuratsuchi growled. He stood up and went through a series of hand seals before he could even close the distance in 10 globs of lava. And true to Kuratsuchi's words, 5 gobs of burning lava were shot at a surprised Lee. Luckily, Lee's newfound speed was more than able to make up for his momentary pause. At seeing an Inton user, Lee attempted a direct hit, but it was blocked by Kuratsuchi, and Lee was forced to retreat as he felt the skin on his knuckles begin to peel off. Singe your flames of youth, they burn quite hot. Kuratsuchi, Sammy, too, raise the intensity of my flames. Stop moving so much, so I can extinguish those flames. You seem so proud of you blurry-browed monster. Water release water trumpet. Because Kuratsuchi had been concentrating on performing his technique, he missed the absolutely scandalized expression on Lee's face as he threatened to extinguish his flames of youth. Thanks to those words, Lee froze in place as the trumpet blast crashed in her forearms, but Lee managed to stand firm against the water attack. Lee could see that the training with Gay had begun to pay off, as the pressurized water had barely jolted the nerves in her forearms. Kuratsuchi was enraged to see that Lee was unharmed after taking the brunt of her jutsu. She couldn't hurt him. He was a talentless shinobi. It was infuriating. Take me seriously, underscoring. Take this fight seriously, Kuratsuchi demanded angrily, stomping the ground to vent the frustration he was experiencing at the moment. And as a way to arm himself with some earth spears that he threw at Lee, showing how varied his arsenal of jutsu was, he watched as the spears approached him and nodded to Kuratsuchi. Since he was not one to play with his opponents running out of his crouching position, he cut the distance that spaced Lee and Kuratsuchi on the field, interrupting Kuratsuchi from performing his Inon rising leaf wind jutsu. He shouted at him, "Dare I say, youthful," as he slammed the sole of his ninja sandal against her jaw. True to the name of taijutsu, Kuratsuchi shot in the air like a leaf being carried by a current of wind. Using the strength of his leg muscles, he leapt high into the air, higher than Kuratsuchi, but he was closing fast. Scorching tiger kick. Lee performed a spin while curled up into a ball and lashed out with a heel kick to the back of her neck, knocking her out unconscious upon contact. Lee watched as Kuratsuchi spiraled towards the ground as she hung limp due to lack of consciousness. The moment after the Awagakure princess struck her, she landed on her feet lightly. Finally, being able to relax, the supervisor quickly ran over to Kuratsuchi and took her pulse and sighed, seeing that she was only knocked out, especially after that nasty-looking kick. The supervisor shook his head and looked at Lee with a smile, which was received by a smile of the enthusiastic green-clad shinobi. The crowd was already going crazy from an overflow of emotion. Winner by knockout, Robo Combat Booth. I can't believe I lost, man. What a disappointment. Yuna groaned childishly at the sight of Kuratsuchi being carried away on a stretcher by the medical squad station for the sole purpose of treating Akatsuchi fighters. He finally didn't wear that eternal smile. He nodded with a stern look on his face, knowing how tough that guy could be as an enemy. He would soon become Naruto. Looked at Lee, who was smiling brightly at the crowd with a newfound respect for the boy's talent and determination. "Wow, I didn't know Lean was so strong," Sakura exclaimed in shock, causing her best friend to nod her head. At first glance, one would dismiss Rogel as a fool and someone who would be cannon fodder, but his display simply destroyed any thoughts of Rogel being insignificant. Tenten snorted at Sakura's words, but obviously there was a very proud smile on his face as he watched Lee run towards the stairs. Of course, Lee is strong. He, along with the rest of our team, trained tirelessly with Guy Sensei for a year and a half to be prepared for this exam. Unlike you rookies, Gay, as in Mato Gay, the noble green leaf beast Kikugo asked apparently no one, yet dressed in dress clothes and a bright yellow tie. Tenen's time has no real purpose when it comes to telling how ready someone is. All what matters is how much work someone is willing to do. A shinobi who works 3 hours a day on a rush basis will outperform a man who works an entire week at a contented pace, Naruto said rather softly as Tenten had insulted him. When she insulted the rookies, the other rookies smiled at Tenten's frown and nodded, even if Naruto didn't apply. And yes, Kaku-shan Lee is the gay student if clothes weren't enough to give away, Naruto said with a dry look at Lee, who had just returned to the cabin. Naomi and Narumi shuddered at the thought of having to train with Guy to the point where you basically became a clone. A truly terrifying thought. Gaara stood still with his arms crossed over his chest, and a bored expression on his face that didn't reach the redhead's eyes. His eyes showed nothing but a cruel look that wanted, not demanded, the blood of his enemy. The amount of killing intent that the youngest son of the Kaj was emitting was enough to baffle Luno and Chikuma, who was lucky enough to be the mediator for this match, despite his mother's almost reverent need to see the blood of her enemies. Gaara was able to keep a chilling calm that fit his character. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku was ready to kill someone. Sakura was standing in front of Gaara on shaky legs as the killing intent really began to affect her even more. Due to the proximity, the pink-haired daughter of the counselor began to seriously think about taking Naomi and Narumi's advice to quit the party for her safety. Being so close to Gaara, she could see the crazed look in his eyes. She couldn't find anyone who lived in Konoha, not even in Naruto's icy blue eyes. She could vaguely remember the supervisor asking her if she was ready, even if it had been moments ago. She couldn't for the life of her remember why she nodded her head. Then, like a cobra, she was ready to strike the cork. She was sealing the gourd into the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, shot out like a bullet. Just by sheer luck, the small projectile missed Sakura's forehead and pierced her pink hair, causing a gasp. From the terrified leaf, Kunoichi, the spirit-infused sand violently erupted from a gourd as it hovered around Gaara, causing Gaara to smile in bloodlust. Sakura bit her tongue hard enough to draw blood, snapping her out of the fear-induced paralysis that Gaara's behavior and killing intent forced on her psyche. I can't lose here. I can't look so pathetic in front of Sasuke, or else he'll never love me like I do him. Even I realize that he values power alone. I need to show him the power of my emotions. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Shizune San Sakura recited to herself, her strength slowly increasing as she channeled chakra into her fist before punching the ground and lied all the energy at once. Gaara showed no surprise, but looked. Gaara was forced to jump back as the ground beneath him became uneven and churned up. Gaara growled at the fact that he hadn't even had his sand turn red with the blood of the Malik. Sakura tried to turn and run when she saw the sentient sand begin to rush towards where she was standing. Sakura continued to avoid Gaara's pursuit for the better part of a minute before she felt a sudden tug around her tubulus that sent her tumbling to the ground. To Sakura's growing horror, she was being dragged towards the ground. A grinning Gaara, not wanting to go down without a fight, Sakura tried to throw another chakra-enhanced burrow when she was close enough, but her fist was swallowed by a breeze of sand. The sand slowly slid down the entirety of her arm to her shoulder. Sand coughing. Gaara's hoarse voice spoke with sadistic glee as he screamed the technique that would draw the blood of his victim. The pressure of the sand quickly compressed onto Sakura's arm, creating a sickening crack that made many of the genin of the cabin shuddered and wrote uncomfortably. Sakura's eyes snapped shut and her mouth opened to scream in pain, but nothing came out to show how great the pain was. Gaara, however, was not sated, and soon his sand began to advance over Sakura's body. Gaara would make sure his mother was happy, giving her all the blood she could hope for. Then he would be loved. The supervisor had seen enough and knew the pink-haired girl was in no condition to continue the fight. The demon of the hidden sand, she frowned, seeing that Gaara wouldn't be exerting any restraints, which meant she would have to act. Then the supervisor fired a quick lightning release technique, using the elemental advantage to force the sand to momentarily disperse, using a shunshin to get to Sakura, then to take her to the medics in the tunnel before Gaara tried to kill her. Once more, the Kuno Chikuma reappeared on the field, winning by technical knockout. Gaara Sabaka Kaj booth That kid is quite bloodthirsty. Is he right, your son, Kazakage Dano? Asked the Mizukage, watching the replay of the end of the match with a frown on her usually smiling face. It was clear that Sua's Jinchuriki had no restrictions and was focused on killing something that could get him killed. Yes, G has always been like this, but I can overlook the slight abnormalities in his way of thinking, because he more than makes up for it with raw power. He was trained to be a weapon like everyone else. The Jinchuriki should be, the Sekage said firmly, letting his eyes close, thus missing the nod he received from the Tsuchikage and the bitter looks from Lokage Rakage. In Mizukage, Jinchuriki can be used in other ways than as a meaningless weapon, Kazakage. All this shows that you have a loose cannon that can backfire at any moment, while I have the perfect Jinchuriki. Using normal training, the Rakage boasted with sincerity, but still the arrogance in his hoarse voice was unmistakable. The Kage leaned back in his chair, meditating even more on the young man's words, leaving aside the subject of Jinshu, who we think is suitable for a promotion until now. Asked, may try to change the subject, since Kiri had not yet located the Rokubi and the Sambi had not yet reformed despite the death of Yagura. May thought it would be better to move forward on that subject for Kiri's sake. Although we have only seen one fight of each, I think that Akatsuchi and Yujito would be strong candidates to be promoted to Tunin. Akatsuchi showed an excellent level of preparation and execution, while Yujito was able to control the flow of the battle. Minato said, offering his own assessment of the talent shown so far, while Lee, despite his victory, showed absolutely no tact and could have easily been killed by an experienced Shonin. Gaara, despite his impressive control over the sand, shows little restraint. So more is needed before he can truly say the rest of the boxes nodded in agreement. Head combat field. Now the first match of the Kitu Karu and Kankuro Sabaku begins, exclaimed Genma, with a quick hand cut as a gesture to start. Also, Karui allowed herself to smile maliciously at the puppeteer of the village hidden in the sand. An imminent danger crossed the amber eyes of the redhead, while she armed herself with the sword that rested on her back. Kankuro also dropped something in front of him, was the object that he had wrapped around his back. The smug smile that Kankuro was giving to Karu and made her anger erupt violently. Don't worry, Kuro Ayami, after I cut your pretty little face, you can use that makeup to cover up the deformities. Karui mocked Kankuro, brandishing his sword rapidly. Kankuro, who was as impetuous as Kui, began to growl at the infuriating woman from a land of lightning. Kui's smile widened as she saw the movement of Kankuro's forehead, telling her that her words were hitting the mark. That's all, flat-chested bitch. I'm going to send you back to Kyumo within a nice warm body bag. Kankuro replied with his own sharp but true insult. Kankuro could have sworn he heard someone tell him in a rap form that that was the wrong move, but he shrugged. Kankuro smirked as he saw how Karui's eyes were shadowed by her red hair. I'm going to kill you. Kyumo's frontal decapitation. Karu's rage-filled run, and it took Kankuro by surprise, as he thought the girl would be motionless, acting fast. Kankuro tied his chakra strings to the back of a large object in front of him. Karui's eyes opened wide. A puppet approached through the restraints with a blade protruding from its mouth, pointing at his forehead. Raising her sword, Karui stopped the stab, forcing Kankuro to pull back his croter to maintain some sort of defense against Kui, who obviously preferred close-range combat. Kuro makeup and dolls. I can't say I'm that surprised. I'll make you choke on those words. Kyumo trash actually just dies. Crowd was bewildered. Why did these two young ninja hate each other so much, since all the fights outside of Gaara were pretty tame? Kankuro made two of his fingers twitch slightly, and Kao's elbow joints opened and shot a dark purple sphere from each open tube. Karu immediately identified those spheres as poisonous and jumped back to avoid being swallowed by the toxic mist. Kankuro, with another slight movement of his fingers, dislocated Crow's jaw and a plethora of kuna and were shot from the puppet's throat into the dangerous fog cloud. Kui, who was a few meters behind the poison cloud, heard the kunai fired from Kankuro's wrist, as she so fondly called them, and raised her sword, using her training to deflect the kunai, thus saving her life like a pin cushion. Karui stopped her skillful movements when there was a pause in the kunai, realizing that Kankuro was waiting for the fog to part. Karu and went on the offensive, timing his jump perfectly to land on Kankuro, who was looking around for the red-headed chimp's sword. Karui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she felt her victory approaching. Kankuro's eyes narrowed. He couldn't find the swearing redhead of Kyumo which struck him as odd, as there weren't many places to hide in the sand. The puppeteer's danger senses went off, and he looked up to see Karui falling with the tip of his sword. Ada pointed at him straight to his shoulder, cursing Kankuro quickly. He manipulated Kao to not only defend him, but also to summon a hidden blade to stop the Kunoichi sword. If only for a moment, Karui smiled, as Kankuro's movement was quite obvious, and with a slight shift in his grip, he readjusted the angle at which his steel fell, decapitating Kumo's side. With a quick slash, Karu landed on his feet, and a moment later the arm with the hidden blade fell to the ground, cut cleanly. Kankuro clicked his tongue and his teeth, and when it fixed the easy solution, however, a glint out of the corner of his eye forced him to put Crow in front of him once again. Kankuro quickly crouched down when he saw that it was Karu's sword, and the one that threatened to decapitate, as it had already done with KW. Kankuro was starting to get nervous as he saw how Karui was slowly getting closer and closer to him, which would end with him losing. Kankuro looked around for the arm and head he had lost to Karu's sword, and hoping that from somehow he could find them and get Crow back to full operation, his scavenger was cut off prematurely as he looked down at the shining tip of Karui's sword at his neck. Kankuro silently cursed his luck out of everyone in the tournament. He faced her, and she was a close-range fighter. Kankuro, finding the sharp arm behind Queen, managed not to smile at his new chance at victory. Kankuro moved his hand in what he thought was a discreet manner. However, Karui saw it coming and rested her heel in his hand. Kankuro groaned in pain, feeling some of the smaller bones in his hand being crushed under Karui's foot. Kankuro looked up defiantly, only to wish he hadn't when he saw the smug smirk on her tanned face. Kankuro hissed lightly as he felt the edge of Karu's weapon cut into his skin, just enough to draw out the crimson liquid of life. Give up, Kuro and Mio's. It'll be you going home in a body bag, Karui offered, which only served to further irritate a Kankuro. But just this once, there was nothing I could do other than concede. I submit, winner. By verbal surrender, Karui quickly put away her sword and let a wide smile spread across her face as she basked in the admiration of the crowd. Karui ran around the stadium, once blowing kisses to the handsome men she found in the stand's shameless combat booth. Samui. She slapped her face with the palm of her hand and looked away from a scene of her teammate making a fool of herself with obvious shame. I really wish Karui was cool sometimes, Samui said, even with restraint, getting a slight nod from her white-haired squad mate, who looked at Karu and, with a deadpan gesture, but with the way she acts, she just makes you seem cooler compared to Samui, since said Naruto with a small smile directed at the blonde and ton. Kunoichi Yujito giggled, seeing Samui's eyes sparkle with appreciation. Yujito knew how much her best friend valued the cool appearance, and the fact that someone else praised her coolness was much appreciated. Karui returned to the cabin, while Kankuro went to look for his sensei in the crowd, while the supervisor called the next fighters. Naomi, being one of those fighters, approached Naruto, not knowing how she was going to do this, but determined to do it. San would tell me much better if you wish me luck, Naomi muttered in a low voice, lowering her gaze, still somewhat uncomfortable with Naruto's intense gaze. Naruto looked at the daughter of Lokage, whose head was leaning over with an unreadable expression on the game. Narumi continued to watch, wondering what Naruto would or wouldn't say, since he and Naomi were never on friendly terms. Luck shouldn't have any effect on your battle. The work you put in to get to this point should be more than enough to AR. This isn't it. Naomi's eyes opened wide, and she raised her head to see Naruto standing there with his eyes closed and without any facial emotion. Finally, Naomi nodded her head with a small smile, as Naruto didn't insult her. Of course, he didn't do what she asked, but he did reassure her in his own way. The message, trust in your training combat field. Tenten stood there staring at Naomi for reasons that Naomi could only speculate, since she hadn't even met the girl before the exams. Tenten, who stared at Naomi, was lost in an internal monologue. A girl like her is given everything just because she had the right parents, power, popularity, a luxurious lifestyle. All those were the things that Camila would do granted her and her siblings, while my father and I are forced to survive on the funds he gets from the weapons store. It took me hours and hours to perfect my aim, and now is the time to prove to all who watch me how true my way is. The moment the word go left the Suna overseer's lips, Tenten had already begun her volley of Kuna and Shuriken, each with terrifying accuracy. Naomi's eyes opened wide not. Expecting the kunoichi wearing a Naomi was so excited about her attack, but she still moved to the left and out of the space of the barrage of weapons flashy yes. But effective Naomi had no time to advance as a second burst was already raining down on her, forcing her to retreat further down the field. Naomi silently wondered how many Kuna and Shuri Kin Tenten had seen that she was already armed with more stay still than Ria. Tenten growled, showing her frustration, making Naomi blink at the audacity behind her request. Focusing back on Naomi, she ran forward, dodging a handful of kunai that flew past her, cutting off a few strands of her vibrant red hair. Naomi, now close enough, threw a closed fist towards Tenten's jaw. However, training with a team of taijutsu experts paid off for the clan. Less kunoichi leaning back at the last moment, Tenten forced Naomi's fist to fly harmlessly over her face before she quickly raised her knee, hitting an unsuspecting Naomi and killing her in the stomach. The pain tolerance developed in training with her mother helped Naomi shrug off the blow and notice a direct hit to the side of Tenten's skull. Frowning at the result of the short-lived taijutsu exchange, Tenten decided to stick to her strength, her weapons, passing a scroll through her forearm. Tenten opened two fumed shuriken and held one in each hand. Naomi, who was near the trees they placed in the area, quickly she took refuge behind the thick wooden trunk as the sound of large shuriken struck and embedded themselves in the wood. Tenten frowned as she saw Naomi hide in the forest, but quickly smiled, thinking of how to get the hidden kunoichi out. Tenten pulled out a new scroll and held it horizontally, directing it toward the trees. From a scroll came a large metal sphere with metal spikes sticking out every few inches. The metal sphere, with a small scream and a pulse of chakra, the dangerous orb metal flew towards the trees, bouncing off the tree trunk, showing an explosive note that, in Kai's by Rhodia boom, the metal sphere exploded in an impressive display of fireworks, completely destroying the trees that were nearby. A shadow ran out of the rubble, one that the crowd, Janine, Jounin, Kage, and Tenten picked up. Tenten was already in pursuit, refusing to give up the advantage she had gained. Both Tenten and Naomi stopped in unison, only with Tenten holding another scroll in her arms. Ninja art metallic dragon. Tenten stomped on the scroll, and out came a large, completely black dragon formed by Yuriken and Kanai. The dragon exploded metal, scratching metal, making it sound like a shrill roar as it crashed into Naomi. Naomi's family, minus Naruto, were showing a great amount of concern as the dragon stood up, showing Naomi riddled with kuna and shuriken. Tenten smiled as the dragon lost its form, bathing an unused portion of the field with ninja tools. Just as Tenten was about to proclaim her victory, Naomi rose up in a cloud of smoke. Tenten looked around, alarmed to see that her defeated opponent was no longer in place. Naomi appeared behind Tenten and swept her legs out from under her, causing the weapon user to fall onto her stomach. Naomi followed up with a swift but devastating axe kick straight to the center of Tenten's spine, causing the girl to scream in pain. Naomi then kicked Tenten in the ribs, rolling her about 10 meters away, coughing up small amounts of blood. Tenten looked at Naomi from her position on the dirt floor of the arena, panting heavily as blood dripped from the corners of her lips. Standing up with a determined shout, Tenten launched another wave of shuriken with great speed towards Naomi. Unable to get away from the wide wave, she brought her hand out in front of her. Tenten watched in shock as all the shuriken missed their targets by mere millimeters in the stands. Impossible. Tenten never misses his aim. He's always had perfect aim. Gay yelled in disbelief, matching Niji's excitement, who was sitting nearby with Team OO, who had been sitting next to Hing since the start of the exams. Gay looked at Kusina, who had a knowing smile on her face. Come on, now, guys, surely you didn't think Minute Kuin wouldn't help Naomi-chan with her wind release, right? Kusina's smile grew as she saw Gay's look of disbelief. With a small movement of her fist, she yelled for her daughter, finish her off. Naomi-chan, combat field, I missed, but I never fail. It must have been a fluke that I could fail again. I won't give up after coming this far. With a new determination, Tenten threw another volley of kunai at Naomi once. Again, the wave of kunai was too wide for Naomi to avoid. Tenten watched her with a sharp eye, refusing to miss again. Her pride as a marksman, I've had enough of this, Tenten. I've got more fights to worry about. Good game. Naomi made some signs with her hands and gathered her chakra for her first and only ninjutsu of the match wind release breakthrough. Tenten's eyes went wide as the kunai were pushed towards her by the strong wall of wind created by Naomi preparing herself. Tenten was cut by some of the kunai, while some hit her a little, putting her in a slight daze, which Naomi used to create a shadow clone, and in unison the clone and the original launched themselves at Tenten with roundhouse kicks, crushing her shins against opposite sides of Tenten's skull. In tandem, the supervisor walked over to check on Tenten before declaring the results for all to see. Winner by knockout, Naomi Namikaze. Uzumaki Naomi gave a slight bow to the crowd before heading back into the cockpit. Fighting cockpit, I knew you would win, Naomi-chan. Narumi Gorge happily immediately hugging her sister in happiness. Naomi nodded, happily returning the hug as she looked at Naruto, hoping to get something from the man. She wanted approval. Naruto stared at her. Just when she thought he wouldn't do anything, he nodded in respect for what he had seen, and how could he not compare to the other kunoichi in his village? He made a note to ask Itachi if all girls were fans when he was a Genin 2. Gemma called out to a girl from the small village known as Otogeikure who had an interesting gadget on her arm. The girl received a small pat on the back from her shinobi teammate. As she walked down the stairs, she let a sad frown come to her face as she watched her teammates reject her, and with that she followed the Otomonia. Fu paused, feeling a hand on her shoulder. Turning slowly, she was instantly met with Naruto's blue eyes. You have this fuch. Fu's orange eyes lit up visibly, hearing someone supporting her, and the fact that it was Naruto just made it that much better. It was this reassurance in front of everyone that made her feel even more confident in her words. At the Fu training camp, she acted on instinct, wrapping Naruto in a quick hug before running off without giving him a chance to respond. In kind, Naruni and Naomi looked at their brother in shock, as they had never seen him give any kind of affection to anyone. Sasuke looked at Naruto, still waiting to get through the first obstacle in his path. Yuna looked at the smiling Fu, jealous that he had been able to hug Naruto, something she wanted to do. Naruto ignored all the different emotions in the cabin and stroked the back of her head from swishy, gaining a small thanks through the Soul Link combat field. Fu ran forward, the burst of positive emotion from Naruto's support fueling her attack style, which may or may not be a good thing. Sage looked at Fu with a small smile on his bug face, glad to see what he saw as such a happy daughter. As soon as Fu got within a couple feet of Dosu, the Monia, Oto raised her arm and wiggled her fingers against the contraption melody tune. Dosu's muffled statement was drowned out by the strange melody coming from the metal on his arm. Dosu watched as the chakra-infused music pulsed towards the racing Jinchuriki. As the melodious melody invaded Fu's ears, he immediately stopped his advance. With a small cry of pain, he jumped as far away from the bandaged shinobi as possible. Fu knelt down and wiped away the blood dripping from his ears as he looked at Dosu inquisitively. What was that, girl? Fu was chakra-infused music. She used sound to attack your body, a counterattack. Easy, that's just plugging your ears with your own chakra. Fu nodded, mentally grateful for Subu's advice and guidance. Fu did as he suggested, but came up with a plan that would make Dosu think he was still vulnerable. Running back with a determined expression, only faster, Fu ran with a fist hooked up to hit Dosu against his bandage-covered cheek. Dosu shook his head at the futile effort and raised his arm again, only this time his other hand held a melody. Arm kunai. Certainly this sound was different from the first, because instead of a singular note, this sound felt like an entire orchestra. Fu paused and let her body tense before letting out a fake cry of pain to draw out her enemy. She looked at Dosu with an expression of mock pain as her orange eyes glowed with anticipation. Dosu took one more step towards Fu, and that was all the mint-haired kunoichi needed for her plan to go into motion. Fu threw her arms around Dosu, and with a small smile on her pretty face, she had made Dosu raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Nanabai Prim's secret art was high by Fu's order, and by Komiai's delegation, the king of all insect life beetles were thrown at the frightened Mona. These beetles were even more durable and powerful than Aburame's insect companion. Dosu waved his arm towards the insect hive, flying them away from being crushed by the metal device wrapped around his arm. Dosu's eyes, once void of emotion, were now filled with irritation and anger, all of which was directed at his Takigakure lens. Dosu quickly leapt in front of kneeling Fu with her arm raised above her head, with a smirk tightening the cloth wrapped around her face. This is the end for you, girl. Melody arm grand finale. Dosu dropped the metal contraption on Zu's head, making her flinch from the impact. But to her surprise, there was no sound coming from her melody arm. What's going on? Why is there no sound? Dosu shouted, which came out muffled. Fu smiled from under his arm, looking up at him with the gaze of someone who just executed a plan to perfection. It seems my hive has nested inside that musical appendage of yours. Dosu looked down to see the beetles from before falling out of every hole in the metal, effectively clogging up the musical device. Dosu moved to kick the girl for ruining his movements, but found that her legs were immobile, and that would be Nanabai's secret. Second, Hive Dosu looked down to see two huge centipedes wrapped around his legs, sticking out of the ground and holding him in place. When Dosu looked up, Fu was gone, and then his world went black. Ha. What a kill, mommy, dude, Fu said with a smile as he moved his hand from the back of his neck, letting him fall to the ground. In a blissful state of unconsciousness, the centipedes retracted themselves and disappeared into the tree line. The sight of an insect air force was enough to make some of the watching civilians tingle. The supervisor walked over to see Dosu, and she saw that he was suffering from extreme chakra exhaustion. So she rushed to call the medics. Fu looked up to see Naruto, giving her a small smile, which made her blush, resulting in some jeers from Chome. Combat field. A few minutes into the fight, Yuna watched as the blue sky slowly changed and transformed into the black sky of the night. Yuna blinked with a blank expression as smoke rose into the air, showing a house on fire with panic screams permeating the air. This sight was something familiar to the diver, wearing a kunoichi helmet from IW, but it didn't startle her one bit. Yuna watched as a small child ran towards the burning house with tears in the small child's eyes. The small pond at the side of the house darkened with heroin from the ashes of the burned house. Yuna took a deep breath and turned her back to the raging inferno, taking a few steps away, allowing her to look up at the sky full of stars with a forward look in her eyes. The concentrated look was replaced by a faraway look, a look of love, but also a look of loss in his gray eyes. Yuna shook her head, regaining the focused look in his eyes as she remembered where I was and what I was doing. This is the Jinjutsu you chose for me. You don't even have enough control to show me my true nightmare. Just the beginning. Yuna allowed a mischievous smile to cross her beautiful face as she held a sign with one hand. Her own chakra was flammable. Bando was literally the fly that she entered the spider's room. But with the art of illusions, Chinja looked at her in fear as she approached to look at the back of the man who haunted her nightmares. She wondered to herself about the reason for his appearance as she tried to sneak away before he noticed her. However, the man's head turned mechanically, showing his golden eyes and pale skin. Then she saw the Ototo Genin. This man was the leader of Oto Geikure, one of the legendary Sannin or Maru. The man had taken her sister Tayuya from her when she was a child. They were children, and she hated him ever since, but there was always that nagging fear that the snake man would come back and take her to do who knows what. Then Orochimaru gave Kin an eerie smile that made the kunoichi take a step back, and to her horror, her back hit a wall, preventing her from escaping. Orochimaru slowly transformed from a man into a giant white snake with small golden eyes, but purple rings around those golden eyes. The snake bared its fangs, and with a long hiss that she launched at a screaming King, and then everything went black. Yuna walked up to Kin with her hands crossed behind her back and tapped her toe a few times, getting no response. I think it's out. Genma's sweat dropped as he cleared his throat. Winner by knockout. Yunanera. And that was day one review response. Naruto didn't sign the Toad contract. I'm not sure what that review was about. I'm still not sure if I'll get Suisei to be able to perform some of the techniques from Sharingan, but I'm leaning towards yes, they will have a shared vision if Naruto activates the Rinnegan, which hasn't been decided yet. I can assure you that Naruto is his son. As much as he doesn't like black hair, it's just a recessive gene. Yes, I made Naruto reject all help that would link him to his family. Naruto rejected the civil contract because he was in a hurry to go to Core. That was the shadow over the sun, the summoning. This is Naruto's drive to become powerful on his own, and separating him is also the battle constant that he has with his pride. A problem for all the Uchiha. Naruto is not being soft on the people of his family. He is just realizing some things, but that doesn't correlate to forgiving. It's just understanding, all the kind of stuff. I get it, but I still don't like it. Yeah, I kept Tsunade out of it. Chapter 6 goes with the line of, and you push Naruto, he pushes back the salamander contract. It seems to be popular, huh? That could work. Since they wouldn't have a summoner, I think I can make it work. But we'll see, the pairing is fluid with how my whim goes with the story, so I can't say for sure what I'll get as a pairing, but in the end, it will most likely be a multi-pairing combat. Booth Narumi stood by the railing, her eyes frantically looking around the stadium for the sight of her wayward brother. Having no success in the search, of frowns spread across her face as she tightened her grip on the railing. Narumi didn't want nothing more to show Naruto how strong he had become, more than even Kusina could imagine. But it seemed Naruto had other plans. Even if Naruto was late, she just couldn't believe that she would miss their match, especially considering who was meant to be her opponent. She believed her brother would show up. Narumi's side and smiled sadly at Naomi, who knew exactly what she was thinking. Sasuke also noticed Naruto's unusual absence, but unlike the sadness that Narumi felt, he felt even more arrogant than he was a few moments ago. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes with a victorious smile on his face. He knew that the loser wouldn't show up to fight me. The power I obtained was meant to kill that man, would surely be enough to kill that loser son of an Okage, or not. I'm still in Uchiha, Sasuke assured himself, ignoring the fact that Ino was trying to hang on to his arm, watching as his lifelong rival was finally out of the picture. With one last glance at her brother, Narumi gave up on her quest and leapt onto the field at the proctor's urging. She channeled some chakra into her ears to tune out the shinobi's arrogant ramblings. Not that he noticed. When Narumi caught the proctor's questioning look, she killed the chakra, filling her ears, and nodded slightly. The proctor had an amused smile on her face, knowing exactly what Narumi had done, but said nothing. The first match of Group 3 now begins. The proctor exclaimed, getting a roar of approval from the eager crowd. Zuko couldn't help the cocky smirk that crossed his face as he was finally able to enter his opponent in the tournament. What Zaku was seeing was nothing more than a spoiled princess that would be an easy win. Zaku began to laugh loudly, with a firm nod causing Narumi to tilt her head in confusion. I can't believe this. I was given one of the princesses to fight. Well, who am I to spit in the face of a gift? I hope you're ready to lose, girl, yelled Zaku, with a dark smile on his face. Why are most of them like you? They are idiots with superiority complexes who usually die prematurely because they overestimate themselves. Where have all the real men gone? I mean, look at you, nothing special, said Narumi, almost disappointed. With a small noise of disapproval, the whole crowd yelled at the rather stinging insult directed at the crow-haired shinobi of Otoge. Turned red in anger at the Kunoichi's insults, but couldn't come up with an intelligent response on her own. Growling viciously, Zuko opened his palms, showing two small black holes in the middle of both palms. I see. Why is it important for a sanctimonious bitch like you who is about to die? Tell her goodbye. Zaku screamed in anger as he began to channel chakra through the tubes in his arms that Orochimaru implanted in him to try and create something resembling a living puppet. Narumi narrowed his eyes. A faint glow blue began to take shape within the blacks in the middle of her palms, releasing wind, decapitating air waves. The collected chakra erupted from the holes in her palms, pushing out a strong wave of wind, forcing Narumi to retreat as the wind struck in front of her, cutting through the ground. This is ridiculous. The attacks aren't that strong. It's just the number of them that's keeping me from getting close to him. Narumi assessed the situation, avoiding the radio waves the Odo teen was emitting as he cackled maniacally. There was a pause in the waves approaching her, taking advantage of that opportunity. Narumi ran forward, hoping to score some significant hits. During the pause, it turned out to be a mistake, because just before Narumi could reach, Zaka the Blue had grown to twice the size. I won't be able to dodge that in time. Ninja Art Shield, main wind release, severe air waves, and Decapitator. With its triumphant call, a much larger and faster wave of wind headed toward the Narumi, who was approaching just as it seemed like the deadly wind was about to cut Narumi down. Her blonde hair wrapped around her, protecting her from the deadly impact behind the wind technique. Zuko gritted his teeth at the sight of the Kuno Chikon Hakur protecting herself from his deadliest attack. Narumi silently cast the technique, thanking his perverted godfather for teaching him some of the hair techniques he had developed over the years, letting his face come into play again. Narumi sent Zaku a creepy smile as he ran forward again. Zaku's eyes closed in pain as his jaw dropped behind the surprising force of Narumi's uppercut punch. Despite managing to stay on his feet, Zaku staggered forward as there was a sudden impact to his stomach, looking up in search of Narumi. With a clear alarm on his once smug face, Zakum, evil, he said loudly. Finding nothing, Narumi, who was already to the left of the boy, brought the tip of her elbow down on the back of his head, making him falling to the ground. You thought I was a weak girl, but in reality the one who was weak was you. You couldn't even force me to use an elemental jutsu, said Narumi, looking at Zaku with a frown before sighing and putting a more comfortable smile on her face as she waved at the crowd, who cheered her on. Winner by knockout. Narumi. Mike Uzumaki, the supervisor, shouted amidst applause and cheers in the stands. A burly man with a white mane stood against the wall in the upper ring of the stadium with a large smile on his face. That's a girl. I knew keeping your hair long would work for you, Jiraiya praised one of his proteges with a giant grin on his face. If the white-haired hermit had his way, he'd be doing his research, but Minato practically threatened to use him as practice for the Flying Thunder God, made Jiraiya agree to give in for safety reasons. Underscore. Be that blonde-haired student of his was persuasive. Sakura just got off clapping for her teammate, her seat near the hang with a core. Or was she clapping too, as one would do with a cast on her arm once Narumi left the field? Sakura turned to look at her female sensei with a curious expression at play. Kusina sensei, how did Narumi do that with her hair? Sakura then unconsciously ran her hand through her hair, pink, thinking of the technique. Kusina, who had been enthusiastically cheering on her daughter, turned her injured student with a proud smile. That's easy. Sakura, Narumi's godfather, invented a series of techniques using chakra and hair. That's why both Naomi and Narumi keep their hair long. As Soma took the dying cigarette and put out on the arm of the chair and moved to place another cigarette between his lips, receiving a disapproving frown from Keen-Eye. Soma looked across the way to see a hesitant Choji being scolded for being afraid of getting his hands dirty, as Shikamaru shook his head, probably muttering something troublesome. I can see a way Choji can win this. How's that? Asuma sensei asked Kiba, really hoping that Choji would kick some serious ass out there if his opponent makes the one mistake you don't make with any Akimichi combat camp. Henry versus Koya. Akimichi starts with the proctor moving out of the way. The boy with the red taki scarf looked at his opponent and couldn't be more disappointed. The boy took the end of his scarf and wrapped it around his neck tighter in preparation for what he presumed would be a quick and decisive battle between him and him. Akimichi Choji's heir was feeling incredibly nervous. He had never had so many pairs of eyes watching his every move before. His nerves were so great that Choji couldn't even find it within himself to reach into his bag of chips for a snack. You don't seem so tough. In fact, it seems like you care more about your next meal than this tournament. Huh, fatty. And that was the mistake he couldn't make. As if a metaphorical switch had been flipped, the once shy eyes of the burly genin of the hidden leaf become two raging infernos, burning with the determination to prove that he wasn't fat, but simply big-boned. If Choji could see Lee right now, he would see him cheering on his comrade with a similar look in his eyes. Choji took the bag of chips and emptied it into his open mouth, crumpling the bag and throwing it into the trash. Choji slapped his cheeks, giving them some color and gaining a more focused look. I'm not fat. I'm chubby, Choji shouted passionately before fall into a fighting stance as he gathered his physical energy. Partial technique multi-hand arm charge, right arm swelled to a gigantic stature. Fenrir go saliva. Seeing how angry Choji had become due to a simple word, Choji brought his large fist closer to Henry, who was completely eclipsed by the silhouette of Choji's expanded fist, which made him even more nervous. With a determined shout, Choji lowered his fist, taking up a large amount of space, forcing Fenrir's turn not to be crushed under Choji's right fist. The boy looked up to see the imprint of a fist on the ground. He breathed out a large sigh of relief, knowing that he avoided returning to the two dimensions. Getting back up, he looked to his left to find Choji rolling towards him like a rock, going downhill, letting out a groan. Genri proceeded to run in a serpentine motion, hoping to lose Choji's ball, but with each zigzag, Choji was behind him, and he gained fun or ran into a wall with all the intent and purpose of climbing it. However, in his haste, he couldn't keep control of his chakra and slipped. It was that slip that allowed Choji Rem to slam into Fenris, causing the boy to scream in pain. Choji pushed the wall with all his momentum, creating a spherical indentation in the previously flat wall. After a full minute of spinning against the wall, Choji stopped rolling and returned to his normal size, leaving an unconscious Takigakure shinobi in his wake. Choji looked at him with the same fiery expression from the beginning of the match and placed his thumb against his chest. "I'm not fat, I'm chubby." With a final nod, Choji walked away from the unconscious teenager Taki, letting the supervisor proclaim him the winner. Combat booth. Ino, who had taken enough time from worrying about Sasuke to watch Choji's first fight, now stood with her jaw hanging so low that the underscore could easily approach her. She was amazed at the ferocity with which her plump teammate had fought the Yamanaka heiress, had thought with security that Choji would lose, not making her look so bad in case she had lost. But all that was irrelevant now. That Choj no, oh no, what if I'm the only one on our team that loses in the first round? That would be humiliating, thought Ino as she brought her thumb to her mouth and chewed on it, nervously oblivious to her teammates' plight were the heirs of Nara and Akimichi, who were chatting happily, or at least Shikamaru was. While Chi blushed under the praise of her best friend, Choji waved his hand as if to defend himself from the flattering words as he turned to the team's Kunoichi with a warm smile. "Good luck, Ino." Ino simply ignored Choji's wish and walked down the steps leading to the combat field. "What's wrong, Choji?" she asked her smart friend, going back to chewing on her snacks to restore the chakra she had used during her short battle with Takigakure's Fendry, wrapping her pinky finger around her ear and pushing it away with a lazy shrug. Shrugging his shoulders, Shikamaru replied, "Who knows if women are troublesome, especially blonde." Shikamaru then buried his hands in his pockets, waiting for the next match to begin. His rather forceful statement elicited an angry teeth chatter from a certain sandy-haired blonde kunoichi from the village hidden in the sand. Narumi said nothing as her focus was on searching for the absent Naruto. On the combat field, Ino stood in front of observing nothing of examining her with an intense gaze that did not bother not at all to the ice user. You might think that Ino was trying to form some kind of strategy after being around Shikamaru, but then you would be wrong. I was comparing her appearance to that of the ice princess of Kirigakure. She compared everything about them, from ACO's long crow locks to her own blonde hair and the nail polish each of them was wearing. Aku simply ignored the glare and kept the pleasant smile she normally wore on her face. Ino finally, he came to a conclusion. If she's gorgeous, no, I can't be thinking this, I'll beat her. Letting out a weak growl, Ino reached behind her into her ninja tool bag for a handful of shuriken, which she unleashed upon you. Aku reacted instantly, defusing the flying black stars with his preferred projectile Simban. Gritting her teeth behind pursed lips, Ino grabbed another tool of kunai and threw it straight at Akuyu without thinking about the attack. She threw another Zon, but it was then that she saw the note explosive and sizzling tied to the kunai's loop. The explosion raised a layer of dust that a swirling wind turned into a cloud of dust that covered the entire field. Ino raised her forearm to cover her mouth, avoiding inhaling the dust from her explosive kunai. Ino's eyes moved from left to right in search of Ue, who she had lost when the kunai exploded, starting the whole thing. Ino's eyes opened wide as a flash caught her attention, making her stumble backwards, avoiding a slash downwards. Ino saw that there was a blade that looked like ice with a serrated back. The handle of the blade was dark gray with a light blue stripe running down each side with a snowflake as a pommel. "What is that?" Aqua now stood in front of Hino with an icy look on her face, a stark contrast to the welcoming smile. She started the match with her clothes slightly burned from the intensity of the explosion. Aku knew that the only reason the female Yamanaka was able to avoid the attack was because of the way as the light reflected off his ice blade. Aku hoped the cloud of dust would eliminate that problem, but all it did was hide his battle from the eyes of the stadium. Zabuzi-sama always told me to keep things hidden as long as possible. I need to finish this before the stadium notices my sword. Snowfall pure cold. Aku held his sword. Snow fails back, changing the flow of his chakra, changing the blade from solid ice to that of a snowy wind confined in a space. Aku ran forward at a speed that overwhelmed the kunoichi of Team Ten Konoha and brought the snowy sword through her stomach. A cut appeared, followed by a second one that extended from the first in a straight line. At the end, 3 red segments opened in the stomach of Ino that froze by the low temperature of the sword. Ino fell face down as her body temperature dropped. Aku threw a semen at her neck, leaving her in an unconscious state. That was when the cloud of dust rose for the first time from the explosive note, cleared, revealing the Ice Princess standing over the unconscious Hino Yamanaka. The results were clear here. She had defeated her opponent, even if no one could see how she became the winner by knocking out Aku Yuki in the stands there, man. And he didn't lose, said Sakura, sadly looking at Aku, who had to admit that she was very pretty during the time she was on the bridge. Sakura couldn't see the young Yuki's face, but she had to admit that she was pretty now, that she was, even though Ino was her biggest rival in a number of things. Sakura, still he wished for her success, unless it affected her directly. Humans are just that selfish now, Sakura. There is no need to hide your happiness behind false words. The scarecrow of the group scolded his pink-haired student, who was still reading his Uchiha book despite the action that was happening in front of him. Sakura looked at the Huning with the gravity, defying hair at his words that were sadly true not for her to ever admit it. Kakashi looked up, feeling said glow, and smiled, only serving to further enrage the daughter of the councilwoman. Kakashi then watched with a morbid expression as a kunai pierced his small orange book and pinned it against a pillar a few rows back. Kakashi looked fearfully at the Uzumaki woman who had done this, to find her hair swaying as if it were on fire. Kakashi groaned pitifully as Kusina cracked her knuckles menacingly before dragging the fearful attacker away to correct his behavior. This action set off the laughter from the gathered hen, as well as their genin. Unbeknownst to any of them, tutor Isu sneaked up to the book and took it before slipping away to please his perverted nature. Combat Field Genma bit his sim as he looked at the boy dressed in dress clothes and the busted kunoichi of Kumobi Kirigama, then took a second look at Kikugo, or more specifically what the boy chose to wear for the fight he was about to enter. However, Gemma shrugged as her gay friend and his young protege were wearing something far more disgusting. Kikugo versus Samui begins. Kikugo leaned back, standing up, taking satisfaction when he heard something in his spine creak in a good way. Turning his eyes to Samui, he gave an excited smile as his eyes lit up with anticipation. I really hope you can give me a good fight, Samu. Kikugo cracked his knuckles and straightened his yellow tie before adopting a relaxed fighting stance. To most of those present it seemed riddled with holes, but that was what Kikugo wanted, as he would be able to counterattack viciously when his opponent struck for the false openings he was creating on purpose. Samui stood there keeping his cool as he tried to dissect his opponent from the Kirigakure fighting stance. It was easy to find flaws in them, too easy if he had to guess. His guess would be that this was some sort of decoy. Taking a calming breath, Samui decided to maintain their strengths instead of rushing into a possible ambush. Without any prior knowledge, her behavior spoke of the utmost confidence in her strength. The kunoichi from the land of lightning could say so much. The problem was guessing if that confidence had a basis or if it was an unfounded confidence. In the same way, Kikugo let out a deep chuckle, nodding in total agreement before running towards a motionless Samui. Upon reaching the kunoichi, Kikugo threw a jaw straight to Samui's throat. Samui swung towards the left before attacking with her own short whip-like kick to Kikugo's waist, forcing him back a few steps. She wasn't ready to throw in the towel. Yet Kikugo ran forward and fired another flurry of quick punches with his fist, forcing Samui to put his guard up. Unable to evade all the attacks, Samui ducked under one of Kikugo's fists and countered with a quick uppercut to Kikugo's cheek, causing his head to spin with the direction of the blow. The nimble punch did nothing to erase the happy smile from the battle of Kikugo's face, actually only served to widen the smirk. Kikugo grabbed Samui's fist and flipped the kunoichi over his shoulder, but Samui was flexible enough to land on her feet. However, Kikugo kept his grip, pulling Samui's arm into an awkward position before sending a kick into the lower part of her spine. Samui rolled across the ground, unable to hold on due to the Kiriteen's grip on her hand, which didn't release until it was too late. Kikugo laughed to himself as the thrill of battle began to pump more and more blood through his body. Samui unleashed the tanto that was hooked to the swelling on his back, hoping to use his prowess with his tanto to create an advantage. Samui waited as Kikugo approached once again with a fist ready to do more damage to the kunoichi. However, Samui had his tanto ready this time. Kikugo smirked as his fist approached Samui's pretty face. However, Samui slashed with his tanto, stopping the advance of the person approaching. Everyone watched as the small blade lodged between the knuckles of one of the well-dressed teens, but to the surprise of almost everyone present, the blade didn't cut his skin. What the blade didn't even cut the first layer of his skin. The only time this has happened was when Bence used Kai's iron skin, which is to be expected, but this guy's skin can stop my sword. The usually cold Samui was momentarily shaken from what her eyes were transmitting to her brain. Combat cabin. Omoy blinked before looking down at Samui's sword that was being pushed against Kakugo's hand, as shown by the skin pushing with the tanto, but there was no laceration of any size. What is going on? Samui has always taken care of his team. There is no way he is letting the sword go to waste. No way. Omoy asked his red-headed companion, rolling his lollipop between his teeth in a contemplative gesture. Yujito and Niven were unsure of what they were witnessing, but Yujito was sure it wasn't, because Samui was wearing faulty equipment. Samui would rather be caught doing something embarrassing than allow her equipment to fall into a state of disarray. That guy has some kind of trick. Sasuke was also showing his disbelief by tightening his grip around the railing to the point his knuckles turned white from the force behind the grip. Yuki's Sharingan, looking brightly at the teenage Kiri, hoping to unravel the mystery at hand, but ultimately finding nothing but a growing sense of frustration at his efforts. What is he? Shikamaru, who was standing next to the furious Uchiha, just sighed, as was the norm, with a slight shake of his head and an annoyed sigh coming out of his mouth. It seems like even more troublesome people are appearing. I really don't want to fight with that kind of guy. The Nara, who had no problem with having lazy behavior, made his thoughts known. Naomi looked at the still, smiling Kakugo with a rather serious expression on her face. Normally calm, it just goes to show you that there are all kinds of shinobi in this world, Naomi said quite wisely as she watched Samui try to comprehend what he was up against. Her words elicited a nod from her sister. The other two shinobi from the village, hidden in the mist, opted for silence, not wanting to spoil the theatrics of their teammate, something they had sadly come to expect from the well-dressed shinobi on the battlefield. Samui tried to put on more force behind her tanto, hoping that the added pressure would break through her opponent's strong defense. Kakugo shook her head at the futility of the Kunoichi's effort to cut it off, seen only by the eyes of the watching cages and those on the field. A sudden burst of yellow energy. Clara launched the Kumogakure Kunoichi's tanto into the air, acting on the shock of what had happened. Kakugo attacked with a swift kick that Samui managed to avoid by instantly jumping towards back. When she was unarmed, Samui frowned, not seeing anything like what she had just witnessed. Samui ready to kunai with an explosive tag wrapped around the hilt, knowing that without more information her chances of winning were slim at best. Frowning in concentration, Samui threw the kunai, the shinobi Kiri that was undoubtedly the attack that was coming, but it did nothing to erase the smile he had worn since the opening moments of the match. Kakugo leapt forward back as his back came into contact with a tree. He hadn't noticed his eyes reflected a brief start as the kunai hit him and resonated in the sand with a resounding boom. Samui waited for the area of impact to clear with a calm attitude, but inside he waited anxiously to see if the last attack yielded any results. The smoke cleared and laughter came from the area where the well-dressed Kirigakure shinobi was seen. When the smoke from the fire cleared, Kakugo was seen with the arms crossed over his chest and one eye open, looking around. Wildly, Samon Mui looked to see that the tree around him was unharmed, proving that he had indeed taken the blast from the note for his silent. Kakugo's flimsy black dress shirt wasn't even torn or singed. So the question was, how did Samon Mui not have the answer? Kakugo blew on his hands childishly in an effort to irritate the level-headed Kunoichi man. Oh man, that stung something fierce. That's a high-quality equipment you have there, ma'am, Kakugo said in a sing-song voice as he resumed a relaxed combat stance. Samui's eyes narrowed at the shinobi for his indifference, but he also seemed rather passive. Samui could do with that, because without being pressured, she was allotted more time to try and solve the puzzle in front of her. Samui finally realized that it wasn't confidence that had the teenager so loose, but arrogance, and passivity. They meant that the boy would be very susceptible to defeat. If I can't inflict physical damage that way, why not try alternative means? Samui closed one of her eyes and held her fingers in a circular motion, bringing her only eye closer to the self-made telescopic sight. She placed her pointing hand like the barrel of a gun, so that the smiling Kakugo was directly in her sights. The two fingers she had pointed at began to glow from the tips, alerting Kikugo of danger. Lightning release flash transfer. There was a bright flash that clouded Kikugo's vision. However, hearing the sound of a crackle, he rolled to the left, and it didn't take a moment. When the lightning went through the tree before hitting the wall of the stadium, Kikugo let out a sigh of relief at being able to avoid being hit by a large amount of volts. An unpleasant feeling was sure. Kikugo looked up and groaned when he saw Samui aiming once again, standing up while Samui fired another shot. Kikugo ran in a circular motion, making it difficult for Samui to keep an accurate shot on his jumping figure. Samui tried to aim ahead of Kikugo, but he hesitated a little in his step to divert his aim, making her frown with annoyance in Samui's eyes. Kikugo seemed to slow down after a while of running, urging them on, which Kikugo did. Seeing how the lightning came directly towards him, he turned to bravely face the avalanche of voltage that was approaching. Just when it looked like the jutsu was going to strike, Kikugo pulled out his hand, and the lightning died without a scratch. The crowd was bewildered by what they saw, but Samui's eyes lit up with recognition, finally being able to see what was going on with all the attacks. Kikugo was performing smiled as he shook the hand that was glowing with a yellow film of energy. Well, now that the cat is out of the bag, so to speak, why don't I show off my arsenal? Me, Kirin, Tomy Gun Blaster. All except Kiri's, they watched in shock as a cyclone of yellow energy began to transform in front of the smiling shinobi until it took a final form. The stock moved outwards before connecting to the main body of the weapon, followed by the creation of the barrel of the weapon that stretched a bit. There was a grip connected to the main body of the weapon, just behind the trigger, and in front of the trigger was a round drum, followed by another grip. Connected to the barrel, the Tomy one was finished off with a shiny yellow glow that made the entire crowd admire the weapon created. Samui and the rest of the crowd, including Shinobi, had no idea what a Tomy gun was, but correctly assumed that was what he had pointed at the blonde kunoichi. The trigger of the gun was pulled, and suddenly the gun fired bullets of the same bright yellow hue. At the shocked Samui, shaking off her daze, the cloud kunoichi proceeded to evade the bullets. However, the alien attack gave her some impacts that cut her and her shins, leaving her skin burned, causing the girl to scream in pain. With one eye open, Samui watched as the drum came off the gun and a new drum materialized out of nowhere. Biting the pain, Samui channeled chakra into the muscles of his legs and shot at Kikugo, who was trying to reload the gun, an obvious weakness in the jutsu. Samui caught up with him before he could finish and slammed an open palm against his chest, making him lose control of the gun, releasing lightning depth charge. Then Samui channeled a bolt of electricity with enough power to blow up a ship sailing on water. Hence the name Samui. Let a small smile form on his face as he saw Kikugo's head slump, causing a shadow to make his eyes make the kunoichi believe it was her victory. Kikugo began to laugh again, causing Samui to frown until she followed her gaze down to see his hand was firmly planted against the armor that consisted of the same energy as before. Kair Yon Kebler armor. It really is a useful little thing. I don't mean it saved me from feeling my nervous system go into overdrive with your lightning show. Before Samui could respond, Kikugo hit Samui with a rather crude head, but sending the Kumonin staggering back in a slight daze. Samui tried to shake off the cobwebs while Kikugo watched with a smile, hoping to show off more of his special talents for the world to see and know. His name, Kair Jung Kaj. Booth, the elderly Tsuchikage, said out loud, savoring the word as his brow furrowed, as he tried to recall from his many decades of service something akin to what he was seeing in the shinobi Kiri. But to his frustration, he could not remember anything like it. The Mizukage, sensing the confusion of her older counterpart, decided to inject some clarity into the situation at hand. Kair, you know, the release of energy is something special limited only to Kikugo, has the ability to create many things with his strong bodily energy is similar to that of the Uzumaki, aside from the fact that his chakra does not have the sealing or binding abilities that the Uzumakis have been known for. He informed his fellow Kage with a demure smile and a proud glint in his barely opened eyes. Sekage looked at Kaj from the village hidden in the mist with an intrigued look in his eyes, generally expressionless. Do you know who the boy's parents of the Shadow of the Wind asked, hoping to get some members of the family the boy came from, and then stabilize a clan of energy release users in SU, thus elevating their position in the shinobi world. Upon hearing that, the Mizukage smile turned into a grim frown as she looked out at the field while shaking her head. Unfortunately, we'd all my subordinates found Kakugo near the end of the familyless war, and there is no record about his lineage. Either we try to search his memories, but the boy has repressed everything to the point that he has forgotten that they existed in the first place. Minato's blue eyes focused with interest on the armor that the Kirigakure shinobi was wearing at the moment. He, like most, had never seen anything like what Kakugo was creating and was naturally curious about Kepler's armor. It looked like a bulletproof vest, but much more advanced than what they had. Where does he get the information about the things he creates? They are incredible, he said. That the designs come to him in dreams? I do not insist on that matter. He answered me in a little bit colder tone as he spoke to the Okage, still upset with his refusal to help them in their battle against Yagura, causing thousands upon thousands of unnecessary deaths. In Mizuno Kuni, the Raikage was gripping his chair so tightly it began to buckle. Under his monstrous physical strength, come on Samui combat field, Samui was grasping at straws now, because it seemed like none of his ninjutsu or taijutsu attacks could break that release of energy from Kakugo. He thought of using his Ranton Storm release to try and figure out that pesky armor technique. But then he wouldn't have the A's for the next round for Aku, and then to top it all off, the few bullet wounds he had inflicted on him were burning something quite fierce. The Nobujin knew she had to end this, and in it right now. Samui took a deep breath before opening her eyes, shining with determination to make her home proud. Ignoring the laughing shinobi Kiri, Kakugo watched with an arched eyebrow as Samui ran around her back, but remained motionless. As she spun around behind him, Kakugo rolled his eyes at the sight. Samu went for another lightning burst, as if it worked or something. Kakugo waited for the lightning to get closer and closer before a screen of yellow energy shot up from the yellow, negating the attack. With no problem, Kakugo chuckled at the desperate attacks that were sent against his shield, all of which ended up doing nothing to the shield. Kair Yokan had created photon screen. By now, you should already knowing that attacks of that level can't break through my defenses. I guess I should end this now, since I'm getting a little bored here. Kakugo let out a dry chuckle as he felt Samui staring at his back, but shrugged without caring. Kakugo's eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly coughed up some blood and fell to his knees in excruciating pain. He looked down to find Samui's tanto with electricity running through the sword that was lodged in his stomach. He could feel his muscles contracting as he lay on his back looking down at a bruised and cut Samui, looking down at him. How you were too confident in your abilities, and when you were laughing I distracted you. I placed a minor genjutsu on you, so you'd perceive things in an inverted way. So when you thought I was attacking from behind, I was attacking you head on. It's overconfidence like yours that leads to the deaths of shinobi far stronger than us. Ha! What a kill. Samui walked away, rolling his shoulder that was shot off with a silent groan. Kakugo stood there staring at the bright blue sky with a disappointed expression. He knew what he was doing to the blaze, but that was so people would recognize his name and request it personally. Kakugo managed to shake his head in disappointment at not being able to get out of the first round, and the scolding he would get from his sensei. Man, sensei is going to test me when I get back with Kiri, that slaver, and it will definitely be worse for the reason I lost, man. This is going to be a winner for technical knockout. Samui being to, oh my god, that was quite an intense battle. Those two young men had said the fire die him in a childish voice, his face hidden by the small fan he waved over his face. This served to prevent people from reading his emotions like a mask, but without covering the entirety of his face. I need to talk to the Mizukage about teaching the shinobi about arrogance, grumbled the discontented water Dano as he handed a smiling lightning Dano a sheet with the amount of money bet on who would win the last fight. And now let's put it around $1 billion for context. The guards just stared in disbelief, seeing how frivolous their feudal lords were being with such large amounts of money. Humph. Not that any of this matters, because Gaara will win this tournament, and then I'll have bragging rights. The great Dano of Kazenkuni declared quite boldly, with his eyes closed, clearly not expecting to be challenged. His eyes widened as he heard a loud snort off to the side. You mean the boy who can't control his urge to kill people, even after his supervisor told him stop? Yes, sound like an excellent choice. The Dano of the land of the earth stated, expressing his skepticism in the choice of the Dano of the wind. The Dano of fire laughed behind his fan at the antics of his fellow Dano. And then there were still more fights to be had for having a combat field. Chojuro pushed his glasses up his face and got off with aim. Car and got off in perfect balance with his center of gravity. Omoi spat out the stick that once held a candy on the end as he grabbed his own sword. As he looked at the hidden Miss Swordsman with a serious look directed at the boy, both swordsmen were eager to see what another village's style could do. When faced with their own, Chojuro was the first to speak with a small smile that showed his pointy teeth. "I look forward to seeing your capabilities as a sword chin, Omoi." "San, I can say the same," Omoi replied casually before he and Chojuro rushed forward at the same time, causing the crowd to go delirious at the sight of two similar styles clashing. Chojuro swung his larger sword, forcing Omoi to falter and avoid the blow. Omoi quickly went on to create an attack plan, seeing that Chojuro's sword not only had a greater reach, but also greater defensive capabilities. "Man, those Kiri swords make for difficult duels," Omoi thought with a slight accent as he jumped his right, avoiding a downward slash of the blue-haired teenager. Chojuro tried to pull the tip of his sword out of the ground, but found it was stuck in the ground. Omoi, seeing a moment of opportunity, slashed at Chojuro's arm, cutting through the boy's skin and receiving a scream of pain. Using more force, Chojuro slammed Hiramakiri from the ground, swinging at Omoi, who raised his sword vertically to prevent the larger sword from forking. Omoi gritted his teeth as the force behind the swing wore down his arms and sent him flying, skidding backward from Chojuro. "Even if he is able to wield it as if it weighed nothing, it still takes time to wind up Suad. That is my window of opportunity," Omoi growled and ran towards the Chin Kiri sword, but before it was within reach, he launched himself to his left. Chojuro tried to turn so that Omoi would be back within his vision, but Omoi was launched in the opposite direction. Once again, Chojuro was unable to catch Omoi and managed to close the distance, making it difficult for Chojuro to use his bigger weapon. Omoi lunged, however, Chojuro turned his sword, stopping the stab with the width of his sword. Chojuro pushed Omoi back and lunged, cutting Omoi in the stomach, or so he thought. He dropped on a cut log in front of Chojuro's substitution. Chojuro then felt something behind him, but it was too late for him to put a defensive measure against what was coming. Omoi got behind Chojuro, using the substitution as a distraction. He put the tip of his sword on Chojuro's shoulder. Chojuro, but that was all before he found himself rolling painfully on the ground. Omoi pushed himself up from the ground and tried to take a step forward, only to find pain racking his body. Omoi, now with a twisted ankle, looked towards Chojuro, who shot forward without waiting, causing Homo to try to take a step back, only to stumble. As he tried to put strength into his bad tube, Chojuro attacked Omoi with Iram care, and glowing a faint blue. Omoi, with his only option of rolling out of harm's way, was able to avoid the attack, leaving Chojuro to create a hole in the ground where Omoi was knocked down. Standing up, Omoi took a few steps back, ignoring his body as he squirmed in protest. He bit his lip, trying to figure out what he could do now. He was hurt, and Chojuro only had some small cuts. "I need him to come closer so I can unleash one of my moves where he can't block it." Feign weakness, Omoi turned around and tried to limp toward the trees with a more pronounced limp than Chojuro. Actually, at seeing this, he pursued, not wanting an injured opponent to have a chance to recover. Omoi's ears picked up the sound of Chojuro's footsteps, which grew louder with each fleeting second. Omoi tightened his grip on his handle and suddenly turned around, causing Chojuro to take a step back in surprise. Silent sunset, cloud style, Omoi ran forward faster than Chojuro could anticipate. Ignoring the pain in his ankle, he sliced through Chojuro's ribs, leaving a nasty wound, but not the attack was so fast that the blade made no sound. Even as it sliced through the air, the attack also proved too fast to allow Chojuro time to lift the heavy Iram carry in time to defend himself from the slash. Omoi, who was looking in the opposite direction from Chojuro, let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the match had come to an end and he could receive treatment. His post-match plans were canceled when he heard a splash behind him that caused him to spin around to find a puddle of water that was a Mizu Unsin. But when did Omoi have time to do it? He wondered out loud as he looked for Chojuro, who was nowhere to be seen. But Omoi didn't let go of his guard. Chojuro then appeared in front of Omoi with the use of a Munsin, making Omoi focus on him. "I had time to make a water clone when I sent you stumbling around during the exchange of swords earlier in the match. While I was hiding to learn your style, good thing that cut would have taken me to the hospital for quite some time. I was hoping that the clone would make him lower his guard, but that only increased it." Chojuro let out a mental sigh as he was also doing well so far, but he also couldn't finish Omo off since he was faster than him. The power couldn't do anything if you can't score a hit combat booth. That guy Chojuro must be strong to be able to wield that huge sword the way he does, Fu said as he looked at Chojuro, as he tried to contemplate how he could catch the shinobi more quick. From Kumogakure, Fu's mood had changed drastically for the better since one of his tormentors, or who others called teammates, had left you, who was standing near the mint-haired Jinchuriki of the hidden village. For nodded in agreement with his words. Chojuro is a very shy man in daily life, but when he enters the battlefield, everything changes. It always surprises me. Aku had no problem giving some compliments to his teammate, who without doubt he won them. Come on, Omoy, get your ass in gear. Karui yelled with her hands cupping her mouth to amplify her screams. Standing behind her, Samui and Yujito shared a worried look with each other, seeing the same thing, and Ito crossed his arms and shook his head softly as he looked out at the field. He really needs to do something, because he's favoring his ankle more and more as the match goes on. If he keeps this up, Chojuro-san will definitely get over it. Yujito said out loud, receiving a small nod from Bandage Samui and a scowl from Karui. Shikamaru, who at first seemed very disinterested, was now watching the match with a great deal of scrutiny, because whoever won the match would be his opponent in the next round, assuming he beat Temari. They both use swords, but their styles seem completely different. But both require them to be in close range from their opponent. Shikamaru analyzed the battle. As it began once again, combat field, Chojuro advanced towards Omoy with Iram Cade and raised it above his head, and with silent determination, he launched it at an impeded Homo. Omoy, not being able to escape in time, was forced to prepare and receive the blow. Protecting himself with his katana, Omoy growled, and his back crashed into a tree, and his katana was thrown into the air a few meters away. Omoy panted heavily as he looked at his katana buried in the ground. In the distance, Omoy rolled under a Chojuro slash that cut through the tree and wrapped his hand around his katana and got back to his feet. With a great deal of effort, Homo, and with all he could, he ran forward with his sword pointed directly at Chojuro. He shouted his next attack, cloud style, swift skies. Chojuro, seeing the path of the straight charge, positioned his huge weapon to deflect the attack of the smaller one. But then, to his surprise, Omoy jumped into the air, and his katana fell on Chojuro's shoulder. Chojuro screamed painfully as he felt the hard steel impact on his shoulder, causing the bone to crack slightly. Chojuro bit his tongue and swung his sword at Omoy, forcing the Cloud Teen to retreat again. Omoy grunted in pain as he hoisted himself up, but before he could move, his injured ankle gave way, and he fell to a kneeling position. Chojuro grunted as the searing pain spread up his arm as he pushed Iram Karii into the ground and went through a series of hand signs. Omoy, sensing the attack coming, tried to stand up, but failed as the pain was too much to bear anymore. Releasing stormy water, a violent gust of water erupted from Chojuro's open mouth, and Chikoso struck the Cloud Shinobi. Omoy was unable to keep his balance and was swallowed by the technique and was dragged across the field straight into one of the walls. The crowd in the front row leaned over the railing to try and see what was going to happen next. Homo opened his eyes after being slammed rather harshly against the wall, which shook his entire skeletal structure. He seemed to see that Chojuro was already standing above him, directing an open palm in front of Omoy. A spherical orb of water erupted from his palm and trapped the Kumogakure Genin within it. Water, release water. Prison, you better surrender now, Omoy-zan, or else you might drown within my prison. Chojuro advised his opponent with a friendly smile, ignoring the sweat dripping down his forehead from the physical fight between him and Omoy. Omoy gasped in shock as he saw the chakra-infused water orb closed around him, letting the water. He slid down his throat, choking on the water a bit. It bubbled as he coughed up the water. Finally catching a breath he could hold, he looked around to see if he could escape. The obvious point to attack would be where Chojuro's hand was connected to the prison. But to Omoy's anger, he found that moving was impossible. Omoy silently cursed his situation before looking Chojuro in the eyes, whose words had reached Omoy's ears. Seeing no other option, Homo nodded reluctantly, admitting defeat. Chojuro let go of the prison, dropping Omoy to his knees, allowing him to get the oxygen he was deprived of while inside the Iram Care Jutsu. And Chojuro walked over to Omoy and offered to help him or get him up, which Omoy gladly accepted. The entire crowd applauded the show of good sportsmanship as the proctor declared Chojuro the winner in the stands. That was pretty amazing. Tell me, how come we don't have shinobi that use swords? How did those two do it? Kiba asked, still feeling the rush from seeing such an intense showdown between the two swordsmen. It had captivated the audience already. Most of the Genin's Akamaru bark in support of what his human partner was asking slash saying. Hinata tapped the Inuzuka heir on the shoulder, drawing his attention, which made him look at his fingers. Even you're forgetting in Naruto, San Hinata reminded her teammate, receiving a defiant taunt from the wild-looking Teen Kiba always had the responsibility of being the alpha male. However, Naruto, he acted like a character, while Inuzuka talked the part well. Kiba, both Kiri and Kumo focus a lot on their kenjutsu, while Konoha focuses on formation-based units. And that's why there aren't that many swordsmen in Konoha. Also, because of bloodline, something Kumo never had much of. Sakiri lacks due to their war. Kakashi informed the young Inuzuka pup, who is now focusing on matches after his talk with Kusina. Shikamaru is next. Do you think Sensei can win an heiress of a bandaged but still lively Yamanaka? Asked her sensei, with blue eyes reflecting genuine curiosity. Asuma could tell that his student was still sore from her loss in the first round, but was proud that she didn't let it turn her into some kind of cynic. Asuma let out a plume of smoke from his mouth and rubbed his chin with a contemplative look directed at the sky. Well, that's hard to say, and we both know how Shikamaru can be even lazier than a sloth sometimes. I just hope the magnitude of these exams will remedy that. At least partially. Asuma closed his eyes and shook his head, or at least I hope so. Combat field. Shikamaru suppressed a groan of disgust as he recognized the look the fan-wielding Kunoichi was giving him, a look of female fury. Shikamaru cursed Choji for convincing him to try until he had secured his promotion to the Chunin rank. He looked up at the clouds, which only made Temari's anger grow, believing that the heir of Nara would not. I was getting serious, man. This is a very troublesome tournament. I really wish my mother would let me live an ordinary life with an ordinary girl, but I don't need to be a shinobi. Shikamaru let out a tired sigh, which eventually caused Temari to scoff at what she perceived as a disrespectful gesture, opening her fan and waving it towards the reluctant pineapple-haired shinobi from Konoha. She smiled, watching the strong gust of air traveling toward Shikamaru, who didn't seem to plan on moving Temari's easy victory, and it was snatched away when the shadow manipulating shinobi suddenly moved to his left, avoiding the wind attack created by the giant war fanatic. Temari began to back away as she watched as a shadow moved away from her opponent and slid towards her quickly. She maintained her retreat along with random movements to her left and right. But Shikamaru was not a Nara for nothing. He had seen that obvious tactic coming and split his shadow to catch the Kunoichi. Temari's eyes widened, and she cursed herself for being easily hurted. And just when it seemed like she was about to be caught, the shadow stopped, as if the tension in the stretch had reached its limit. Temari held her breath, waiting for the two shadows to catch up to her. But when nothing came, she allowed herself to look at Tamaru, who had a tense smile on his face as a drop of sweat made its way down his 100. I was very close to catching her, but it seems she is out of my reach, even if it is just a little troublesome. Temari calmed down and jumped back just to comfort herself before she started trying to calculate the distance Shikamaru's shadow could reach. Shikamaru, realizing what he was doing, grabbed a kunai dressed in an explosive tag and threw it at Temari, hoping to break her train of thought. Temari, saving the information, swung her fan upward, creating an upwind that launched the kunai high into the atmosphere where the tag went off. He wanted to prevent her from learning its range. And then when the tag went off, he used my diminished field of vision to catch me with his shadow. Despite his lack of oomph, it's dangerous. Temari thought with a growing respect for the resident Nara genius of his generation. Temari took the offensive, eye-opening her fan a little more to show a second purple sphere in the middle, which made Shikamaru arch an eyebrow in curiosity. Temari, with a small cry, launched another wider and faster gust of wind at Shikamaru, who didn't have enough time to move, so he had to lean behind a cross guard. The Nara heir groaned in pain as his body crashed into the unforgiving ground. Shikamaru looked up at the clouds with a strange expression as he forced himself to stand up and continue his fight with the Kazakage's daughter. Shikamaru turned to face Temari, only this time his gigantic war fan was fully open, and he was holding it behind his back with one arm. Temari spun on his heels, firing another blast of air at Shikamaru, releasing of the wind scythe. Jutsu Shikamaru. hearing the name at. The last moment leaned to his left, but the wind still cut into his cheek, letting the blood flow freely from the laceration. Shikamaru rubbed his cheek with the palm of his hand, wiping the blood off his cheek and rubbing dirt into the wound and clogging the wound. Temari gave Shikamaru a wide smile, seeing the blood she had drawn. Shikamaru knew he would have to avoid the rest of her attacks, or he would find himself in pieces deposited around the arena. Shikamaru ran off to avoid another wind jutsu from the fanatic wielding kunoichi. Temari growled. After a few minutes of playing cat and mouse with the Konoha teen, he was getting irritated. The ground was carved from all the number of shots he fired, each one to no avail. Why don't you just stand still? Stop running. It's annoying, Temari demanded, firing another scythe wind at Shikamaru, who sure ran away from the attack. Shikamaru knelt down and sent a shadow at Temari, who chuckled at the desperate and rather obvious attack. Shaking her head, the sandy blonde from Sunagakure jumped back, and, as expected, the shadow stopped a few feet in front of her, looking at Shikamaru. She shook her head at the smiling air. For someone who is said to be a genius, you are quite dumb. Maybe the genius will lay out there in the hidden leaf. Usually when someone figures out an attack pattern, you change it. Shikamaru shook his head at the unsuspecting kunoichi, earning him a Temari frown in return as she made one last movement of her fan. But to her immense surprise, she couldn't move a muscle in her body. Shikamaru looked down, allowing Temari to do so as well, and see that the shadows were linked together. I wasn't just running, I was stalling for time. I knew you would realize my reach. I planned it. I wanted it. Once you found out, you would become confident and careless. The sun and the clouds move, and that means the shadows move too. The closer we get to the sunset, the longer my reach. Temari was speechless when Shikamaru told her his plan, and it was then that she realized that the teen in front of her was already 3 moves ahead and probably had a backup plan as well. Shikamaru reached into his kuna pouch and held in his hand. However, Temari didn't have a pouch on that side, so she wasn't holding anything. I suggest you give up, otherwise you will lose your life. I will throw this kuna at you and not even release your shadow to give you the chance to dodge it. Temari gave the Nara her best glare for a few moments before sighing and nodding her head in acceptance. I give up, she admitted regretfully. Winner by surrender. Shikamaru Nara, fighting Booth Narumi, looked around anxiously as the next 2 fighters headed towards the penultimate match of the first round. There was still no sign of Narumi, and their match was next. Narumi couldn't lie to herself. She was nervous that something would happen to her brother. C leaned to the side when he felt a hand on his shoulder, but calmed down, seeing it was his sister. Take it easy, Narum-chan. Nizan will be here. Then kick the arrogant Uchiha across the sand. Naomi assured her sister, as she had faith that her brother would not miss the chance to put Sasuke in his place in front of the eyes of the world. Who would miss that chance? Narumi looked at her sister for a few minutes before relaxing and giving her sister a small smile as she nodded her head. Yes, you have reason. He will be here. Naomi nodded with a bright smile, and the 2 siblings walked over to the railing to watch the next match. Combat field. You better give up now, Taki. Shinobi, why can't you beat me? Look at how to save yourself from world humiliation. The Kirigakure kunoichi. Tera offered him a blue scarf wearing opponent. Shirku scoffed at the audacity of her offer and the fact that she actually thought she could defeat him. Tera looked at him, obviously not happy by the amused smile that was on that moment on her face. She was offering him the chance to go through a painless defeat, and he was having fun. Do you find something I said funny? Asked Tera rhetorically with a frown. Shirku looked at Tera and nodded, showing that he found something funny. Actually, he found it all to be a joke. Yes, indeed. I find it kind of funny. I find it funny that you think you can defeat me. The idea is just ridiculous. Shirku yelled as he ran through a series of hand signs, leaving Tera enraged by his words. Water release. Water dragon pressure cannon. A dragon created from water approached behind the scroll that Shirku dropped behind him. The dragon's body coiled around Shirku protectively as it glared menacingly at Tera, who took an instinctive step back at its appearance. The dragon's mouth opened, and a small ray of water shot out of its mouth straight to the ground and rose as the dragon's head moved. Tera, watching the trajectory of the attack, jumped to avoid the path of the lightning. However, the dragon's head was faster as the lightning widened and cut her ankle, making her stagger. The dragon's body had become noticeably shorter, indicating that it was using its own body to fire the cannon with its opponent in the air. And vulnerable, the dragon exploded and clung to Tera, pinning her to the ground with its jaw. Shirku shook his head and began to walk away. I couldn't even take a jutsu. Shirku began to walk away with a disappointed look on her face, missing the slight movement of Terra's hand as she stood up and looked at the shinobi Taki. Terra went through a series of hand signs, but was slowed down by the damage done to her by Shirku's last move. Ignoring the blood dripping down her head, Terra smiled as she finished her servant intentions water release jutsu. Shirku turned around when she heard the voice of her enemy and went wide-eyed as a giant wave crashed down on him. The steam from the water rose into the air, causing those in the front row to sweat from the heat. Terra grimaced at the sound of her opponent's muffled cries of pain as the scorching water washed over his body. Terra rubbed the back of her hand across the bloodied section of her forehead with a groan as her tired muscles screamed in agony. That's all. Terra watched in disbelief as Shirku walked through the steam, but choked on what she saw. The skin around Shirku's jaw was burned to the point where that she could see his teeth and jaw. He looked like a zombie from a B-movie horror movie. Shirku growled at Terra, which made her exposed jaw move in a very unnerving manner. Terra was so captivated by the sight of his jaw, not in a good way, that she missed the last sign of the series of his water release jutsu. Waterfall, splitting sort of drop of water, covered the young man by Taki's arm and slowly took the form of a sword as the water ran through it like a current. Shirku sped towards forward and caught up to Terra, and with a quick slash he removed the girl's arm. But the look in her eyes yearned for more. Shirku smiled grimly and moved his sword arm towards the unconscious Kunoichi's neck to finish the job. The Suna overseer took advantage of that moment and intervened, grabbing Shirku's arm and throwing it back, saving the girl's life. Shirku ignored the overseer, who went to stop the Kuno and Chikagakure from bleeding out as he grabbed her blue scarf and looked at her for a moment before wrapped it around his jaw, hiding the deformity from the world's view. After that little incident between the shinobi of Takigakure and the Kunoichi of Kirigakure, stood there with Sasuke as he called Naruto's name for the third time to come down to the field. Sasuke stood there with a cocky smirk, believing that the reason the despised child of Konoha's first family wasn't present was due to his fear of him. Gemma looked over to the cashier stand to see that her cashier nodded. Gemma cleared her throat. Last call for Naruto Namikaze. Uzumaki, please come to the field or you will be disqualified. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the crowd recognized the name of the shinobi being called and went into a hideous uproar. That's the demon brat. What is he doing here? Why is Okajima letting that thing compete? Should we kill him before it's too late? And if it gotten too strong for us to kill, don't worry, Uchi Samak. We finally got to free the demon from that monstrosity. Death. That was the chant that had prevailed throughout the stadium by the intolerant villagers and those who were unsure but did not want the others to turn against them. Their hate-infused movement had blinded them by serious murderous intentions that flooded the place. Minato and radiated murderous intent, being the two Kai, the most protective of their Jinchuriki, while Inoki and the Kazekage seemed indifferent, while I frowned sadly. Already that blind hatred seemed to spread like a disease from person to person. The hidden leaf jounin present were leaking murderous intents that kept those around them silent, especially Kusina, who was being held back by Asuma and Kakashi, or else she would be up there killing some dumb people. The Konoha Genin looked around with frowns, not understanding what was going on with the elder Jiraiya. Villagers who was not in the village during the Naruto's childhood was clearly upset as the chanting seemed to get louder. Tsunade, who was in the medical room, stared at the wall as the noise entered the room, because even if she thought Naruto was a brat, he didn't deserve an entire village clamoring for his head. Yujito and Fu were looking dangerously at the civilians, as they knew exactly what people were talking about since they had also experienced it at one point in their lives. They weren't too surprised to see that Naruto's hate cursed the Jinchuriki had also arrived in Konoha. Even Gaara and his mother wanted the villagers' blood because they reminded Gaara of his own childhood, when people would often try to Arlo Shikamaru Choji, and Lee were doing their best to hold back a furious Narumi and Naomi from going into the crowd and defending their brother's honor. The rage coming off of the two sisters was palpable and made the others who weren't busy contemplating killing Lee's villagers nervous and on edge enough already. The furious voice of Minato burst out over the stadium, stopping all noise as all eyes turned to Minato, who was standing in front of the cashier's booth. I will not allow you to insult my son as long as I'm standing here. How dare you insult the young man who has kept you safe since the day he was born? He was given the consciousness of the QB by my choice, but it seemed my villagers couldn't see that it was my son right in front of them. Well, not for now on, just anyone. And I mean anyone within the village hidden in the leave that refers to Naruto's state as a demon or QB or something similar will receive a quick death. Minato's edict caused a smile from the shinobi throughout the arena, and looks of indignation in the population that hated demons. Okajima, you can't be serious. You are being bewitched by the demon. What the foolish man was about to say was interrupted by a kunai that pierced his throat. Behind the man was Kusina, with wavy hair with the anger of a mother, as she took away the kunai from the throat, and Shunshin returned to his seat while the imbu took out the corpse from the island. No one else had any protest that they were willing to lose their lives for. And those who were not sure that Naruto was the QB looked down in shame. Now, since Naruto is not, a sudden vortex of black feathers rose from the ground into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the arena. The feathers spun so fast around the vortex that no one could see what was happening inside the eye of the tornado, but those who had met the person knew exactly who was behind the wall of feathers. After a full minute of roaring in the center of the stadium, the vortex calmed down, showing a teenager who was dressed in black shinobi pants and an open vest with chainmail underneath. Unlike his old gray vest, this vest was a deep blue color. On the back of each shoulder was an emblem, one for the Uzumaki and the other for the Uchiha fan, separated by a black trident running down his back. Naruto blew away the traditional white bangs that hung over his eyes, and the sight shocked everyone as he opened his eyes, because instead of his usual stoic blue eyes, there were two fiery red eyes with 3 tomo in each eye. The Sharingan Sasuke's entire body began to shake in anger as he looked into the eyes of his clan. How do you possess the Sharingan, Naruto? You are not in Uchiha. Answer my question, you bastard. Naruto raised an eyebrow behind his hanging bangs as he looked into the eyes. 2 eyes of Sasuke's tomo copy, with the same bored look as always, but with the eyes and the spinning tamen added a touch of memorization. I woke up my eyes like any Uchiha. What, it's that simple, Naruto answered coldly, which only served to make Sasuke boil with anger. Box cabin, you're a boy, has the Okage Sharingan. How is it possible you don't have Uchiha blood in your family? Asked the old Tsuchikage, looking at Naruto with wide eyes, not expecting to find the cursed eyes. And the teenager in front of him looked like the shinobi world still had surprises in store for the man who had met Matter Uchiha. It seemed like that was all the yellow flash could manage to choke out as he slumped in his chair, still in shock that his son possessed the prized eyes of the Uchiha clan. However, here was his son brandishing said eyes at the teenager who was supposed to be the last Uchiha. May simply stared in silence with the rest of the stadium at the teenager who caught his eye the day before, when he finally registered what the Fire Shadow had said to expect. Apparently, you mean to tell me that you didn't know Naruto had the Sharingan? May asked in disbelief, a sentiment shared by the other Kage as well. Naruto is a very reserved individual. He says only what is necessary and lets things out only when he is ready. And if I try to get something out of him, he will hold me, Minato admitted with a frown as he looked at his son, who had always been an enigma since his return. No matter how hard he tried, his family would have done. Naruto had put up a wall to keep them at a distance from him. Something is going on in his family, from the way Naruto looked at him yesterday to the lack of communication between him and Naruto. Interesting. And if I play my cards right, I might be able to hurt Konoha and get a new ally. Not to mention Naruto is quite handsome. May thought, licking her lips at the last thought. You can't send your own son. How embarrassing, she said between her laughs, shooting at her rival of speed, ignoring the cut-off look he received from the shadow of the 4th leaf to concentrate on laughing at his incompetence. Oh yeah, and from what I hear, you can only give orders to your brother when he is within reach. Minato counterattacked, pleased with the annoyed look and the instinctive squeeze of the hand of the huge rakage. After the spikes ended, the cabin fell into silence, waiting to see the match between the 2 Uchiha in the stands. Kakashi's own Sharingan was left behind his headband as he looked at his sensei's son, who was displaying 2 of his own Kakus. And Sama, who does Naruto have the Sharingan? He didn't know there was Uchiha blood in him, don't we? Or at least we didn't. Naruto never showed any signs of dojutsu before when he was still with the family. When did he get those Kusina eyes? Just like her husband, and the rest of the crowd was speechless at Naruto's new appearance. There was no denying what was right in front of their eyes. Asuma getting over his shock, let out a chuckle as he went to replacing the cigarette that fell out of his mouth. When Naruto appeared, man, that boy just keeps getting more and more interesting. Asuma had always watched Naruto in his childhood because he often stayed at the Sarutobi compound. At first, Asuma had been envious of young Naruto for having his father's attention, but that soon disappeared when he saw how bad Naruto had it. And ever since he came back, the two would often play shogi and talk to each other. Alma had even given Naruto some advice on manipulation from the wind battlefield. Sasuke looked at Naruto, the two Tomo, in each of his eyes spinning wildly. As his eyes responded to the rage, he felt that facing someone who dishonors his name, "You dare show me those eyes, you're a Namek, you're not Uchiha. I could handle Kakashi having one eye. But you have two." Sasuke shot forward, his speed improved from the last month, as he threw a quick punch straight in Naruto's face, not allowing Naruto to respond to his heated words. Naruto showed no signs of worry as he swung to the left, avoiding the attack easily. Sasuke growled and threw another combination of body blows, which Naruto was able to easily avoid thanks to the Sharingan. With a scowl, Sasuke lunged at Naruto with a kick, which Naruto brushed aside harmlessly with the back of his hand. Sasuke wasn't done yet, as he had spun with the momentum, which Naruto redirected with a fist towards Naruto's face. Naruto took one look at the attack and ducked under the blow, attacking with a kick that nailed Sasuke in the stomach and sent him skidding backwards, gasping from the force behind the attack. Naruto stood there patiently waiting for Sasuke to attack again, not drawing toll yet. Sasuke did his best to punch a hole in Naruto's head, but Naruto wasn't bothered by his hateful glare because he had grown used to such things. Sasuke increased his speed and appeared behind Naruto, taking advantage of the shadow of Lee's dancing leaf to kick Naruto into the air, where he kicked out to float over Naruto, who was coming fast, performing a sudden flip in the air. Sasuke slammed his heel into the back of Naruto's head, sending him back to the ground just as Sasuke was about to celebrate his quick sixth. Naruto he hit rose up in a cloud of smoke, telling Sasuke that he was one of Naruto's shadow clones. Looking around, Sasuke found nothing until he looked up to find Naruto dropping an elbow on top of him. The Avenger managed to get up. The Naruto landed lightly on his feet, shaking the dirt off his arms before looking at Sasuke with his Sharingan shining brightly in the sunlight. Naruto shook his head as he watched Sasuke fall to the interceptor fist taijutsu style. Your fighting style is dependent on your Sharingan. However, you are up against someone with a high knowledge of said style and more experience in handling the Sharingan than you. This is not a fight that can be won, Naruto informed Sasuke. With a Sasuke growled at Uchiha and Lokage-san for their ruse at the difference in their skill levels. Let's see how you like the taste of an Uchiha's most useful jutsu. Sasuke yelled, checking the signs for the Uchiha's favorite fire jutsu. Sasuke leaned back as a burning sensation began to swell within his chest. Fire release. Large fireball. Sasuke threw out a gigantic ball of flames larger than anything he could have imagined would have done before. Naruto watched as the fireball approached him and made a substitution with the ever-present log. Sasuke scoffed as he saw a pile of ash that wasn't Naruto with the man he wanted to burn standing there with the same disinterested look in his eyes. Naruto looked at Sasuke with his normal intense gaze as he spread his arms in front of his chest. That's all the firepower you have? Naruto asked blankly as he looked at the snarling Uchiha in front of him. Sasuke went through the same hand signs, except at the end of this series there was an additional hand sign that wasn't there before. Naruto had learned Sasuke from his time under Kakashi's metaphorical wing. Here, let me show you fire release dragon flame bomb. Naruto watched with slight intrigue as the flame from Sasuke's mouth transformed into a dragon before turning into an elliptical burst of fire that raced towards the son of Lokage. Naruto released toll from the restraints on his back and channeled chakra into the sword, making the white section glowed pure white, and the black glowed menacingly. Naruto closed his eyes as the jutsu approached him and buried his sword deep in the ground in front of him, uttering something under his breath so no one could hear what he had said. Kamino no my exile too. Hell. Sasuke watched as a sudden column of fire roared to life coming from Naruto's sword, absorbing his technique into the fire. However, the column was not finished yet as it shot up and began to the stadium, watched in silence as the single pillar of fire turned into a cage, trapping Sasuke and Naruto inside. Sasuke quickly tried to escape remembering his time fighting Aku and how badly it turned out, but the moment he tried to break the cage, a pillar of fire came to life in front of him, forcing him back in his stands. "I've never seen anything like it," Ino whispered in admiration, momentarily forgetting her obsessive crush on the Uchiha incubator, watching as the fire erupted in random moments in a perfect circle, stopping every attempt Sasuke made to break free. Sakura looked on, nodding, as there was no way anyone could deny that the technique was impressive. Of course, Machi would be kicking ass. Kusina was absolutely beaming with joy at seeing her son handle the son of her best friend and rival with ease. Kusina shook her fist in ecstasy as she cheered on her son, receiving a small smile from those around her. Kakashi had revealed his own Rinnegan to try to recreate the technique, but to his confusion, he couldn't see how the chakra was being manipulated. "Sensei, have you ever seen something like what Naruto is doing down there?" Omoy asked his sensei, who was hitting with the crutches that were given to him, lying on his lap while he watched as Naruto's sword shone with the intense light created by the flames of his technique. "No, I haven't done it. This is something new. That other Uchiha, he better figure something out quickly. He will learn to humble himself," he replied, waving his hands eccentrically, receiving groans of exhaustion from those who were sitting around him for the second day, who had quickly grown tired of his little concert. "Sometimes I wish someone would come and break my jaw, just to save me from your torturous blows," the Eight Tails said, irritated, creating a depressing rain cloud to float over Killer Bee's head, causing even more people to look at him as if he was an alien species. Battlefield, the son of Lokage, looked at Sasuke as a wall of fire jutsu came to life between the two for a moment before falling away, making Sasuke much more tired than before, while Naruto remained composed. "This Sasuke is a fire jutsu," Naruto said in a monotone before snapping his fingers, which was followed by a column of fire shooting out. Catching one of Sasuke's arms in the width of the fire, Sasuke screamed in pain. He pulled his arm away from the fire and jumped away. Looking at his arm, the Avenger could see his burnt wrappings and slightly scorched skin. After only a moment in the fire, Sasuke shook his head, refusing to be humiliated by Naruto and all he claimed to be a genius. And with that, he pulled a ninja tool out of his bag. Naruto watched as a Fuma shuriken flew past him, but he could see Sasuke throw it with his mouth, causing the shuriken to spin. Naruto then felt his arms being pushed against his body by a ninja wire that was between Sasuke's teeth. Sasuke was gone. The wire with chakra Naruto was able to easily pick up, thanks to his Sharingan, but he let it wrap itself around him anyway. Sasuke chuckled as he went through another set of hand signs for another fire jutsu that Naruto waited for patiently. Fire release dragon fire technique. The flames headed straight for Naruto, using the ninja wire as a conduit to travel. Sasuke watched as the fire reached half the length of the wire before the wire fell and landed on the ground, and the fire continued soon after. Sasuke looked at Naruto for some sort of clue about how the wire had just been cut and had fallen to the ground. "Just so you know, Sasuke, my eyes pick up chakra just like yours, so trying to hide the wire with chakra was so dumb," Naruto said, managing a blank yet still insulting tone of voice that made Sasuke frown once again at his opponent and his fellow Konoha shinobi. Naruto said nothing as he disappeared in a shunin, appearing in front of Sasuke and kicking him in the stomach. Naruto sent a pulse of chakra from his soul, sending Sasuke into the air, where Naruto had a shadow clone waiting. The Kai Bunin grabbed Sasuke by the top of his shoulders and slammed him into the ground, dispelling the Avenger, obstructing his vision as the real Naruto came down with the foot of his shinobi sandal hitting Sasuke's stomach. Naruto ignored the feeling of wood under his foot in favor of searching for Sasuke, who substituted for him at the last moment. Naruto searched the area with his Sharingan, but found nothing due to the chakra infused into the flames surrounding him. Naruto turned around and went to find Twily, no longer needing to maintain his flame prison. Just as Naruto went to get his katana, the sound of birdsong echoed through the arena. Sasuke sped through an opening with a chakra of nature, lightning running around his hand. Chidori, Sasuke screamed, using Kakashi's legendary assassination jutsu, the copycat ninja, as Sasuke's lightning-encased hand When to strike Naruto in the heart, the flames surrounding them collapsed, creating an explosion that the crowd waited with bated breath. Some of the civilians hoped that Sasuke had killed the demon, while others just wanted to see the result. Kusina, Naomi, and Narumi were worried, seeing how close Sasuke had come to Naruto before the fires collapsed. Kakashi was busy explaining why he believed it was the right choice to teach Sasuke that jutsu. To his eternal rival, the wind blew away the smoke to reveal Sasuke with his hand thrust forward. And a look of complete shock on his face. Sasuke's hand was touching Naruto's chest, but there was no lightning or entry wound because around Naruto the air was swirling frantically, surrounding him like a set of armor. Sasuke pulled his hand back as he began to get cut by the sharp blades the wind was creating. I created this move in case Kakashi decided to show you his Chidori as a counterattack. I created Min no Yoroi armor of the wind god. Although I suppose if it was Kakashi using the jutsu, my armor wouldn't be the same strong enough to handle the power of stabbing. I guess I don't need to explain why your attack didn't work. Box cabin, that's my jutsu. The brat is using my jutsu, yelled and enraged, standing looking at Naruto. As lightning began to flash around him, Inoki looked at the wreckage and shook his head, seeing that he was still the same rebellious brat as in his younger days. Now wreckage Dano, sure. You're not saying that Naruto-san has actually seen your jutsu and managed to create a own version? He looked at the wreckage with a pleasant smile, making the man grumble, but eventually he nodded and sat down. It would be ridiculous to think that Naruto would have known the wreckage well enough to create his own armor technique, plus his armor seems to work differently than yours while creating your lightning. Naruto seems to be pulling at the air around him and manipulating me with a scrutinizing gaze. It was common knowledge that wind would only strengthen the flames of a fire, so a well-placed fireball would mean game over. I'm sure Naruto knows about that obvious weakness, but the question is, did he find some way to cover up that weakness? Minato surmised as he tried to control the pride he was feeling at seeing the jutsu his son had created from scratch. Minato really wished Naruto would let them train him. Now, the potential he had was almost limitless. Combat field, what is that jutsu? I didn't see him even make a hand sign. Sasuke thought angrily at not being able to copy Naruto's jutsu, which frustrated the Avenger. If that jutsu is a wind technique, then it's vulnerable to fire. Sasuke leaned back as the burning sensation filled his chest again. Suddenly exhaling, a huge ball of flames went straight towards Naruto, releasing fire. Large fireball. The fireball began to slowly shrink before fading into flickers, then into nothing. Just before reaching the motionless Naruto, Sasuke was left perplexed by what that he had just seen happen to his ball of flames. Naruto sighed as he saw the confused look on Sasuke's face and most of the faces in the crowd as he wondered who was surrounding him with so many imbeciles. Han, that's my bad. Naruto. Fire is a living entity, and any entity needs oxygen. Fire needs oxygen, not to burn, and when that is taken away, the fire dies. Naruto said out loud, causing a spark of understanding to spread across Sasuke's face. You really thought I wouldn't have a counter for such an obvious weakness? Your fire jutsu aren't fast enough to take advantage of the relationship between our elements. Such a foolish thought. That voice came from behind Sasuke, making his Sharingan eyes go wide as he turned to face a wide-eyed Naruto. Sasuke moved to question the son of Lokage as Naruto's body began to glow. Sasuke saw all of his chakra being pushed to the center and compressed before Sasuke could. Naruto retreated, throwing Sasuke into some rocks that were nearby, causing the boy to scream in immense pain. The large explosion of clones, a jutsu only accessible to those who use the Kai Bunin. A shinobi never allows an opponent to constantly get behind him. Naruto informed Sasuke as he created another shadow clone that stood next to him, looking at Sasuke impassively with his own Sharingan. Sasuke stood up, panting as he grabbed his left arm that was now limp from the impact against the rock. Sasuke tried to manage his best glare, but it proved to be ineffective as Sasuke was now standing on his last legs. Now, I will allow you to experience what it feels like to have the air taken from your lungs. The feeling of it spreading throughout your entire body is truly unbearable, said Naruto, gesturing for his clone to advance. The clone, armed with the Jinno and gold, and approached Sasuke and locked him in a bear hug, and Sasuke gasped as he felt the oxygen being removed from his body. Sasuke, he screamed at Naruto to stop, but all that came out was a shattered choke as that burning sensation flooded the Avenger's body. The clone, who was also suffering from the same oxygen deprivation, dissipated, giving Naruto the second-hand effects of being suffocated. Naruto grimaced momentarily, but the QB was quickly repairing the damage done to his lungs. "Thank you." Naruto thanked his tenant, receiving a growl from the back of his mind. Naruto looked at Gema, telling him to stop. To call the match, or else Sasuke would be beyond unconscious. With just that look, Genma nodded as he wondered what would Naruto become when the doctors arrived and took the revenge-obsessed Uchiha to the medical wing for knockout. Winning treatment, Naruto Namek Uzumaki Uchiha. That was the last match of his second day. Tomorrow will be the conclusion of the Chunin exams. Thank for coming, Naruto gave Seaman one last look, chewing on the Jounin for calling him El Mikaz before disappearing in a burst of black feathers, avoiding any unnecessary questioning as the five Daimon chatted civilly as they waited for the second round to begin, each praising their own favorites left in the tournament. The most vocal of the feudal lords was the Fire Daino, who had chosen his favorite to be Naruto after seeing the boy's impressive performance against Sasuke Uchiha, who was hailed as a genius even among Uchiha standards, but by new. Very few knew what those standards were. "Oh my god, everyone is excited today. Very excited indeed," said the Fire Dao, with a small smile hidden behind his folding fan as he looked at his people citizens of Ino Kuni. The Lightning Daino, who had his cheek resting on the palm of his hand, looked at the crowd with a disinterested look before turning to look at the Fire Daino with a small condescending smile. Yes, quite different from the death chants that were screaming at the top of their lungs yesterday. It was quite a spectacle. The Lightning Daino said haughtily, not really caring what the civilians said, as he never trusted the shinobi after the second Reikage tried to rebel against his father and make a Nakuni walk under a single government. Under his reign, since then, he made sure to have special boundaries to prevent such an attempt from happening. Under his reign as feudal lord, the Fire Daino closed his fan, and a serious look took place on his distant-looking facial features, as if I was looking at the monsters hiding under the skin of its citizens. Yes, when I asked Aminat-san if there were any repercussions after the QB attack, she assured me that there were none. It seems that the Fire Daino was wrong, admitted, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Slightly a small smile returned to his face when he opened his eyes again. Despite what they say, I think young Naruto did wonderfully. This was where the Wind Daino inserted himself into the conversation, with his thin mustache curled up as his fat face contorted into a slight frown at the mention of the boy being a Jinchuriki. Why does it matter what the commoners think of our tools? That's all. A Jinchuriki is an over-glorified tool used to make the hidden village stronger, and by proxy for us as well. The feudal lord of Kazenkuni expressed his opinion confidently as he looked ahead, but no one could tell due to the high degree to which his eyes were narrowed. Well, that's it. It means that your village is sporadic. I mean that Garabrat is mentally unstable on his best day. So what does that say about your village? The Daino of Mizuno Kuni asked me, as he was irritated that they couldn't find their Jinchuriki. So what could he do? Could he insult the human sacrifices of the other villages? The Daino of Fire and Earth ignored the other three as they got into another pointless argument about things that really had no relevance to the matter at hand. The two silent feudal lords watched as the three supervisors returned to the combat field. Combat booth. Naruto stood there with Swishy not showing him the Sharingan on his shoulder, with his blood-red eyes taking in the sights around him. With an impassive sweep of the stadium, Naruto ignored the fact that all the competitors left in the booth looked at him much more tired than they had done during the first 2 days of the tournament, while almost everyone, Naruto thought with a small sigh as he watched as a mop of red hair invaded his peripheral vision. Naruto glanced out of the corner of his eye at Naomi, who took advantage of everyone reserving their space for Naruto to start a small conversation. I can scare her by flying towards her face and dragging my claws across her face for you. If you want. Naruto Kuinsuise offered his partner to receive a contemplative hum for Naruto, but it ultimately ended with him saying no, ISU, and snorting while muttering about not being able to have fun. Naruto stood there in silence, waiting for her sister to speak. So she assumed. She approached him. Noemi stood there silently, trying to find the courage to talk to her brother, while an awkward atmosphere surrounded them. At least in Noemi's opinion. Taking a deep breath, Noemi tried to start from scratch, starting the conversation with her brother. Hi Mion, I know you might not want to talk about it, But can I ask why you didn't tell anyone about your Sharingan?" Naruto's head turned and looked at her, making her squirming slightly as the cursed eyes stared straight into his soul. Naruto closed his eyes and turned to look out at the field, making Naomi release the breath she didn't know she was holding the moment. He looked at her. Naruto looked out at the field, and Naomi was the only one who could see the bitterness in his eyes. "This village and I are not on the best of terms, and I certainly wouldn't trust the people here to keep my secret from the filth in this village," Naruto retorted harshly, getting a small nod from Naomi, since her opinion was pretty much the same after yesterday's fiasco. Swishy, sensing Naruto's confusion through their Zol link, pushed her head against his cheek, expressing her support with a small croak, causing Naruto to crack a small smile of appreciation. Naruto noticed that Naomi seemed to be struggling to say what she wanted to say. Next, Naruto decided to give his younger sister a little push in the right direction, just to get her to speak up. "Is there anything else?" Naomi asked Naruto, using her name, causing her to look at him with surprise evident in her eyes. The surprise quickly gave way to a look of determination, which was just what Naruto wanted. "I saw how you were able to use the wind to create armor for yourself, and I was wondering if you could help me with my wind training." Naomi blurted out her request as quickly as she could while still having the confidence to do so. She looked at Naruto shyly to see how he would react to her request, but to her relief and slight uneasiness, he didn't show any visible reaction to what she had asked. Naruto kept his cool thanks to his training with Miao Yachi as he pondered her request, though he had realized that it was not his sisters who had intentionally caused him pain. If he agreed to help her, it would put him too close to those who had been the main causes of pain in his life. And those were the same people he could truly say he despised. "No, I can't help you with your training. I'm not necessarily a good teacher, nor not even a competent one. Besides, I'm sure Minato is more than capable of helping you in training. Plus, after what happened yesterday, I don't think it would be wise for one of Konoha's princesses to associate with the devil willingly. The villagers will go crazy." Naruto knew what had happened before arriving, thanks to Swishy, who told him what had happened, and unfortunately, it was just as Naruto had expected. The hatred just doesn't go away, and most of the inhabitants of Konoha were so lost in the abyss of their hatred that no matter what I could do, it wouldn't fix anything. "I don't care what they think. The villagers are all idiots, and I don't want Tusen to train me. I want to spend time with Mini-san." Naomi stubbornly defended herself, as she was tired of the unfair villagers who began to show their true colors, validating that letter Naruto left all those years ago. Naruto looked at her for a few moments and shook his head, as Naomi just couldn't grasp the bigger picture of the things. Like daughter of Lokage was expected to have some political weight in the future. "And even now, Naomi, you have to listen to me. If you associate with me, the idiots in the stand will think I have you under some kind of spell to turn you into a demon lover, and will call for my execution to free you. I know what Minato said yesterday, but if I killed most of the people here, then the village would become unstable, and then the entirety of Konoha would be in danger." Naruto told the truth to his naive sister, despite how cruel it sounded. Like that was how the world turned. Naomi frowned, but didn't say anything, because what could she say to that? It wasn't something she could think of an answer to, at least not yet. With that, both Naruto and Naomi stayed silent and waited for Akatsuchi and Yujito to start the first fight of the second round, each with their own thoughts on the interaction they had just shared on the battlefield. Akatsuchi gave the two-tailed Jinchuriki his usual goofy smile, which Yujito returned with a small smile, own glad that she didn't have to deal with any of the people who seemed to be brimming with arrogance. "Okay, Kitty, now is your chance to impress your future mate. So make sure you win this match, then you and he can go celebrate your victory for the rest of the day." L and I, Ron, in excitement, just at the pleasure she would feel for the time Yujito and Naruto would spend together. Yujito was glad that she was focused on the gravity of the situation, or else she would be blushing like a storm. "Now is not even time to get serious." The great Iwagakure shinobi rushed forward with his fist wrapped in a giant rock, striking first to prevent Yakido from using his advantage in the speed department. Yujito quickly turned back as Akatsuchi's fist slammed into the spot where she was standing. Yujito slid in front of Akatsuchi and landed two punches straight to his solar plexus, but the larger Ning shrugged off the blows as if they were. Simple little taps. Yujito frowned, seeing that his taijutsu wasn't enough to break Akatsuchi's earth armor. Akatsuchi moved his arm to the side towards Yujito, and his forearm slammed into the two that Yujito had brought to protect herself. Yujito thanked his sense and rap for increasing his team's pain tolerance, because that attack felt like being rammed by the painful end of a mace. Yujito didn't want to feel what it felt like to be hit directly by an attack like that Akatsuchi hit, with his punching Yujito, forcing her to swing on her feet to get out of the way of the attack. Hooking her foot around his heel, Yujito spun around to face his back with impressive flexibility, taking a kunai. Yujito plunged the sword deep into the back of his shoulder. As soon as the kunai was buried in the large man's back, his body began to lose shape before it fell into nothing but a pile of mud at Yujito's feet, causing the Kyumo Jinchuriki to graze the area for her opponent. Yujito turned around half, expecting to find the large man approaching with a sneak attack, but there was none. The stadium fell silent, most of the searchers along with Yujito wondering how such a large man could have hidden himself, while those not in tune with the shinobi lifestyle thought so. Yujito was starting to lose patience when her tenant suddenly yelled something at her. It's down. The nib alerted its container, but just a moment too late, because as she looked down, a large stone fist was already in full flight and aimed straight for her exposed stomach. Yujito bit her tongue to keep from screaming in pain as she felt the oxygen momentarily taken from her lungs, spitting out a small amount of blood. Yujito's slanted eyes looked up at the cheerful rock shinobi. She knew he wasn't insulting her with that look, but in the heat of battle, it felt like an insult, as if he wasn't taking her seriously. You need to calm down, kitty. You're trying so hard for nothing. Yujito, hearing the calm voice of his trusted companion, he allowed himself a moment to calm his head. It was moments like this that Yujito was glad to have to keep calm and avoid making potentially fatal mistakes. Mida Hatsu doesn't have enough strength to break that armor, so using cat claws would be pointless. I can't do any kind of jinjutsu thanks to all the chakra I have. It's time to dive into my ninjutsu. Yujito, she said to herself, channeling her chakra into her throat, creating a burning sensation that intensified. Yujito used one of the two tails' favorite fire style techniques, fire release mouse furball. Yujito spat out a furball that was quickly set ablaze by the blue flames surrounding the two tails like fur. Akatsuchi had just come out of the ground as the flaming furball turned into a mouse before splitting 10 times in mid-flight. 6 of the 10 fireball projectiles in the shape of a mouse launched Akatsuchi at different angles, causing the boy to scream in shock as the fire was hot enough to burn his earth armor. Yujito let a satisfied smile cross her face as she broke the big man's armor with her first jutsu. Akatsuchi dropped his earth armor as it took up a lot of chakra, and Yujito showed that she could overcome it. The usual happy and almost clueless expression on the burly man's face, he transformed into an unusually serious expression. Akatsuchi buried his hands into the ground beneath him, and Yujito was forced to watch as the once sun ground transformed into a liquid mud-like substance that continued to grow and expand in width, releasing the earth river mud flow. Jumping into the air, Yujito fired another mouse fireball, heating up the mud so that he could have a small island to stand on that served to backfire on the Kumogakure Jinchuriki, as that the river current was swirling around the small island, creating a muddy whirlpool around it. Yujito thought about jumping into the air, but then she would leave herself vulnerable to an attack. As she was stuck in the air, Yujito watched as the mud splashed into the air from the force and speed of her rotations, and knew that falling would mean her defeat. Yujito narrowed her eyes as she saw Akatsuchi still with his hands in the dirt, which was something he could use by leaning his leg back. Yujito, he focused his chakra to his appendage, and with a whip-like motion his leg flew outwards towards Akatsuchi, propelling a whip of fire to whip Akatsuchi across the muddy river, releasing fire whip of extreme heat. Orange flames flew toward the surprised but alert Akatsuchi before turning into the blue flames often associated with the Nibi. At least in the village hidden in the clouds, Akatsuchi released his control over the river, causing the ground to return to a solid surface, and a change of solid stone wall rose in front of him with the top half of his earth golem projecting from the center of the wall. Just like Kakashi has the ninja hound heads, the flame whip slammed into the wall, leaving a heavy black burn mark. Yujito leaped forward and climbed up the wall like a tree, so she was standing on top of the wall looking down at Akatsuchi, who noticed her presence moments after she got there. Yujito threw a bomb and chopped at Akatsuchi as he tried to crumble the wall with his claws outward and pointing at him or spinning. Spiral Claw Yujito's claws blurred to look like a torpedo as she flew towards Akatsuchi, who had just gotten back to his feet. The shinobi raised his guard, hoping to absorb some of the impact, but his eyes widened as he felt a terrible pain on his left side. Clutching at the source of his pain, he could feel his jacket torn and saturated with his blood. And that was when he realized that she was too fast for him to handle now, that he was injured. Akatsuchi looked back as footsteps alerted him to his opponent's approach, but he couldn't find a way to move. Yujito extended her claws so that they were on either side of his throat, just in case the big earth and had some kind of fight in him. It would be better if you lost the match, Yujito said seriously, lightly pushing his claws into her skin, causing light lines to open and bleed slightly. To make the threat even more realistic, Akatsuchi knew it was over and had no plans to be stubborn about it. Yo-Yo Doi Akatsuchi choked the blood loss, starting to affect her motor functions, and as the supervisor named Yujito the winner, the big man was taken back to the medics for treatment combat booth. What did you think? Yujito asked with a playful smile as she entered the booth to be greeted by her two teammates. Almost immediately receiving a smile from the blonde Jinchuriki, Karui was practically exploding with boisterous praise for her teammate, while Samui indicated his approval with a much colder nod. Yujito chuckled at the quirks each member of her team seemed to possess. Yujito glanced at Naruto, only to sigh when she saw that he wasn't even looking in her direction. She had really hoped to get some sort of word in with the red-eyed young man. As she realized where his thoughts were going, she stopped dead in her tracks. Wait, why do I care what Naruto-sama thinks of me? Asked Yujito, surprised by her own thoughts, while Nibi decided to contribute her 2 cents. Well, kitty, it's only natural that you want your mate's approval, the Nibi purred, pulling an angry and embarrassed blush out of her container while they were going to argue about how Naruto was or wasn't her mate. Josh, it's my turn to show how bright my flames of youth can be. Soon the whole world will see how splendid I am. Lee burst out loudly, unable to contain his youthful impulses from breaking her excited surface, his eyes burning with the fires of battle in the normally black orbs. Fu, who had the honor of being closest to Lee when he had his youthful eruption, could only back away uncomfortably due to Lee's intense personality. Sure, Fu said slowly, not quite sure what she agreed with. But luckily, it seems Lee didn't hear her confident reply. Unable to remain in place any longer, Lee launched himself over the railing into the field below the sun. Jinchuriki stood in position, away from everyone else, because most were afraid to stand too close to him. The closest person to Gaara was Naruto, who just didn't care who was around, and neither did Gaara. Gaara looked at him and let a smile cross his face. So fast he failed to look directly at him, Gaara disappeared into a sand shunin with a thought running through his mind. How will he dye your hair blood, my sand combat field? Lee's cheerful disposition was quickly replaced by a serious and determined expression. Once Gaara arrived on the field in front of him, the hopeful, shaggy-browed Chunning, like everyone else present, remembered the brutal efficiency Gaara displayed during the first day of the exams, which made him more tired with the youngest of the Sand Waterfall brothers. However, Lee felt an unyouthful feeling of disdain for the way Gaara treated his longtime crush. Sakura silently swore to avenge Sakura's unnecessarily brutal defeat. Gaara, on the other hand, showed nothing. But if one looked into his pale blue eyes, one would find a hunger for blood in those empty eyes. Lee pulled up his leg warmers, showing the weights he had tied around his shins, which he moved to get rid of immediately. Gaara allowed this, as it would be more pleasant that way. When he forcibly took the blood from her body, letting each weight fall to the side, resulting in a Lee disappeared from the sight of many of the gening as he began to run around the sun. Jinchuriki Gaara stood there confident as the sand swirled around him, protective of his absolute defense. That was the defense that had yet to be broken even against the assassins of the village's sand held strong. Lee suddenly stopped behind Gaara with a strong right aiming straight for the back of his skull, but was intercepted by a sand blast that caught his hand. Flashes of what happened to Sakura's arm flashed through Lee's head, quickly forcing him to jump back and become an indistinguishable blur. Gaara didn't bother trying to look for Lee, because he knew his opponent had to come to him. Not a moment later, Lee's leg slammed into Gaara's sand, sending a few grains onto his love kanji etched on the side of his forehead this time. As Lee jumped back, the sand followed him like a wave, threatening to engulf him. The mother Gaara voiced her displeasure when she didn't feel any sort of unnatural disturbance beneath the large amount of sand from Gaara's gourd. "Hurry up, Gaara. I want his blood," came the slightly crazed voice of her mother from deep within Gaara's mind, accompanied by much more frenzied sand swirling around the brown-haired Jinchuriki at Gaara's command. "Silence, OSA." The sand flew towards him, causing the green spandex Jining was wearing to lift her slightly in the opposite direction of the incoming sand. Gaara smirked as some of his sand surrounded his opponent's ankle, making him stumble. With his quick strides, Lee threw a powerful kick that broke his opponent's ankle from the sand shackle, saving him from the crushing force of the sand. Lee watched as the sand crushed against the spot where his ankle was moments before and breathed a sigh of relief. Before running towards Gaara with determined eyes, Lee easily avoided the blasts of sand Gaara threw at him to keep him away and got inside the defensive guard of the Sunagake Genin, not wanting to waste his first significant opportunity against his sand-wielding opponent straining his arm. To support his weight, Lee pushed his foot forward with incredible force, lifting Gaara off his feet and launching him into the air. Why is his body so dense? Lee thought, feeling how his imp foot was on Gaara and how heavy the Jinchuriki fell. However, Lee had no time to think about the development. As he raised his hands into the air beneath Gaara, Lee began to kick Gaara straight in the air, causing both shinobi to rise from the driving force behind the powerful kicks. "There it is again. My kicks aren't doing as much damage as they should," he growled at her as the strain on his muscles from the backhanded kicks began to become noticeable. But fortunate for him, they were at the peak of their flight pattern, using his incredible speed. He moved behind Gaara as he had during their first round match and wrapped himself around Gaara as tightly as he could without needing to hold back the hair Jining. Chestnut, their bodies began to spin rapidly as they plummeted to the ground 10 times faster than the speed they had used to get their front. Lotus screamed at him as the spinning mass of bodies neared the ground. Remembering Kuratsuchi's advice from the first assault, he waited for him until the last moment before releasing his bonds. A thick cloud of dust filled the air as Gaara's body crashed to the ground. Lee stood there with a victorious smile on his face as he hoped the dust would clear and what would no doubt be an unconscious and hopefully undead Gaara. No matter how hard it was, dropping it on your head at that speed with no chance to catch yourself would lead to a defeat. Lee was brimming with pride, for not only had he proven himself as a splendid shinobi, but he was also capable of taking revenge on his beloved Sakura. With the moment of rest came the lack of adrenaline, causing Lee to fall to his knees from fatigue. As the dust cleared off Lee's jaw, she went limp for a moment before the burning expression returned in full force as Gaara was lying on his head, but around his head was sand cushioning Gaara, saving him from the deadly impact of the frontal lotus. Gaara stood up as Lee tried to figure out what had happened, as he was sure he had Gaara immobilized, preventing him from manipulating the sand. Lee got his answer as the sand that was on the ground formed to take the shape of a gourd which was now resting on Gaara's back. Lee silently cursed Gaara's versatile sand as he tried to recover from the physical toll his body experienced during the prolonged frontal lotus setup that forced him to open Kaimon Gate. Opening, Lee watched as Gaara commanded his sand to bind Lee, which he did without hesitation, taking a deep breath. Lee could feel the sand creeping around his legs and rising higher and higher. Gaara's smile threatened to split his face, believing Lee had given up and was about to kill the bushy-eyebrowed Genin. Kickmon Kai Gate of Healing Release. Lee took a deep breath as he felt his energy begin to return to his body, as well as his body feeling lighter. Saiyan Kai Gate of Life Release. Lee's skin began to redden as blood flow increased to each and every muscle in his body. An intense pulse of energy expelled the sand from his body, revealing him to open the next gate. While everyone looked on in some sort of surprise, SHM Kai Gate of Pain Release, Lee could feel the massive amount of chakra flowing through his body thanks to the open gates and gritted his teeth. He still had one more Tomenkai gate of limit release. Lee fluidly shifted from the on position to his standard strong fist taijutsu style. With a fierce determination within his pure white eyes on the stands, he can open 5 of the 8 inner gates, Kakashi asked in shock, a far cry from his usual laid-back demeanor and modern as gay. I would call it the feat of opening any of the gates was extremely difficult even for a talented and experienced jounin like Kakashi, but here a Jinin could manage to open 5 of them. This was a sentiment shared by all the jounin except for Lee's master, who had personally taught his clone the forbidden taijutsu technique. Lee, this is your power, the Yuga prodigy of Team New, he thought as he watched his teammate ascend to a realm of power that any eye could only hope for reaching one day. Was a true eye-opener for the destiny-obsessed boy. To see someone he considered inferior, clearly better than him, gay, how can you lecture me about teaching? Sasuke Midori, when you taught a Jinin the 8 inner gates, Kakashi asked indignant that his rival had wasted no time in questioning his judgment with the way he taught Sasuke. My reason for teaching Lee the 8 inner gates is personal. Just like me, Lee had no skills in Jino ninjutsu, but he had the strongest desire to become a splendid shinobi. He reminded me so much of myself that I felt compelled to help him succeed. Gay said seriously, slightly clenching his fists as he proudly looked at his protege, Guy Sensei. What are these 8 inner gates you keep referring to? Shino asked, curiously turning his head so he could look at the spandex. The jounin was wearing his glasses, reflecting a shine, almost as if they were echoing his curiosity. I'm glad you asked that question. So youthful, Shino, the 8 gates limit the overall flow of chakra within a person's body. The idea of chakra gates comes from the body's limits on the functions that take place within it. This makes the body much weaker, but prevents the body from expiring or killing itself. Lee and I have gone through intense training so that we can learn to open these gates, allowing us to surpass our own unyouthful physical limits with each gate that is opened, explained Gay with his usual jovial attitude, returning in full force, causing Assam to break out in a sweat as he wondered if he was bipolar. Kiba let out an impressed whistle when he heard what Guy was telling them. Basically, every gate that opened made you stronger than you originally were. That gave Kiba perhaps his best idea since he had teamed up with Akamaru. Wait, so what happens when you open all 8 gates? You gain power that surpasses even box level shinobi, Gay replied with pride, with a beaming smile. But as quickly as it came, it was gone. But your body, too, will turn to ashes as your body is fried, Gay, he admitted with a slight frown, as no one had survived the opening of the last gate. The gening that had gathered in the stands were filled with seeing how strong one of their own was, showed them just how much work they had to do if they wanted to have any chance of surviving in the shinobi world combat field. Here I go, Lee whispered before taking off to an inhuman speed straight towards Gaara, who tried to use his sand to impede and possibly avoid Lee's charge, but to no avail. Lee flashed in front of Gaara, and with a quick upcut fueled by a large amount of chakra, Gaara was knocked into the air. Lee proceeded to punch Gaara hundreds of times while he was in the air. From point to point, the amount of pure energy burning in Lee left a visible path in the air for where he and Gaara traveled, and large splash marks marking where Gaara and Lee stopped and where he attacked. The inhuman attack continued for most of the next moment, leaving the crowd enthralled by the talents displayed by the bushy-browed genin. With a cry of determination and pain in equal parts, Lee finished the forbidden reverse lotus taijutsu with a closed hand strike and a kick at the same time, sending Gaara spiraling towards the ground with a fierce bang that sounded like a gunshot floating in the air. Lee's red skin tone faded to a much more normal skin complex, with sweat dripping down his temples. The strain of technique was evident on Lee's face. The entire crowd began to speak in a whisper that had mixed into an indistinguishable noise. Not that he heard anything. His vision and all his senses were focused solely on the teenager with the kanji parlab on his head. Nothing else mattered. Falling to the ground was too much for Lee's battered body, and he collapsed on his chest, panting heavily, while keeping one eye on the place of Gaara's impact. Lee groaned. He could feel several of his muscles being torn in various places on his body, but he knew the consequences of using the reverse lotus. Slowly, the silhouette of a short teenager appeared in the cloud of dirt and rocks and walked through the veil, and to the surprise of most, it was Gaara, and he seemed to not have a scratch. Lee stood in a state of disbelief as he looked at Gaara, who smiled maliciously at his bewildered opponent, It was then that everyone saw that there was sand falling from the Gaara's body, splintered in the places where Gaara was hit the most, but in those places was Gaara's immaculate skin. The sand armor finally fell to the ground around Gaara's feet, with small red spots covering the grains of sand. Lee couldn't believe his eyes. Not only had he dedicated himself to hitting Gaara with his best and strongest attack, but Gaara showed no signs of discomfort. Lee felt the fumes he was already exhausting begin to dry. Lee growled lightly as the Jinchuriki, sand, the brown hair began to swirl around, as if he wasn't happy with what he had just tried to do to Gaara, but he shrugged it off, falling back into a very weak form of his taijutsu style. Lee bit back a moan as his torn muscles shifted to accommodate what he had forced them to do. Cockpit combat. Why is there all that red in the sand? I don't see any open wounds on Gareo, asked Narumi, as she looked at the sand at the Sunagakure Genin's feet with an intensity that Naruto produced naturally. Everyone took a closer look at what Narumi had pointed out and also wondered what was going on. Yuna, who had a sneaking suspicion as to what the red spots were, looked at the only person she knew who could see what it was. Naruto. Can you see what that is, Naruto? San asked Yuna, as she looked at the teen with the crow on his shoulder, hoping he would answer, or she would feel really awkward trying to talk to him. Naruto's Sharingan spun lazily as she looked towards the sand already, and what was the red in Gaara's sand? Naruto slowly turned to look at Yuna, with his Sharingan still swirling, ignoring the fact that everyone else was still staring at him. Yuna fought back the red that threatened to flood her cheeks as Naruto began to speak. That's not blood, but traces of yokai. Naruto said plainly before turning back to the yokai. Field Choi paused momentarily to question the word Naruto had used, but it was clear that Naruto wouldn't be the one to Fu answered Yujito Samui. And Yuna looked at Choji Shikamaru, who looked at them with questioning looks. You don't know what yokai is? Yokai is basically chakra from a demon, usually a tailed beast. It's the origin. Yujito informed the clueless part of the cabin that included more than Choji Shikamaru. It was a matter that Yujito knew a lot about, having one of those so-called demons sealed inside his stomach. Battlefield. He watched helplessly as the sand flew towards him, but his pride would not allow him to leave the match. As much as the proctor seemed to ask, Lee tried to throw a staggering punch at the sand, but the sand transformed its shape to project around his forearm. Lee wearily looked at Gaara's open hand and did his best to glare at his opponent. The action only seemed to amuse Gaara, and with a quick squeeze of his hand, Lee could feel his right forearm breaking in multiple places. Lee's hand split open in a silent scream, but the fuzzy-browed genin still held on stubbornly to his conscience. Watch as the sand runs red with your blood, Gaara asked in a calm voice that had an undertone of bloodlust within the deep sound. He closed his eyes in resignation, refusing to give up as the sand continued to slowly swarm around his body up to his neck. Gaara began to close his fingers and could feel the pressure slowly beginning to increase. But before Lee could compress himself under the sand, there was an explosion of sand. Once the sand, he turned back to Gaara's person. There stood Gay with his arm outstretched and a serious look on his face. That's enough. I won't let you hurt my precious student anymore, Gay, he said with such devotion and love it made the emotionless Gaara shudder as he looked at Gay with a questioning look, wondering why he would do something like that for someone who was weak and not for himself. Another voice whispered to love, but it wasn't the voice Gaara called Mother. It was a much softer voice that he hadn't heard before. Gaara watched as Guy went to check on the unconscious, but still standing Rogel clutched his head to try and stifle the confusing thoughts that assaulted his headwinner by default. Gaara Sabaka. Gaara acknowledged nothing as he walked back into the cabin, still holding his head in his sand, whipping violently. As if echoing the storm of emotions he was feeling, each person walked away from the obvious danger of the Gaara arena. As the aforementioned boy looked at each and every person who seemed to walk away, only further intensifying the emotions that Gaara had thought he was locked away. The only two in the cabin that bothered us were Naruto, who never broke his calm demeanor, and Suisei, as he knew Naruto was there. Gaara's blank white eyes that were blank to anyone else were desperate as they met Naruto's calm red Sharingan. Gaara's eyes widened momentarily as his hands fell to his side, and his sand also calmed down. The auburn-haired Jinchuriki couldn't describe it, but he felt a strange sense of serenity run through him. Field of combat. Karui instantly unleashed her fury, powered by the sword. From the moment the supervisor had started the fight, not wanting to be cut in half, Naomi quickly ran to her left as the shining steel of Karu's sword, and as she went in a downward slash, Naomi felt the pressure of having her older brother watching her cut. It was this pressure that incubated the idea that if she was to show her skill with the wind, maybe she could convince Naruto to help her hone her affinity for wind. Naomi swung backwards, using her natural flexibility to lean back, so that Karui's sword passed harmlessly by the front of her face. Naomi swept away a pebble as she dragged her hand along the ground with a small smile as she dodged a follow-up slash from her red-headed companion. Naomi kicked Karui in the hands, causing the Kuno and Shikuma to wince and step back momentarily, flicking her wrist. The daughter of Lokage sent the pebble she had taken past Kui's ear, confusing the girl as to why her opponent used a rock against her. However, when her amber eyes turned to where Naomi was, all she could see was a column of smoke filling the air. Her interrogation ended when there was a strong impact on her ribs, and then she fell backwards. Karui managed to stop her momentum by burying her sword in the ground. She replaced it with that rock after throwing it, knowing that I wouldn't think anything of a small stone. Karui growled to herself as she pulled her sword out of the ground and placed it in its rightful place on her back. Karui knew that focusing on Kenjutsu, like her fellow Omoi, was probably hindering her shinobi career, but that didn't mean she didn't learn a few jutsu to help her out of sticky situations like the one she found herself in against one of Konoha's princesses. Going through a series of seals, Karui put her hands on the ground and shouted resolutely, "Lightning release!" Shocking inspiration. The lightning release technique rushed towards Naomi with surprising speed. However, Naomi had prepared herself from the moment Karui began her signs with a chakra-enhanced jump. Naomi and flew upwards with her hands together in front of her face, hiding the smile. She was wearing wind release, changing currents. The wind began to flow in one direction, which made Karui believe that a blow would come from there. But when the opportunity seemed perfect, the wind changed direction at a much faster speed. This continued to Karu's agitation and paranoia, and until Naomi placed a palm on the back of her other hand, releasing the wind twister playground. Naomi screamed with a small smile, as she didn't think she would ever have enough time to perform this jutsu. But it seemed Karui was more than happy to give her the time she needed. The wind began to form into a circular wall of wind around the Chink Kumobikure sword, and soon the pressure became too much for Karui to stand. If her mind had been clearer, she would have remembered that she could channel chakra to the soles of her feet. Karui began to be Ada from a section of the tornado, raising her body with each expulsion of the tornado. I didn't want to show off so much anymore, but I needed it so that maybe my skill could convince Nissen to help me continue my training so that I can use this movement without needing my first jutsu. Plus, I could spend time with him. Naomi, she thought with a truly happy smile. As the tornado began to dissipate, Karui fell on her back with a series of cuts scattered across her body and her trusty sword in plain sight. Naomi reached into her pouch and threw a kunai at the fallen Karui. The crowd gasped, believing that Naomi was killing someone in cold blood, but sighed in relief when the kunai landed next to Karui's head. The supervisor approached Karui and saw that she was unconscious and no longer in a position to fight, making a sign to the doctors to come and take Kui away. The supervisor stood up and sent a small nod to Naomi, telling the redhead everything she needed to know. Naomi began to walk away, not really wanting the praise of the public that had fallen so low in her eyes over the course of the tournament. Meanwhile, the crowd cheered enthusiastically as one of their own defeated a foreign ninja, the most vocal, of course, being a very proud Motherbox Booth. Your daughter is quite powerful, or Kaj Dano. Always it's nice to see a strong kunoichi emerge in the world's first female Cage, said as she smiled as she watched the young Namek Uzumaki walking back towards the cabin holding the Jinin. May at first, she was intrigued by Kuratsuchi, who could use Inton like she did, but he was too arrogant for her liking. Minato nodded with a small smile on his face as his father persona took over his village leader persona by the moment. Yes, it is both. Or however, I was surprised that he had time to perform a jutsu that required him to use his final jutsu. That was something we didn't count on, Minato admitted with a small smile as he began to return his role as the Okage. That girl Karui was a fool to sit there and allow her opponent to create a jutsu to defeat her. If it was an uncontrolled environment, she could have easily been killed. The Kaj said sternly with his arms crossed over his chest, ignoring the look penetrating that the stubborn Raikage was giving him. If the Raikage didn't like the truth, then he was just as dumb as his genin. And that was the Kajinoki's thought process. Nodded his head with a pleasant hum as he watched as Karu was taken to the medics, where she would be, until she woke up from her bout of unconsciousness. Watching an enemy prepare to defeat you is definitely not a quality in shunning, which in some cases is a team leader. This only served to fuel the Raikage's gaze. But even as she cheered for her home, she couldn't deny the words of her fellow shinobi. T is next isn't TS Shikage, Dano asked me an obvious question just to try and ease the tense atmosphere that was starting to build up around the 5Kai level Neen. The Sandin met Suchikage nodded with a small smile, as Yuna had proven her worth so far without even giving too much away, proving that she was using a shinobi's most powerful tool, the deception, that she is combat field. Fu looked at Yuna with a rather heated gaze, as she was aware of the blushing state the diving helmet-wearing kunoichi was in whenever Naruto looked at her. Fun wasn't sure personally why she felt such an ugly feeling when she saw how Yuna was acting, and it seemed like Chome had no comment on her behavior. Fu looked past Yuna and saw Naruto looking out at the field, but he didn't seem to be looking at anything in particular. The Jinshu Yuriki of Taki's men-hair had to win because he wanted to see Naruto kick his V teammate all over the arena. Yuna was also lost in her own thoughts on how this tournament could play out from the matchups to the final outcome. Eventually, her thoughts drifted to Naruto, and just the calm presence he seemed to create just by being present was what she was looking for in a man. Unlike most she had seen so far, the men in the tournament, they had a big problem with energy, arrogance, or bloodlust, but not the black-haired teenager with a Sharingan. There was nothing different, something she wanted to know. The idea of that brought a smile Serena to the kunoichi Hakur. However, they both knew that for any progress to continue, they had to get through the person in front of them. And that is what they would do. Yuna's moved forward and threw a moderately fast punch, wanting to test how was the reaction time of Fu and Fun. She was not one to disappoint as she nimbly moved her feet back, avoiding the fist from touching her face. Yuna smiled behind the cage at the front of the helmet and threw a faster punch like a corkscrew that hit with a thud. However, that solid hit was due to Fu having raised her elbow to block the shocking blow of Yuna's fist. Fu, seeing Yuna's smiling face, couldn't help but smile too, as not many of the Jin and Chunin could keep up with her. But here was another kunoichi that only made her the experience was much more pleasant for the Nanabai. Jinchuriki. Fu raised his knee, but stopped when his opponent from a Wagakure blocked the advance with both hands. Using his new free hands, Fu threw a hook at Yuna's throat, not wanting to hit his hand or knuckles against the helmet Yuna was wearing. Yuna quickly raised a hand to catch the incoming fist, which caused a smile from the orange-eyed girls. Her other fist was approaching on the opposite side. The smile quickly changed from face as Yuna also easily blocked the second attack. Fu growled as Yuna refused to let go of her fists and did something she shouldn't have. Fu, without thinking, slammed her forehead into the part of the helmet just above the cage, which caused looks of dizziness to appear in both girls' eyes. It was because she had directly attacked the helmet, and Yuna, because her head clattered into the helmet, and the loud sound of Fu's head assaulting the helmet echoed in the enclosed space. Chome wasn't sure if he was supposed to laugh at the idea obvious from Fu. Shook her head the stupidity, so in the end she settled with a huge drop of sweat on the back of her beetle head. Both girls oriented themselves almost at the same time and looked at each other with much more serious faces than before. Okay, that wasn't one of my brighter moments during a fight, Fu muttered to herself with a small shake of her head, trying to chase away the light ring that filled her ears. Yuna brought her hands to the sides of her helmet and sighed as she felt the tubes. They were still housed in the docking ports on the hull. Yuna lowered her hands and pushed her back foot towards Fu, taking the mint-haired teen by surprise, and in that state of shock, Fun was unable to counter as Yuna buried her foot straight towards where Chome was sealed, causing Fu Diera to painfully growl. With a slight frown, Fu grabbed Yuna's arm and spun her around twice, causing the Yagik Jining to scream in surprise as his world spun around and around. The spinning cycle Fu was in creating brought back the vertigo from the clattering helmet, making Yuna unable to stick the landing, causing her to fall across the field. Fu quickly caught up to her opponent, and before she could recover, delivered a hard right jab straight to Yuna's stomach, making her grimace and step away as a second punch landed on the ground where she was below. Yuna stood up and massaged the hit area with a small frown, but there was a competitive fire in her dark gray eyes. She would give it to her opponent in a heartbeat. Minhair was agile and could hit with a good amount of pop behind her blows, but so were Yuna's attacks, and Fu could attest to that by the way his instincts felt after the few hits Yuna had given him during their exchange. Both fighters came to the same conclusion that a taijutsu fight would just be a waste of energy with no winner known for sure. Yuna smiled at her opponent, dusting off her clothes with an air of confidence around her that made Fu's hair stand on end, but she didn't act on the feeling. She simply waited. Yuna, looking at her opponent, she rolled her shoulders and smiled. "Why don't we make a little better? 'Cause I'm really tired of not going anywhere." And quickly Yuna offered, getting a small nod from Fu, who felt the same, but hadn't vocalized it. Yet the more excited members of the audience edged closer to the edge of their seats to see what the talented kunoichi would show them. Combat booth. "Those two sure know what they're doing with their fists," said Shikamaru, watching the impressive hand-to-hand combat between the two kunoichi. Although normally the heir of Nara would use the time to get some sleep, he thought it would be better to keep an eye on the potential fighters. Although there was something else, they are quite formidable in their own right. Chujuro agreed, returning to his more timid side that he frequented when he was off the battlefield. One would think that being one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would bring confidence or even arrogance, not a shy and passive attitude. If the kunoichi of our village trained half as hard as those two, instead of trying to get some guy's attention, then maybe he would admit that allowing them to be shinobi was not a mistake. But until that day comes, Naruto remained silent, receiving a small giggle from Aku Yujito and facepalms from his sisters, who were embarrassed to be part of the kunoichi class of this generation in their village. "Yes, fangirls are not cool," Samui added calmly with a small frown, remembering the few fangirls there were in Kyumo, but not on the level of the amount of girls and boys fans of the Hidden Leaf. Thankfully, Gaara, who was standing to the side, continued to cast glances at Naruto, ignoring his mother's rants in favor of looking at the riddle of the tournament. Naruto, who was aware of Gaara's eyes, ignored them for the moment in favor of watching the fight. Combat field. Water release. Violent wave of water. Fu's mouth opened wide as a swirling tide of water headed straight for Yuna. Yuna watched as the water ran the first few meters on the ground before leaping high into the air, still grounded on the ground, creating a large roaring wave of water. Yuna leaped back, checking the hand signs for a counterattack technique in response to Zu's offensive Hutu water release water camp, while Yuna screamed as a cylindrical wall of water shot out of the ground around Yuna, spinning to keep her. The wave crashed into the wall, and the two fountains of water created a light mist that splashed onto the crowd. The wave of water spilled out as the wall proved too powerful, and then the waves separated around the water wall, leaving a Mizu unseen for Alum. The Jutsu faded away in a stream of purple smoke from the top of her water wall. Fu, who was too pleased at seeing his jutsu lose to Yuna's, wasn't paying attention as Yuna formed directly behind the Jinchuriki. "What are we watching?" Yuna asked with a mischievous smile, making Fu tense up as she felt Yuna standing directly behind her. Fu tried to turn around, but when she heard what Yuna said next, she knew it was too much. "Water release shot!" Fu screamed as the concentrated orb of water launched her from behind her shoulders and through the air straight into one of the stadium walls. Yuna waited to see if her opponent would crash or if she could right herself before the wall did it for her. Just when it seemed like it would be the last thing something Yuna didn't, she was expecting it to happen. It happened just before Fu could crash in a wall. A pair of green wings sprouted from her back and flapped, preventing her from sending her crashing into the stadium wall. Fu thanked Chomei as she turned to look at Yuna. With a frown etched on her face, the crowd stood in awe as they watched the mint-haired kunoichi begin to float with the help of Komiai's wings. However, Fu knew that if the villagers knew she was holding a beast like Naruto, they would also clamor for her head, as was typical of people who feared what they couldn't understand. Yuna looked at the forest, at the green wings that were currently emerging from the back of her Takigeki, her opponent, with a scrutinizing gaze. It was then that it clicked, and she realized that she was actually fighting a Jinchuriki. Anson told me about tailed beasts and which village had which ones at the time. If she has the 7-tailed beetle sealed inside her, then I can't exchange jutsu with her, or I will survive. I need to finish this, but I need to get closer. What could be a problem with its flight? Yuna adopted a much more serious expression, now fully realizing who she was dealing with. Nanabai's secret art first hive following Fu's order, which was basically the order of the great insect. Chome, the small insects, swarmed around Yuna, trying to beat the small life forms from the air. Fu let a small smile appear on his face, because those small bugs were not parasites. Normal chakras were also created with a unique poison that would knock out their opponent, causing the fight to come to an end. She smiled contentedly as she saw Yuna fall to the ground, but then her bugs fell dead as if a small bomb hit them. However, luckily one bug survived and returned to Fu. With futile results, the bugs died because the properties of their chakras are greater than poisonous. Their Komiai's urgent voice was turned off at the last moment in favor of Yuna's voice, who was suddenly behind her and too close for comfort. We took away the focus from our opponent. Well, that's nonsense. Fu then felt two fingers touch the back of her neck at its base, and then the mitt. Hair Jinchuriki's world darkened, her wings dissipated as her body shut down, and her mind wandered into the realm of unconsciousness. Yuna landed on the ground lightly, with a small sweat adorned on her forehead from the jutsu she had to use in the fight, but she managed to save enough to the next few rounds. The proctor came over to find that Fu was out. Unlike when Yuna faked it moments before the final attack, winning by knockout, Yuna Nara combat field minutes later. Narumi stood looking at her classmate with a small smile, already knowing how gentle the boy's soul was. The blonde-haired Kunoichi knew he was probably already having his doubts about fighting her, and the reason he made it to this round was because the idiot Choji fought the previous round. He called him fat. Narumi almost laughed at the memory of the match. It was to see Taki's boy from Choji's righteous wrath. Narumi let out a small sigh before looking at Choji with a much more serious look. Choji, I know you don't want to fight me, and I don't want to fight you, so please give up. Choji looked down at his bag of chips, his lips pursed into a straight line as he contemplated the offer made to him. It was true that he didn't wish to hurt any of his comrades. It was always that way, even since the academy. Besides, the young Akimichi wasn't even sure he could beat Lokage's daughter. It was in these kinds of situations that Choji really missed Shikamaru's absence. Plus, he wasn't even sure he could reach the rank of Chunin this year, because even his clan's techniques were lacking. I don't know. She just needs a little push, Naruni thought with a small internal smile that hid behind a calm face. That smile would even make Naruto when he was in his Joker mode. He felt proud of his sister Narumi. He was going through a small list of things that might tempt the snack-loving boy. He stopped dead in his tracks when he realized he was actually thinking about what he needed to tempt the snack-loving shinobi. I'm sure Asuma-sensei promised you a barbecue in exchange for winning your first round match. Wouldn't you want to go there and enjoy your reward as soon as you can, instead of being stuck in a medical room where they don't let you eat your eyes out? They opened wide as he realized the dire consequences of being trapped inside a hospital bed. Not only would he not be able to eat, but he would also have to wait to go to his precious barbecue. His hands tightened slightly on his bag of chips, receiving a small smile from Narumi as she saw how the gears were turning in Choji's mind. Narumi stood there patiently waiting for the decision of Akimichi Aleg's heir, just like the supervisor, since it had not yet been made. Move since the two comrades were being rather friendly. All right, Proctor-san, I'm giving up the match, Choji said with a small smile, obviously not all that hit by the loss. The entire stadium sat in absolute silence at Choji's rather easy way of giving up the match. Even the Kunoichi acting as supervisor looked at Akimichi as if he had grown a second head, and that head belonged to Orochimaru. Every soul thought, how could he pass up the chance to prove himself? The only person who didn't seem surprised was the Nara in the competition, who wore a fond smile as he shook his head slightly. The supervisor was the first to break the commotion that had fallen upon the stadium, but not before giving Choji a small, incredulous look. Winner by verbal surrender. Nuramin Mick Uzumaki in the stands. Did that just happen? The snake lady asked in shock, even stopping from eating her dango, so she could try to figure out if what happened was real. Best friend Karina, and she wasn't so sure either, and even thought about checking if it was a Genjutsu Kusina. However, she couldn't help herself as she started bursting out laughing, even going as far as to grab her ribs as her body shook with laughter. Although it may have seemed like Narumi was trying to help Choji, all she really did was save her from a fight and conserve chakra. That's my girl Asuma picked up a new cancer fighting stick, replacing the one that fell to the dirty ground when Choji quit. Without moving a finger, shaking his head, the bearded Jounin knew it was a mistake to promise his student a barbecue before they were even done fighting. What can you do, Asuma? Heaved a sigh with a small shrug. Sakura was laughing, but not at Choji. She wasn't laughing at her rival having such a dumbfounded expression, wiping the imaginary tear from her eye. With her one good hand, Sakura turned to the Yamanaka heiress with a sly smile. So that's your teammate Hayo. Oh, that's Rich. The platinum blonde-haired Kunoichi's eyebrow began to twitch. Hearing her rival's words, she couldn't help but scoff in disgust. It was also anger that made the words she hadn't uttered in a long time come out of her mouth. Shut up, Ballard brow. Sakura Jade's eyes opened wide before her hair darkened good hand clenched into a fist as she spoke. Don't shut up and pig. And just like that, the two of them were face to face. I growled at each other. Combat field. Aku fell silent, watching as Samui pulled out his weapon of choice, the Tanto, and swung it a few times under the intense spotlight of the sun. Aku watched in silence, not intimidated by the display, but silently admitting that it was cool. Aku responded in kind, drawing the handle of Snowfall. This action caught the attention of Luno Chick Kumobikure as she watched as a long, slightly curved sword sprouted from the hilt. Samui allowed a frown to grace her beautiful face as she saw that she was already at a disadvantage. The sword here was longer and could be augmented with chakra. Samui decided to try a nasty tactic means is an expert with the sword. Challenging me would definitely lead to your defeat. Aku looked at his blonde opponent with a slight tilt of his head, as she didn't seem like she was very much the arrogant type. It didn't have to be. He didn't want to have to deal with the challenges Snuff provided him. Aku shook his head with a pleasant smile, putting his left foot in front of his right foot with his sword extended as a katana. Could never stand up to Zabuza if he gave up so easily like Choji had done minutes before. I'm sorry, Sanui, but I could never give up that easily. Zabuzama would never forgive me for taking that way out. Samui nodded and sped up towards who had already begun his swing, almost cutting Samui in the abdomen, but the blonde Kunoichi managed to stop all his momentum. Aku smiled, ignoring Samui's displeased expression, opting to step forward with a downward slash with her sword made of ice. Samui stopped the ice sword with her Tanto, holding its metal blade against the base of the ice nature weapon. Growling lightly, Samui attacked with a swift kick to use midsection. Aku's eyes looked down the moment Samui's foot began to move, giving the ice Kunoichi plenty of time to dodge. The blonde from Kyumo decided she would take the attack to the crow-haired girl from the village. Hidden in the mist, a swift slash of the short blade towards the long ice blade was blocked easily. But Samui had another trick ready this time. A sudden charge of electricity ran through the blade, breaking through the ice and cutting through Yu's forearms as he blocked his torso from being stabbed. Aku shook off the tingling sensation in his arms in favor of channeling his chakra back into Snowfall, creating an exact copy of his first weapon. Aku lowered his sword again, assuming the ready stance. Once more, Samui's eyes narrowed at his opponent, confused as to why recreate the same weapon when the outcome was obvious. Shrugging that thought, Samui pressed on, but this time ready to score one more debilitating blow. Her lightning-charged Tanto descended towards the ice blade, but just before the weapons came into contact, SNFs changed. The sword turned into a snowy breeze, and the wind killed the lightning charge, and the ice crystals cut into Samui's upper arms. The two Kunoichi shared a relatively heated look before calm began going through the hand seals. Simultaneously, Naruto's Sharingan looked around in a momentary stupor, not finding a combat field but a crimson stone poster. Looking up, Naruto saw the same dim crimson light diluted in the air, and Naruto knew exactly where his mindscape was. Of course, his resident demon had something he needed to tell him. Naruto began to walk through the dimly lit halls with a small suspension. I guess I'll see what the Kyuubi need me. It didn't take long for Naruto to reach the familiar cage the Kyuubi resided in. Naruto stood there silently as the large slashed orbs came to life. The raven-haired shinobi stood there motionless, waiting for the large fox to reveal himself. A loud laugh made the sewer water jump out lightly, soaking his cloak, earning him a frown. Naruto was glad the water didn't have any sort of stench. Naruto asked, a little annoyed. He was about to miss a fight, promising a difference from the previous ones. Tell me, Kobe, why did you call me the Kyuubi? I could feel Naruto's irritation. He just laughed a little harder and longer than he would have under normal circumstances. The three tails of the Kyuubi swayed in what Naruto you would guess was amusement. A terrifying white stripe pointed out the Kyuubi's malicious grin. Oh, please, I've been watching those pesky flies fight. There was almost nothing entertaining in this little show anyway. I have some information that may or may not Naruto raise an eyebrow, as this was a new interaction with the Kabai after months of on and off conversation. Never had the Kabai been forthcoming with information, no Naruto would have to go ask if the Kabai had anything that could be useful. Noticing he might have to return this for a favor, Naruto decided to take this gift they were giving him. Okay, then what is it? Naruto asked, easily forgetting his irritation. One of my brothers, so to speak, has been reincarnated into this world, and by the meaning of it, I would say it was the three tails, said the Kyuubi, with one eye open looking at Naruto to see what the reaction of his pseudo-container would be. As the Kyuubi expected, the only visible reaction from Naruto was a soft nod. Naruto nodded, taking the information, because clearly there were several. But the problem was where the Sambi would appear. Do you have an idea where the Sambi could be? Asked Naruto, curiously, since the Kyuubi was like a vast wealth of knowledge, and it didn't hurt to try dipping his hand into it. The Kyuubi growled, lightly closing his other, letting his tails fall to the ground, almost giving off the vibe that he had suddenly fallen asleep. Naruto waited patiently as the Kyuubi began to think about his question. Well, when a tailed beast reappears, it's like a brief beacon flash for the other boo before we fall into hibernation for us to regain our power. When us tailed beasts get reincarnated, we often show up at the place where we're most in tune according to nature. So I think Turtle will be somewhere aquatic. Naruto closed his eyes and thought about that comment. It was very clear to the shinobi that the three tails would return to the world within the land of water. But unfortunately, Naruto did not have any kind of influence within that land. Naruto shrugged gently, as maybe with time he would, but now he did not believe that the Biju's sensing power was really convenient. But why complain about that then? What can I do for you? Naruto asked, opening his two red eyes, causing the Kyuubi to look directly at Naruto. Well, you can change the mental landscape of this sewer to something more hospitable, because as shocking as it may be, I don't always wish to see how your life unfolds. The Kyuubi snorted, forcing himself to put a little venom behind his words, getting a light chuckle from Naruto. Nodding, Naruto took a step back and sat in a meditative position to concentrate his mental energy. The Kyuubi watched as the bars slowly crashed against the ground and water slowly trickled down. Green grass grew across the field, followed by a vast forest growing in the background. The flat ground the two were standing on began to rise into the sky, creating a large hill where the Kyuubi was now basking in the sun. Naruto focused on creating some minor details within the forest for the Kyuubi to enjoy later there. I hope you enjoy your temporary home. The Kyuubi growled and lashed his tail at Naruto's abdomen. Naruto, but moved as if Naruto was intangible, something that happened often in the mindscape. The Kyuubi couldn't harm Naruto unless Naruto openly agreed to confrontation. Get out of here, we've been here too long, and now you're needed out. And with that, Naruto was forcibly ejected from the mindscape, much to Naruto's amusement, knowing fully well that the Kyuubi just didn't want to show positive emotions. Naruto cooing combat. Cockpit. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he heard that feminine scream. Coming back to reality, Naruto looked to see everyone in the cockpit staring at him, but it was Sue who caught up to him through the soul link. Naruto, Kuin, it's your turn to fight, Suisei, he repeated, wondering what had happened to his teammate. But that could be explained later. Naruto looked out at the field to see Fu's teammate with the blue scar squinting at him, and Naruto's eyes narrowed. Naruto jumped over the railing with his is and perched on his shoulder, something that didn't bother Naruto one bit. Naruto, he ignored the glare of the boy with the scarf around his misshapen jaw in favor of silent stoicism. Suisei laughed through the link, seeing how angry his opponent was getting thanks to Naruto's cool personality. The proctor asked if Shirku was ready, which earned him an immediate nod, and when the same question came to Naruto, he just glared at the Takin. The proctor took the silence as a yes and started the match and jumped away, wanting to stay away from Uchiha. I can finally repay you for what you made me in that stupid tower. You thought you were cool, but all you did was catch me by surprise. That why this time will be so different. This time, you'll be begging at my feet in front of the entire world. Shirku's arrogance was not muffled by the scarf that muffled his voice. Naruto shook his head as Shirku began to channel his chakra into his seals, but Naruto didn't move a muscle. Just before Shirku could finish the series of signs. Naruto looked at Shirku with the cold blue eyes he had seen before. You are you fool think I got lucky? Because you are infused with our abilities you pose no threat, even with whatever abilities you may have acquired. Naruto spoke calmly. But the words cut Shirku off, causing the boy to even stop his jutsu just before it was completed. Get ready, Kyuubi. Let's go with it, Naruto said mentally after using one of Itachi's favorite tactics to stop Shirku. Itachi had always used false arrogance to get into his enemy's head, but somewhere along the way, he had to stop Shirku. Deep inside his being, Naruto truly believed what he had said. Shirku growled at Naruto, who ignored him in favor of creating 20 Kai Bunin without even using a hand sign. The shinobi in the crowd were amazed that Naruto could split his chakra evenly 20 times without appearing fatigued. The shadow clones surrounded Shirku in a tight circle, and Shirku, tense believing he was about to be attacked, all the clones dissipated at the same time, creating a massive wave of smoke that spread out the field. Naruto ran towards the crowd with his cursed eyes active, so he could see through the smoke screen. The entire crowd waited to see what was going to come out of the smoke. Finally, the smoke cleared, and Shirku and Lesso was standing in the middle of a complex series of symbols and kanji. Those in the crowd familiar with the art of sealing could see the words with Hector meant and imprison, but still some of the things remained illegible even to Minato. Jiraiya, and to a lesser extent Kusina. Naruto jumped back a few meters from the sealing array and held a single hand seal, channeling his genuine hybrid swirl shadow style chakra palace of nightmares. The world around Shirku changed from a stadium to a replica of Konoha. Overnight, Shirku looked around. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion and several buildings caught fire, creating a large inferno. Shirku looked around, panicking as people began to run in a frenzy, confusing Shirku. That was when a massive shadow took over the space he was standing and looking up. Shirku gulped. When he looked up, he was greeted by the enormous stature of the Kyuubi, smiling maniacally at him. Shirku stepped back a few meters before standing up and running away with a large number of Konoha citizens. The Kyuubis laughed darkly and began to walk through the village, creating a large amount of destruction. Shirku looked up, hoping to find something that would save him, but all he saw was a dark sky. But this sky was not dark. Because of the night, it was not obscured by the ash and smoke of a burning cone. He could feel his body physically expressing his fear through the cold sweat on his body, and the hammering of his heart inside his chest. Looking back only created a faster beating as he stared straight into the red eyes of the Kyuubi as it came closer and closer. Despite his terrified screams for the monster of destruction to stop, Shirku allowed a smile to creep across his face as he saw the massive gates of Konoha. His escape just a few feet away. Just as he was about to escape the nightmare, his body was suddenly forced back by an invisible force, knocking the teen onto his. But Shirku felt his throat go dry as he heard the monstrous laughter behind him, making his heart stop just a beat. Standing up, Shirku stumbled backwards, the invisible wall holding him upright. As the Kyuubi, he smiled evilly at the boy who hated demons and how much he would enjoy this. The Kyuubi pulled out his paw and let it float above his head, absolutely terrifying the boy below him. Then, at an inhuman speed, a single claw shot forward, impaling the boy in the stomach slowly. The Kyuubi raised his claw, cutting Shirku in half, creating a huge pool of blood and organs. As the world faded away, the evil laughter of the Kyuubi was the last sound in the nightmare world. Combat field. Naruto and the rest of the crowd watched as Shirku stood there in the middle of his glowing seal. Soon the crowd watched as a cold sweat became visible on his exposed skin, which continued to grow more intense. Then, to the surprise of everyone watching besides Naruto, Shirku fell spitting blood all over the seal on the ground. The entire crowd fell into a deathly silence as the supervisor rushed to approach the teenage Taki. The expression on his face turned serious as the chest of the teenager stopped climbing. Standing, the supervisor faced the crowd with the same expression on his face. Winner by death, Naruto Namek Uzuma Uchiha Information Palace of Nightmares. The user uses a varying amount of complex seals and kanji to trap anyone within the seal within a prison of their choosing. The damage to the person in the jutsu is transferred to their body and affects them internally. The only way to break the jutsu was to destroy the array with an infusion of foreign chakra and master the Chakra Source winner by death Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki Uchiha, and there was absolute silence inside the Chunin exam stadium as everyone stared at Naruto, who was staring blankly at the corpse in front of him. Naruto waited for the seal to fade before heading to the booth for the remaining fighters with his ISE still perched happily on his shoulder. The civilians in the crowd, who were filled with intolerance, mocked the demon's display, while the neutral and pro-Naruto civilians simply looked apprehensive. The Genin in the stadium looked down at Taki's dead, Genin mostly with a deep frown as the reality of the ninja world hit them full force. The more experienced shinobi, however, were very curious as to what Naruto had just done, especially Kusina, who heard the name of the technique as Naruto walked up the steps of the dark staircase, shook her head, but it wasn't clear if it was out of amusement or annoyance. Kobe, I think you just caused me more trouble with that amusement. Yours, Naruto spoke mentally, but there was no disdain or annoyance in his voice, something the QB noticed. Naruto knew that a certain orange-eyed girl was enjoying what the foolish shinobi Taki had just gone through. Oh, but you told me that that realm was where I had free reign, and I decided to be the executioner anyway. That fleshy bag was nothing but trash, and I hate demons. Oh yeah, I definitely enjoyed showing you a real demon. Naruto ignored the deep chuckle of his resident demon as he walked back into the cabin, ignoring all attention on Naruto, turned back to the railing. When Yujito walked by, she gave Naruto a scowl, probably not happy that he killed the boy. The reaction Naruto got from the son Jinchuriki was polar opposite. There was a gleam of approval in those pale eyes of his. Naruto blinked his cold blue eyes when he sensed someone standing next to him, but he didn't say anything since he wasn't the one who wanted to talk. What was that? Naruto san, if you don't mind me asking. The voice he recognized as the girl Yuna from IWA, he added timidly when he realized it was another. Naruto looked at the diving helmet the Kunoichi was wearing with his eyebrow arched behind his hanging bangs. It was a technique that belonged to the Uzumaki, but then again, he doubted anyone in the exam could replicate even half of what was required to do the technique. Its movement uses the seal to trap an enemy within a different universe using mental energies. Whatever happens in this reality happens to the body in our reality. That the boy died there. So he died here. Naruto's voice was sharp, sending shivers down the spine of every Genin left in the cabin, wondering what Naruto had come up with for the now deceased shinobi. Taki Naruto smirked as he could see the effect his words had on his remaining competition. The mental war was just as important as the physical. Naruto idly rubbed the back of Suisei's neck with his finger as the proctor began the match between his fellow Jinchuriki Gaara's combat field. He stood there with a small smile as his arms slowly unfolded in front of his chest as he looked at the blonde Kunoichi from Kumogakure. His mother had told him that this girl was just like him. The reddish-brown-haired Jinchuriki knew then that he had to measure his existence with that of this girl. Then when he proved that his existence was stronger than hers, the blood would join the collection that saturated his sand. Then, and only then, could Gaara say that he was alive and that no one could eliminate him. His existence would be validated by the blood of his weary enemy. It would be a great injustice to describe how Yujito felt being around the mentally unstable Genin of the hidden sand. The Nib had said that the one Ta was always a little unstable and that it would most likely affect the young shinobi. The bloodlust that emanated from Gaara was physically disconcerting, and the feeling only intensified as he approached Gaara's epicenter. Yujito could vividly remember how Gaara tried to kill No. He has exterminated every single one of his opponents. So far, Yujito didn't want to have to be put in the situation where she was at the mercy of the bloodthirsty Jinchuriki. Channeling the necessary energy to her leg, Yujito struck first fire release extreme heat whip. Gaara's insipid eyes watched impassively as the stream of fire lashed towards him with murderous intent. Gaara didn't blink as sand flew out of his gourd and protected the young man from the heat, and burns. The attack would cause the chakra infused into the sand prevented the fire from turning the sand into glass. But Agara, in his maniacal battle mode, didn't care in the slightest. Once the sand was cleared from the shield, Gaara ordered him to run to quell his craving for his enemy's red life liquid, which the sand did faithfully. Yujito, as did the Hellcat seal within her only faced her opponent's sand-based attack. Sliding back as the sand was behind her, Yujito replaced herself, letting the sand crush the log that took Yujito's place. Speeding forward, Yujito tried to send a side kick towards Gaara's head, but a wall of sand interfered the cart, rolling backwards. Yujito saved her shin from turning into nothing as the sand tried to grab her leg. Yujito frowned. Seeing how formidable her opponent's defenses were was one thing to see it when she fought Lee, but another thing entirely to experience the sheer stopping power of the hand with the fist the ground behind Gaara that was now firmly crushed into a fine powdery sand was being manipulated by the youngest of the Sand Waterfall brothers for his next attack. Yujito watched as the sand rose into the sky. As the original sand returned to defend its owner, the cloud of sand formed above the head, and small clumps began to form that were projected in the drizzle cloud of sand. Then those clumps began to fall like small drops of rain falling on the blonde Jinchuriki. However, these small drops were much faster and proved deadly as they cut through the ground. Yujito growled as he began to signal for his next jutsu and counterattack the rain cloud sand style. Fire release Hellcat stream. A small jet of blue fire shot out of Yujito's mouth, swallowing the drizzle and continuing towards the cloud that stretched above. Yujito's blue eyes watched as some glass orbs fell from a stream of fire, breaking upon contact with the ground. The fire swirled a mantle of glass that glistened in the intense sunlight. Yujito jumped back to avoid being pierced by the falling jagged glass, while Gaara's sand simply caught him and threw him against the wall that was where the supervisor was making gunma. Jumped the sand from Gaara's personal reserve turned into a small shuriken in front of him, causing Yujito to tense in preparation for the next bombardment. The shuriken cut through the air with a speed alarmingly catching Yujito off guard, resulting in the cut that now streaked across her cheek. Now aware of the speed of the projectiles, Yujito made use of her flexibility to deftly dodge the deadly sand-based weaponry. Yujito growled lightly as Gaara had only taken maybe one step in the entire, while he had to be on the move almost constantly. It is indeed a fearsome defense. He doesn't even need to send it out to defend like he needs to do to attack. Yujito's slanted eyes narrowed at her. Gaara, trying to find some way to break that absolute defense he had heard about, the blonde knew that taijutsu wouldn't be possible, as the sand would crush any appendage that caught Jinjutsu. Although it was a viable option to defeat Gaara, and her tunnel vision was out of reach due to her status as a Jinchuriki, she didn't know Fuinjutsu like Naruto. So that left her with the ninjutsu fire release. Used flames. A small jet of fire came out of Yujito's mouth, spinning until it reached its point where it launched itself straight towards the sand defense. Gaara didn't even show any concern as a wall of sand rose in front of him, stopping the flames just a few meters from hitting him. Gaara's eyes widened momentarily as he saw the sand glow, but the Sunin acted quickly, reinforcing the sand before it could be destroyed. The sand leaked out, so Yujito could see the smile Gaara was showing, which made her raise an eyebrow out of curiosity. Kitten, get off. Without question, her partner Yujito got down on all fours like a cat, and not a moment later, the shuriken she had dodged earlier flew over her. The sand shuriken kept moving forward until it reached the auburn-haired boy's arena, where it harmlessly turned into the mother fountain. Yujito stood up and wiped the small amount of sweat that adorned her forehead, while Gaara just watched with a slight frown in the stands. Man, you two haven't even talked that much, and this is so damn intense, he yelled. Kiba, wiping his forehead with his sleeve, getting a nod from his teammates and a shout of agreement from his fellow ninja. Hound Kiba may be excited when it came to proving himself, but in this case, he was just glad he wasn't fighting Kiba. What did I say about your language, Karina? And he scolded, his loudmouth student causing them to cringe and gulp nervously. Having lived with a rough mother and an older sister, Kiba learned a healthy fear of women. Man, am glad I left of fighting after that Chojuro match. Would be too much trouble. Shikamaru retreated with a sigh, while watching as the Noops simply moved, ignoring the gaze of his blonde teammate, but decided not to say anything referring to a certain problematic blonde Shika. Why can't it be more like Ino's insult? In comparison, they were interrupted by an annoyed Shikamaru, who took his eyes off the clouds to turn to the Yamanaka, who was next to him like your Sasuke. They beat him in the first round and with ease. Shikamaru asked with a slight disgust on his mouth, and the mention of the most arrogant in the village caused a small giggle from Choji, who pulled out another bag of chips as he watched the competition progress. Ino frowned at her lazy friend, but couldn't deny that Sasuke was beaten pretty severely at everything he was thought to be good at. That brought up another question in her mind, and that was, who was Naruto really? Because it was clear that no one in the stadium knew what he was. Capable Naruto combat, Booth Naruto watched his fellow Jinchuriki with his analytical blue eyes as they exchanged jutsu, with no one coming to the top, while Yujito had the speed and flexibility to avoid Gaara's jutsu. Gaara had the pure stopping power to prevent Yujito from gaining an advantage, but he knew that Gaara was expelling less energy than Yujito because he had moved less, and his sand seemed to act on its own, possibly conscious. However, the despised shinobi knew that neither of them would run out of energy anytime soon, as they were both Jinchuriki. They looked pretty evenly matched. Narumi said out loud, watching the two shinobi going back and forth with their jutsu. The only real damage was the few superficial cuts from Gaara's sand shuriken, but they had since closed up. Naomi seemed to agree with them, and the nod she was making was somewhat indicating her opinion. It doesn't look like Yui Tozen is at a disadvantage here. Aku's soft voice caught the shinobi's attention in the cabin. Without Naruto, while it may seem like they are even, Yujito has been forced to use a lot more energy, while Gaara hasn't even been forced to take a step back. A look of understanding crossed the faces of most of the Genin as they recalled the fight. So far, well, this should be interesting. Then Yuna added with a small amount of emotion in her calm voice, combat field. Yujito shot forward with her claws extended so she wouldn't have to risk being absorbed by Gaara's sand. Swinging to the left and shuffling her feet, Yujito avoided a sand blast that Gaara sent after her just a few feet from reaching her opponent. Yujito lunged forward, but Gaara's sand counterattacked and swallowed her wrist before she could attempt to carve the grains of sand. Need your chakra around my arm before I break it, Yujito mentally screamed, getting the immediate response of a red cloak of yokai. Using the small strength boost granted by the malevolent energy, Yujito released her hand and set about slashing. Gaara frowned as once again the annoyance in front of him refused to let go of its existence. Gaara drew upon his entire personal reserve of sand and mixed it with the ground beneath him, multiplying the amount of sand he had at his disposal. Gaara moved his hands forward, and the wave of sand slowly crept forward. Endless sand tsunami. The crowd was in awe at the magnitude of the young Jinchuriki's jutsu as it threatened to crashing into Yujito. Yujito turned around and ran as fast as she could towards the back wall of the stadium. Getting close enough, Yujito jumped high over the wall and stuck to the surface with chakra in the soles of her feet. The dull roar of the sand crashing into the ground drowned out any of the small sounds coming from the cheering, not applauding members of the crowd. Yujito watched from the safety of as the sand washed over and crashed into the wall below her, sending out a strong vibration through his body. Little by little, the sandy dust sank back into the soul part of the ground, letting Yujito know that he always remained right below. Yujito flexed his hands and reinforced his claws with some chakra, making sure that they were strong enough for his next move, because if they weren't, he would be in a compromising situation. Channeling some extra chakra to his legs, Yujito kicked off the wall and towards Gaara with his claws together in front of his head. Claw in a spiral, Yujito's entire body began to spin clockwise. With each spin, the speed behind his body increased, as did the speed of the spin. The claws joined together to form a white torpedo-like tip that aimed and headed towards Gaara. The sand shield was fast enough to come to Gaara's defense, but the power and speed behind the spin pierced through the shield. Yujito smiled as he felt his claws dig into Gaara, but his celebratory smile was cut short when she heard a dark chuckle from Gaara. Yujito looked up, and her eyes went from confidence to alarm as she saw that she just managed to break Gaara's sand armor. The sand that Yujito broke swirled violently on either side of the Kumobikure Kuno chick and suddenly crashed into each side of her. Fortunately for Yujito, she managed to avoid the painful experience by flipping back and out of the close range of Gaara and his sand, panting slightly. Yujito stood back up, watching as the sand near Gaara's heart fell away. It had long since been doing its job of absorbing the impact of his last attack. Despite how infuriating it was, Yujito could silently admit that maybe there was something to calling Gaara's techniques to absolute defense. However, The kunoichi knew that now was not the time to admire an enemy she was in combat with. Gaara was reading his next move when he heard the voice that chilled his blood. Every time Gaara spoke, "Why is it taking so long to kill her?" an angry voice bellowed inside the auburn-haired Sunin's head, making his eyes grow a few degrees colder. "I'm going to kill her, mother. Please be patient. It won't take much longer." Gaara's usual dark voice sounded like nothing more than a child searching for acceptance. Gaara was able to stop cringing when he heard a deep scoff from the recesses of his mind. Gaara waited for what seemed like millennia before receiving a response from his mother. "Gaara, you don't want to make me angry, your mother, but that's okay, because you can use my power to kill this nuisance." Like always, the voice sent a very disturbing coo to his vessel, but Gaara's mind was too distorted to be fazed by this. Instead, he smiled because it was finally time to demonstrate why the sand that rolled around Gaara existed suddenly stopped and hardened around Gaara, forming a cocoon around the boy. Just as the dome was about to close, the last thing Yujito could see was Gaara's sickly smile. Then inside the sand sphere, Gaara's chakra started to become more potent and more demonic, making some alarm bells ring inside the two-tails kitty head. "You must give up and do it now, before he can transform." Yujito's blue eyes widened in shock, hearing that Gaara was planning to transform. "But even if I can't handle two yokai tails, I can still handle one like he can." "It shouldn't be enough," Yujito asked, because he trained with his sense VE just so he could summon the Nibi as a hidden ace, and this would seem like the perfect time to call that little extra. Yujito frowned as he felt the Nibi shake his head negatively, but would expect an explanation. "Kitten, if you max out the amount of the second yokai tail, you will transform into my body." "That's what that boy is doing now, and a full-fledged Shikaku is much stronger than your 1TI state. This is a losing fight." The two tails, they informed their container regretfully, as she knew how much she wanted to prove herself, but she wouldn't let Yujito be killed due to the need for validation. Yujito nodded and looked at Ginma and raised her hand to get his attention, which he did. "I give up. You might want to stop him, Proctor Sin." Yujito warned the Leaf Jounin before he used a Shunin to get to the stands, or the rest of his team was staying. "Gaara, that's enough. The match is over." A deep rumbling voice came down from the top step of the Chunning exam stadium, causing the sand to freeze any movement. Gaara's sand slowly retreated into his gourd, and Gaara looked at his father before disappearing into a sand Shunin combat booth. The sand Shunin filling the booth signaled the arrival of Kazan, Kuni's victorious combatant. The rest of the genin wasted no time in giving Gaara a wide berth out of fear or caution. Gaara looked over to see that the only one moving us was Naruto, who didn't even seem bothered by her presence. Was unlike anything Gaara had ever experienced, and it confused him. Ignoring his emotions, Gaara walked over and stood between Naruto and the wall. Without even saying a word, she was looking down at her brother, slightly worried at how close she was to the dangerous entity of Sunagakure. The blonde daughter of Lokage shook off her worry in favor of silently cheering her sister on as she went down to fight the Iwagakure. Kunoichi, the girl, had proven to be proficient with the water-style ninjutsu, as well as in the field of Jinjutsu. The girl was a Kunoichi and would prove to be a strong challenge for her sister, although she was also trying to find a way to combat Aku, who proved he was also very capable. Narumi's side, as the road to Chunning was clearly not easy. Chojuro was also thinking about his upcoming fight against Naruto. You would think that having dueled each other once would already help, but there was the game changer, the Sharingan. The duel Inami no Kuin was just that, a duel between swordsmen, but this next fight would be between ninja swordsmen, and he knew it. He would give it his best shot, of course, but the blue-haired teen had to wonder if it would be enough against the renowned power of the Uchiha clan. Chojuro unconsciously went to reach for the hilt of his Iram Karei, but stopped himself at the last moment and prepared himself to watch the next match. Naruto was silently creating an inventory of the dwindling number of opponents left in the tournament. There was the indomitable Jinchuriki of Suna, his sisters, the mysterious girl of IWA, a ninja swordsman of the Hidden Mist, and a user of Ice Release. Each opponent had their strengths as well as their weaknesses. While Naruto didn't care who won this upcoming match, he hoped to learn more about Yuna's capabilities. And who better than her most tenacious sister to do so? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, revealing his living and spinning Sharingan. Naruto didn't believe in copying ninjutsu, same as Itachi, but helped dissect and understand the jutsu which helped find the weakness in the combat field. Naomi looked at Yuna with a beaming smile as she bounced on the heels of her feet, and the two girls around her could feel the excitement rolling off of her. Yuna was also hoping another fight with Akuno-ichi would be just like her last fight with Fu. I hope we can have a good fight, Yun-san, because then when I win it will be even more impressive, said Naomi, with a mischievous smile, getting a small giggle from the Kunoichi. It was the same thing Yuna was thinking, so she couldn't find it in her to have the confidence behind that statement. I was thinking the same thing, but of course I don't plan on losing here, either. I want to go ahead and win it all, Yuna said with her own bravado, as she received an understanding nod from her excitable opponent. It was then that both fighters knew they were in for an excellent fight, because neither of them would give up easily. It didn't have to be a fight to the death like the one from just 2 matches ago, but it was going to be a tough one that would make both of them stronger with. In the end, it was their kind of fight. Having had enough with the pre-fight banner, Naomi went through a series of signs at a moderate speed, ending up at the Ram sign, with a small smile, releasing the Wind Divine Mountain. A vortex of wind came out of Naomi's hands directly towards Yuna, who was too close to the Namikaze's Uzumaki to avoid it biting her tongue. Yuna raised her hands, forearms, to take the brunt of the damage from the sudden wind attack. Naomi dropped into her defensive taijutsu stance, anticipating a counterattack from Yuna. Yuna got into a ready stance, facing Naomi for getting in the first strike. Taking a handful of shuriken, Yuna flicked her wrist in an effortless motion, sending out a wave of spinning black stars. Naomi sneered and waved her palm, deflecting the trajectory of each shuriken just enough for them to comfortably miss. Naomi blocked a Yuna punched with her forearms and dodged the following kick aimed at her head. Using her low stance, Naomi drove the tip of her elbow into Yuna's stomach, but the attack was easily parried by Yuna with her balance slightly altered. Naomi didn't have the chance to block a knee strike to her ribcage, making her moan lightly. Naomi responded with a quick hook towards Yuna's throat, but Yuna was faster and moved away from her opponent, creating space between the two. Yuna sketched a small smile as she began to review her signs. Poison release cloud of toxins. Yuna's mouth spewed out a terrifying cloud of purple smoke that the air currents carried towards a surprised Naomi, who had never seen a technique like that before. Naomi jumped back, but the cloud of poison continued to advance towards her. Naomi really did not want to test the limits of her lungs by holding her breath, so she needed to clear the air. The hands of the princess of Konoha, finishing with the snake seal, took a firm stance as a strong gale blew over Naomi's shoulders and hit the poison cloud head on the updraft of wind. Launched the poison from the cloud into the sky, where the chakra-infused wind dispersed the poison harmlessly into the atmosphere, where it was diluted too much to be effective. Naomi took a moment to sigh in relief, as she finds such things rather unpleasant. Despite having the yin half of the Kyuubi's chakra, there was no intelligent consciousness to use the chakra and filter out the poison. If you ingested any of it, you did well to keep the poison away from your lungs. But how are you going to stop this technique? I wonder. Release of poisonous snake instead of the cloud of purple smoke. This time, a purple liquid formed the body of what ended up being a menacing snake. Naomi took a step back, seeing the poisonous snake opening its mouth, literally showing its fangs coiling around Yuna. The snake only then pounced on Naomi, who brought her hand towards the seal clone, creating a Kajbunin that saved Naomi by throwing her aside and out of the reach of the snake's jaw. What do I have to do to kill that thing? It can probably reform itself if its body is made of a liquid, and that's a problem. I guess I can try by creating 3 more shadow clones. Naomi had them put their hands near the side of her body. As she tried to reform her head, the 3 clones began to redo the first step of wind manipulation, but using the body of the snake instead of a leaf. It took a few moments, even with 3 clones, but eventually a clean cut appeared down the center of the poisonous snake, leaving the 2 halves to fall to the ground. The 3 clones dissipated with satisfied smiles on their faces. Yuna raised one of her eyebrows as she saw her snake split down the center. Ignoring her confusion, Yuna held her last sign and channeled some chakra, and the snake began to reform. Naomi appeared behind Yuna and kicked the Kunoichi straight in the back, sending her crashing. Releasing her hold on the jutsu, Naomi smiled at Yuna as she stood up and gave her a look. Yuna rubbed the swelling on her back before assuming a more alert stance again. Yuna was glad that Naomi hadn't disappointed her by not offering her a challenge, because that was what she had come here for. Oh, I was absolutely right about you being a good fight after my first fight. I wasn't sure what to expect after fighting that Odo girl, but you and Fu have really made this trip worth it, Yuna said happily as she turned her left shoulder with a big smile. Yuna took a few moments to take a breath, which Naomi also did. Looked at her opponent. The feeling is mutual. I haven't had a fight this good since I had an intense spar with my sister after our first rank mission, Naomi admitted, cracking her knuckles. With an excited smile on her face, her violet eyes were filled with happiness and an intense determination she wouldn't lose because this was too fun of a battle to end in defeat. Combat booth. Naruto watched intently as Yuna created her poison jutsu, noting how it changed the state of liquid gauze without problems. It was different from the few people he had encountered with poison release who simply limited themselves to using it as a cloud of smoke, but then again they didn't call it poison release. If anything, Naruto was glad that Naomi forced Yuna to get more information, because little by little, it was making the image even more clear. Naruni tightened her grip on the railing as she watched her sister avoid the dangerous poison snake using her cage bunin. Her lips twisted into a smile as she used her training to split a leaf to cut the snake in half, giving her time to attack Yuna. Her worry faded as her sister's anxious attitude returned in full force. Even in the midst of their struggle despite the danger, Aku looked down to see how the snake was composed of a liquid substance that made the ice wielder wonder if she could freeze that liquid. Then there was Naomi, who was using wind, which could possibly cut through her ice mirrors. Now that she actually had some training in the element, just like Samwee's storm element, it was dangerous, but it was beatable due to her advantage in wind over lightning. Gaara looked at the two fighting in the arena and was making plans on how to kill them in case any of them ended up fighting him. His blood, no matter whose it was, would flow through his arena, for both he and his mother were tired of being denied the blood they craved, the blood that would validate them. Naruto shook his head when Suisei asked him who he thought would win, as unlike the others, Naruto would refuse to jump to conclusions on blind faith. He didn't have the proper information on any of the fighters, so any judgment was reserved for one last time on the future combat field. Naomi did, flowing her chakra into her right hand, creating a small flame of blue chakra, but that was just the chakra's way of showing it was present. An exact copy of Noemi came into existence and began clawing at space above the randomly compressed energy into a spiraling sphere of chakra. The citizens of Konohagakure cheered at the sight of one of their princesses using the legendary jutsu of their beloved Okage. Not that Naomi or Minato really cared about their praise after their ugly display. On the second day, Naomi smiled and let out her back foot, accelerating fast enough to cut the distance between her and Yuna. Raising Gan, Naomi stabbed the spiral ball of pure chakra into Yuna, pushing her into the ground with a powerful force. The ground exploded behind the powerful explosion, throwing dust and rocks into the air around Naomi, obscuring her from view. As the smoke cleared, Naomi stood on the ground with her palm inside a crater created by the powerful technique. Naomi sighed and ran a hand through her vibrant locks. Red, looking around for Yuna. Getting back to her feet, Naomi turned around and looked at a smiling Yuna, who showed no signs of damage from the chakra spiral sphere. Ugh, that was close. You almost got me, cause I froze at the sight of your father's jutsu. But then again, I had time, cause it wasn't in an instant. How lucky the little girl, Yuna muttered sarcastically as she shrugged her shoulders, ignoring Naomi's small glare for ignoring her most damaging technique. Yuna, seeing the glare she was receiving, waved her hand, chasing away the glow without thinking about it too much. Don't be like that. I'm just being honest. Seriously, why is everyone so tense at things like this? Yuna asked with a small sigh as Naomi didn't relent with her glare. I can tell you really want to shut me up, so why don't you come and try? Yuna egged on Naomi with a mischievous smile. Receiving a growl from her red-headed opponent, Yuna didn't have to wait long as Naomi ran forward with her fist raised ready to hurt Yuna. Yuna easily dodged back, avoiding the fist launched at her neck, but was surprised by a kick to the ribs, causing her to flinch from the jarring impact. Yuna slammed her elbow into Naomi's shin, making her scream in pain and retract her shin. Naomi turned around and threw 3 punches into the ribs on the other side of Yuna's body with a ferocious intensity. Hissing in pain from the first blows, Yuna turned to look at Naomi and caught her fist slamming her helmet against Naomi's head, taking advantage of her hat. Naomi stepped back a few steps and she would have fallen if Yuna hadn't held her by the arm, so she could deliver an uppercut to her stomach. Naomi staggered forward, gasping as the air was forced out of her lung. Not wanting to be punched, Naomi stomped on Yuna's foot, causing her leg to buckle under the pain. Naomi grabbed her opponent by a Wagakure's wrist and twisted it, causing her to scream in pain, thus freeing her own arm. Each kunoichi took a break to heal the sore areas on their bodies from their opponent's blows. During the hand-to-hand exchange, Naomi wondered what she could use to finish off Yuna, because, aside from her Twister Hutsu playground do, that would take too long to set up and Yuna wouldn't give her the time, she would need the Rasengan was an option for a quick knockout. But she would need to use a distraction, or Yuna could easily avoid the wide swing of the chakra sphere. Well, I need a distraction, so I guess I'll have to use some shadow clones. Yuna, whose hands were resting on her sides, was also happening. How could she end this fight before having to use more chakra? Was clear. Naomi had a counterbalance to both her poison and water release, using the cutting properties of the wind release. Sighing in disappointment, Yuna brought her hands to the tubes that had a green liquid flowing through them, housed in the docking ports of her helmet, writhing towards Naomi, who had stopped just before she had to quickly run to avoid what was planning to ignite her chakra. The poison release user sent the green liquid shooting from the tubes towards Naomi. Acid release, abrasive imprisonment. The acidic liquid quickly formed into a circular dome, like a jail cell, surrounding Naomi, holding her in place. Looking around hurriedly for a means to escape, the green liquid fell to the ground, instantly killing any grass it came into contact with. You should be very careful in their Namek. Cease. Any drop of the acid will burn you straight to the bone. Yuna's singing voice caught her prisoner's attention. True to her word, a small drip landed on her ninja sandal and slowly began to eat away at the fabric. Acting quickly, Naomi took off her shoe before the acid hit her skin. Naomi thought about blowing up the acid structure with her wind, but then she realized that spreading the acid would possibly hit her body, which would certainly be fatal. Naomi saw that the drops were getting bigger and more frequent, which meant she had no time to formulate a plan. Sighing softly, Naomi raised her voice. Oh, they could hear her. She gave up. Yuna nodded her head in approval, and the acidic structure lost its chakra and slowly lost its green hue until it was just water. Naomi let out a sigh of relief and walked over the puddle of water towards Yuna, where they shook hands with the promise to fight once more, of course, under friendlier circumstances. Winner by abandonment. Yin-Nara Kaj Cabin was an excellent match, if I must say. So came the proud voice of the wise old shadow of the earth, who saw no reason to try to hide his nationalistic pride as he watched one of his own beat up one of Yellow Flash's daughters. In Konoha, closing his eyes, that Tsuchikage nodded in agreement with his own statement. Tsuchikage Dano, can I ask you to explain to me what is acid release? I mean, you asked me to explain the young man's abilities. Kakugo May finished with a polite smile as she looked towards her fellow land of Earth. Remember that Tsuchikage grumbled, cursing his own curiosity, but found nothing wrong with a few roundabout ways. Yuna's father came from the poison release user clan here in Inokuni. He settled in our village and married a Hing woman who had a rather powerful affinity with water. The two genetics linked, where the ratio of poison to water ended up creating the acid release that Tsuchikage. They gave the bare minimum of the story without finding the need to tell them that Yuna was not in a clan. It wouldn't hurt for her companions to believe that there were more acid relish users living in Awagakure. Minato let out a small sigh, clearly disappointed that his daughter had lost, but he was glad that she came out unscathed. A victory or a defeat meant nothing if his daughter's safety was put in doubt. It seems that Naomi encountered an unknown factor that she could not adapt to. The rake growled in agreement, his rival for the title of fastest shinobi, as he watched on, without paying attention, as he no longer had the proverbial horse in the race. The rakeage looked at the blonde oakage with a small smile. Yes, your daughters are very skilled, as is that son of yours. At least those two, they just don't kill defenseless Jin. And how the rakeage fired a small shot at Minato, hoping to irritate him. Unfortunately, that was when the Sekage added his opinion to the idle chatter before Minato could give his response to his words. You call him a murderer, but I call him a shinobi. The Kaj exclaimed with his perpetual scowl. The Wind Shadow was impressed that Naruto at his age was capable of going to such extremes. Leaving opponents alive often led to enemies and regrets in the future. Minato chuckled at A's disgruntled expression. clearly not appreciating. The timing of the Kaj's interjection combat field looks like we have to spar once more. Narumi, San, whose soft voice was friendly as the fight hadn't even started, Aku, kept SNF on his hip because he knew he was going to be a long-range fight where his sword wouldn't do any good. It's no use rushing with the sword to impose his style on Narumi would also lead to a quick defeat that makes Kyuzin, at least this time, it's not a fight to the death because of a businessman. Narumi added with a soft laugh, remembering how money could change the dynamics of everything. Money could even put those in a position of power in a bind for someone they otherwise would have no influence. I think it's time. We start our match, whose friendly face grew colder as he entered his Hunter and Nin persona, which made Narumi become more serious as well. Endo reached into his bag and armed himself with needles and Bon. Aku wasted no time in throwing them at Tsurumi, already familiar with Yu's preferred weapon. Instead of trying to deflect the needles, Narumi used a shun shin to appear on Aku's left side. Aku turned around and watched as Narumi advanced with a kunai in each of her hands, obviously ready to use them. Narumi raised each kunai, ready to bury them into each of Yu's shoulders. Aku stomped the ground with her foot, raising the puddle left by Yuna into the air, forming a shield cylinder around her water release. Water pulse. Narumi screamed in surprise as her body was pushed back by the water, making her fall to the ground. Getting back on her feet, no longer armed with her kunai, Narumi looked up to see Aku staring at her coldly. Narumi growled. She remembered her battle in Namin Kuni with Aku and knew that if she got caught in the ice mirrors, she would be in trouble. Shaking her head, Narumi focused back on the present water, released a water javelin. Narumi made use of the water that had already been provided to her, using her chakra, using the water to make a deadly javelin. With a flick of her wrist, the javelin sped towards Aku, and when it looked like it would hit her, the Ali's user jumped back into an ice mirror she created to quickly escape. Narumi tensed up, seeing the reflection of the Kirit Kunoichi in the mirror, as if it was the first time she did it. In Ami, slowly the upper half of Aku's body came out of the mirror as water needles levitated in front of her. Button ice needles of death. The water needles quickly froze, creating deadly ice needles that Narumi knew all too well. The frozen needles flew towards Narumi, who tried to get out of their way, but the speed behind the projectiles was too great, leaving some needles stuck on her arm. Hissing to herself, Narumi pulled the needles out of her arm, throwing them to the ground where they shattered into an icy dust that would be quite beautiful if they hadn't tried to kill her moments before. Snapping her neck, Narumi looked at the ice kunoichi with a heated look, not happy to be a pincushion. Aku stepped out of the ice mirror towards Narumi, throwing an open palm strike to the Nonin's neck. Narumi managed to maneuver so that the blow only hit her shoulder, causing her a little discomfort. Narumi manipulated her hair to wrap around Yu's waist, pulling it into an upcut aimed at Yu's delicate jaw. Yu's head moved back, then was slammed in the ground beneath the two by Narumi's blonde hair. Just as Narumi thought AK was incapacitated, the fake one turning through the soles of her feet into Narumi's stomach, sending Kunoichi flying. Aku jumped, creating space as Narumi landed back on her feet, holding her stomach. With a small look at the Kunoichi, continued their silent standoff. Aku threw another handful of semen at Narumi with terrifying accuracy, hitting Narumi in points that disabled her left arm. Another handful of semen lodged in the blonde's right leg, dropping her to her knees. Aku put away the other Simban she planned to use in case her aim was off, walking towards Narumi. Aku gave her a hopeful smile as she approached. I would recommend you give up on Neuromiss this way. I won't have to hurt yourself more, AK advised, hopefully not wanting to cause any lasting harm to the Kunoichi in front of her. Oh, you mean this? Actually, this is nothing, Narumi said with a labored giggle, as if she didn't already have about 20 Simban sticking out of her body. Aku frowned at what she perceived as futile stubbornness. Each of the semen needles hit chakra points and nerves to shut down the muscles in her arm and leg. Without saying another word, Narumi waved her hand and closed her eyes to improving her concentration. Soon a faint red glow came off of Lokage's daughter as she accessed the Kyubi's yang chakra, healing all of her little nerve pinches and chakra points. Aku, who was still unaware of what Narumi was doing, was left vulnerable to the sudden upcut and the jarring kick, sending her falling with a cry of pain. Aku looked up at the sky, her face crumpled in pain as she gently rubbed the bruise she felt on her delicate jaw. Narumi stood there with a victorious smile on her face as she waited for Aku to get back on her feet. Aku looked at Narumi With a frown and a confused expression on her face, Narumi ignored this in favor of smiling at the girl and running. Her hand through her hair, enjoying the confusion on Aku's face. And what was that about this being over in the stands? Come on, Narumi-chan Kusina. And Naomi, they shouted in the same exuberant voice as they came to their feet, cheering their familiar on to emerge victorious in his fight. It was clear to the other genin from cone to cone who Naomi had followed her parents' example. Kakashi just smiled, accustomed to the excited Namikaze Uzumaki sky, and Lee were looking at the two women screaming with fiery expressions, both in spandex, and Shurinovai clenching their fists. Tenten and Inai walked away slowly, already knowing what was coming from their teammate. And Sensei, Josh, both are so young. And Sensei, Lee shouted passionately, getting an equally positive response from the young Joun. And Narumi has become much stronger since the mission to wave before, and even the three of them couldn't hurt Akusa, but now she can hold the Araya on her own. Sakura commented, seeing how much her teammate had grown in the past few months. It also fueled her desire to train more with Shizune and Tsunade. Once her arm healed efficiently, Jiraiya, who still lurked around the upper ring of the stadium, looked down at his goddaughter with pride shining in his eyes, but continued to watch each and every mistake she made so they could begin to correct what she had done could be exploited. But it must be said that the white-haired man still wanted to conduct his research combat field. Narum and Yaku were slightly hunched over as they tried to catch their breath after another intense exchange between the two. Narumi was thinking about what he had to do to catch the speedy Kunoichi, while he was wondering what he had that was strong enough to defeat Narumi. They both decided that they needed more time and charged forward, launching a fist, but the punch of one was blocked by the fist of the other, creating a slight crack. Both girls grimaced and jumped back, trying to shake the feeling back into their fists. Taking a deep breath, both girls knew that more taijutsu would be a wasted effort. Narumi began to gather her chakra to call out her next move, which she hoped would trap them, incapacitating them. Needed to form the jutsu she would use for her next move. Water Dragon. Release the Water Dragon let out a watery roar that sounded like a deep gargle before speeding up to catch Aku within his jaws. Narumi knelt watching as his watery creation moved forward with a driving force. Aku today used a shunin at the last possible moment, making the dragon splash the ground. Losing his head, Aku turned back to the vision of Narumi at the other end of the stadium, with his eyes half looking at the dragon as it formed and swung back to Narumi. Aku ignored the intimidating sight as he went over his own hand signs at a furious pace in an attempt to protect herself. Button Dragon of the Tundra. Just like Narumi's water dragon, a light blue dragon made of ice began to form behind Aku's back. The dragon howled, forcing an icy sigh into the sky, causing the spectators on the railing to shiver from the drop in temperature. The Ice Princess looked into the eyes of one of Konoha's guardian princesses, both showing a tremendous amount of determination in their respective eyes. The water dragon, he let out a watery growl, which the ice dragon responded to with another chilling roar as the water dragon's movement was followed by a hiss. The ice dragon's body scratching itself. Both dragons launched themselves from their coil positions at the same time. They ran towards a collision in the center of the field. Just when it seemed like there was going to be a tremendous collision, the more agile water dragon spiraled around the ice dragon, continuing towards Aku, leaving the ice dragon in line straight towards Narumi. There were simultaneous clashes as each dragon crashed into the wall opposite them, engulfing the impact site in a wall of smoke. The crowd held their breath as they waited for it to clear to see who won the final collision. When the smoke cleared, there was a collective gasp as both Narumi and Aku lay on their chests, unconscious. The Kuno and Shikuma, who was the supervisor of the match, checked them both over before waving for the medics to come onto the field, clearing up the throat, raised both arms in the air, causing the crowd to quiet down. The match ends in a draw combat. Booth Naruto rolled his shoulders, receiving a large, annoying nest of Wii, which made him roll his eyes that were still burning with the Sharingan. Once the combat field was cleared, Naruto walked past the other three people in the booth and went down the stairs. Chojuro saw Naruto disappear and gulped silently because he could feel the intensity radiating from the son of Lokage gathering his courage. The swordsman, the blue-haired girl, followed her fellow swordsman ready for battle. Yuna, who was practically recovered from her fight with Naomi, looked towards the other end of the cabin where Gaara was. The air-realist user remained on guard since it was just her and Gaara, and the Jinchuriki was clearly unstable and could attack her at any moment. It's great that they had to knock each other out in the last match and leave me alone with the psychopath. Gaara paid absolutely no attention to the Kunoichi, who shared the cabin with him. Instead, he kept his gaze firmly on Naruto. The auburn-haired boy didn't know what it was about Naruto that calmed him down, but now Naruto could prove himself in this match by winning. That was the only acceptable outcome in Gaara's mind. Show me Uzumaki combat, field the Tomo, and Naruto's eyes spun in a circular cycle as he stretched back and prepared. Tweaked for battle, Chijiro tightened his grip on Hiramakiri as he cooed in comfort. But remembering the stage, Chojuro shook off the missed Naruto, was already upon him with his katana, falling on top of Chojuro's shoulder. Chojuro threw out Hiramakiri to defend himself from Naruto's smaller sword, not wanting to be thrown from his center of balance. Naruto twisted his body with the momentum. The gray hue of twilight filled Chojuro's vision. Before he fell to his waist, Chojuro suddenly winced as he felt the flesh of his stomach being stabbed by the sharp end of his opponent's katana. Chojuro drove the pommel of his twin sword into Naruto's shoulder, gaining the space he wanted so he could re-evaluate the situation. Chojuro was confused as to why he was slow enough for Naruto to draw blood in such an obvious move. Chojuro leapt up and brought his massive sword down on Naruto's position, but it was to no avail as the dojutsu, using shinobi, easily maneuvered out of the linear motion. Chojuro slashed backwards, sending the side of his sword in a direct line towards Naruto, who with calmly, he lifted Chui upright and braced himself for impact. Naruto could feel the force being absorbed by his forearms, and knowing his guard couldn't keep the larger sword at bay, he flipped the swinging blade over as it traveled upside down through the air. Naruto sliced Chojuro's head off with his katana. With terrifying accuracy, Chojuro lowered his head to the side, watching the gray blade pass over his face as Naruto landed back on the ground. When Chojuro turned around, he saw a few strands of his blue hair falling to the ground, confusing the Chin-Kiri sword with his apparent problems on defense. Chojuro lunged forward with his Iramar and aiming at Naruto, ready to stab Alani. Naruto moved to the left, evading the oncoming sword, timing his hip check so that when Chojuro passed him, his hip would slam into his ribcage. Chojuro winced and landed on a wobbly base, distracted by the sudden attack. Chojuro pushed his glasses back up over his eyes as he charged Iram, and with his chakra, making the sword glow a deep blue smim. Chakra slash the blue wave of chakra was magnified by the sword acting as a conduit. Naruto knew he couldn't cut the wave due to the strengthening of the sword. Naruto pinned Tweed to the ground and jumped onto the hilt of his sword, putting him on par with the chakra wave. Just before the wave could hit him, Naruto used his katana as a stepping stone, jumping high into the air over the chakra. Chojuro looked up at the sky, using his hand to block the light of the sun and prevent it from blinding him. Naruto used the sun to make his figure a shadowy silhouette, which also forced Chojuro to deal with the blinding light of the sun. Naruto's hands blurred through his signs that ended in the sign of the tiger. Naruto molded the chakra in his lungs, taking advantage of the burning sensation that ran through his body, channeling it through his throat, releasing fire. Large fireball, the compacted sphere of dark orange and intense red, flying about Chojuro, who could only see a dark circle approaching. The shadow broke, allowing Chojuro to see the smoking fireball, making him jump away from the spot where he was escaping a fiery combustion. The moment Naruto landed, his hand was already wrapped around the hilt of his katana. Pulling it off the ground, Naruto ran towards Chojuro, who was still on his back foot from jumping away from the fireball. Chojuro continued, tracking backwards while going over his own hand signs. Water release, water bullet. Chojuro yelled, firing a drop of chakra-infused water towards the pursuing Naruto. Using his aggression to his advantage, Naruto didn't falter in his step, channeling a thin layer of wind-style chakra around his katana, and with a fluid upward slash, he spilled the water. Bullet into Naruto continued forward. Then mid-step, Naruto disappeared with no sign of a natural shin, showing how far he had come using the Shursui scrolls he obtained on his birthday. Chojuro turned around, cutting behind him, where he found with a loud crack. Looking down, Chojuro found the remains of a replacement log, proving his instincts were. Right, Naruto was standing a few feet in front of Chojuro, his eyes narrowed at the blue-haired swordsman of Mizuno Kuni. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken and threw them into the air, going into a series of hand seals. Fire release Phoenix. Sage Fire. Naruto spat out a series of small fireballs that they surrounded the shuriken using their chakra. To manipulate the flight of the spinning stars, Chojuro held Iram Karii in front of his body horizontally, creating a shield against the burning shuriken using chakra to stop the fires from expanding and exploding in his face. Once the shuriken were resting against the metal of his twin swords, he swung his sword, sending the shuriken back towards Naruto. Naruto easily fought his way out of the barrage of shuriken using his Sharingan. Chojuro tested his body to see if his movements had returned to their normal speed. When he detected something abnormal in his muscle movements, Chojuro's eyes widened as he realized what was wrong with his body. He cast a Jinjutsu on me when I looked into his eyes. At the start of the fight, Chojuro put his great sword back in his sheath on his back, needing both hands for what he was going to do next. Slamming his palms together, Chojuro cut off his chakra flow temporarily before releasing a wave concentrated chakra. Chojuro looked down to see that his muscle movements were no longer altered. It was only thanks to the intense muscle memory training the swordsman goes through that he was able to detect the minuscule change in his body. Chojuro placed his twin greatsword back into position with a grin that showed off his pointed shark teeth, a trait shared by the Miss Swordsman in the stands. It was about time that boy realized he was under a Jinjutsu. Asoma muttered as he leaned back every step of the battle. Why didn't Naruto finish him while he was under the Sharingan Jinjutsu? He was never one to toy with his opponent. Kurenai asked loudly, getting nods from the other sensei, who had Naruto as a teammate. At one point, Kiba scoffed at the fact that Naruto was the center of attention. Once again, no one knows what's going on in that lunatic's mind, Kiba said rudely, not realizing he hadn't received the bark from Akamaru as usual because he had climbed onto Hinata's lap. To comfort him, Kiba didn't notice Naomi get behind him and hit him in the head with her fist. "Don't insult my dog breath," Nien yelled, "not at me," with a scowl and hair that swayed like death itself, causing a few people around them to take a step back, fearing for their safety. Kusina started laughing happily, seeing her girl act as she would, while the scarecrow of the group simply sweat dropped at the antics of his student. Chijuro's combat field, now knowing his body was back at full speed, he ran forward, pushing Iram Karii towards Naruto, who moved to evade the stabbing onslaught, but was caught in the ribs as Chojuro swung the flat side of his sword at Naruto. Naruto growled at himself for falling into a feint as he used chakra to keep from falling through the ground. Naruto pushed himself off his back foot towards Chojuro, slashing with his katana, but Chojuro's original speed. It proved enough for the Kirigakure shinobi to stop the direct assault. Breaking the assault, Chojuro swung his larger weapon downwards, forcing Naruto to veer to the left, delivering an oncoming slash. Naruto and Chojuro continued to thrust and slash their swords, resulting in a clanking noise every time their steel met the other's. Naruto looked over to see his vest had a number of cuts on it from all the last exchanges with his opponent. Naruto scolded himself for staying behind Chojuro in swordsmanship. Even if he was in a group known for swordsmanship, was still unacceptable. Naruto brandished his two-color katana and began to channel his chakra into the metal of the katana. The white section glowed brightly while the black section glowed menacingly, meeting in the center where a dull gray illuminated the blade. Kami Kin Omai separation from the material world. Naruto swung his shining katana, and a thick wave of energy flew towards Chojuro, who was in the process of swinging his sword in a circular motion. Suddenly, a large chakra hole opened in the air in front of Chojuro. Naruto's attack was swallowed by the hole created by Chojuro, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes in agitation. As he saw his attack fail, Chojuro let his anger sigh collapse, showing that the creation of that chakra hole took a large hammer to his chakra reserves. Standing up, Chojuro prepared himself as he checked his hand seals to boost the water release attack. Shark Bomb. The water coming out of Chojuro's mouth slowly turned into a great white shark that looked at Naruto like its prey. Naruto didn't have enough time to dissect the jutsu before it swam towards Naruto. The Sharingan user found that the chakra was too concentrated for him, to cut the jutsu Naruto, brought out his guard just as the mighty shark's jaw tore into his arms and pushed him straight into the wall behind him. Hichojuro, seeing the success of his attack, waited to see if he had done any serious damage with his ultimate move. Naruto stood up, and everyone could see the sleeves of his vest were torn apart with blood dripping down his hairline and forearms. Naruto took advantage of the soul link he had with Sisei. "Hey Sisei, are you still flying above?" Naruto asked with a slight gasp, as the damage to his body was a little more severe than he had expected from the water style jutsu. Naruto looked at Chojuro. His Sharingan seemed to burn the very soul of the swordsman. "I'm here, Naruto." "Kun, what do you need me for really?" "I can't do anything significant," Suisei admitted bitterly as he flew around Chojuro high in the sky, escaping his attention. Naruto almost laughed when his partner admitted that she couldn't help, but that she had other plans. "Yes, you can shed a good amount of feathers around my opponent, and I'll take care of the rest," said Naruto, watching as the black feathers of his wings began to fall around Chojuro, attracting his attention. Naruto, he smiled as he went over some hand signs and focused on the space around Chojuro. Wind release shadow. Hurricane. The wind around Chojuro began to swirl violently, carrying the feathers around Chojuro, turning them into small swirling blades. The feathers also made the wind dark as night, hiding Chojuro from the eyes of the sand. Naruto knew that they would be accelerated by his wind release, making them very dangerous. Naruto, he began to go over the signs for the last step of his plan. His hands ended in the tiger sign. Fire release. Large ball of fire. Naruto, holding the tiger seal, added a different variation to the traditional fireball. From Naruto's mouth came constant fire as he moved forward at full speed and touched the black hurricane that had Chojuro caught in its eye. Once the flamethrower came into contact with the hurricane, the two elements merged and formed a large explosion that caused a large amount of smoke to rise into the air. Naruto knew the match was over once Suisei returned and landed on her shoulder, knowing she saw it all. Near the end of the field, Chojuro was lying on his back with his glasses broken and his clothes charred. There were cuts around his body, showing the feathers had done their job. With the help of the wind, the symbolic display of mech hair and discarded on the ground away from Chojuro signaled the defeat of the Kirigakure Shinobi. The supervisor of Zna, he stepped back to the center of the field after blowing the ashes off the burnt feathers. Winner by knockout. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki Uchiha. Naruto Uchiha, the prophet of the cursed eyes, once the shinobi of Sunagakure, determined that Naruto was the winner. Gemma stepped forward and waited a few minutes for the crowd to calm down. Seeing that the adrenaline of the fight had worn off, Genma cleared his throat before addressing the crowd. "There will now be a 1-hour period that the fighters can use to recover before we move on to the semifinal round." There were some groans from the arena, but then the crowd quickly took advantage of the intermission to rush out to get food and drinks. Gemma looked to her left, where Naruto was still standing there stoically, not even showing any fatigue. Genma shrugged before walking off the field, leaving Naruto and Suisei still standing there in silence. Naruto walked over to one of the trees and sat down at the base, taking advantage of the shade provided by the tree's vegetation. Sisei took the time to fly up to the tree, and out of the sunlight his black feathers were absorbing. Naruto closed his eyes and allowed himself to rest against the tree before the next fight. Gaara from the cockpit looked at Naruto with intrigue in his eyes, but the auburn-haired boy remained in the cockpit, keeping his distance like he had done all his life. He had seen how the tournament would play out, and Naruto knew he had 2 more fights to win, just to see how far he had come. Now Naruto didn't expect to win to a full-fledged Jounin-level shinobi, but the remaining genin would provide him with a challenge he desperately needed. Dare he craved. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed himself down, for none of those fights were now. But within the hour, his first fight was against Yuna, who proved to be something new, at least to Naruto. It was her ability to fuse her 2 genetically inherited abilities into something new. It gave Naruto a chance to prove himself. Then there was Gaara, a shinobi who was thought to be that he was nothing more than the epitome of a mindless killing machine. Or, as he saw it, a prime example of shinobi. The redhead from Suna promoted an impressive defensive combination that could provide a problem to a lesser shinobi where not even luck could save them. Then there was the remote possibility that he would willingly give his body to the Biju that resided within his body. However, what really caught the attention of the son of Yellow Flash was the sand inside Gaara's gourd. With his Sharingan active, Naruto was able to pick up something from it. but he would need a better chance to inspect it to fight Naruto. Stop there, because looking at the way board, it would seem that he was determined that he and Yuna would fight before then, no matter how much he believed in himself, Naruto wouldn't risk. Overlooking an opponent with the potential to do damage like Yuna, she had water release and poison release, which he could counter with fire and wind release respectively. Without, however, the release of acid, gave Naruto pause, as he wondered if his fire would be hot enough to evaporate the liquid-based ninjutsu, letting out a small sign. Naruto ran his hand through his raven-colored locks. He always hated question marks. Meanwhile, at the booth, the 5 village leaders were reviewing the profiles of the other fighters and noting what they believed to be weak and strong points to pass on to the judges. Despite being the most skilled shinobi, strong, his opinion alone still did not make a chunning. Also took the opinion of the judges of the minor countries. The Sekage, who had just passed his ballot, took advantage of this moment to speak. Now, we have one of Konoha Isuin to each one. The Sekage seemed satisfied with the result, since both his village and his ally could take the final match, which would only increase his business might. Upon hearing the words of his partner, frowned slightly before letting a small smile appear on his face. The bright side of things was true that Kiri didn't have a fighter in the final 3, but he did have 2 shinobi who had made it very far in the tournament, each displaying outstanding qualities that would earn them a promotion. And Noki let a small Nomo smile cross his wrinkled face as he looked at the Raikage, obviously preparing to do some classic face rubbing with him. Well, Raikage Dano, who do you think will emerge victorious in the end? Anoki asked, shamelessly knowing how annoying that he was about to have no shinobi in the contest. The Raikage's hand tightened slightly, and his brow began to twist dangerously as Anoki shot him what he usually did. Call me petty, but I don't care much who wins the damn tournament now that my shinobi have been eliminated. I'm just here to keep an eye on potential enemies in tomorrow's ceremony, the Raikage admitted, without even a hint of shame as he looked at Naruto, sitting patiently on the field. That's the one I have to be. Watching the winner of this next match won't stand a chance against Gaara. One will be tired of fighting beforehand, and second, Gaara has been groomed to become the perfect shinobi he won't lose. The shadow of the fourth wind declared confidently, ignoring the fact that Gaara had already come close to losing him once. Now, I Kage Dano need to remind you that aside from the minor injuries Chojuro had done to Naruto, no one has really pushed him to show something that powerful. Minato added that she took pride in her son's skill with seals and ninjutsu, knowing that he had always been hiding things in the stands. I wonder how Yin will deal with Yunan's acid release. Those things are really nasty, Naomi muttered with a small frown, remembering how the green liquid had eaten away at her shinobi sandal. Now, she was sure Yuna would use that more now that she was only one fight away from the finals. I'm not sure, but if she had managed to dodge that attack instead of waiting for my Hutsu, I'll hit who first, then Naruto-kun wouldn't have to deal with a new Gaara, Narumi muttered with a frown as her shoulders slumped in self-deprecation. Rupi looked up when she felt a hand placed on her shoulder. Don't worry about it, Narumi-chan, because there's nothing we can do about it now. All we can do is cheer Naruto-kun on and watch him kick ass. Kusina finished with a small smile, receiving matching smiles from her 2 daughters, who nodded resolutely in agreement. Determination reaffirmed. The 3 family members prepared to cheer their chosen lead towards the stadium with barely contained excitement. That was an expression mirrored by their game mentor Josh. I will give my all to cheer on my fellow Leaf Shinobi, Lee shouted energetically, ignoring the embarrassed glances coming from Tenten, to a lesser degree Deiji. Very good, Lee, let your flames lead your comrade to a glorious victory, and I will lend my flames as well, said Gay with the traditional good boy pose, receiving a feeling of approval and a little frantic from his Uchi. Kakashi looked at Guy with a blank expression, something Guy noticed, but when he looked, Kakashi had already become distant again, ignoring how Guy was cursing his supposed cold and modern attitude. Kakashi looked towards the field where Naruto and Yuna were. The Sinin watched them both with the eyes of a hawk, but with even more intensity when it came to the son of his sensei. He was definitely the most enigmatic shinobi that the Leaf had at its service, even more than himself. Kakashi had a combat field. Yuna fidgeted a little, not even getting into a fighting stance, even after Genma's permission to begin. Naruto, who was curious as to why Yuna seemed so reserved, hadn't moved in any significant way, either simply choosing to wait for Yuna to overcome whatever mental block was plaguing her. The kunoichi looked up to see Naruto looking at her curiously, swallowing the lump in her throat. She looked into the eyes of Naruto's Sharingan, gaining the courage she needed. The diving helmet the kunoichi was wearing spoke up at Naruto, said, "I know this may be a little surprising and all, but I would." Naruto, who was now just as confused as the rest of the people in the arena, Naruto admitted to himself that he enjoyed watching people run around him, something the QB apparently found amusing, and the loud snort was an indication. "Would you like to do what?" Naruto asked, hoping to start the conversation. Naruto felt something squirm in his stomach as she saw the blush spread across her female opponent's cheeks. Yuna, seeing the look Naruto was giving her, managed a weak smile as the heat in her cheeks only grew, intensifying. Taking a deep breath, Yuna looked at Naruto with just a light dusting of pink on her cheeks. "I'd like to get to know you better after this tournament." Yuna's request, that started off silent, ended up being a small but sudden scream. The stadium was deathly silent as they stared at the two shinobi who seemed to have forgotten about the Chunin exams altogether. Up at the Kage stand, Minato and Inoki looked at the scene in disbelief. The villages of Kanehagakure and Wagakure were supposed to be the worst of enemies after Minato's exploits, but still here was an offer of a date. It was incredible. Naruto looked at Yuna without any clear emotion on his face, making the kunoichi who had just exposed herself to him nervous. Naruto began to think about what Yuna was proposing, and would he admit that maybe I should accept such an offer? After all, it wouldn't hurt to go on the date, but I don't see why not. Yuna, Naruto began to receive a bright laugh in return from her future opponent, but you have to prove that you are a true kunoichi in our fight, and then I will tell you that you do understand that Yun-chan. Naruto finished with a mocking smack, accenting the affectionate suffix often attached to a girl's name. Yuna's happy smile lasted a few more moments before giving way to an expression of extreme. Yuna's determination didn't take a taijutsu stance, but she was ready to begin the fight. Naruto briefly wondered why she didn't wish to try it out in hand-to-hand combat. But then again, maybe it was because Tweeg was an impending reminder. Naruto's Sharingan Tomo spun lazily as it looked at Yuna, ready for any sudden move she might make. Both fighters didn't notice the stadium was still in shock, and even those who knew Naruto were surprised that Naruto watched as Yuna created three Mizuna to stand in front of her, each with expressions of pure determination. A shower of shuriken flew through the open spaces between the clones, but each group fell behind after the last. Naruto watched as Yuna created three Mizuna to stand in front of her, each with expressions of pure determination. A shower of shuriken flew through the open spaces between the clones, but each group fell behind after the last. He swung through the first group without any difficulty. The second came a moment later, in which Naruto responded by striking the stars with his katana in one fluid motion. Doing the same with the final barrage, Naruto looked at the Mizu Unsin in front of him, dodging the punch thrown by the water clone. Naruto drove the pommel of his katana into the clone's head as he watched the clone fall into a pool of water. Naruto tightened his hand around the hilt of his katana, the amulet of Naruni resting against the back of his hand, spinning around. Naruto pushed the edge of Twill straight through the heart of the second water clone, ignoring the splash of water that hit his face. Feeling another clone running at him from behind, trying to get back, Naruto found himself slowed down in the chakra heavy water, and by the time he faced the clone, he had him in his embrace before encasing himself in a water prison. Naruto's body rose in a column of smoke. Naruto stepped out from behind the tree he was sitting in front of before with expression blankly, as he looked at Yuna stoically as he saw that his little girl was using the gem to use distraction tactics failed to pass Naruto's shrewd gaze. Yuna began to dive into her arsenal of ninjutsu. Naruto watched as his cheeks began to swell, releasing sticky water bullets. 3 water bullets shot out of Yuna's mouth, one to the left, one to the right, and one that went down the center. Naruto realized that Yuna had created this formation to keep him channeled on the path for the most central water bullet. Naruto laughed at the cunning yet simple tactic. Seeing no other option, Naruto cut the bullet that attempted to take his head from his shoulders. The blade sank into the bullet, but Naruto found that it could not cut through the mass of water. Naruto cursed under his breath as he was forced to drop his katana as the bullet picked up the sword and stuck it into the far wall of the arena. The high viscosity of the bullet managed to nullify the cutting power of the katana, but if Naruto had applied a small amount of wind chakra, the problem could have been avoided. Naruto caught Yuna's fist thrown at him without difficulty, but was forced to release it in order to avoid his opponent's leg sweep using the downward momentum gifted to him by gravity. Naruto attempted to drop a dropped heel onto Yuna's right shoulder. Yuna used her forearms to block the attack, as well as flip Naruto over. Without panicking, Naruto gracefully fixed himself while in free fall. Naruto looked down as he felt a sharp object cut through his vest over his stomach. Luckily, the chainmail prevented the kunai from cutting through the skin, or worse, causing an internal injury. The intent to kill that is promising. Naruto mused loud enough for Yuna to hear the praise he was giving her. Whipping upwards, Naruto kicked Yuna's hand, grabbing the kunai, sending it upwards. Following the trajectory of the kick, Yuna screamed in pain and grabbed her hand, trying to stop the pain throbbing that originated from his hand. Crouching in the middle of a spin, Naruto delivered a devastating elbow to Yuna's stomach, causing the kunoichi to gasp in pain. After her attack, Naruto rose back up to a standing base, but Yuna was already taking out her helmet to strike Naruto's head. Naruto blocked the helmet with both hands, but winced when he felt Yuna drive her knee into his stomach. His body moved naturally as he hunched forward, letting Yuna kick him in the chest, throwing him back. Naruto rolled to lessen the impact before getting back up to avoid Yuna from attacking him. While he was upside down, Naruto rubbed his chest. The taijutsu she taught him, Miao, didn't make use of the Sharingan's ability to determine trajectory, so Naruto often stayed away from it, and that was why avoiding hits was always better than taking them and hoping you could get back up, because there was always the chance you wouldn't be able to stay on your feet any longer. Inhaling, Naruto flashed through his hand signs, ending in the familiar tiger hand sign. Naruto's lungs began to burn, releasing fire. Large fireball, a large sphere of compressed fire, advanced towards Yuna, intending to do damage. Yuna, who was aware of the hand signs Naruto was using, had already responded by firing 2 water bullets at the fire sphere. The resulting collision bathed the field in a vapor. Naruto stood there as the vapor swallowed him without bothering to avoid it, as the seals on his clothes drastically reduced the effects of elemental damage or wear and tear. Then the steam around Naruto began to swirl and gather into a point on his palm. The air began to compress and swirl on top of Naruto's palm to the point that winds became visible. The steam was soon channeled out of the field and into the air, but before it could finish, Naruto pointed his palm at it, and the sphere shot out into the field of mist. Just as the last signs of the steam cleared the arena, watched as the sphere launched itself through the air and hit the unconscious Yuna directly in the stomach, causing the Tsuchi no Kuni kunoichi to scream. The crowd gasped at the sight of the kunoichi being hit by such a fearsome attack. But then her body turned into a green liquid that splashed across the ground. Naruto assumed it was an acid clone and waited for Yuna to reveal herself. Naruto ran to his left, drawing the attention of the crowd, as they were also looking around for the enemy of the Konoha demon for this round, just as the crowd was ready to pass it off as a useless move. An acid drill hit where Naruto's heels were just 2 steps ago. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw Yuna holding the hair hand sign water release violent water wave. Naruto jumped onto a tree. Yuna's wave pushed the liquid from the acid-based technique forcibly behind the watery wave, uprooted the tree, and he crawled towards the stadium wall as the remnants of acid in the water began to eat away at the tree bark, creating a shadow clone. Naruto gave him a silent order before jumping off the tree. Sticking to the wall, Naruto watched as his Bunin cage began to glow. A moment later, the clone exploded, creating a large crater in the stadium field. The water soon flowed into the large hole containing the acid as Point Yuna looked at the hole containing her wave of water-infused acid with a small frown before looking at Naruto, who had just released a shuriken. Without a thought for the larger team, Yuna crawled to the side, making sure the projectile sailed harmlessly to the side. A plume of smoke caught Yuna's attention, and her body tensed as the large shuriken transformed into a copy of Naruto. The transformed shadow clone began to glow faintly, causing the Kuno's eyes to widen. Yuna cursed, knowing what was going to happen, but she couldn't stop it. The large explosion clone exploded right at Yuna's side, causing her body to propel outward like a human projectile. Naruto dropped to the ground, coldly staring at the spot where Yuna landed he was. Naruto gave a small smile when he saw Yuna starting to move. It would have been a shame if she had been eliminated by a medium-quality explosion like the one produced by Shadow Clone Yuna, now recovered enough from the discordant explosion to stand and look defiantly at Naruto. Obviously, not wishing to lose to him her helmet was not more than a few pieces that were scattered around her on the ground, letting her black hair flow in a light breeze that had been blowing throughout the day. Naruto looked at Yuna in her entirety and gave her a small smile. You know, that helmet of yours really doesn't do you justice. Why don't you show off that pretty face of yours, Naruto? Complimented Yuna, enjoying the light blush that came to her cheeks at his praise. Well, I'll keep that in mind for the date. I still have to win, Yuna replied with a small smile, seemingly not recognizing his own words. Naruto tilted his head to the side with a mockingly bewildered expression that, along with his Sharingan, gave him a very strange appearance, blinking a few times. Naruto pursed his lips. So, you want to date? Naruto asked with his head tilted to the other side, with an inquisitive expression on his face. However, on the inside, Naruto was smiling as he loved to play mind games with his opponents, just like his sensei, Itachi. Naruto was glad that Yuna didn't use the word date earlier, because it gave her ammunition for her little game. Yuna glared at Naruto even harder, but the amount of intimidation and the heated glare was halved by the blush that adorned her cheeks. Shut up and fight, Yuna growled, going through a complex series of signs faster than she had before. Naruto's cursed eyes took in the sight of a great green dragon circling Yuna before, looking at him as her master was doing. Without, however, this dragon was different than the dragons used in the competition, so far unlike the previous dragons that were more in the veins of a reptile. This dragon took more of an Eastern Hemisphere perspective of a dragon. Acid release fury of the Emerald Dragon. On the other hand, there is the downside of insulting your opponent. That, of course, is when their skills are sharpened by their anger, instead of becoming careless. Naruto groaned to himself as he looked around, seeing that there was no way in order to escape the large acid creature. Naruto began making his own hand signs in a last-ditch effort to avoid being burned by the acidic properties of Yuna's chakra. Holding the horse, there was a sign that Naruto would need his chakra as the dragon lunged at him, releasing majestic fire, destroying flames. Naruto exhaled his chakra, which took the form of fire. The thin jet of fire rified into a wall of fire that engulfed the dragon's body before it could tear it apart. Naruto was disappointed by the scale of her jutsu. Even though it was already a formidable size, Naruto could see the steam rolling towards him, but he knew that this steam would be poisonous to his body. Not wanting to give Yuna an advantage, Naruto used his high level of wind manipulation to channel the steam away from the vicinity. Naruto could see that Yuna was still holding her hand sign despite how the intense flames of her jutsu completely destroyed it. Try to survive this, Naruto, because I really want my reward. Acid released the return of the Emerald Dragon. Naruto to the crater he made earlier in the fight. The same dragon from before rose from the watery depths, using every liquid ounce to maintain its form before launching itself at Naruto's unprotected back, causing the Sharingan-wielding shinobi to grunt in pain as he felt the jutsu's acidic qualities begin to burn through the Chan Meshi war. And in just moments in the stands, Naruto come Rani-san was the scream simultaneous from Kusina, Narumi, and Naomi as they watched the das as Naruto's body was pushed forward by the acid release users. Judah Naomi clenched her fists, knowing how dangerous Yuna's moves could be. After witnessing firsthand what they could do, they could see that both her vest and the chainmail were already being devoured. However, they were glad that Naruto's outfit covered almost all of his body. That's going to be painful. Why? Because I doubt that even the most poisonous of insect species can neutralize that acid. Shino added with his own brand of logic that did nothing to calm those worried for Naruto's safety, despite it being true. Kiba, who was sitting next to Shino, smirked as he watched Naruto take another hit, but kept his mouth shut so Naomi or Narumi wouldn't hear him. The boy is in a tough spot, Asuma agreed with a small nod, grimacing as he watched Naruto's skin being burned by the liquid greenish sight, and even made the chain smoker pause his nasty habit in favor of watching the intense battle between two obviously capable genin, who would soon become Chunin. It looks bad, but you don't rule out that troublesome guy. He still always seems to have a backup plan, Even if he doesn't seem like he has a plan in the first place, Shikamaru guessed confidently, getting a nod from his best friend, who also knew how smart Naruto could be. The rest of the genin didn't they seem so confident, but they watched to see if Naruto would prove the Nara genius. Right key combat field, can you stop that acid from penetrating deeper into my body, or will it prove to be problematic? Naruto asked as he looked at Yuna, ignoring the searing pain spreading across the entire back of his body as he was trying to place a thin film of flames over the acid to burn it off, but it wasn't enough to stop the fiery green. Liquid Naruto realized how truly deadly that could be Yuna's jutsu. With just a scratch, the Kyuubi that was watching over his container from behind his cage gave a small snort when he heard Naruto's plea for help. Personally, the being of the great chakra saw no reason to help his container. Just because he was careless, why would he help you? Just because you can't beat this human? The Kyuubi asked to see if he could make his container angry and perhaps lose control of those emotions that he kept so closely guarded and out of his realm of manipulation. Naruto had to restrain himself from making his groan audible, because it seemed that this time of all times the Kyuubi had decided to be stubborn. Not having enough time to argue with Suba, Naruto said the first thing that came to mind. Well then, when the world sees that the one Ta has come further than the 9 tiles and says that Shikaku is stronger, then you don't start complaining to me, Naruto replied heatedly, as he tried to think of another way to try and neutralize the compound acid that was eating away at his skin and would soon be eating away at his bones and organs. The Kyuubi stood there silently as he watched Naruto grind his teeth, trying to figure out if he could overcome the acidic liquid clinging to his body. Growling from behind bars, the Kyuubi had made his decision. Okay, I'll help you, insolent pup. However, if any more of this acid hits you, if you do, I won't even be able to help you. The Kyuubi growled as his chakra began to heal the damage even faster than what could be done. Naruto let a small sigh escape his lips as he felt the regenerative properties of the Kyuubi influencing his body. Naruto had to resist the urge to roll his eyes as the Kyuubi seemed to manage to raise his importance no matter what he said, finishing his series of signs with the tiger. Naruto's cheeks expanded slightly, releasing fire of sage, faith. A series of 4 small fireballs were launched from Naruto's mouth, all directed at Yuna. Yuna, she scoffed at the weak attempt at retaliation until she saw Naruto going through another quick and concise set of wind release hand seals break through. A strong gust of wind roared from behind Naruto and hit the small fireballs. The fire technique, now enhanced by the wind technique, became a large wall of fire instead of 4 tiny spheres of flame. Yuna's eyes widened at the collaboration technique that now threatened to engulf her if she didn't react. No, wanting to end up as a burnt shell of a human being. Yuna put into motion her counterattack technique, water release wall of water camp. Yuna screamed frantically, only breathing a sigh of relief when she heard the whoosh of Naruto's fire release jutsu hitting the water wall, protecting her from the fiery attack. Waiting a few moments to make sure the fire died down, Yuna let the water wall fall. Yuna could see Naruto continuing to watch her intently as she tried to hide his exhaustion from their prying eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto was having a little but scolding himself while Yuna looked at him competitively. If I knew any of the more powerful techniques for my lightning release, then his water release wouldn't be a problem. I need to ask AM-chan for some training after this. 3 Kai Bunin formed in front of Naruto and exploded forward towards Yuna's flat foot. A clone took each side, forcing Yuna to create water spears to get rid of them, leaving her open to the frontal assault of the final clone, knocking her out of the air, causing her eyes to close for a moment. In pain, the shadow clone reappeared above her, refocusing on him. Raising her guard, Yuna waited for an attack that didn't come. Yuna broke out of her confusion when she felt a sharp pain coming from her back. Naruto stood beneath the falling Yuna with his fist pointed up, but in the Chunin level shinobi's eyes they could see Naruto emitting a constant stream of wind piercing Yuna's back. Naruto cut the stream of wind, causing Yuna to resume her fall. Waiting for Yuna to almost hit the ground, Naruto times his kick so that it slammed in her ribs. Just before she hit the ground, Yuna groaned in pain as her body rolled on the ground from Naruto's strong and fast kick. Panting heavily, Yuna got back to her feet, but Naruto could see her posture was shaky at best. I won't lose against him, not after making so much progress. Yuna screamed to herself, desperate to summon her dwindling amount of chakra. In her slow rush, her hand signs became sloppy and slow Naruto saw this and decided it was time to end this skirmish, as he still had to deal with a crazed Tanuki. Naruto stood up and shot towards Yuna, who had just reached her last sign. However, before she was allowed to use her jutsu, Naruto was upon her with his left arm, surrounded by a blanket of wind. Just as the outstretched arm struck his neck, Naruto wrapped his arm around him as he stood behind her. Don't act like this is a mission of glory or death. Yuna, you fought well, but you ran into someone with more chakra, plus you still want that date, right? Naruto whispered in her ear with a small smile as his hymn and gold and flickered around his body. Yuna, who was the only one who heard his words, nodded slightly before collapsing against Naruto. Unconscious Naruto relieved the pressure around his neck and cut through his wind god armor. Luckily, Yuna gave in immediately, or else Naruto would have had to cut off the air to their bodies. Naruto waited for the medics to make their way to them before laying Yuna down on the stretcher. Taking note of Yuna's small smile, Naruto chuckled. Winner of the semi-final match by knockout, Naruto Namek Uzumaki. Uchiha. Naruto ignored the proctor and the subsequent cheers of the crowd as he walked back towards the wall, where Chui was trapped with her chakra gone. He found her katana lying in a puddle. Picking it up and making the water from the sword balloon, Naruto walked back to the field where Gaara was already waiting for him with her perpetual glare. I dealt with that annoying acid of your last opponent. Like we agreed, you're alone against that damn Tanuki. You better not lose, because I won't allow myself to have a weak vessel. Naruto ignored the proud and stubborn ramblings of his furry fox demon in favor of glaring at Gaara with his Sharingan. Naruto could feel the unease coming off of Gaara's person. It was almost as if the auburn-haired Jinchuriki was conflicted due to the prospect of a fight. I got a key. Do whatever you do when you're not helping me with something, Naruto said casually before severing the mental link. Just before the QB could let out a proud shout that would surely end with an insult directed at him. Box Cabin, his son, has an impressive amount of control over the elements of fire and the wind that could even be considered at the level of Jounin. Inoki complimented Minato through gritted teeth, as there was no point in denying how impressive Naruto's performance had been on the field below. Minato smiled lightly as he nodded his head subtly. Yes, Naruto has shown great promise, just like Yuna had done with her Kek and Henkai. Just seeing the damage he could do is truly terrifying. Minato's personality made it that much easier for him to return the shinobi's compliment from another village. Although he was very proud to see how far his son had come, however, there was a pang of guilt in his heart, knowing that he had done it without his help, all because of one foolish mistake. Yes, his son has put on a truly impressive display. However, now he's going to fight my son, who has had a lot of time to recover. I cannot see how he could possibly defeat Gaara the Sekage, intoned with a small frown on his face, making it easy to think that he was disappointed by the outcome so far. That's because your boy is the perfect shinobi, isn't he? Sekage Dano asked with a small smile as he looked at the serious-looking man, who only cast a momentary glance at the lightning shadow before closing his eyes and leaning back in his seat. After a moment, he opened his eyes and watched Naruto and Gaara continue their standoff. Believe what you want. I was simply stating facts, replied Sekage, trying his best not to voice any of the agitation he was feeling. He knew that that was what the Raikage was fishing for, and he wouldn't be the one to give it to him. The Raikage scoffed at the political response the Wind Shadow had given. This was the moment the Mizukage stepped in, hoping to prevent another small dispute between the Kage. While that may be true, Sekage Dano, still, I hope Naruto puts on a wonderful display for the finals, Mei said confidently with a nice smile on her face as the two Kage finished their dispute. I hope so, Mikago. I believe in him, said Minato with a bigger smile as he waited to see what his son would do next. Each of their matches brought some sort of interesting results that were not expected, and Minato saw no reason to believe that this would be any different. Combat Field Mom wants your blood, Uzumaki. Gaara informed Naruto in his usual deep voice as he continued to look at his raven-haired opponent. A moment later, the sand that was contained within the auburn-haired shinobi's gourd roared from its place of containment. The Naruto's Sharingan began to work furiously as it tried to discern the anomaly that was Gaara's first line of defense. Naruto's red eyes began to search for differences between the chakra sources around the three of them. Naruto's lips curved into a slight smile as he figured something out, but that would come later. Well, there's a big line to my blood, Naruto mused himself with an almost bitter laugh, receiving a humorous grin from Suesa through the soul link. Naruto made sure that Suisei was at the top of the stadium and away from Gaara, who was undoubtedly the biggest threat this tournament could produce. Naruto pulled himself out of his self-indulgence so he could focus on Gaara, who seemed to be waiting for him to respond. Naruto blew his hanging bangs out of his face and gave Gaara a wry look. "You're probably right to try." Gaara didn't seem very amused by Naruto's flippant attitude towards his ominous demand, and neither did his mother. The arena began to Gaara, and the others gathered in front of the one-ta Jinchuriki before everyone's eyes. The drizzle of sand began to fall. Gaara's arms, still coiled around his chest, watched as the thick clumps of sand fell upon the son of a bitch. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before going through a series of hand signs and puffing out his chest as he opened his mouth. Naruto fired a series of small fireballs at the clumps of sand, destroying them in the resulting small-scale explosions. Naruto created a shadow clone, and the two began a fight. Go through their own separate hand seals with the original finishing. Before his clone fire released large fireball from Naruto's mouth, came a modest fireball that traveled towards Gaara, who seemed uninterested in the feeble attempt to harm him. Wind release, whirlwind fist, the wind jutsu, then fueled the fireball, causing it to expand in mid-flight. Gaara, who now registered the two Naruto jutsu working in collaboration as a threat, used his sand to create a wall to defend himself of the scorching combination unseen by the rest of the population alive in the area. Gaara gritted his teeth as his sand held firm against Naruto's attempt at breaking the fire. Gaara's sand flushed Naruto red, who was forced to quickly replace himself with a log or suffer the sudden death. His replacement log had just suffered the sand, didn't even waste a moment as it launched itself at Naruto, who was forced to back away from the lingering sand. Reaching out his hand beyond the twill that hung from his hip, Naruto grabbed a handful of kunai and threw them towards the immobile Gaara, but found himself frowning as the sand that was attacking him caught the kunai before they could get close to his opponent. The sand gushed upwards and was about to fall on Naruto. As he raised his fist back, a large amount of wind began to rush and whip at Naruto's fist as he harnessed the energy. Just as the sand began to fall towards him, Naruto pulled his fist out and watched as the wind blew through the sand and hit Gaara in the chin, causing his head to snap back from the force of the attack. The sand froze mid-swing before it rushed back towards Gaara to resume its defense of the Sunagakure. Jinchuriki Naruto realized how ready the sand was to come back to Gaara's defense and verified his belief in his earlier hypothesis. Gaara could feel the pain and submerged by the forceful but effective wind blast Naruto launched was not wearing his usual sand armor because the fight earlier in the day with Yujito took a surprising amount out of Gaara, and fixing and then applying the armor would be very tiring now. His blood was boiling as Naruto threatened to end his existence, something he wouldn't give anyone the pleasure of doing. Meanwhile, Shikaku was ranting about how Gaara needed to kill Naruto and take his blood. Tail's hatred for the Nine Tails, not that Gaara knew that was the reason for the livid behavior of his mother. No, I refuse to give up my existence for you. I will kill you, and then your blood will saturate my sand. Uzumaki. Gaara roared in anger and rage, filling his normally empty eyes as the sand began to violently churn around him. Naruto remained calm as he decided to try something. Invader, who tells you that I want to kill you? Who tells you to take my blood? Gaara asked Naruto in a calm tone as his Sharingan headed straight for Gaara, who stared back at him with a look. Naruto's own menacing gaze knew the look, a look of hatred directed at those who saw him and Gaara as seemingly less than the earth they walked upon. Gaara paused momentarily from his bloodlust-induced frenzy and looked at Naruto curiously as he registered the two questions. Naruto, offer my mother is the one who wants you dead so that I can prove that I am alive with your blood. Gaara's slightly murderous response was given a calm voice, showing that he did not. He saw problems with her. Naruto nodded slowly as he continued looking at Gaara with no emotion on his face as he took in those words. Tell me about the woman who gave birth to you. Gaara. Naruto waited patiently for Gaara to give him an answer as the crowd wondered what was going on in Naruto's mind, including Kai. I'm not sure she died during my birth, Gaara answered truthfully as he wondered where Naruto was going with this. Gaara even ignored the urgings of Shikaku to finish the job he started. Naruto nodded, taking Gaara's answer for what it was, the truth. Naruto thought there was more to it than that, but didn't verbalize he suspected Gaara. "You know what his mine eyes can see?" Naruto asked as he tapped his temple, causing Gaara to shake his head. "No, my eyes can see a chakra signature in the sand on your gourd. The chakra signature is very, and I mean very similar to yours. I believe the mother you speak of is the one-tailed tanuki Shikaku. Shikaku, the reason why the people of your village see you as an abomination, just like I am by the fools who live here. That sand that protects you is not that of one time. It is the will of your biological mother rooted in the chakra that protects you, and from what I have seen, it will act to protect you without any effort on your part. But to attack, you must ask it. After all, a mother will always protect her child, while wishing for him to stay away from violence." The entire stadium paid attention to the little explanation of Naruto behind Gaara's sand shield, leaving Timar and Kankuro with their jaws hanging as the Cash wondered how much Gaara's eyes could see as he listened. He intently remembered something his uncle had told him the night he passed away after trying to kill him. "I can never love something like you, Gaara, because you took my sister. However, my sister will always love you because you are her son and she is your mother." That is love, Gaara. Hearing Naruto's words, he began to connect the dots that Naruto laid out on a line for him. As he remembered his uncle's words from the past, the situation created a tinderbox of emotions within the unstable boy, clutching the sides of his head and screaming, "No!" Gaara found himself searching for answers. "Come to me, Gaara. I will save you from the pain of this world. I will accept you." Shikaku manipulated his voice to become that of a caring and loving woman. Hearing the reassuring voice, Gaara nodded stiffly, and soon his sand became a solid cocoon around him. An eye formed from the sand, and he looked at Naruto. Naruto looked into his eyes, as did the rest of the people in the arena, before turning his eyes towards the egg-shaped sand dome that hid Gaara from the world. Naruto, archaeologist, wind release air bullets, pierced 3 wind bullets, shot out of Naruto's open mouth and pierced through the sand defense like a piece of flimsy paper, sending Gaara through the back of the sand dome. Gaara got back on his feet after being hit by the air attack with his shoulder bleeding from Naruto's last attack. Gaara looked at Naruto, but his eyes were no longer pale and empty, but black with crossed golden pupils. The black rings around his eyes were much darker now, and he had tanuki ears sticking out of his hair. "Don't underestimate my will to live. I'll be alone in the world I create." The chilling scream sent shivers down the spines of the genin, who were former competitors, while looks of concern crossed the faces of all the shinobi in the Naruto Stadium. For the first time, once in the tournament, he visibly recoiled in despair at Gaara's voice. Spreading his arms wide, the sand gourd of Gaara fell from his back and pulled around his feet, rising past his knees. Naruto was forced to jump over a wall as sand flooded the area around Gaara, coming from every corner of the stadium. The arena quickly spun violently to form a tower that easily surpassed the height of the stadium. After a few minutes of tension, the expression of Naruto quickly switched to disbelief and shock as a figure began to crawl out of the sand tower. It can't be that a bulky arm emerged from the sand wall near Gaara's body, floating in the center of the sand tower. Still visible, a head soon followed, the emerging arm marked with a strange pattern decorating both the arm and head. The head quickly grew, ears, a toothed mouth, and the same eyes as Gaara, currently showing the vision of a half-formed Shikaku roaring, shaking the stadium. It froze both civilians and shinobi. The amount of bloodlust the creature gave off was enough to make someone drown in it. All the children in the audience trembled in fear at the sight of the sand monster, flexing the claw on the end of its only appendage. The Shikaku gave off a menacing grin as its stomach and upper body steadied themselves amongst the grains of sand. Gaara looked at Naruto as his mother made her appearance behind Gaara, as a spirit materializing behind his avatar. Naruto could see that both Biju and Jinchuriki had glassy eyes. In a state of semi-consciousness, you gave up the love and protection of a mother for the power of a monster that wishes to control you. Then I will be your eyes. Gaara Aina Dekaj jumped to his feet as he looked at the imposing figure of the desert spirit, ready to pounce at any moment. Even though he was not in Kumo, he still had the instincts of a village leader when he struck a calamity, and that was to save as many people as possible. May's hands tightened around the arms of her chair. She glanced at the half-formed Biju rising above the sand, casting an ominous shadow over the area. The Chirumi woman still had a healthy me to the beasts after having to deal with the Sambi on the occasions when Yagura let her take over during skirmishes on the battlefield. Mei also stood up with Inoki as the Shikaka chief looked on around the arena. The Ichibi Minato's eyes hardened as he looked at the beast that was looking at his village. With far too much curiosity, he was silently plotting a plan of attack in case the one tail broke out of the containment of the arena, where it would run rampant through the village. The only Kage that was completely calm despite Shikaku's appearance was the Kazekage Gaara's father. The shadow of the wind could see that it was the partial takeover and sighed deeply as he thought to himself, that boy he was able to stop Gaara just before he could give the reins to Shikaka. Gaara is in control, but he will show control combat field. Naruto dropped to the ground and looked at the great demon who was now fighting his opponent against him. I have to fight a Biju now. This is just fantastic. I'm going to need something with a lot of firepower to finish that thing off. Naruto groaned, which turned out to be the wrong thing, because thanks to the sound, the Ichibi found him and growled at him, making Naruto frown. He hoped he could come up with a plan, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to do. So raising his one arm, Shikaku looked at Naruto. Ninjin, I know I said I wouldn't help you, but you have to move and finish that little guy off before he is given complete control. The Kyuubi ordered Naruto, having started to pay attention once he felt the familiar spike of Shikaku's chakra. Although Shikaku was the weakest of the tailed beasts, he was still a tailed beast. Uzumaki, let me see your blood wind release bullet of unlike. When Naruto used the Shikaku jutsu, he slammed his arm into his stomach, creating the same jutsu, but his was much bigger and faster. Naruto watched the fierce gale of wind whipping through the field as it approached him, showing that maybe speed was genetic. As he moved away from where he was standing, avoiding the Tanuki's first strike, Naruto was forced to get closer to the great sand monster as it continued to spit tornado force winds at him. Reaching out with his massive claw, Shikaku struck Naruto, causing the raven-haired shinobi to jump to the side. In a hasty retreat, the ground was left with 3 scars that cut deeply into the ground like shallow canyons. Shikaku let out a dark chuckle as he watched Naruto continue to run away from him like the puny rat that was perceived to be him. Hopping on the back of the massive Tanyui's palm, Naruto was launched into the air as he ripped his claw out of the ground. Naruto, now, even with the Tanyui's face, he took a deep breath before exhaling, releasing the wind bullets of air pierced. Naruto shouted as 2 spheres of wind crashed into each of Shikaku's eyes, causing the monster to scream in annoyance. Acting on instinct, Shikaku moved his arm as a defensive mechanism for his temporary blindness. Naruto had no chance to dodge while in the air and was sent hurtling towards the few trees that remained. Naruto screamed in pain as he felt his shoulder dislocates and his arm broke as he landed on the ground. Naruto stood up and looked at the monster, who was clutching his face in annoyance. The crow-haired crow summoner had to admit that Shikaku was very sturdy. Naruto began to make hand seals with one hand, but was forced to repeat the process to do the jutsu correctly. Majestic fire release flame destroyer. Naruto exhaled, firing a wide wall of flames towards Shikaku. Unfortunately for the Sharingan wielder, the sand demon had just Naruto regained his vision and laughed at the measly jutsu Naruto had used, at least in the sand spirit's perspective. Naruto's body slumped forward as he watched as his best fire jutsu flooded the air and traveled towards the Tanuki's face. Naruto, however, heard the laughter of his opponent's tenet and knew it wouldn't be enough. Hee. I love watching worms try to hold on to their miserable existence's release of the wind. Rarely sandstorm, the single tail exhaled a long sigh that it contained sand particles within the devastating burst. The dirt particles in the fire easily swallowed the impressive fire attack. As if it were a dying ember, Naruto tried to hold himself up with his one good arm as the wind lifted him up and deposited him into the wall. Naruto pushed himself up from the wall and stood up with a groan of pain, with his head bleeding and one arm hanging limply at his side. I'm almost out of chakra, and this guy is getting stronger, Naruto thought with a hint of desperation as Shikaku continued to laugh, obviously not seeing Naruto as any kind of threat. I have to try it. Naruto stood up and created a Bunin box to help him with his next move. Naruto slowly built a sphere of wind in his palm, which soon began to spin faster as it gained speed. Naruto gritted his teeth as he tried his best to maintain the shape of the vacuum sphere. With one hand, the sphere floated into the air right in front of Naruto, where soon a ball of flames hit the sphere courtesy of a clone, But the flames and sphere did not explode. Instead, a supercharged flame was created in a spherical shape. Now, the last touch, Naruto said to himself, panting heavily as a bit of blood dripped into his mouth, placing his index and middle fingers so that they pointed at the self-contained fire. Sphere Naruto released a small lightning that easily merged with the fire sphere. A laugh was heard as the lightning ran through the sphere, causing Shikaku to stop laughing at the sight of the attack, as did the rest of the arena. The air the sphere manipulated around, it carried the massive bomb towards Gaara. Shikaku, who was too busy dealing with curiosity, realized what was happening and coiled his body around Gaara, trying to save his vessel from death, as he believed he could handle the worm jutsu. Please finish this collaborative technique. Judgment of the scorned Naruto limped to the edge of the arena and braced himself for the inevitable impact of what would be his final attack. In one form or another, the next second, a truly massive explosion shook the entire stadium and the blocks around it, with a tremor rivaling a massive shift in the Earth's core as the sphere of fire and lightning wind expanded, releasing all of the energy stored in the technique. At once, the only sound that could describe what was heard would be the sound of thunder accompanying a lightning. The people in the stands screamed in shock, as when the force of the shockwave lifted some of them out of their seats, even the cage had to use a surprising amount of chakra to protect themselves from the force of Naruto's technique. No one in the arena could see anything as a bright light blinded everyone in the arena. After the detonation of the jutsu, a few minutes passed for the light to fade and return visibility to the arena. When a wind blew away the dust that was raised into the air by the explosion, the arena watched in amazement as the field that was once full was reduced to nothing but a large smoking crater. The only places that weren't affected were the edges of the field where Naruto and the supervisors were, knowing that the events of his jutsu had ended with Naruto falling into the crater. He wasn't even at his full potential. If he had had both arms, he could have made the vacuum sphere more refined and more powerful. Naruto reached the center of the crater, where Gaara's unconscious body lay. As he tried to get closer to his container, companion wave of sand was what he received it. I was just checking it. I have no plans to hurt your son anymore. It's amazing what a mother's love can endure, and that includes death, said Naruto, looking at the sand that still floated around Gaara like a veil. Naruto ignored that they were calling him the winner and that they were filling him with cheers. Gaara, you have a mother's love, even when she is dead. While I was given nothing, Naruto muttered bitterly as his body began to shut down. Just when he thought he would collapse, in the Naruto was caught in the sand that protected him from the ground and was lowered to the ground. Naruto could feel a strange heat coming from the sand, and just before he lost consciousness, he could have sworn he heard a woman's voice. You're not alone. A pair of blue eyes opened and blinked once, trying to get their bearings, as they found themselves staring up at a white ceiling and a light panel that was directly above them. Naruto tried to wake up, but found he could only move his left arm freely. Oh, that's right, I broke my arm against Gaara. Without thinking or really caring, Naruto let out a tired sigh as he ran his free hand through his hair. Now, out of the slight daze one enters after a period of sleep, Naruto could hear murmurs and a loud scream. He's awake. Naruto groaned in annoyance as he felt the weight of another person gripping half of his body. Naruto was relieved that the human projectile managed to stay away from his injured arm. Looking down, Naruto, he could see Naomi's red hair filling his vision and let a slight frown play on his face. He still didn't really like people touching him without his consent, even if it was Naomi and her emotional outbursts. Twitching slightly, Naruto's eyebrow began to twitch in annoyance as he found he couldn't free his arm from her "Get off me" grip. Naruto hissed at Naomi, causing the aforementioned girl to tense up as she realized what she had done in the heat of the moment. Naomi quickly got off of Naruto with a sheepish smile as she rubbed the back of her neck. Naruto let out another sigh, finding himself too tired to even be angry at his sister. Naruto took the moment to look around and saw that not only Naomi was present, but also Narumi, Kusina, and Minato, his family. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, knowing he had no choice but to deal with them, as he was clearly hospitalized. Sitting up, Naruto watched as his other sister walked over to the side of his bed with a small smile. "How are you, Naruto-kun?" asked Narumi, genuinely checking who he thought was a friend. Unlike the rest of his family, Narumi didn't think he had the right to ask Naruto to consider him his family, but he hoped they could at least be friends. Naruto gave Narumi a questioning look, not understanding why he would ask that. Narumi noticed this and elaborated on it. For Naruto's sake, you've been gone for 3 days. Naruto's blue eyes widened momentarily at that information, because the last time he had been out of commission for more than a day were the days he was trained by Miao, Itachi, and Mifune all in the same day. I've been better, Naruto said quietly, as it was pretty obvious his arm was broken and in a cast as he felt drained in the chakra department. Narumi nodded her head, smiling at Naruto's response, as he didn't try to avoid her or keep her out. And the promotion ceremony, Naruto asked the room for an answer. We decided to hold it a week after the finals. After the final exhibition, the cages, and I decided it would be best to give everyone a cooling off period. You still have 4 days before the ceremony, Minato told Naruto what the rest of the genin had been told the day after the exams, minus the Yara. Naruto just nodded. It seems like you're following your Uzumaki genetics in Naruto-kun already. Taking care of Biju Kusina, he scolded Naruto, hoping to downplay the tense final match and the one her son was forced to participate in. Naruto smiled at his mother, as he didn't mind being called Uzumaki. Kusina's smile took a rather serious turn as she added to her previous statement. Naruto, what was that Fuinjutsu you used in your second match? Naruto looked at Kusina blankly, then looked at Okage with an equally expressionless look, which made him frown sadly. There's going to be a council meeting, isn't there? Naruto asked, seemingly ignoring the entire question Kusina had asked. Minato looked surprised for a second before letting out a small chuckle. Yes, I have received a request to hold council meeting the day after the promotion ceremony regarding what you have revealed to the world during the exams. Minato informed everyone in the room with a small sigh, wondering what the old fools wanted this time. In silence, the blonde Okage wondered why he had let Iron convince him to keep his advisors in their positions. That's what I thought. I'll explain everything there, since I don't feel like telling this story multiple times, Naruto said, looking back at Kusina, receiving one from the Uzumaki woman. Naruto collapsed on his bed, staring up at the ceiling with his eyes half closed, showing how tired he was right now. If you don't mind, I still feel pretty exhausted. All the visitors nodded in understanding and said goodbye to Naruto. Before leaving the room, Naruto closed his eyes and almost immediately fell back into a comfortable sleep. Naruto opened his eyes once again. This time, there was no annoying light welcoming him back to the waking world. Naruto looked out the window and saw that a crescent moon was high in the night sky. Naruto looked to his left and saw a person he hadn't seen before lying on a bed much like him. It was his last opponent, Gaara Sabaku, and he was looking back at Naruto. Why are you so strong? Gaara asked Naruto. His voice used to be soft, almost as if he was unsure of his own convictions. Naruto looked away from the auburn-haired boy and looked up at the ethereal surface of the moon as his answer occurred to him. Gaara watched as Naruto's blue eyes looked up at the moon, hoping that the shinobi's words had proven to be stronger than him a long time ago. I was told that a person becomes strong when they have something worth fighting for. Since that day, I have fought to protect the idea of a village where I can live without having to worry about the hell that is isolation. I fight for those who love me. They saved me from that hell, even if they don't need me to protect them. Naruto spoke passionately as he continued to stare at the moon. Something to protect? I don't think I can have something like that. Gaara spoke with regret, filling his voice as he remembered the way he acted when he thought his path was the only one to become strong. He had walked over dead bodies instead of forming bonds with the people he had come into contact with. You have a familiar beginning with them. There's no need to complicate things. Gaara. Naruto spoke with a sage wisdom. And in truth, Gaara was almost like Naruto's student. Gaara took Naruto's words to heart and even nodded his head, making Naruto smile. If that's not enough, then I'll fight for you. And you can fight for me. No, we'll be alone, Naruto said, happily repeating the line a woman had told him before he was knocked unconscious. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the smiling Naruto with a small smile of his own. Thank you, friend mine. Sure thing, Gaara. Once again, Naruto found himself staring up at the ceiling of his hospital room with obvious disinterest. Naruto looked around the room, where the only color that was present in bulk was white, which only reflected the light. Naruto silently wondered why they couldn't use a duller color that would make it easier on the eyes of the patients, which included him for now, as he went over a checklist that included a separated shoulder and a broken arm. Naruto was pleased that his chakra levels had stabilized. Naruto was sure that even with the advantage of his eyes, he had no qualms about not having to fight Biju for some time. He just wasn't ready. The fledgling shinobi knew the demonic Tanuki wasn't at full strength, yet he still threw him around like a rag doll. Then there were still 8 more of these creatures, each with more potential to completely eradicate entire hidden villages out there. Collector thought, hadn't I doubt that many people would be impressed by. Naruto's victory over the Uchiha, however, by Naruto's high standards, it wasn't worth it. If he was hospitalized for 3 days straight, it was a blow to Naruto's pride more than anything else. I really hate hospitals, Naruto muttered with a small frown, using his voice as a way to release the frustration he was feeling about the situation in general. I think it's a sentiment shared by all young shinobi no matter what. However, when you get older, you will find hospitals as a blessing in disguise. Age often dampens the enthusiasm that young people possess. An elderly voice added from the right side of the bed. Naruto knew his surrogate grandfather's voice anywhere. But what surprised the young Uchiha was that the old man was able to get so close without him noticing. Apparently, the look Naruto was giving Yuen showed his disbelief, because he gave the elderly Sarutobi a reason to laugh at the expression adorned Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, I am known as the god of shinobi for a reason. There is no reason to be so surprised. I would have been more surprised if you had managed to sense me. Yusen spoke with a mocking smile as he reached back and came back with a red apple fruit. Yusen offered it with a grandfatherly smile, making Naruto respond in kind. Naruto took the apple with his good hand and looked at the apple for a few moments before laughing, causing Yuen to arch an eyebrow. These are supposed to keep the doctors away, but I guess it's too late for that. No, that piece of humor gave IRU a good laugh as Naruto bit into the flesh of the apple, putting some nourishment into his stomach. So whatever Naruto was about to say was cut off when Yuen's hand blurred from his vision and landed on top of Naruto's head with a quick slash. Naruto's eyes furrowed in pain as he let out a small cry of pain. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked at the former Okage with his angry but cheerful blue eyes. What was that? For I always called you that. I know, Naruto-kun, it's fun to be able to do that, said Yusen with another laugh as Naruto frowned a little. Fake. Yusen simply ignored Naruto's fake protest, causing Naruto to mutter insults of affection about his age. Yusen, now that he was done having fun, looked back at Naruto, giving him his full attention. Right, well, how was I going to say, where were you, old man? I couldn't find you anywhere part of the stands during the fights. Naruto asked former Fire Shadow, making the head of the Sarutobi clan feel as he wasn't present during the fight, but he could see the replays and hear the buzzing around the village. That's because it wasn't me and a few other members of the Tobi clan, as my guard were on a political mission in Kusagakure, where there has been some border tensions lately, Yusen said, after finishing his own apple as he couldn't smoke in the hospital as it would be harmful to the patient's health. Naruto nodded, as Konoha had always tried to be peaceful, or so was said, so it made sense to send a powerful shinobi to try and curb the violence before it could really start. Putting those dark matters aside for another time, I came across some interesting information that said you had defeated Shikaku in the final fight of the exams. That's no small feat. Yusen spoke absent-mindedly as he stroked his chin, but there was no little amount of pride in his voice. Naruto could feel his heart swell as he heard Yusen's indirect praise of his skills. Naruto remembered what Miao had told him about an inflated ego and decided to try and play off what he had done as unimpressive, because he knew it was luck that Shikaku wasn't completely out of in the fight. I don't really mean that one wasn't even fully formed and still punched me like a child, Naruto admitted to clenching his fist around the sheet covering him. Yusen was looking out the window towards the village but nodded in agreement with Naruto's honest assessment, but thought it would be best if he pointed out how impressive he actually was. That may be true, but remember, you're only a Genin. Naruto Kuni, a Genin defeating a half-formed Biju is nothing to scoff at. Yusen praised the younger shinobi, causing Naruto to give him a vile grin. Then there's that explosion you caused in the center of the sand. Maybe that was a little excessive, don't you think? Before Naruto could try to argue, the somewhat overwhelming praise. The door to his hospital room opened, and in walked Shizen, holding a medical chart. She was looking over, raising her eyes. She let out a small sigh and bowed to Yusen. I apologize, Yusen-sama. I didn't know you were looking at Naruto. Sen Yuen laughed lightly as she waved off the doctor's apology, not that bothered or concerned about her appearance nonsense. Shizen Chanyer, just doing your job, of course, do what you came to do. Yusin stood up and moved to stand near the door, while Shizen went to do a routine checkup on Naruto, who was clearly upset by this. This kid can use 3 nature chakras at such a tender age that, along with the Sharingan and the defeat of Shikaku over time, and right hand can easily take the title of God of Shinobi from me. Also, I can't think of a better Shinobi to give it to him. Stepping back from the bed and holding the board that she carried with her to her chest, Shizen gave Naruto a warm smile. Everything becomes clear, Naruto, saying, "You are free to go whenever you are ready." Naruto nodded and looked around and saw that he already had a set of clothes folded on a chair at the foot of the bed. "Thank you for taking care of me," Shizen said. Naruto politely thanked his caretaker, as he never had any problems with. The woman, unlike his master Shizen, had always been kind to him and helped him whenever he and she were in the same place, and he needed it. Shizen, he nodded and excused himself to go and get back to his duties inside the hospital. "Well, Naruto-kun, why don't you get dressed, and then we can go get some ramen," said Yuzen happily as he walked out of the room, already knowing that Naruto would be wearing a big smile on his face. Naruto sighed happily when he found that the couch in his house was just as comfortable as it was before he had left it at the start of the Chunin exams. Making sure that his recovering arm wasn't in a position to be hurt, Naruto took time to relaxing out of the hospital environment. After taking a deep breath, Naruto allowed his eyes to close, and not a moment later, he felt an additional weight fall on his head, not even needing to open his eyes to know what was happening. Naruto smiled. "Hi, Sisei. I'm glad to see you." Sisei, he squirmed on top of Naruto's head, making sure to feel as comfortable as possible within his raven-shaded hair. "Ah, finally, you're out of that terrible place." Naruto-kun was so sick of having to wait there. Naruto laughed lightly at his partner's words, but was glad to know that he had someone waiting for him to return. Naruto could feel through the soul link how happy Suesa was, and to have him back, and it really was something he had come to appreciate over the past month. Naruto knew that he would never regret choosing Suesa, and for who he was bound with. "We finally have some time to relax." Sitting on the shoulder has nothing to do with the head. Suesa and burrow happily while rested on the Konoha shinobi's head without a care in the world. Naruto smiled wider, but then it turned into a smirk. "Is that all I am to you, Sisei? A glorified coat hanger?" asked Naruto, pretending to be hurt by Sisei's words while trying to keep a straight face. Sisei wasn't going to be fazed by her partner's antics, and instead just Jizian more or less telling Naruto to get over it. Naruto gave his partner a small laugh before he walked over and nuzzled her into his with his knuckle as he settled into the comfort of his couch. It wasn't long before Naruto found his breathing beginning to even out and rest coming to his tired body, as Suesa did the same over the sleeping Luya's head. Naruto opened his eyes again, but this time he only found a lingering darkness. Confused by his new surroundings, Naruto turned on his chakra, assuming he was under an illusion, but the darkness still lingered. The only side effect of using his chakra was that the Naruto's Sharingan roared to life. The red seemed to glow in the endless darkness as he raised his hand. Naruto also found that Suisei was not in his head. Naruto took a few steps in the direction he was looking, but still there was not a single sign that indicated there was any light. Growing more frustrated by the endless amount of darkness, Naruto shouted into the distance, "What is this?" "This is what you see." A voice echoed through the infinite plane of darkness, causing Naruto to tense up, and immediately Naruto fell into a combat-ready stance. Naruto looked around, checking in every direction for the source of the voice. Finding nothing, Naruto couldn't help but frown at the situation he found himself in. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, his body still prepared to face any possible threat that dared to appear before him, turning sharply when he could have sworn something brushed past them. "You mean this is what I see?" "I can see so much more than a bunch of darkness," Naruto challenged, beginning to lose his usual calm demeanor much faster than he normally would. "There's the arrogance that plagues you. You've never truly seen the world, Naruto. You may have seen more than those around you, but you can't see it."